Claude Levi Strauss. La Pensée Savage. In memory of Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Preface. This book forms a whole, but the problems it discusses are closely related to those we have examined more rapidly in a recent work entitled Totemism Today. Today, Puf, Paris 1962. Without claiming to require the reader to refer to it, it should be warned that a link exists between the two works. The first constitutes a sort of historical and critical introduction to the second. We therefore did not consider it necessary to return here to notions, definitions, and facts, to which we had already paid sufficient attention. In approaching the present work, the reader must however know what we expect of him, that he acknowledges the negative conclusion that we have reached on the subject of totemism, for, after having explained why we believe that the ancient ethnologists allowed themselves to be duped by an illusion, it is now the other side of totemism that we undertake to explore. From the fact that the name of Maurice Merleau-Ponty appears on the first page of a book of which the last are reserved for the discussion of a work by Sartre, no one can infer that I wanted to oppose them one to the other. Those who have approached us, Merleau-Ponty and myself, in recent years, know some of the reasons why it was obvious that this book, which freely develops certain themes of my teaching at the Collège de France, should be dedicated to him. It would have been in any case if it had lived, like the continuation of a dialogue whose beginning dates back to 1930, when, in the company of Simone de Beauvoir, we met on the occasion of an educational course on the eve of aggregation. And, since death brutally took him away from us, may this book remain at least dedicated to his memory, as a testimony of fidelity, gratitude, and affection. If it seemed to me essential to express my disagreement with Sartre on points which touch on the philosophical foundations of anthropology, I only decided to do so after several readings of a work on examination of which my auditors from the École de Hautes Études and myself devoted many sessions during the year 1960 to 1961. Beyond the inevitable divergences, I would like Sartre to retain above all, from a discussion which is the fruit of so much care, that it constitutes on our all part an indirect tribute of admiration and respect. I would like to thank very warmly my colleague Mr. Jacques Burton, Director of Studies at the École Pratique de Hautes Études, who was kind enough to have certain diagrams executed in his laboratory, Millimeter Ichiva and J. Poerlian, whose course notes reminded me of quickly forgotten improvisations, Ms. Edna H. LeMay, who did the typing, Miss Nicole Belmont, who helped me to collect the documentation and to make the bibliography and the index, and my wife, who helped me proofread the text and correct the proofs. There is nothing in the world but the savages, the peasants and the people of the provinces to study their affairs thoroughly in every way. Also, when they come from thought to fact, do you find things complete? H. de Balzac. The Cabinet of Antiquities. Bible of the Pleiad, Volume 4, pages 400 to 401. Chapter. The Science of the Concrete. It has long been a pleasure to quote these languages where terms are missing, to express concepts such as those of tree or animal, although one finds there all the words necessary for a detailed inventory. Species and varieties. But, in invoking these cases in support of an alleged inaptitude of primitives for abstract thought, we first omitted other examples, which attest that the wealth of abstract words is not the prerogative of only civilized languages. This is how Chinook, the language of northwestern North America, makes use of abstract words to designate many properties or qualities of beings and things. This process, says Boas, is more frequent there than in any other language known to me. The proposition, the wicked man killed the poor child, goes into Chinook by, the wickedness of the man killed the poverty of the child, and, to say that a woman uses a basket that is too small, she puts potentilla roots in the smallness of a shell basket. Boas 2, pages 657 to 658. In any language, moreover, discourse and syntax provide the essential resources to make up for deficiencies in vocabulary. And the tendentious character of the argument evoked in the preceding paragraph is clearly highlighted, when we note that the opposite situation, that is to say the one where very general terms prevail over specific designations, has also been exploited to affirm the intellectual indigence of the savages. Among plants and animals, the Indian names only the useful or harmful species, the others are classified indiscriminately as bird, weed, etc. Krauss, p. 104. Seems to believe that the native names and conceives, only according to his needs. Similarly interest, in their eyes, sheer stupidity, shown by the botanist of our 1921 expedition, towards the nameless, useless, weeds that he collected, and of which he wanted to know what they were called. Handy and Pukui, p. 119, and 21. However, Handy compares this indifference to that which, in our civilization, the specialist shows to phenomena which do not immediately fall within his domain. And when her native collaborator points out that in Hawaii, every botanical, zoological, or inorganic form known to have been named, and personalized, was, a thing used, she is careful to add, in one way or another on the other, and she specifies that if an unlimited variety of living beings of the sea and the forest, of meteorological or marine phenomena, did not bear a name, the reason was that they were not judged not useful or, worthy of interest, terms that are not equivalent, since one is situated on the practical level, and the other on the theoretical level. The rest of the text confirms this, reinforcing the second aspect at the expense of the first. Life was experience, charged with exact and precise meaning, id. p. 119. In truth, the conceptual breakdown varies with each language, and, as the editor of the article Name in the encyclopedia remarked very well in the 18th century, the use of more or less abstract terms is not a function of intellectual capacities, but of the unequally marked and detailed interests of each particular society within the national society. Go up to the observatory, each star is no longer simply a star there, it is the beta star of Capricorn, it is the gamma of the Centaur, it is the zeta of the Big Dipper, etc. Enter a merry-go-round, each horse there is its proper name, the brilliant, the goblin, the fiery, etc. Moreover, even if the remark on the so-called primitive languages, recalled at the beginning of this chapter, were to be taken at face value, we cannot conclude from this that there are no general ideas. The words oak, beech, birch, etc. are no less abstract words than the word tree, and, of two languages, one of which possesses only this last term, and the other of which ignores it while it has several tens or hundreds assigned to species and to varieties, it is the second, not the first. Which would be, from this point of view, the richest in concepts. As in professional languages, conceptual proliferation corresponds to a more sustained attention to the properties of reality, to a keener interest in the distinctions that can be introduced into them. This appetite for objective knowledge constitutes one of the most neglected aspects of the thought of those whom we call primitives. If it is rarely directed towards realities on the same level as those to which modern science is attached, it involves intellectual approaches and comparable methods of observation. In both cases, the universe is an object of thought, at least as much as a means of satisfying needs. Each civilization tends to overestimate the objective orientation of its thought, so it is never absent. When we make the mistake of believing that the savage is exclusively governed by his organic or economic needs, we do not take care that he addresses the same reproach to us, and that to him his own desire to know seems better balanced than ours. The utilization of the natural resources available to the native Hawaiians was, more or less, complete, much more so than that practiced in the current commercial age, which mercilessly exploits the few products which, for the moment, provide financial advantage, often dismissing and destroying all the rest. Handy and Pukui, p. 213. Market agriculture is certainly not to be confused with the botanist's knowledge. But, by ignoring the second and considering exclusively the first, the old Hawaiian aristocrat is only attributing to an indigenous culture, while reversing it to her advantage, the symmetrical error committed by Malinowski, when he claimed that interest in totemic plants and animals was inspired in primitive peoples only by the complaints of their stomachs. Asterisk. To Tessman's remark about the fang of Gabon, noting, p. 71, the precision with which they recognize the slightest differences between species of the same genus, responds, for Oceania, that of the two authors already quoted. The keen faculties of the natives enabled them to note exactly the generic characters of all living species, terrestrial and marine, as well as the most subtle changes in natural phenomena such as winds, light, and the colors of the weather. The ripples of the waves, the variations of the backwash, the water and air currents. Handy and Pukui, p. 119. A use as simple as the chewing of beetle supposes, among the Hananu of the Philippines, the knowledge of 4 varieties of areca nuts and 8 substitute products, of 5 varieties of beetle and 5 substitute products, Conklin 3. Almost all Hananu activities require an intimate familiarity with the local flora and a precise knowledge of botanical classifications. Contrary to the opinion according to which societies living in a subsistence economy use only a small fraction of the local flora, this is put to contribution in the proportion of 93%. Conklin 1, p. 249. This is no less true for fauna. The Hananu classify the local forms of avian fauna into 75 categories. They distinguish about 12 kinds of snakes, 60 types of fish, more than a dozen sea and freshwater crustaceans, as many types of spiders and myriapods. The thousands of forms of insects are grouped into 108 named categories, including 13 for ants and termites. They identify more than 60 classes of marine mollusks, and more than 25 of terrestrial and freshwater mollusks. 4 types of blood-sucking leeches, in total, 461 zoological types listed, id. pages 67 to 70. About a population of pygmies in the Philippines, a biologist expresses himself as follows. A characteristic feature of the Negrito, which distinguishes them from their Christian neighbors of the plains, resides in their inexhaustible knowledge of the vegetable and animal kingdoms. This knowledge does not only involve the specific identification of a phenomenal number of plants, birds, mammals, and insects, but also the knowledge of the habits and mores of each species. The Negrito is completely integrated in its midst, and, even more importantly, it constantly studies everything around it. Often I have seen a Negrito, uncertain of the identity of a plant, taste the fruit, sniff the leaves, break and examine the stem, consider the habitat. And it is only taking into account all these data that he will declare to know or ignore the plant in question. After having shown that the natives are also interested in plants which are not directly useful to them, because of the significant relations which bind them to animals and insects, the same author continues. The acute sense of observation of the pygmies, their full awareness of the relationship between plant and animal life, are vividly illustrated by their discussions of the mores of bats. The Titidin lives on the withered foliage of the palm trees, the Dicotic under the leaves of the wild banana tree, the Litlet in the bamboo groves, the Columboy in the cavities of tree trunks, the Conanaba in the dense woods, and so on. This is how the Negrito Pinatubo know and distinguish the habits of 15 species of bats. It is no less true that their classification of bats, like that of insects, birds, mammals, fish, and plants, is based primarily on physical similarities and differences. Nearly all men enumerate, with the greatest facility, the specific and descriptive names of at least 450 plants, 75 birds, nearly all snakes, fish, insects, and mammals, and even 20 species of ants. And the botanical science of the Mananambal, sorcerer healers of both sexes, who constantly use plants for their art, is absolutely astounding. R.B. Fox, pages 187-188. Of a backward population of the Ryukyu Islands, it is written. Even a child can often identify the species of a tree from a tiny fragment of the sex of this tree, according to the ideas held by the natives on the sex of plants, and that by observing the appearance of the wood and the bark, the smell, the hardness, and other characteristics of the same type. Dozens and dozens of fish and shellfish are known by distinctive terms, together with their peculiar characteristics, their mores, and the sexual differences within each type. Smith, p. 150. Inhabitants of a region desert of Southern California where only a few rare white families manage to subsist today, the Coahuila Indians, numbering several thousand, did not manage to exhaust the natural resources. They lived in abundance. Because, in this apparently deprived country, they knew no less than 60 food plants, and 28 others, with narcotic, stimulating or medicinal properties, barrows. A single Seminole informant identifies 250 plant species and varieties, Sturtevant. We have identified 350 plants known to the Hopi Indians, more than 500 among the Navajo. The botanical lexicon of the Sabanan, who live in the south of the Philippines, greatly exceeds 1,000 terms, frake, and that of the Hananu approaches 2,002. Working with a single Gabanesa informant, M. Sillans recently published an ethnobotanical directory of about 8,000 terms, divided between the languages or dialects of 12 or 13 adjacent tribes, Walker and Sillans. The results, mostly unprecedented, obtained by Marcel Griel and his collaborators in Sudan, promise to be just as impressive. The extreme familiarity with the biological milieu, the passionate attention given to it, the precise knowledge attached to it, have often struck investigators as denoting attitudes and preoccupations which distinguish the natives from their white visitors. Among the Tewa Indians of New Mexico, small differences are noted. They have names for all the species of conifers in the region. However, in this case, the differences are hardly visible, and, among the whites, an untrained individual would be unable to distinguish them. In truth, nothing would prevent translating a treatise on botany into Tewa. Robbins, Harrington, and Freire Marico, pages 9, 12. In a barely fictionalized account, E. Smith Bowen jokingly recounted her dismay when, upon arriving in an African tribe, she wanted to begin by learning the language. His informants found it quite natural, at the elementary stage of their teaching, to collect a large number of botanical specimens which they named when presenting them to him, but which the investigator was unable to identify, not so much because of their nature exotic, only because she had never been interested in the richness and diversity of the plant world, whereas the natives took such curiosity for granted. These people are farmers, for them plants are as important, as familiar as human beings. Personally, I've never lived on a farm and I'm not even sure I recognize begonias from dahlias or petunias. Plants, like equations, have a treacherous habit of looking the same and being different or looking different and being the same. As a result, I get confused in botany as well as in mathematics. For the first time in my life, I find myself in a community where 10-year-olds are not superior to me in math, but I am also in a place where every plant, wild or cultivated, has a name and a good use. Defined, where every man, woman, and child knows hundreds of species. None of them will ever want to believe that I am incapable, even if I want to, of knowing as much as they do. Smith Bowen, p. 22. Markedly different is the reaction of a specialist, author of a monograph in which he describes nearly 300 species or varieties of medicinal or toxic plants, used by certain populations of northern Rhodesia. I have always been surprised by the eagerness with which the people of Bellevale and the surrounding areas were willing to talk about their remedies and their poisons. Were they flattered by my interest in their methods? Did they see our conversations as an exchange of information between colleagues? Or did they want to flaunt their knowledge? Whatever the reason for their attitude, they were never asked. I remember a devil of old Lichese who brought armfuls of dry leaves, roots, and stems, to instruct me in all their uses. Was he more of a herbalist or a sorcerer? I have never been able to pierce this mystery, but I note with regret that I will never possess his knowledge of African psychology and his skill in caring for his fellows, associated. My medical knowledge and his talents would have formed a very useful combination. Gilges, p. 20. By quoting an extract from his travel diaries, Conklin wanted to illustrate this intimate contact between man and the environment, which the native perpetually imposes on the ethnologist. At 0600 and under a light rain, Longba and I left Paranad towards Binlai. At Eresas, Longba asked me to cut several strips of bark, 10 x 50 centimeters, from the Anaphlacillila tree, Albizia persira, Roxb. Benth, to protect us from leeches. By rubbing with the internal face of the bark our ankles and our legs, already wet by the dripping vegetation of rain, we produced a pink foam which was an excellent repellent. On the path, near Apud, Longba suddenly stopped, nimbly thrust his stick along the edge of the path, and uprooted a small grass, Tawag Kugunbu Laidlid, Buchnera urdicifolia rbr, which, he told me, would serve him well. Bait, for a boar trap. A few moments later, and we were walking quickly, he made a similar stop to uproot a small terrestrial orchid, difficult to spot under the vegetation that covered it, called Liam liam, Epipogum roseum, D. Don. Lindel, a plant used for magically combat crop parasitic insects. In Binlai, Longba was careful not to spoil his harvest, rummaging through his satchel of woven palm leaves to find apug, slaked lime, and tabacu, Nicotiana tabacum L, which he wanted to offer to the people of Binlai in exchange other chewing ingredients. After a discussion on the respective merits of the local varieties of beetle pepper, Piper beetle L, Longba obtained permission to cut cuttings of sweet potato, Ipomoi batatas, L, Poyer, belonging to two different and distinguished vegetative forms as Camuti inaswang and Camuti lukpa. And from the square of camote we cut 25 cuttings, about 75 centimeters long, of each variety, consisting of the stem end, and wrapped them carefully in the large fresh leaves of the saging cultivated saba, Musa sapientum compressa, Bluco. Teodoro, to keep them moist until we arrive at Longba. Along the way, we chewed stalks of Tubu manama, a kind of sugar cane, Sacc harum officinarum L. We stopped once to pick up some bunga, fallen areca nuts, Areca catachu L, and, another time, to pick and eat the fruits, resembling wild cherries, of some bugnay bushes, Antidesma bruneus, L. Spring. We reached the Mararam by mid-afternoon, and throughout our walk most of the time had been spent discussing the changes in vegetation over the past decades. Conklin 1, pages 15-17. This knowledge, and the linguistic means at its disposal, also extend to morphology. The Tewa language uses separate terms for almost every part of the body of birds and mammals, Henderson and Harrington, p. 9. The morphological description of the leaves of trees or plants has 40 terms, and there are 15 terms distinct, corresponding to the different parts of a maize plant. To describe the constituent parts and properties of plants, the Hananu have more than 150 terms, which connote the categories according to which they identify plants and discuss among themselves hundreds of characters which distinguish them, and often correspond to significant properties, both medicinal and food. Conklin 1, p. 97. The Pinatubo, among whom more than 600 named plants have been recorded, not only have a fabulous knowledge of these plants and their modes of use, they use nearly 100 terms to describe their characteristic parts or aspects. R. B. Fox, p. 179. It is clear that such systematically developed knowledge cannot be a function of practical utility alone. After emphasizing the richness and precision of the zoological and botanical knowledge of the Indians of the northeastern United States and Canada, Montagnais, Naskapi, Micmac, Mailsite, Penobscot, the ethnologist who has best studied them continues. You might expect it, in terms of the mores of the big game, where the food and the raw materials for the native industry come from. No wonder, the Penobscot hunter of Maine has a better working knowledge of the manners and character of the moose than the most expert zoologist. But when we fully appreciate the care which the Indians have taken to observe and systematize the scientific facts relating to the lower forms of animal life, we will be allowed to show some surprise. The whole class of reptiles offers no economic interest to these Indians, they do not eat the flesh of snakes or batrachians, and they do not use any part of their remains, except in very rare cases, for making charms against disease or witchcraft. Spec 1, p. 273. And yet, as Spec has shown, the Indians of the Northeast developed a veritable herpetology, with distinct terms for each genus of reptiles and others reserved for specific species or varieties. The natural products used by the Siberian peoples for medicinal purposes illustrate, by their precise definition and the specific value attributed to them, the care, the ingenuity, the attention to detail, the concern for distinctions, which implementing observers and theoreticians in societies of this type, swallowed spiders and grubs, Itelmeni and Yakut, sterility, black beetle fat, ossicin, hydrophobia, crushed cockroach, chicken gall, surgout Russians, abscess and hernia, macerated red worms, Yakut, rheumatism, pike gall, burate, eye diseases, loach, crayfish swallowed alive, Siberian Russians, epilepsy and all diseases, touching with a woodpecker's beak, woodpecker blood, nasal insufflation of mummified woodpecker powder, gobbled egg of the kukcha bird, Yakut, against toothache, scrofula, horse disease and tuberculosis, respectively, partridge blood, horse sweat, warote, hernias and warts, pigeon broth, buryat, cough, powder from the crushed legs of the tylagos. Bird, Kazakh. Rabid dog bites, desiccated bat hanging from the neck, Russians of Altai, fever, installation of water from an ice cube suspended from the nest of the remise bird, warote, diseases of the eyes. For the bariat alone, and limiting ourselves to the bear, the flesh of the latter has 7 distinct therapeutic varieties, blood 5, fat 9, brains 12, bile 17, and hair 2. Bears also, the Kaler collect the stony excrements at the end of the wintering, to cure the constipation. Zelenin, pages 47 to 59. One will find in a study by Loeb such a rich repertoire for an African tribe. From such examples, which one could borrow from all regions of the world, one would willingly infer that animal and plant species are not known, insofar as they are useful, they are decreed useful or interesting, because they are first known. Asterisk. It will be objected that such a science can hardly be effective on the practical level. But, precisely, its first object is not of a practical order. It responds to intellectual demands before, or instead of, satisfying needs. The real question is not whether the contact of a woodpecker beak cures toothache, but whether it is possible, from a certain point of view, to make the woodpecker's beak go together and the human tooth, congruence of which the therapeutic formula constitutes only one hypothetical application, among others, and, by means of these groupings of things and beings, to introduce a beginning of order into the universe, the classification, whatever it is, possessing a virtue of its own compared to the absence of classification. As a modern taxonomic theorist writes, scholars put up with doubt and failure, because they cannot help it. But clutter is the one thing they can't and shouldn't tolerate. The whole object of pure science is to bring to its highest and most conscious point the reduction of that chaotic mode of perceiving which began on a lower and presumably unconscious plane with the very origin of life. In some cases, one may wonder whether the type of order that has been elaborated is an objective character of the phenomena, or an artifice constructed by the scientist. This question arises constantly, in terms of animal taxonomy. Yet the fundamental postulate of science is that nature itself is ordered. In its theoretical part, science is reduced to an ordering, and, if it is true that systematics consists of such an ordering, the terms systematics and theoretical science can be considered as synonyms. Simpson, p. 5. Now, this demand for order is at the base of the thought that we call primitive, but only insofar as it is at the base of all thought, for it is under the angle of common properties that we access more easily forms of thought that seem very foreign to us. Every sacred thing must be in its place, a native thinker profoundly noted, Fletcher 2, p. 34. One could even say that this is what makes it sacred, since by suppressing it, were it by thought, the entire order of the universe would be destroyed. It therefore helps to maintain it by occupying its rightful place. The refinements of the ritual, which may seem pointless when examined superficially and from the outside, are explained by the concern for what could be called a micro-equalization, not to let any being, object or aspect escape, in order to assign him a place in a class. In this respect, the Hako ceremony of the Pawnee Indians is particularly revealing only because it has been well analyzed. The invocation that accompanies the crossing of a stream is divided into several parts, corresponding respectively to the moment when the travelers put their feet in the water, when they move them, when the water completely covers their feet. The invocation to the wind separates the moments when the coolness is perceived only on the wet parts of the body, then here and there, finally on the whole epidermis. Only then can we progress in safety. ID, pages 77-78. As the informant clarifies, we must give a special incantation to everything we encounter, for Tyrawa, the Supreme Spirit, resides in all things, and everything we encounter along the way can help us. We have been instructed to pay attention to everything we see. ID, pages 73-81. This concern for exhaustive observation and systematic inventory of relationships and connections can sometimes lead to results of good scientific quality. This is the case with the Blackfoot Indians, who diagnosed the approach of spring according to the state of development of bison fetuses extracted from the bellies of hunted females. However, we cannot isolate these successes from so many other comparisons of the same kind, which science declares illusory. But isn't it that magical thought, this gigantic variation on the theme of the principle of causality, said Hubert and Moss, 2, p. 61, is less distinguished from science by ignorance or disdain of determinism, than by a more imperious and more intransigent demand for determinism, and which science can, at most, deem unreasonable and hasty? Considered as a system of natural philosophy, it, witchcraft, involves a theory of causes. Bad luck results from sorcery, working in concert with natural forces. Whether a man is gored by a buffalo, whether an attic whose supports have been undermined by termites falls on his head, or whether he contracts cerebrospinal meningitis, the Azanda will affirm that the buffalo, the attic, or disease are causes, which combine with witchcraft to kill man. Of the buffalo, of the attic, of disease, witchcraft is not responsible, for they exist by themselves, but it is so because of this particular circumstance which puts them in a destructive relationship with a certain individual. The attic would have collapsed anyway, but it was due to witchcraft that it fell at a given time, and when a given individual was resting below. Among all these causes, only witchcraft admits a corrective intervention, since it alone emanates from a person. Against the buffalo and the attic, one cannot intervene. Although they are also recognized as causes, these are not significant in terms of social relations. Evans Pritchard 1, pages 418-419. Between magic and science, the primary difference would therefore be, from this point of view, that one postulates a global and integral determinism, while the other operates by distinguishing levels of which only some admit forms of determinism held to be inapplicable at other levels. But could we not go further, and consider the rigor and precision to which magical thought and ritual practices bear witness, as reflecting an unconscious apprehension of the truth of determinism as the mode of existence of scientific phenomena, so that determinism would be globally suspected and played, before being known and respected? Magical rites and beliefs would then appear as so many expressions of an act of faith in a science yet to be born. There is more. Not only, by their nature, can these anticipations sometimes be crowned with success, but they can also anticipate doubly, on science itself, and on methods or results that science will assimilate only in an advanced stage of its development. If it is true that man has first tackled the most difficult thing, the systematization at the level of sensitive data, on which science has long turned its back and which it is only beginning to reintegrate into its perspective. In the history of scientific thought, this anticipation effect has occurred on several occasions, as Simpson, pages 84 to 85, has shown with the help of an example borrowed from 19th century biology, it results from the fact that, the scientific explanation always corresponding to the discovery of an arrangement, any attempt of this type, even inspired by non-scientific principles, can meet with genuine arrangements. This is even predictable, if we admit that, by definition, the number of structures is finite. The structuring would then possess an intrinsic efficacy, whatever the principles and methods from which it is inspired. Modern chemistry reduces the variety of flavors and fragrances to 5 variously combined elements: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and nitrogen. By drawing up tables of presence and absence, by evaluating dosages and thresholds, she manages to account for the differences and resemblances between qualities that she would once have banished outside her domain because they were seconds. But these comparisons and these distinctions do not surprise the aesthetic feeling, they rather enrich and enlighten it, by founding associations which it already suspected, and of which we understand better why, and under what conditions. An assiduous exercise of only intuition would have already made it possible to discover them. Thus, that tobacco smoke can be, for a logic of sensation, the intersection of two groups, one also including grilled meat and the brown crust of bread, which are, like itself, compounds of nitrogen; the other, which includes cheese, beer, and honey, due to the presence of diacetyl. Wild cherries, cinnamon, vanilla, and sherry form a group which is not only perceptible but intelligible, because they all contain aldehyde, while the Germanic odors of Canadian tea, wintergreen, of lavender and banana, can be explained by the presence of esters. Intuition alone would encourage the grouping of onions, garlic, cabbage, turnips, radishes, and mustard, although botany separates liliaceae from crucifers. Proving evidence of sensitivity, chemistry demonstrates that these foreign families come together on another level. They contain sulfur, K, W. These groupings, a primitive philosopher or a poet could have made them by taking inspiration from considerations foreign to chemistry, or to any other form of science. The ethnographic literature reveals a quantity of them, whose empirical and aesthetic value is not lesser. However, this is not only the effect of an associative frenzy, sometimes promised success by the simple game of chance. Better inspired than in the aforementioned passage where he puts forward this interpretation, Simpson has shown that the need for organization is a need common to art and science, and that, consequently, taxonomy, which is the put in order par excellence, possesses an eminent aesthetic value, lc. p4. Consequently, we will be less surprised that the aesthetic sense, reduced to its only resources, can open the way to taxonomy, and even anticipate some of its results. Asterisk. We are not, however, returning to the vulgar thesis, and moreover admissible, in the narrow perspective in which it is placed, according to which magic is a timid and stammering form of science, because we would deprive ourselves of everything means of understanding magical thinking, if one claimed to reduce it to a moment, or a stage, of technical and scientific evolution. Rather a shadow anticipating her body, she is, in a sense, complete like him, as complete and coherent, in her immateriality, as the solid being only preceded by her. Magical thinking is not a beginning, an outline, part of a whole not yet realized. It forms a well-articulated system, independent, in this respect, of this other system which science will constitute, except for the formal analogy which brings them together and which makes of the first a sort of metaphorical expression of the second. Instead, therefore, of opposing magic and science, it would be better to put them in parallel, as two modes of knowledge, unequal in terms of theoretical and practical results, because, from this point of view, it is true that science succeeds better than magic, although magic preforms science in the sense that it too sometimes succeeds, but not by the kind of mental operations which they both suppose, and which differ less in kind than in function of types. Phenomena to which they apply. These relations flow, in fact, from the objective conditions in which magical knowledge and scientific knowledge have appeared. The history of the latter is short enough for us to be well informed about it, but, that the origin of modern science dates back only a few centuries, poses a problem which ethnologists have not given enough thought to. The name Neolithic paradox would suit it perfectly. It was during the Neolithic era that man's mastery of the great arts of civilization was confirmed: pottery, weaving, agriculture, and the domestication of animals. No one today would dream of explaining these immense conquests by the fortuitous accumulation of a series of finds made at random, or revealed by the passively recorded spectacle of certain natural phenomena. 3. Each of these techniques presupposes centuries of active and methodical observation, bold and controlled hypotheses, to reject them or to prove them by means of tirelessly repeated experiments. Noting the rapidity with which plants originating from the New World have been acclimatized in the Philippines, adopted and named by the natives who, in many cases, even seem to have rediscovered their medicinal uses, rigorously parallel to those which were traditional in Mexico, a biologist interprets the phenomenon as follows. Plants whose leaves or stems have a bitter taste are widely used in the Philippines against stomachache. Any plant introduced, offering the same character, will be quickly tried. It is because most people in the Philippines are constantly experimenting with plants that they quickly learn to know, according to the categories of their own culture, the possible uses of imported plants. R. B. Fox, pages 212 to 213. Were completely absent or could hardly be suspected, to make from unstable clay, which is quick to crumble, pulverize, or split, a solid and watertight pottery, but only on the condition of having determined, among a multitude of organic and inorganic materials, the cleanest to be used as a degreaser, as well as the suitable fuel, the cooking temperature and time, the effective degree of oxidation, to develop techniques, often long and complex, allowing to cultivate without soil or without water, to change toxic seeds or roots into food, or even to use this toxicity for hunting, war, ritual. He has required, no doubt, a truly scientific attitude of mind, an assiduous and always alert curiosity, an appetite to know for the pleasure of knowing, because only a small fraction of observations and experiments, of which it must be assumed that they were inspired, first and foremost, by a taste for knowledge, could give practical and immediately usable results. Let us leave aside the metallurgy of bronze and iron, that of precious metals, and even the simple work of native copper by hammering which preceded metallurgy by several millennia, and which all already require a very advanced technical skill. Neolithic or proto-historic man is therefore the heir to a long scientific tradition. However, if the spirit which inspired it as well as all its predecessors, had been exactly the same as that of the moderns, how could we understand that it stopped, and that several millennia of stagnation are intercalated, like a between the Neolithic Revolution and contemporary science? The paradox admits of only one solution. It is that there exist two distinct modes of scientific thought, one and the other function, certainly not of unequal stages in the development of the human mind, but of the two strategic levels where nature allows itself to be attacked by scientific knowledge, one approximately adjusted to that of perception and imagination, and the other shifted, as if the necessary relationships, which are the object of all science, whether Neolithic or modern, could be reached by two different paths, one very close to sensitive intuition, the other more distant. Any ranking is superior to chaos, and even a ranking at the level of sensitive properties is a step towards a rational order. If one is asked to classify a collection of assorted fruits into relatively heavier and relatively lighter bodies, it will be legitimate to begin by separating pears from apples, although shape, color, and flavor are unrelated to weight and volume, but because the larger apples are easier to distinguish from the smaller ones than if the apples remain mixed with fruits of different appearance. We can already see from this example that, even at the level of aesthetic perception, classification has its virtue. On the other hand, and although there is no necessary connection between sensible qualities and properties, there is at least a factual relationship in a large number of cases, and the generalization of this relationship, even unfounded reason, can be for a very long time a profitable operation, theoretically and practically. Not all poisonous juices are hot or bitter, nor is the converse true. Nevertheless, nature is so made that it is more profitable, for thought and for action, to proceed as if an equivalence which satisfies the aesthetic feeling also corresponded to an objective reality. Without it being up to us here to investigate why, it is probable that species endowed with some remarkable characteristic, form, color, or smell, open up to the observer what could be called a resale right, that of postulating that these visible characters are the sign of properties that are equally singular, but hidden. Admitting that the relationship between the two is itself sensitive, that a seed in the shape of a tooth protects against snake bites, that a yellow juice is specific to biliary disorders, etc., is, on a provisional basis, better than indifference to any connection, because the classification, even heterogeneous and arbitrary, safeguards the richness and diversity of the inventory. By deciding that everything must be taken into account, he facilitates the constitution of a memory. Now, it is a fact that methods of this order could lead to certain results which were indispensable, so that man could attack nature from another angle. Far from being, as has often been claimed, the work of a fabulating function turning its back on reality, the main value of myths and rites is to preserve them down to our time, in a form residual, modes of observation and reflection which were, and undoubtedly remain, exactly adapted to discoveries of a certain type, those authorized by nature, based on the speculative organization and exploitation of the world. Sensitive in terms of sensitive. This science of the concrete was to be, in essence, limited to results other than those promised to the exact and natural sciences, but it was no less scientific, and its results were no less real. Insured 10,000 years before the others, they are still the substrate of our civilization. Asterisk. Moreover, a form of activity subsists among us which, on the technical level, allows us to conceive quite well what, on the level of speculation, could be a science that we prefer to call first rather than primitive. It is the one commonly referred to by the term DIY. In its old sense, the verb to bricoler applies to the game of ball and billiards, to hunting and horse riding, but always to evoke an incidental movement, that of the bouncing ball, of the straying dog, of the horse which deviates from the straight line to avoid an obstacle. And, nowadays, the handyman remains the one who works with his hands, using devious means compared to those of the skilled person. However, the characteristic of mythical thought is to express itself with the help of a repertoire whose composition is heterogeneous and which, although extensive, remains all the same limited, yet she must use it, whatever task she sets herself, for she has nothing else at hand. It thus appears as a sort of intellectual do-it-yourself, which explains the relationship that we observe between the two. Like tinkering on the technical level, mythical reflection can achieve brilliant and unforeseen results on the intellectual level. Conversely, we have often noted the mythopoetic character of do-it-yourself, whether on the level of art, said to be raw or naive, in the fantastic architecture of the postman Cheval's villa, in that of the decors of Georges Méliès, or that, immortalized by Dickens' Great Expectations, but no doubt first inspired by the observation, of Mr. Wemmick's suburban castle, with its miniature drawbridge, cannon saluting 9 o'clock, and its square of lettuces and cucumbers thanks to which the occupants could support a seat, if necessary. The comparison is worth being deepened, because it gives better access to the real relationships between the two types of scientific knowledge that we have distinguished. The handyman is able to perform a large number of diversified tasks, but, unlike the engineer, he does not subordinate each of them to the obtaining of raw materials and tools, designed and procured commensurate with his project. His instrumental universe is closed, and the rule of his game is to always make do with the means at hand, that is to say a set of tools and materials that are finite at each moment, heterogeneous moreover, because the composition of the set is not related to the project of the moment, nor indeed to any particular project, but is the contingent result of all the opportunities that have arisen to renew or enrich the stock, or to maintain it with the residues of previous constructions and destructions. The set of means of the handyman is therefore not definable by a project, which would suppose, moreover, as with the engineer, the existence of as many instrumental sets as types of projects, at least in theory, it is defined only by its instrumentality, in other words, and to use the very language of the handyman, because the elements are collected or preserved by virtue of the principle that it can always be used. Such elements are therefore semi-specific, enough so that the do-it-yourselfer does not need the equipment and knowledge of all trades, but not enough for each element to be restricted to a precise and determined use. Each element represents a set of relationships, both concrete and virtual. They are operators, but can be used for any operations within a type. It is in the same way that the elements of mythical reflection are always located halfway between percepts and concepts. It would be impossible to extract the first from the concrete situation in which they appeared, while the recourse to the second would require that thought be able, temporarily at least, to put its projects between parentheses. However, an intermediary exists between the image and the concept. It is the sign, since it can always be defined, in the way inaugurated by Saussure with regard to this particular category formed by linguistic signs, as a link between an image and a concept, which, in the union thus achieved, respectively play the roles of signifier and signified. Like the image, the sign is a concrete being, but it resembles the concept by its referential power. One and the other do not relate exclusively to themselves, they can replace something other than oneself. However, the concept has an unlimited capacity in this respect, while that of the sign is limited. The difference and the resemblance are evident from the example of the handyman. Let's look at him at work, excited by his project. His first practical approach is nevertheless retrospective. He must turn to an already constituted whole, made up of tools and materials, make, or redo, an inventory, finally and above all, to engage with him in a kind of dialogue, to list, before choosing between them, the possible answers that the whole can offer to the problem that it poses to him. He interrogates all these heterogeneous objects that make up his treasure for to understand what each of them could mean, thus helping to define a set to be produced, but which will ultimately differ from the instrumental set only in internal arrangement of the parties. This oak cube can be wedged to remedy the inadequacy of a fir plank, or else a base, which would make it possible to highlight the grain and the polish of the old wood. In one case it will be extended, in the other matter. But these possibilities are always limited by the particular history of each piece, and by what remains in it that is predetermined, due to the original use for which it was designed or by the adaptations it has undergone with a view to other jobs. Like the constituent units of the myth whose possible combinations are limited by the fact that they are borrowed from the language where they already possess a meaning that restricts freedom of maneuver, the elements that the handyman collects and uses are pressed rest, Levi Strauss 5, p. 35. On the other hand, the decision depends on the possibility of swapping another element in the vacant function, so that each choice will lead to a complete reorganization of the structure, which will never be such as the one vaguely dreamed of, nor such another, which could have been preferred. Undoubtedly, the engineer also questions, since the existence of an interlocutor results for him from the fact that his means, his power, and his knowledge, are never unlimited, and that, in this negative form, he comes up against a resistance with which it is essential to compromise. One might be tempted to say that he questions the universe, while the handyman addresses a collection of residues of human works, that is to say a subset of culture. Information theory also shows how it is possible, and often useful, to reduce the steps of the physicist to a kind of dialogue with nature, which would attenuate the distinction we are trying to draw. However, a difference will always remain, even if we take into account the fact that the scientist never dialogues with pure nature, but with a certain state of the relationship between nature and culture, definable by the period of history in which he lives, the civilization which is his, the material means at his disposal. No more than the handyman, confronted with a given task, he cannot do just anything. He too will have to begin by listing a predetermined set of theoretical and practical knowledge, of technical means, which restrict the possible solutions. The difference is therefore not as absolute as one would be tempted to imagine. It remains real, however, insofar as, in relation to these constraints summarizing a state of civilization, the engineer always seeks to open a passage and to situate himself beyond it, while the handyman, willingly or by force, remains on this side, which is another way of saying that the first operates by means of concepts, the second by means of signs. On the axis of the opposition between nature and culture, the ensembles they use are perceptibly offset. Indeed, at least one of the ways in which the sign is opposed to the concept is that the second wants to be completely transparent to reality, while the first accepts, and even demands, that a certain depth of humanity be incorporated to this reality. In Peirce's vigorous and difficult to translate expression, it addresses somebody. We could therefore say that the scientist and the tinkerer are both on the lookout for messages, but, for the tinkerer, these are messages that are in a way pre-transmitted and that he collects, like those commercial codes which, condensing the past experience of the profession, make it possible to deal economically with all new situations, on the condition, however, that they belong to the same class as the old ones, while the scientist, whether engineer or physicist, always discounts the other message that might be wrested from an interlocutor, despite his reluctance to pronounce on questions whose answers have not been repeated to the advance. The concept thus appears as the operator of the opening of the whole with which one works, the signification as the operator of its reorganization, it neither extends it nor renews it, and is limited to obtaining the group of its transformations. The image cannot be an idea, but it can play the role of a sign, or, more exactly, coexist with the idea in a sign, and, if the idea is not there yet, respect its future place and make its contours appear negatively. The image is fixed, unequivocally linked to the act of consciousness that accompanies it, but the sign, and the image which has become significant, if they are still without comprehension, that is to say without simultaneous and theoretically unlimited relations with other beings of the same type, which is the privilege of the concept, are already permittable, that is to say capable of maintaining successive relations with other beings, although in a limited number, and, as we have seen, on the condition of always forming a system in which a modification affecting one element will automatically interest all the others. On this level, the extension and comprehension of the logicians exist, not as two distinct and complementary aspects, but as a united reality. We thus understand that mythical thought, although mired in images, can already be generalizing, therefore scientific. It too works with analogies and comparisons, even if, as in the case of DIY, its creations come down to always to a new arrangement of elements whose nature is not modified depending on whether they appear in the instrumental ensemble or in the final arrangement, which, except by internal arrangement, always form the same object. One seems that the mythological universes are destined to be dismantled as soon as they are formed, so that new universes are born from their fragments. Boas 1, p. 18. This profound remark neglects, however, that in this incessant reconstruction using the same materials, it is always old ends that are called upon to play the role of means, the signifieds change into signifiers, and vice versa. This formula, which could serve as a definition for tinkering, explains that, for mythical reflection, the totality of available means must also be implicitly inventoried or designed, so that a result can be defined which will always be a compromise between the structure of the instrumental ensemble and that of the project. Once achieved, it will therefore inevitably be out of step with the initial intention. Moreover, a simple scheme, an effect that the surrealists happily named objective chance. But there is more. The poetry of do-it-yourself also comes to him, and above all, from what he does not confine himself to accomplishing or executing, it speaks not only with things, as we have already shown, but also by means of things, recounting, through the choices it operates between limited possibilities, the character and the life of its author. Without ever completing his project, the handyman always puts something of himself into it. From this point of view too, mythical reflection appears as an intellectual form of tinkering. The whole of science is built on the distinction between the contingent and the necessary, which is also that between the event and the structure. The qualities that at birth she claimed as her own were precisely those which, not forming part of lived experience, remained external and as if foreign to events. This is the meaning of the notion of primary qualities. However, the characteristic of mythical thought, like tinkering on the practical level, is to elaborate structured sets, not directly with other structured sets 5, but by using residues and debris of events, odds and ends, as the English would say, or, in French, bits and pieces, fossil witnesses to the history of an individual or a society. In a sense, the relationship between diachrony and synchrony is therefore reversed. Mythical thought, this handyman, elaborates structures by arranging events, or rather residues of events 6, whereas science, on the march of the sole fact that it establishes itself, creates, in the form of events, its means and its results, thanks to the structures that it ceaselessly fabricates and which are its hypotheses and its theories. But make no mistake, these are not two stages, or two phases, of the evolution of knowledge, for both approaches are equally valid. Already, physics and chemistry aspire to become qualitative again, that is to say to also account for secondary qualities which, when they are explained, will once again become means of explanation, and perhaps biology is marking time while waiting for this accomplishment, in order to be able to explain life itself. For its part, mythical thought is not only the prisoner of events and experiences that it disposes and rearranges tirelessly to discover a meaning in them, it is also liberating, by the protest it raises against the nonsense, with which science had at first resigned itself to compromise. Asterisk. The preceding considerations have, on several occasions, touched on the problem of art, and perhaps one could briefly indicate how, from this perspective, art is inserted halfway between scientific knowledge and mythical or magical thought, because everyone knows that the artist is both a scientist and a handyman. With artisanal means, he makes a material object which is at the same time an object of knowledge. We have distinguished the scientist and the tinkerer by the inverse functions which, in the instrumental and final order, they assign to the event and to the structure, the one making events, changing the world, by means of structures, the other of structures by means of events, an inexact formula in this clear-cut form, but which our analysis must allow us to qualify. Let us now look at this portrait of a woman by Claude, and ask ourselves about the reasons for the very deep aesthetic emotion that seems inexplicably aroused by the reproduction thread by thread, and in a scrupulous trompe-l'oeil, of a lace ruff, pl. I. The example of Claude does not come by chance, because we know that he liked to paint smaller than life. His paintings are therefore, like the Japanese gardens, the miniature cars, and the boats in the bottles, what in handyman's language we call miniature models. Now, the question arises, whether the reduced model, which is also the masterpiece of the journeyman, does not always and everywhere offer the very type of the work of art. Because it seems that any scale model has an aesthetic vocation, and where would it draw this constant virtue, if not from its very dimensions? Conversely, the vast majority of works of art are also scale models. One could believe that this character is due primarily to a concern for economy, relating to materials and means, and to invoke in support of this interpretation works that are incontestably artistic, although monumental. We still have to agree on the definitions. The paintings of the Sistine Chapel are a reduced model despite their imposing dimensions, since the theme they illustrate is that of the end of time. It is the same with the cosmic symbolism of religious monuments. On the other hand, one might wonder whether the aesthetic effect of, say, a larger-than-life equestrian statue comes from enlarging a man to the dimensions of a rock, and not from bringing it down what is first, from afar, perceived as a rock, with the proportions of a man. Finally, even the life size presupposes the scale model, since the graphic or plastic transposition always implies the renunciation of certain dimensions of the object. In painting, the volume, colors, smells, tactile impressions, even in the sculpture, and, in both cases, the temporal dimension, since the whole of the figurative work is apprehended in the moment. What virtue then attaches to the reduction, whether it is of scale, or that it affects the properties. It results, it seems, from a kind of reversal of the process of knowledge. To know the real object in its totality, we always tend to operate from its parts. The resistance he opposes to us is overcome by dividing it. Downscaling reverses this situation. Smaller, the entire object appears less fearsome, because of being quantitatively diminished, it seems to us qualitatively simplified. More exactly, this quantitative transposition increases and diversifies our power over a counterpart of the thing. Through him, it can be grasped, weighed in the hand, apprehended at a glance. The child's doll is no longer an adversary, a rival, or even an interlocutor. In it and through it, the person becomes a subject. Contrary to what happens when we seek to know a thing or a being in real size, in the reduced model the knowledge of the whole precedes that of the parts. And even if this is an illusion, the purpose of the process is to create or maintain this illusion, which gratifies intelligence and sensitivity with a pleasure which, on this basis alone, can already be called aesthetic. We have so far only considered considerations of scale, which, as we have just seen, imply a dialectical relationship between size, that is, quantity, and quality. But the scale model has an additional attribute: it is built, man-made, and, what is more, handmade. It is therefore not a simple projection, a passive homologue of the object, it constitutes a true experience of the object. However, insofar as the model is artificial, it becomes possible to understand how it is made, and this apprehension of the mode of manufacture brings an additional dimension to its being. Moreover, we have seen this with DIY, but the example of the manners of painters shows that it is also true for art. The problem always has several solutions. As the choice of a solution entails a modification of the result to which another solution would have led, it is therefore the general table of these permutations which is virtually given, at the same time as the particular solution offered to the gaze of the spectator, transformed from this fact, without his even knowing it, as an agent. By contemplation alone, the spectator is, so to speak, sent into possession of other possible modalities of the same work, and of which he confusedly feels himself to be the creator in a better way than the creator himself, who has abandoned them. By excluding them from its creation, and these modalities form so many additional perspectives, open to the actualized work. In other words, the intrinsic virtue of the reduced model is that it compensates for the renunciation of sensible dimensions by the acquisition of intelligible dimensions. Let us now return to the lace ruff, in Claude's painting. Everything that has just been said applies to it, because, to represent it in the form of a projection in a space of properties whose sensible dimensions are smaller, and less numerous, than that of the object, it was necessary to proceed in a symmetrical and inverse way than science would have done, if it had proposed, as is its function, to produce, instead of reproducing, not only a new stitch of lace in place of a stitch already known, but also real lace instead of figured lace. Science would, in fact, have worked on a real scale, but by means of the invention of a craft, while art works on a reduced scale, with a homologous image of the object as its end. The first approach is of the order of metonymy, it replaces one being by another being, an effect by its cause, while the second is of the order of metaphor. That's not all. For, if it is true that the relation of priority between structure and event manifests itself in a symmetrical and inverse way in science and in do-it-yourself, it is clear that, from this point of view too, art occupies an intermediate position. Even if the figuration of a lace collar in a reduced model implies, as we have shown, an internal knowledge of its morphology and its manufacturing technique, and, if it had been a human representation or animal, we would have said, anatomy and postures, it cannot be reduced to a diagram or a technology board, it accomplishes the synthesis of these intrinsic properties and those that come from a spatial and temporal context. The final result is the lace collar, as it absolutely is, but also such that at the same time its appearance is affected by the perspective in which it is presented, highlighting certain parts and hiding others, including the he existence nevertheless continues to influence the rest, by the contrast between its whiteness and the colors of the other pieces of clothing, the reflection of the pearly neck that it surrounds and that of the sky of a day and a moment, such also, by what it signifies. As banal or ceremonial adornment, worn, new or worn, freshly ironed or crumpled, by an ordinary woman or by a queen, whose physiognomy confirms, invalidates, or qualifies her condition, in a milieu, a society, a region of the world, a period of history. Always halfway between the schema and the anecdote, the genius of the painter consists in uniting internal and external knowledge, a being and a becoming, to produce, with his brush, an object which does not exist as an object and which he nevertheless knows how to create on his canvas, an exactly balanced synthesis of one or more artificial and natural structures, and of one or more natural events and social. The aesthetic emotion comes from this union instituted within a thing created by man, therefore also virtually by the spectator who discovers the possibility through the work of art, between the order of the structure and the order of the event. This analysis calls for several remarks. First, it allows us to better understand why myths appear to us simultaneously as systems of abstract relations and as objects of aesthetic contemplation. In fact, the creative act which engenders the myth is symmetrical and inverse to that found origin of the work of art. In the latter case, we start from a set made up of one or more objects and one or more events, to which the aesthetic creation confers a character of totality by highlighting a common structure. Myth follows the same course, but in the other direction. It uses a structure to produce an absolute object offering the aspect of a set of events, since all myth tells a story. Art therefore proceeds from a set, object plus event, and goes to the discovery of its structure. The myth starts from a structure by means of which it undertakes the construction of a set, object plus event. If this first remark encourages us to generalize our interpretation, the second would tend to restrict it. Is it true that every work of art consists of an integration of structure and event? No such thing can be said, it seems, of this trinket club of cedar wood, used to stun fish, which I am looking at, lying on a shelf of my library, while I write these lines, PL2. The artist, who sculpted it in the shape of a sea monster, wanted the body of the utensil to merge with the body of the animal, the handle with the tail, and that the anatomical proportions, lent to a creature fabulous, be such that the object can be the cruel animal, killing helpless victims, together with a well-balanced fishing weapon which a man handles with ease, and from which he obtains effective results. Everything therefore seems structural in this utensil, which is also a marvelous work of art, both its mythical symbolism and its practical function. More exactly, the object, its function, and its symbol, seem folded up one on the other and to form a closed system where the event has no chance of being introduced. The position, the aspect, the expression of the monster owe nothing to the historical circumstances in which the artist was able to see it in flesh and blood, to dream it, or to conceive the idea of it. It seems rather that its immutable being is definitively fixed in a ligneous material whose very fine grain allows all its aspects to be translated, and in a use to which its empirical form seems to predestine it. Now, all that has just been said of a particular object is also valid for other products of primitive art, an African statue, a Melanesian mask. Have we therefore only defined a historical and local form of aesthetic creation, believing that it is attaining not only its fundamental properties, but those by which its intelligible relationship is established with other modes of creation? To overcome this difficulty, it suffices, we believe, to broaden our interpretation. What we had provisionally defined as an event or a set of events with regard to a painting by Claude now appears to us from a more general angle. The event is only a mode of contingency, of which integration, perceived as necessary, into a structure generates aesthetic emotion, regardless of the type of art considered. Depending on the style, the place, and the time, this contingency manifests itself in three different aspects, or at three distinct moments of artistic creation, and which can, moreover, be combined. It is at the level of the occasion, execution, or destination. Only in the first case does the contingency take the form of an event, that is to say, a contingency external and prior to the creative act. The artist apprehends this from the outside, an attitude, an expression, a lighting, a situation, of which he seizes the sensitive and intelligible relationship to the structure of the object which come to affect these modalities, and which he incorporates into his work. But it is also possible that contingency manifests itself intrinsically, during execution, in the size or shape of the piece of wood available to the sculptor, in the orientation of the fibers, the quality of the grain, in the imperfection of the tools he uses, in the resistance that the material or the project opposes, in the work in progress, in the unforeseeable incidents that will arise during the operation. Finally, the contingency can be extrinsic, as in the first case, but subsequent, and no longer prior, to the act of creation. This is what occurs each time the work is intended for a specific use, since it will be according to the modalities and virtual phases of his future use, and therefore by putting himself consciously or unconsciously in the place of the user, that the artist will develop his work. Depending on the case, therefore, the process of artistic creation will consist, within the immutable framework of a confrontation between structure and accident, in seeking dialogue, either with the model, or with the material, or with the user, given the person whose message the artist at work primarily anticipates. Basically, each eventuality corresponds to a type of art that is easy to identify, the first, to the plastic arts of the West, the second, to the so-called primitive or high period arts, the third to the applied arts. But to take these attributions at face value would be an oversimplification. Every form of art has all three aspects, and it is distinguished from the others only by their relative balance. It is quite certain, for example, that even the most academic painter comes up against problems of execution, and that all the so-called primitive arts have a doubly applied character, first, because many of their productions are objects techniques, and then, because even those of their creations which seem the best protected from practical concerns have a precise destination. Finally, we know that, even at home, utensils lend themselves to disinterested contemplation. These reservations made, one can easily verify that the three aspects are functionally linked, and that the predominance of one restricts or suppresses the place left to the others. The so-called scholarly painting is or believes itself to be liberated, under the dual relationship of execution and destination. It attests, in its best examples, to a complete mastery of technical difficulties, which, moreover, can be considered to have been definitively overcome since van der Weyden, after whom the problems that painters pose to themselves are hardly more than fun physics. Everything happens at the limit as if, with his canvas, his colors, and his brushes, the painter could do exactly what he pleases. On the other hand, the painter tends to make his work an object which is independent of any contingency, and which is valid in itself and for itself. This is, moreover, what the formula of the easel painting implies. Freed from contingency from the double point of view of execution and destination, scholarly painting can therefore transfer it entirely to the occasion, and, if our interpretation is correct, she is not even free to dispense with it. It is therefore defined as genre painting, provided that the meaning of this expression is considerably broadened. For, in the very general perspective in which we are placing ourselves here, the effort of the portrait painter, even Rembrandt, to capture on his canvas the most revealing expression and even the secret thoughts of his model, belongs to the same genre. Than that of a detail, whose compositions respect the hour and the order of the battle, the number and arrangement of the buttons by which the uniforms of each weapon can be recognized. If we are past a disrespectful trick, in either case, opportunity wins. With the applied arts, the respective proportions of the three aspects are reversed. These arts give predominance to destination and execution, the contingencies of which are roughly balanced in the specimens which we judge to be the purest, thereby excluding occasion, as can be seen from the fact that a cut, a goblet, a piece of basketry or a piece of fabric, appear perfect to us when their practical value is timeless, fully corresponding to the function, for people with different epochs or civilizations. If the difficulties of execution are fully mastered, as is the case when the execution is entrusted to machines, the destination can become more and more precise and particular, and applied art is transformed into industrial art. We call it peasant or rustic in the opposite case. Finally, primitive art is the opposite of scholarly or academic art. The latter internalizes the execution, of which it is or believes itself master, and the destination, since art for art's sake is to itself its own end. As a result, he is pushed to exteriorize the opportunity, which he asks the model to offer him. It thus becomes part of the signified. On the other hand, primitive art internalizes the occasion, since the supernatural beings it delights to represent have a reality independent of the circumstances, and timeless, and it externalizes the execution and the destination, which therefore become part of the signifier. We thus find, on another level, this dialogue with the material and the means of execution, by which we had defined DIY. For the philosophy of art, the essential problem is to know whether or not the artist recognizes in them the quality of interlocutor. No doubt we always recognize it, but at least in art that is too scholarly, and at most in raw or naive art that borders on DIY, and to the detriment of structure in both cases. However, no form of art would deserve this name if it allowed itself to be captured entirely by extrinsic contingencies, whether that of the occasion or that of the destination, because the work would then fall to the rank of icon, additional to the model, or instrument, complementary to the work material. Even the most learned art, if it moves us, only achieves this result on the condition of stopping in time this dissipation of contingency in favor of the pretext, and incorporating it into the work, conferring to it the dignity of an absolute object. If the archaic arts, the primitive arts, and the primitive periods of learned arts, are the only ones which do not age, they owe it to this consecration of the accident in the service of execution, therefore in employment, that they seek to render integral, of the raw given as the empirical matter of a signification 7. Finally, it must be added that the balance between structure and event, necessity and contingency, interiority and exteriority, is a precarious balance, constantly threatened by the tract ions which are exerted in one direction or the other, according to the fluctuations of fashion, style, and general social conditions. From this point of view, Impressionism and Cubism appear less as two successive stages in the development of painting than as two complicit enterprises, although they were not born at the same moment, acting in collusion to prolong, by deformations complementary, a mode of expression whose very existence, we see this better today, was seriously threatened. The intermittent vogue for collages, born when craftsmanship expired, could be, for its part, only a transposition of do-it-yourself on the ground of contemplative purposes. Finally, the emphasis on the event aspect can also become dissociated depending on the moment, emphasizing more, at the expense of the structure, meaning, the structure of the same level, because it is not excluded that the structural aspect re-established elsewhere and on a new level, sometimes social temporality, as at the end of the 18th century with Grote, or with socialist realism, sometimes natural and even meteorological temporality, in Impressionism. If, on the speculative level, mythical thought is not without analogy with DIY on the practical level, and if artistic creation is placed at equal distance between these two forms of activity and science, play and right offer relations of the same type between them. Any game is defined by all of its rules, which make possible a practically unlimited number of games, but the right, which is also played out, rather resembles a privileged part, retained among all the possibilities because it alone results in a certain type of balance between the two camps. The transposition is easily verifiable in the case of the Gahyukagama of New Guinea, who have learned football, but who play, several days in a row, as many games as necessary so that those lost and won are exactly balanced. By each side, read, p. 429, which is to treat a game as a right. The same can be said of the games that took place among the Fox Indians, during adoption ceremonies, the purpose of which was to replace a dead relative with a living one, and thus to allow the final departure of the soul of the deceased. The funeral rites of the Foxes seem in fact inspired by the major concern of getting rid of the dead, and preventing them from taking revenge on the living for the bitterness and regret they feel at no longer being among them. The indigenous philosophy therefore resolutely adopts the side of the living. Death is hard, harder still is grief. The origin of death goes back to the destruction, by supernatural powers, of the younger of the two mythical brothers who play the role of cultural heroes among all the Algonquin, but it was not yet final. It was the eldest who made it so by rejecting, despite his pain, the request of the ghost who wanted to resume his place among the living. Following this example, men will have to show themselves firm vis-a-vis the dead. The living will make it clear to them that they have lost nothing by dying, for they will regularly receive offerings of tobacco and food. On the other hand, they are expected to compensate for this death, the reality of which they remind the living, and for the grief they cause them by their death, to guarantee them a long existence, clothing, and food. Now it is the dead who bring abundance, comments the native informant. They, the Indians, must coax them to this end. Michelson 1, pages 369, 407. However, the rites of adoption, which are essential to decide the soul of the dead to definitively join the beyond where it will assume its role as protective spirit, normally accompany sporting competitions, games of skill or chance, between camps constituted in accordance with an ad hoc division into two halves, token on one side, kiko on the other, and it is expressly said, on many occasions, that the game opposes the living and the dead, as if, before being finally rid of it, the living offered the deceased the consolation of a final game. But, from this principled asymmetry between the two camps, it automatically follows that the outcome is determined in advance. This is what happens when they play ball. If the man, the deceased, for whom the rite of adoption is celebrated was a tokana, the tokanagi win the game. The kikoagi cannot win. And if the party is for a kiko woman, the kikoagi win, and the tokanagi can't win. Michelson 1, p. 385. And indeed, what is the reality? In the great biological and social game that is perpetually playing out between the living and the dead, it is clear that the only winners are the first. But, and all of North American mythology is there to confirm this, in a symbolic way, which countless myths depict as real, winning at the game is killing the adversary. By always prescribing the triumph of the camp of the dead, we therefore give them the illusion that they are the truly living, and that their adversaries are dead since they kill them. Under the guise of playing with the dead, we play them, and bind them. The formal structure of what, at first glance, might appear to be a sporting competition, is in all respects similar to that of a pure ritual, such as the Mitoit or Midwiven of the same Algonquin populations, where the neophytes are symbolically killed by the dead whose initiates play the role, in order to obtain a supplement of real life at the cost of a simulated death. Either way, death is usurped, but only to be tricked. The game therefore appears to be disjunctive. It results in the creation of a differential gap between individual players or camps, which nothing initially designated as unequal. Yet, at the end of the game, they will distinguish themselves as winners and losers. Symmetrically and inversely, the ritual is conjunctive, because it establishes a union, we can say here a communion, or, in any case, an organic relationship, between two groups, which merge, at the limit, one with the character of the officiant, the other with the community of the faithful, and which were dissociated at the start. In the case of the game, the symmetry is therefore pre-ordered, and it is structural, since it stems from the principle that the rules are the same for both sides. Asymmetry is engendered, it inevitably stems from the contingency of events, whether these arise from intention, chance, or talent. In the case of the ritual, it is the opposite. A preconceived and postulated asymmetry is posed between profane and sacred, faithful and officiating, dead and alive, initiates and non-initiates, etc., and the game consists in passing all the participants on the side of the winning party, by means of events whose nature and order have a truly structural character. Like science, although here again, either on the speculative level or on the practical level, the game produces events from a structure, we therefore understand that competitive games prosper in our industrial societies, while rites and myths, in the manner of do-it-yourself, which these same industrial societies no longer tolerate, except as a hobby or pastime, decompose and recompose event sets, on the psychic, socio-historical, or technique, and use them as so many indestructible pieces. With a view to structural arrangements that alternately take the place of ends and means. Chapter 2. The Logic of Totemic Classifications. There is, no doubt, something paradoxical in the idea of a logic whose terms consist of bits and pieces, vestiges of psychological or historical processes, and as such, devoid of necessity. Whoever says logic, nevertheless says establishment of necessary relations, but how would such relations be established between terms that nothing destined to fulfill this function? Propositions can only be rigorously linked together if their terms have been unequivocally defined beforehand. In the preceding pages, have we not assigned ourselves the impossible task of discovering the conditions of a necessity a posteriori? But, in the first place, these bits and pieces only offer this character in the eyes of the history which produced them, and not from the point of view of the logic to which they serve. It is only in relation to the content that they can be said to be heterogeneous, because, as far as form is concerned, there is an analogy between them, which the example of tinkering has made it possible to define. This analogy consists in the incorporation, into their very form, of a certain amount of content, which is approximately equal for all. The signifying images of the myth, the materials of the handyman, are elements definable by a double criterion. They served, as words of a discourse that mythical reflection dismantles, in the manner of the handyman tending the gables of an old alarm clock disassembled, and they can still be used for the same use, or for a different use if they are diverted from their first function. Secondly, neither the images of the myth, nor the materials of the handyman, come from pure becoming. This rigor, which seems to be lacking in them when we observe them at the time of their new employment, they possessed it not long ago, when they were part of other coherent wholes, and what is more, they still possess it, insofar as they are not raw materials, but already worked products, terms of language, or, in the case of do-it-yourself, terms of a technological system, therefore condensed expressions of necessary ratios of which, in various ways, the constraints will echo the echo on each of their levels of use. Their necessity is not simple and unequivocal, it nevertheless exists, like the invariance, of a semantic or aesthetic order, which characterizes the group of transformations to which they lend themselves, and of which we have seen that they are not unlimited. This logic operates somewhat like a kaleidoscope, an instrument that also contains bits and pieces, through which structural arrangements are made. The fragments come from a process of breakage and destruction, in itself contingent, but on condition that its products offer certain homologies between them, in size, liveliness of color, transparency. They no longer have their own being, in relation to the manufactured objects which spoke a discourse of which they have become the indefinable debris, but, in another respect, they must have enough of them to participate usefully in the formation of a being of a new type. This being consists of arrangements where, by the play of mirrors, reflections are equivalent to objects. That is to say, where signs take the rank of things signified, these arrangements actualize possibilities, the number of which, even very high, is all the same not unlimited, since it depends on the dispositions and the balances that can be achieved between bodies whose number is itself finite. Finally and above all, these arrangements, generated by the meeting of contingent events, the gyration of the instrument by the observer, and a law, the one governing the construction of the kaleidoscope, which corresponds to the invariant element of the constraints we were talking about earlier. Projects models of intelligibility that are in some way provisional, since each arrangement is expressible in the form of rigorous relations between its parts, and since these relations have no other content than the arrangement itself, to which, in the experience of the observer, no object corresponds, although it may be that by this means certain objective structures are revealed before their empirical support, such as, for example, those of crystal snow or certain types of radiolarians and diatoms, to the observer who has never seen them before. Asterisk. We therefore conceive that such a concrete logic is possible. It now remains to define its characteristics and the way in which they manifest themselves during ethnographic observation. This seizes them under a double affective and intellectual aspect. The beings that native thought endows with meaning are perceived as offering a certain kinship with man. The Ojibwe believe in a universe of supernatural beings. But, by calling these beings supernatural, one distorts the thinking of the Indians a little. As much as man himself, they belong to the natural order of the universe, for they resemble man in that they are endowed with intelligence and emotion. Like man too, they are male or female, and some may have families. Some are attached to specific places, others move freely, they have friendly or hostile dispositions towards the Indians. Point 2, p. 29. Other observations emphasize that this sense of identification goes deeper than the notion of differences. Genus, that is, towards spirits, gods and people as souls, cannot be properly described as a relation, let alone by terms such as sympathy, empathy, abnormal, supernormal or neurotic, or again, mystical or magical. It is not extrasensory, because it is partly of the order of sensibility, and partly foreign to it. It is a matter of normal consciousness, Handy and Pukui, p. 117. The natives themselves sometimes have a keen sense of the concrete character of their knowledge, and they contrast it vigorously with that of the whites. We know what animals do, what the needs of the beaver, bear, salmon, and other creatures are, because in the old days men married them, and they acquired this knowledge from their animal wives. White people have lived in this country for a short time, and they don't know much about animals. We have been here for thousands of years and the animals themselves taught us a long time ago. White people write everything down in a book, so as not to forget, but our ancestors married the animals, they learned all their uses, and they passed on this knowledge from generation to generation. Genus 3, p. 540. This disinterested and attentive, affectionate and tender knowledge, acquired and transmitted in a conjugal and filial climate, is described here with such noble simplicity that it seems superfluous to evoke on this subject the bizarre hypotheses inspired in philosophers by an overly theoretical view of the development of human knowledge. Nothing here calls for the intervention of a so-called principle of participation, nor even of a mysticism impregnated with metaphysics, which we no longer perceive except through the distorting glass of established religions. The practical conditions of this concrete knowledge, its means and its methods, the effective values that imbue it, all of this is found and can be observed very close to us, among those of our contemporaries whose tastes and profession place, vis-a-vis animals, in a situation which, mutatis mutandis, is as close as our civilization will tolerate, to that which was habitual to all hunting peoples, namely circus people and employees of zoological gardens. Nothing is more instructive in this respect, after the native testimonies that we have just quoted, than the account, by the director of the Zoological Gardens of Zurich, of his first tête-à-tête, if one can say so, with a dolphin. Not without noting an exaggeratedly human gaze, the bizarre respiratory orifice, the smooth texture and waxy consistency of the skin, the 4 rows of sharp teeth in the beak-like mouth, the author describes his emotion thus. Flippy was nothing like a fish, and when, less than a meter away, he fixed his sparkling gaze on you, how not to wonder if he was really an animal? So unexpected, so strange, so completely mysterious was this creature, that one was tempted to see in it a bewitched being. Alas, the zoologist's brain could not dissociate it from the icy certainty, almost painful in this circumstance, that in scientific terms there was nothing there but Tertiops truncatus, Heidegger, p. 138. Such remarks, from the pen of a man of science, would suffice to show, if need be, that theoretical knowledge is not incompatible with feeling, that knowledge can be both objective and subjective, and finally that concrete relationships between man and living beings sometimes color with their affective shades, themselves an emanation of this primitive identification, in which Rousseau profoundly saw the interdependent condition of all thought and of all society, the entire universe of scientific knowledge, especially in civilizations whose science is entirely natural. But, if taxonomy and tender friendship can go hand in hand in the conscience of the zoologist, there is no reason to invoke separate principles to explain the meeting of these two attitudes in the thought of so-called primitive peoples. Asterisk. After Griel, Dieterlen, and Zahan established the extent and systematic character of indigenous classifications in Sudan, the Dogon divide plants into 22 main families, some of which are subdivided into 11 subgroups. The 22 families, listed in the proper order, are divided into two composite series, one of families of odd rank, the other of families of even rank. In the first, which symbolizes single births, the so-called male and female plants are respectively associated with the rainy season and the dry season. In the second, which symbolizes twin births, the same relationship exists, but reversed. Each family is also divided into one of three categories: tree, shrub, grass. 9. Finally, each family is in correspondence with a part of the body, a technique, a social class, an institution. Dieterlen 1, 2. Facts of this kind caused surprise when they were brought back from Africa for the first time. However, very analogous forms of classification have been described for a very long time in America, and it is these which inspired Durkheim and Moss to write a famous essay. While referring the reader to it, we will add a few examples to those already collected there. The Navajo Indians, who call themselves great classifiers, divide living beings into two categories, depending on whether or not they are endowed with speech. Speechless beings include animals and plants. Animals fall into three groups: running, flying, or crawling. Each group is, in turn, intersected by a double division, that between land travelers and water travelers on the one hand, and on the other hand, that between day travelers and night travelers. The division of species obtained by this method is not always the same as that of zoology. It thus happens that birds grouped in pairs on the basis of an opposition, male/female, belong in fact to the same sex, but to different genera, for the association is based, on the one hand on their relative size, on the other hand on their place in the classification of colors, and on the function assigned to them in magic and ritual. Richard, 1, 2. 10. But the indigenous taxonomy is often sufficiently precise and unequivocal to allow certain identifications, thus that, made only a few years ago, of the big fly evoked in the myths, with the Tachnidae, Hystritia pollinosa. The plants are named according to three characters: the supposed sex, the medicinal virtues, and the visual or tactile aspect, thorny, sticky, etc. A second tripartition according to size, large, medium, small, intersects each of the preceding characters. This taxonomy is homogeneous throughout the reserve, approximately 7 million hectares, and despite the dispersion over such a vast territory of its 60,000 occupants. Richard, Wyman, and Harris, Vestal, Elmore. Each animal or plant is in correspondence with a natural element, itself variable according to the rites of which we know the extreme complexity among the Navajo. Thus, in the cut flint ritual, flint chant, the following correspondences are found: crane sky, red bird sun, eagle mountain, hawk rock, bluebird tree, hummingbird plant, acorn beetle earth, water heron, hyla. Like the Zuni, who particularly caught the attention of Durkheim and Moss, the Hopi classify natural beings and phenomena by means of a vast system of correspondences. By bringing together the scattered information from various authors, we obtain the following table which, without a doubt, is only a modest fragment of a total system of which many elements are missing. Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, Northeast, Zenith, Nadir. Colors: yellow, blue, green, red, white, black, multicolored. Animals: puma, bear, wildcat, wolf, vulture, snake. Birds: oriole, bluebird, Sialia, parrot, magpie, swallow, warbler. Trees: Douglas, pine, white pine, red willow. Bushes: rabbit brush, chrysotamnus, sagebrush, artemisia. Cliff rose, Cauania stansberryana. A gray rabbit brush, chrysotamnus. Flowers: mariposa lily, Calochirtus, larkspur, delphinium, castillera, anagra. Corn: yellow, blue, red, white, purple, sweet. Beans: green bean, Phaseolus vulgar, butter bean, Plias, vulgar. Small: lima, Phaseolus, lunatus. Various: the beans being further subdivided into clear, clear, white, white, blue, black, yellow, black, gray, red, red, brown, spotted, yellow, rose, rouge, noir. Such correspondences are also recognized by populations whose social structure is much looser than that of the Pueblo. The salmon carving Eskimo uses, to represent each species, wood whose color more closely resembles that of flesh. All wood is salmon. Rasmussen, p. 198. We have limited ourselves to a few examples among others, which would be even more numerous if prejudices based on primitive simplicity and ethnologists to inform themselves about conscious, complex, and coherent classification systems, the existence of which would have seemed to them incompatible with a very low economic and technical level, from which they concluded too hastily at an equivalent intellectual level. We are only beginning to suspect that ancient observations by rare and shrewd investigators, such as Cushing, do not relate to exceptional cases, but denote forms of knowledge and thought extremely widespread in so-called primitive societies. As a result, the traditional image we had of this primitiveness must change. Never and nowhere has the savage doubtless been this being barely out of the animal condition, still delivered to the empire of his needs and his instincts, which we have too often taken pleasure in imagining. And, no more, this consciousness dominated by affectivity and drowned in confusion and participation. The examples that we have cited, the others that could have been added to them, testify in favor of a thought broken in all the exercises of speculation, close to that of the naturalists and the Hermetics of antiquity and the Middle Ages, Galen, Pliny, Hermes Trismegistus, Albert the Great. From this point of view, the totemic classifications are probably less far than it seems from the plant emblematicism of the Greeks and Romans, expressed by means of crowns of olive, of oak, of laurel, of ache, etc. Or that which was still practiced in the medieval church where, depending on the feast, the choir was strewn with hay, rush, ivy, or sand. The astrological herbalisms distinguished 7 planetary plants, 12 herbs associated with the signs of the zodiac, 36 plants attributed to the decans and the horoscopes. The former, to be effective, had to be picked on a certain day and at a certain time, which were specified for each: Sunday, for the hazel and the olive tree; Monday for rue, clover, peony, chicory; Tuesday, for verbena; Wednesday for periwinkle; Thursday, for verbena, periwinkle, peony, laburnum, and quinquefolium if intended for medicinal purposes; Friday for chicory, mandrake, and verbena used for incantations; Saturday, for cruciata and plantain. We even find in Theophrastus a system of correspondences between plants and birds, where the peony is associated with the woodpecker, the centaurid with the triarchis and the falcon, the black hellebore with the eagle. Delit. All of this, which we willingly attribute to a natural philosophy elaborated at length by specialists, themselves heirs to a 1,000-year-old tradition, is found very precisely in exotic societies. The Omaha Indians see one of the major differences between the whites and them in the fact that Indians do not pick flowers, meaning, for pleasure. Indeed, plants have sacred uses known only to their secret masters. Even the saponaria, soapweed, that everyone uses in the steam bath, to treat toothaches, earaches, or rheumatism, was picked as if it were a sacred root. In the hole made by the root, we put down a pinch of tobacco, sometimes also a knife and coins, and the picker made a short prayer, "I took what you gave me, and I leave you this. I wish to have a long life, and that no evil reach mine and me." Fortune 1, p. 175. When a witch healer from eastern Canada picks up roots, leaves, or medicinal bark, he does not fail to conciliate the soul of the plant by depositing a small offering of tobacco, because he is convinced that, without the help of the soul, the body of the plant would, on its own, have no efficacy. Genesis 1, p. 60. The Fulani of the Sudan classify plants in series, each in relation to a day of the week and to one of the 8 directions. The plant must be collected according to these various classifications. Bark, root, leaves or fruit must be taken in relation to the day of the lunar month to which the plant corresponds, by invoking the Lar, guardian spirit of the herds, which is related to the sequence of the month and according to the position of the sun. Thus, the Silitigi, when giving his instructions, will say, for example, to do such a thing, you will take the leaf of a climbing thorn without bark, on such a day, when the sun will be in such a position, in looking at such cardinal direction, invoking such Lar. Hampat Ba and Diaturlin, p. 23. Asterisk. The indigenous classifications are not only methodical and based on a solidly structured theoretical knowledge. They are also sometimes comparable, from a formal point of view, to those that zoology and botany continue to use. The Aymara Indians of the Bolivian plateau, perhaps descendants of the legendary Kala to whom the great civilization of Tiahuanaco is due, are skilled experimenters in the preservation of food products, so much so that by directly imitating their dehydration techniques, the American army was able, during the last war, to reduce to the volume of shoeboxes rations of mashed potatoes sufficient for 100 meals. They were also agronomists and botanists, who developed, perhaps further than ever before, the cultivation and taxonomy of the genus Solanum, whose importance to these Indians is explained by their establishment at an altitude above 4,000 m, where the maize does not reach maturity. The varieties still distinguished by the native vocabulary exceed 250, and they were certainly more numerous in the past. This taxonomy operates by means of a descriptive variety term, to which is added a modifying adjective for each subvariety. Thus, the variety Imola, young girl, is subdivided, either according to the color, black, blue, white, red, sanguine, or according to other characters, grassy, insipid, ovoid, etc. There are about 22 main varieties thus subdivided, with, in addition, a general dichotomy which distinguishes varieties and subvarieties according to whether they are immediately edible after cooking, or only after a series of freezing and alternating fermentations. Almost always, a binomial taxonomy is inspired by criteria such as shape, flat, thick, spiral, cactus racket, Claude, egg, beef tongue, etc., texture, mealy, elastic, sticky, etc., the gender, girl or boy. Labar. He is a professional biologist who points out how many errors and confusions could have been avoided, some of which were only rectified in recent times, if ancient travelers had trusted native taxonomies instead of improvise others from scratch, resulting in the attribution, by 11 authors, of the same scientific name Canis azari to 3 distinct genera, 8 species, and 9 different subspecies, or even the imposition of several names on the same variety of the same species. On the contrary, the Guarani of Argentina and Paraguay operated methodically by simple terms, binomials and trinomials, thus distinguishing, For example, between felines, the forms of large size, those of small size, and intermediate sizes, the diaguid is the big feline par excellence, the mbaracadiawas, also par excellence, the little wildcat, felines of intermediate size. Chivi that they bear a certain resemblance to our scientific nomenclature. These primitive Indians did not abandon the naming of things in nature at random, but they brought together tribal councils to decide on the terms which best corresponded to the characters of the species, classifying the groups and subgroups with great accuracy. Remembering the native terms of a country's fauna is not only an act of piety and honesty, it is also a scientific duty. Denler, pages 234 and 244. Throughout much of the Cape York Peninsula in northern Australia, food is distinguished into vegetable and animal by means of two special morphemes. The Wik-Munkin, a tribe established in the valley and the estuary of the Archer on the west coast, refine on this division by prefixing the term mi to each name of plant, or of food which derives from it, and the term min to each name of animal, piece of meat, or food of animal origin. Similarly, Yuk serves as a prefix for any tree name or term for a stick, a piece of wood, or a wooden artifact, the Khoi prefix, for all kinds of fibers and ropes, Wak for herbs, Tuk for snakes, Kampan and Wank for baskets, depending on whether they are woven in straw or cord. Finally, the same type of nominal construction with the prefix arc makes it possible to distinguish the forms of the landscape and their association with this or that type of flora or fauna, arc tomp, beach, arc tomp nintan, area of dunes behind the beaches, arc pint l, coastal plain with salt marshes, etc. The natives have a keen sense of the characteristic trees, bushes, and grasses peculiar to each plant association, taking this expression in its ecological sense. They are able to enumerate, in the greatest detail and without any hesitation, the trees specific to each association, the type of fiber and resin, the herbs, the raw materials they obtain there, as well as the mammals and birds that frequent each type of habitat. In truth, their knowledge is so precise and so detailed that they also know how to name the transitional types. For each association, my informants described without hesitation the seasonal evolution of fauna and food resources. In zoological and botanical matters, the native taxonomy makes it possible to differentiate genera, species, and varieties, my wadiyi, Dioscorea transversa, my kaara, Dioscorea sativa var rotunda, Bale, Yucputa, Eucalyptus papuana, Yucbridge, E. tetradonta, Tuckpole, Python spilotes, Tucoingorpan, P. amethystinus, Min pank, Macropus agilis, Min caoimpia, M. rufus, Min loalong, M. giganteus, etc. It is therefore not excessive to say, as the author of these observations does, that the distribution of plants and animals, as well as of the foodstuffs and raw materials derived from them, bears a certain resemblance to a simple Linnean classification. Thomson, pages 165-167. Asterisk. Faced with so much precision and meticulousness, one begins to deplore the fact that every ethnologist is not also a mineralogist, a botanist, and a zoologist, and even an astronomer. Because it is not only to Australians and Sudanese, but to almost all indigenous peoples, that Richard's remark about the Navajo applies. Since they consider all things in the universe essential to their well-being, the classification nature becomes a major problem of religious studies, and it demands the greatest attention from the point of view of taxonomy. We would need a list, with English, scientific, Latin, and Navajo terms, of all plants, all animals, especially birds, rodents, insects, and worms, ores and rocks, shells, stars, Richard 1, p. 7. In fact, we discover more every day that, in order to interpret myths and rites correctly, and even to interpret them from a structural point of view, which we would be wrong to confuse this with a simple formal analysis, the precise identification of the plants and animals mentioned, or which are directly used in the form of fragments or remains, is essential. Let us quickly give two examples, one borrowed from botany, the other from zoology. In almost all of North America, the plant called sagebrush, plays a capital role in the most diverse rituals, either alone or associated and opposed to other plants, Solidago, Chrysotamnus, Gutierrez. All of this remains anecdotal and arbitrary, as long as we have not inquired about the precise nature of the American sage, which is not a labiate, but a compound. In fact, the vernacular term covers several varieties of mugwort, artemisia, moreover, meticulously distinguished by native nomenclatures and each assigned to different ritual functions. This identification, supplemented by a survey of the popular pharmacopoeia, demonstrates that in North America as in the Old World, sagebrushes are plants with feminine, lunar, and nocturnal connotations, mainly used for the treatment of dysmenorrhea and difficult deliveries. 11. A similar research on the other plant group reveals that they are synonymous species, or assimilated by indigenous thought because of their yellow flowers and their dyeing and medicinal use, to treat disorders of the digestive tract. Urinary, i.e. of the male genitalia. We therefore have a set, symmetrical and inverse to the previous one, with a male, solar, diurnal connotation. It follows first that the sacred character belongs to the signifying pair, rather than to each plant or type of plant considered in isolation. On the other hand, this system, which emerges explicitly from the analysis of certain rituals, such as that of the Hidatsa eagle hunt, but only thanks to the exceptional insight of the observer G. L. Wilson, pages 150–151, can be generalized to other cases where it had not been demonstrated. Thus, among the Hopi Indians, the making of prayer sticks, by adding twigs to the feathers which form the main element of Gutierrezia euthymia and Artemisia frigida, as well as, among these same Indians, the qualification of the cardinal points by different associations of Artemisia and Chrysotamnus, cfeg Voth 1, Passim, 2, p. 75 sq. 5, p. 130. We thus glimpse the means of posing, sometimes even of solving, various problems hitherto neglected, such as that of the dichotomy, among the Navajo, of the feminine pole in Chrysotamnus, yet male, in the principal opposition, and pentstemon, a scrofularinate, vestal, interpretable by the following diagram. At the same time, the meaning of certain ritual particularities common to several populations is revealed, despite geographical distance and differences in language and culture. A draft system appears on the scale of the continent. Finally, for the comparatist, the analogy between the positions of Artemisia in the Old and the New World opens up a new field for investigation and reflection, no less, of course, than the role reserved in the New World for Solidago virga aurea, in other words, a golden branch. The second example relates to the rites already mentioned in the previous paragraph, those of eagle hunting among the Hidatsa who, like many other American populations, attribute an eminently sacred character to this occupation. However, according to the Hidatsa, the hunting of eagles was taught to men by supernatural animals who first invented the technique and the processes, and which the myths designate rather vaguely as bears. Informants seem to hesitate between the little black bear and the wolverine or wolverine, English wolverine, Gulolus. Without ignoring the problem, the Hidatsa specialists, Wilson, Densmore, Bowers, Beckwith, have not attached primary importance to it. After all, they are mythical animals, the identification of which might be considered useless, if not even impossible. And yet, on this identification depends the entire interpretation of the ritual. Compared to hunting eagles, there is nothing to be gained from bears, for wolverines, a Canadian adaptation of an Indian word meaning bad temper, it's another matter, because they occupy a very special place in folklore, a deceptive animal in northeastern Algonquin mythology. The wolverine is an animal hated and feared by the Eskimo of Hudson's Bay as well as the western Athapascan and the coastal tribes of Alaska and Colombia. British. Putting together information about all these populations, we get the same explanation that a contemporary geographer independently gathered from the mouths of trappers, the wolverine is about the only member of the weasel family that cannot be taken in the trap. He enjoys stealing, not only the catches, but even the traps of the hunter. The latter only gets rid of it with a gun. Brulette, p. 155. Now, the Hidatsa hunt eagles by hiding in pits. The eagle is attracted by a bait placed above, and when the bird lands to seize it, the hunter catches it with his bare hands. This technique therefore offers a paradoxical character. The man is the trap, but to fulfill this role, he must descend into a pit, that is to say assume the position of the animal caught in the trap. He is both hunter and game. Of all the animals, the wolverine is the only one who knows how to overcome this contradictory situation. Not only does he fear nothing of the traps prepared for him, but he competes with the trapper by stealing his catches, and his traps even at the opportunity. If this beginning of an interpretation is correct, it follows that the ritual importance of eagle hunting among the Hidatsa stems, at least in part, from the use of pits, that is, the adoption, by the hunter, of a singularly low position, literally, and, as we have just seen, also figuratively, to capture game whose position is the highest. Objectively speaking, the eagle flies high, and also, from the mythical point of view, where the eagle is put at the top of the hierarchy of birds. The analysis of the ritual verifies, in all its details, this hypothesis of a dualism of a celestial prey and a chthonic hunter, which also evokes the strongest conceivable opposition, in the field of hunting, under the ratio of top and bottom. The extraordinary complication of the rites which precede, accompany, and conclude the eagle hunt is therefore the counterpart of the exceptional position occupied by it within a mythical typology, which makes it the concrete expression of a maximum gap between the hunter and his game. At the same time, certain obscure points of the ritual become clear, in particular the range and the significance of the myths told during the hunting expeditions, which refer to cultural heroes capable of transforming themselves into arrows, and masters of the hunt for bow, doubly unfit, for this reason, to play the role of bait for hunting eagles, under their animal appearance of wildcat and raccoon. Indeed, bow hunting concerns the region of space located immediately above the ground, that is to say the atmospheric or average sky. The hunter and the game are conjoined there in the intermediate space. While the hunt for eagles separates them by assigning them opposite locations, the hunter under the earth, the game near the empyrean sky. Another singular aspect of eagle hunting is that women exert a beneficial influence there during their menses, contrary to virtually universal beliefs among hunting peoples, including the Hidatsa themselves for any other hunting than that of eagles. This detail also becomes clear, in the light of what has just been said, if we take into account that, in eagle hunting conceived as the reduction of a maximum gap between hunter and game, the mediation operates, on the technical level, through the intermediary of the bait, piece of meat or small piece of game, therefore bloody body destined to a rapid putrefaction. A primary hunt, that which provides the bait, conditions a secondary hunt. One is bloody, by means of the bow and arrows, the other non-bloody. The eagles will be strangled without bloodshed. One, which consists in a close conjunction of the hunter and the game, furnishes the mediating term of a conjunction so remote that it first appears as an insurmountable disjunction, except, precisely, by blood. In such a system, the feminine rules acquire a triple positive determination. From a strictly formal point of view, one hunt being the inverse of the other, the role attributed to the rules is also reversed. Maleficent in one case, by excess of similarity, they become beneficial in the other case, where their metaphorical meaning is coupled with a metonymical meaning, since they evoke the bait as blood and organic corruption, and since the bait is a part of the system. From the technical point of view, in fact, the bloody body, soon to be carrion, contiguous for hours or even days to the living hunter, is the means of the capture, and it is significant that the same native term designates the loving embrace, and that of the bait by the bird. Finally, on the semantic level, defilement, at least in the thought of the Indians of North America, consists of a too close conjunction of two terms which were each intended to remain in a pure state. If, in the next hunt, The feminine rules always risk introducing an excess of conjunction, leading by redundancy to the saturation of the primitive relationship and neutralizing its dynamic virtue. In the distant hunt it is the opposite, the conjunction is deficient. And the only means of remedying its weakness consists in admitting to it defilement, which will appear as periodicity on the axis of successions, or as corruption on the axis of simultaneities. As these two axes correspond, one to a mythology of agriculture, the other to a mythology of hunting, we access through this interpretation a global reference system, allowing us to see homologies between themes whose developments are, at first sight, unrelated. Now, in the case of eagle hunting, this result is very important, because it exists, with various forms, but always strongly impregnated with ritual, over almost the entire extent of the American continent, and among peoples of different cultures, some hunters, others farmers. The modest but positive function attributed to defilement among the Hidatsa, the Mandan, and the Pawnee, with, moreover, variants that can be interpreted according to the social organization of each tribe, can therefore be treated as a case of a larger whole, of which another particular case is illustrated by the Pueblo myth of the man betrothed to an eagle girl, a myth linked among the Pueblo to another, that of the ghost fiancé, corpse girl, ghost wife, where defilement has a strong function, fiancé corpse, instead of indisposed wife, but negative, resulting in the death of the hunter, instead of his success, because, according to the Pueblo Indians, and as explained in the myths, rabbits, which constitute the object par excellence of ritual hunting, should not be made to bleed, whereas, for the Hidatsa, they should be made to bleed so that they can serve as a means of the ritual hunt par excellence, the hunt for eagles, which must not bleed. Indeed, the Pueblo capture the eagles, raise them, but do not kill them, and some groups even abstain completely, for fear of forgetting to feed the birds, and starving them to death. To return briefly to the Hidatsa, other problems arise, which relate to the mythical role devolved to the wolverine, in a region bordering the major distribution area, more northerly, of this animal species 12. We bring up this point to underline that problems of historical and geographical order, as well as semantic and structural, are all linked to the precise identification of an animal which fulfills a mythical function, Guloluscus. This identification has a profound effect on the interpretation of myths from populations as far removed from the habitat of the wolverine as the Pueblo, or even, in the heart of tropical America, the Xerent of central Brazil who also possess the myth of the bride phantom. But we are not insinuating that all these myths were borrowed, despite the considerable distances, from a northern culture. The question could only arise for the Hidatsa, since the wolverine figures explicitly in their myths. In the other cases, we will limit ourselves to noting that analogous logical structures can be constructed by means of different lexical resources. The elements are not constant, only the relations. Asterisk. This last remark leads to the examination of another difficulty. It is not enough to identify with precision each animal, each plant, stone, celestial body, or natural phenomenon evoked in the myths and the ritual, multiple tasks for which the ethnographer is rarely prepared. It is also necessary to know what role each culture attributes to them within a system of meanings. Certainly, it is useful to illustrate the richness and finesse of native observation and to describe its methods, prolonged and repeated attention, assiduous exercise of all the senses, ingenuity that is not discouraged by the methodical analysis of animal droppings to know their eating habits, etc. Of all these minute details, patiently accumulated over the centuries and faithfully transmitted from one generation to another, only some are retained to assign the animal or the plant a significant function in a system. However, it is necessary to know which ones, because, from one society to another and for the same species, these relations are not constant. The Iban or Sea Dayak of southern Borneo derive omens by interpreting the song and flight of several species of birds. The hasty song of the crested jay, Platylophus galericulatus cuvier, evokes, they say, the crackling of embers, and it therefore augurs favorably for the success of burning. The alarm cry of a trogon, Harpax diardi compared to the rattles of a slaughtered animal, portends a good hunt, while the alarm cry of Saja abnormis temink is supposed to scrape off evil spirits that haunt cultures, because it resembles the scraping of a knife. Another trogon, Harpax tuvosli temink, predicts the success of commercial expeditions with its laugh, and with its shiny red cameo, it evokes the prestige attached to victorious wars and distant travels. It is clear that the same details could have been given different meanings, and that other characteristic features of the same birds could have been preferred to these. The divinatory system chooses only a few distinctive traits, lends them an arbitrary meaning, and limits itself to 7 birds whose choice surprises because of their insignificance. But, arbitrary at the level of terms, the system becomes coherent when one considers it as a whole. It retains only birds to whose habits one can easily lend an anthropomorphic symbolism, and easy to differentiate from one another by means of combinable traits. Between them to forge more complex messages, Freeman. However, given the richness and diversity of the raw material of which only a few elements, among so many possibilities, are implemented by the system, there can be no doubt that a considerable number of systems of the same type would have offered a coherence equal, and that none is predestined to be chosen by all societies and all civilizations. Terms never have intrinsic meaning, their meaning is positional, a function of history and cultural context on the one hand, and on the other hand of the structure of the system in which they are called upon to figure. This selective attitude is already evident at the level of vocabulary. In Navajo, the wild turkey is the bird that pokes, the woodpecker hammers. Worms, larvae, and insects are grouped under a generic term which expresses the swarming, the eruption, the boiling, the effervescence. Insects are therefore thought to be in the larval state rather than in the form of a chrysalis or an adult. The name of the lark refers to its elongated spur, whereas the English more readily retains the protruding feathers of its head, horned lek. Richard 1, pages 10-11. When he set out to study how the Hananu of the Philippine Islands classify colors, Conklin was at first bewildered by apparent confusions and contradictions. However, these disappeared as soon as the informant was asked to define, no longer isolated samples, but internal oppositions to contrasting pairs. There was therefore a coherent system, but this could not emerge in the terms of our own system, which uses 2 axes, that of value, and that of chromatism. All ambiguities were removed when it was understood that the Hananu system also has 2 axes, but otherwise defined. It distinguishes the colors, on the one hand into relatively light and relatively dark, on the other hand according to whether they are usual for fresh plants or withered plants. The natives thus compare the shiny brown color of a section of bamboo which has just been cut to green, whereas we ourselves would compare it to red if we had to classify it in terms of the simple opposition between the colors red and green that we meet in Hananu. Conklin 2. Similarly, closely related animals may appear frequently in folklore, although with different meanings. The woodpecker and its congeners are in this case. If the creeper arouses the interest of Australians, it is, as Radcliffe Brown has shown, 2. Because it haunts the hollows of trees, but the prairie Indians of North America pay attention to quite another detail. The red-headed woodpecker is supposed to be protected from birds of prey because its remains are never found. Schoolcraft. A little further south, the Pawnee of Upper Missouri establish a relationship, like the ancient Romans, it seems, between peak and tempest and storm. Fletcher 2, while the Osage associate this bird with the sun and the stars, La Flecha. But, for the Ibn of Borneo mentioned earlier, a variety of woodpecker, Blithopicus rubiginosus swainson, receives a symbolic role because of its triumphant song, and the solemn warning character attributed to its shout. No doubt these are not exactly the same birds, but the example makes it possible to better understand how different populations could use the same animal in their symbolism, based on characters unrelated to each other, habitat, meteorological association, cry, etc. Live animal or dead animal. Yet each detail would be interpretable in different ways. The Indians of the southwestern United States, who live by agriculture, consider the raven mainly as a plunderer of gardens, while the Indians of the northwest coast of the Pacific, who are exclusively fishermen and hunters, see in the same bird a eater of carrion and therefore of excrement. The semantic load of Corvus is different in the two cases, either vegetable or animal, and of rivalry with man in similarity, or of antagonism in reverse conduct. The bee is a totemic animal, both in Africa and in Australia. But, among the newer, it is a secondary totem associated with the python, because the two species have the same marked body. Whoever has the python for totem therefore abstains from killing the bees and eating their honey. A similar association exists between the red ant and the cobra, because the name of the latter properly means the brown one. Evans Pritchard 2, p. 68. Infinitely more complex is the semantic position of the bee among those Australian tribes of the Kimberley whose languages include nominal classes. Thus, the Angarainian recognize three successive dichotomies: first, things and beings inanimate or inanimate; then, rational and irrational beings; finally, rational beings in males and females. In languages with 6 classes, the class reserved for manufactured objects includes both honey and canoes, since one is made by bees as the others are by men. It is therefore understandable that languages which have lost classes come to group animals and manufactured objects together. Capel. There are cases where one can hazard on the logic of the classifications of plausible hypotheses, or which are known to overlap with native interpretations. The Iroquois nations were organized into clans whose number and denominations varied significantly from one to another. However, it is easy to identify a master plan which is based on a fundamental tripartition into water clans: turtle, beaver, eel, snipe, heron; land clans: wolf, deer, bear; and clans: air, sparrowhawk, ball. But even so, one arbitrarily decides the case of aquatic birds, which, as birds, could belong to the air rather than to the water, and it is not certain that a research bearing on the economic life, the techniques, mythical representations, and ritual practices, would provide a sufficiently rich ethnographic context to decide. The ethnography of the Central Algonquin, and that of their neighbors Winnebago, suggests a classification into 5 categories corresponding respectively to the earth, the water, the subaquatic world, the atmospheric sky, and the empyrean sky. 13. The difficulties begin when you want to assign a place to each clan. The Menominee numbered about 50 of them, which one would be tempted to divide into quadrupeds of the mainland: wolf, dog, deer; quadrupeds haunting damp places: moose, elk, marten, beaver, pecan; terrestrial birds: eagles, sparrowhawks, raven, crow; aquatic birds: crane, heron, duck, moorhen; finally Chthonian animals. But this category is particularly rebellious, since many of the animals to be classified, bear, turtle, porcupine, could also be placed elsewhere. The difficulties would be even greater for all the remaining terms. Australia offers similar problems. After Fraser, Durkheim, and Moss meditated on the total classifications of certain tribes such as the Wutyobaluk, who bury their dead by orienting them in a particular direction for each clan. Besides the fact that the information is undoubtedly fragmentary, we can only note sketches of organization, which moreover offer this character only for the observer, since the ethnographic context, which alone would make it possible to interpret them, is almost entirely lacking. The white, diurnal cockatoo is close to the sun, and the black cockatoo, which is almost diametrically opposed to it, is itself close to the tubers, chthonic plants, while being on the same axis as the cave, which is also chthonic. The snakes are on an axis; the marine beings, pelican, sea, hot wind, also seem axially grouped. But is this wind land or sea? We do not know, and as so often happens, the answer to an ethnographic problem lies in the hands of the geographer and the meteorologist, when it is not in those of the botanist, the zoologist, or the geologist. The truth is that the principle of a classification is never postulated, only ethnographic investigation, that is to say experience, can bring it out a posteriori. 14. The example of the Osage, who are Southern Sioux, is revealing because their classifications offer a systematic character, at least in appearance. The Osage divided beings and things into three categories, respectively associated with the sky, sun, star, crane, celestial bodies, night, constellation of the Pleiades, etc., with water, mussel, turtle, Typholatifolia, a rush, fog, fish, etc., and on land, bear, black and white, cougar, porcupine, deer, eagle, etc. The position of the eagle would be incomprehensible if one did not know the development of the Osage thought, which associates the eagle with the lightning with the fire with the coal, and the coal with the earth. CT is therefore as one of the masters of coal that the eagle is an earthly animal. Likewise, and without anything being able to suggest it in advance, the pelican plays a symbolic role because of the advanced age at which it reaches, the metal because of its hardness. An animal devoid of practical utility is often invoked in rites, the serrated-tailed turtle. Its importance would be forever unintelligible, if we did not know that the number 13 has a mystical value for the Osage. The rising sun sheds 13 rays, which are divided into a group of 6 and a group of 7, corresponding respectively to the left side and the right side, earth and sky, summer and winter. However, the indentations of the tail of this species of turtle are reputed to be 6 or 7 in number depending on the case. The chest of the animal therefore represents the celestial vault, and the gray line which crosses it, the Milky Way. It would be no less difficult to predict the pansymbolic function attributed to the elk, whose body is a veritable imago mundi. Its hairs represent grass, its hams the hills, its flanks the plains, its spine the relief, its neck the valleys, its woods the entire hydrographic network. La Flecha, Passim. A few Osage interpretations can therefore be reproduced. The reason for this is that we have an enormous amount of documentation about them compiled by La Flecha, who was himself the son of an Omaha chief and particularly respectful of all the Dieters of indigenous thought. But the difficulties are insurmountable in the case of an almost extinct tribe like the Creek, once divided into more than 50 totemic and matrilineal clans, named mainly after animals, but also after some plants, meteorological phenomena, dew, wind, geological, salt, or anatomical, pubic hair. These clans were grouped into phratries, and the villages were also divided into two groups, corresponding perhaps to land animals and air animals, although this is not apparent from their designation as people of another language and whites, or as reds and whites. But why are the totems distinguished into uncles and nephews, just as the Hopi distinguish the totems into mothers, brothers on the one hand, father, mother, or grandmother on the other hand? 15. Why especially, taking into account this division, is it sometimes the least important animal which occupies the major position, the wolf being, for example, the uncle of the bear, and the wildcat, that of the big cat called panther in the southern United States? Why is the alligator clan associated with the turkey clan, if not, as it might be, in their capacity as laying eggs, and that of the raccoon to the potato clan? In the Creek's minds, the white side is that of peace, but the investigator obtains explanations from a hopeless vagueness. The wind, name of a white clan, brings good weather, that is to say peaceful weather. The bear and the wolf are animals that are always attentive, and therefore inclined to peaceful works, etc. Swanton 1. The difficulties illustrated by these examples are of two types, extrinsic or intrinsic. The first result from our ignorance of the observations, real or imaginary, facts or principles that inspire the classifications. The Tlingit Indians say that the woodworm is clean and clever, and that the land otter abhors the smell of human excreta. Laguna, pages 177, 188. The Hopi believe that owls exert a favorable influence on peach trees. Stephen, pages 78, 91, 109, Voth 1, p. 37n. If these attributes were taken into account to assign these animals a place in a classification of beings and things, we could search for the key indefinitely, unless luck provided these small but precious indications. The Ojibwe Indians of Perry Island have, among other totems, the eagle and the squirrel. Fortunately, an indigenous gloss explains that these animals act as a symbol of the trees they frequent respectively, the fir hemlock, Tsuga canadensis, and the cedar, Thuja occidentalis. Genus 2. The Ojibwe interest in the squirrel is therefore, in fact, an interest directed to a tree. It is unrelated to that which the Asmat of New Guinea also lavish on squirrels, but for different reasons. Parrots and squirrels are great eaters of fruit, heads feel close to them and call them their brothers. Because of the parallelism between the human body and a tree, between the human head and its fruit. Ziegward, p. 1034. The same squirrel is prohibited to pregnant women by the Fang of Gabon, by virtue of considerations of another order. This animal takes refuge in the cavities of tree trunks, and the future mother, which would consume its flesh, would risk that the fetus imitates the animal and refuses to evacuate the uterus. 16. The same reasoning would apply fairly well to weasels and badgers, which live in burrows. However, the Hopi Indians follow an opposite line of thought. They hold the meat of these animals favorable to childbirth, because of their ability to dig in the ground a way of escape when they are pursued by the hunter. They therefore help the child to go down quickly, as a result of which they can also be invoked for the rain to fall. Voth 1, p. 34n. A ritual Osage incantation enigmatically associates a flower, Lacinaria pycnosticea, known in English as the blazing star, a food plant, corn, and a mammal, the bison. La Flesha 2, p. 279. The reasons for this association would be incomprehensible, if another source did not independently reveal that the Omaha, close relatives of the Osage, hunted buffalo during the summer, until blazing star blooms in the plains. They knew then that the corn was ripe, and returned to the village for the harvest. Fortune 1, pages 18-19. Intrinsic difficulties are of another nature. They do not come from our ignorance of the characteristics objectively retained by indigenous thought, to establish a connection between two or more terms, but from the polyvalent nature of logics which call simultaneously on several formal types of connections. The Luipula of northern Rhodesia illustrate this aspect well. Their clans, which bear names of animals, plants, or manufactured objects, are not totemic in the sense usually given to this term, but, as with the Bimba and the Ambo, joking relationships unite them two by two according to a logic which, from our point of view, presents the same interest. Indeed, we have shown in a previous work, and we continue to establish here, that so-called totemism is only a particular case of the general problem of classifications, and one example among others of the role frequently attributed to the terms specific, to develop a social classification. The following clans are in joking relationship among the Luipula, leopard and goat, because one eats the other, fungus and termite mound, because one grows on the other, porridge and goat cheese, because we prefer to eat porridge with meat, elephant and clay, because in the past the women, instead of shaping the pots, cut the footprints of elephants in the ground, and used these natural shapes as containers, the termite mound, and the snake or the grass, because the grass grows well there and the snakes hide there, iron and all the animal clans, because it kills them. Reasoning of the same type makes it possible to define a hierarchy of clans. The leopard is superior to the goat, iron to animals, and the rain to iron, because it rusts it. Besides, the clan of the rain is superior to all the others, because, without rain, the animals would die of hunger and thirst. It would be impossible to make porridge, clan name, pottery, clan name, etc. Cunnison. The Navajo justify the value and manner of use of their herbs by many different considerations. The plant grows alongside a more important medicinal plant. One of its parts resembles a part of the human body. The smell of the plant is proper, or the touch, or the taste. The plant colors the water as it should. The plant is associated with an animal, like its food, or by contact, or by habitat community. It was revealed by the gods, someone has taught how to use it, it was picked near a tree struck by lightning, it cures a certain disease, therefore it is also good for an analogous disease or one affecting the same organ, etc. Layton, p. 58. In Hanano plant names, the differential terms refer to the following areas: leaf shape, color, habitat, size, dimension, sex, type of growth, usual host, time of growth, taste, smell. Conklin 1, p. 131. These examples complete those which precede by showing that such logics work simultaneously on several axes. The relationships they posit between terms are most often based on contiguity, snake and termite mound, among the Luipula, as also among the Toria of South India 17, or on resemblance, red ant and cobra, alike in color according to the newer. From this point of view, they are not formally distinguished from other taxonomies, even modern ones, where contiguity and resemblance always play a fundamental role. Contiguity, to identify things which, from a structural as well as a functional point of view, come under the same system, and resemblance, which does not require participation in a system and is based solely on the common possession of one or more characters, para. Things that are all or yellow, or smooth, or winged, or 10 feet high. Simpson, pages 3-4. But in the examples we have examined, other types of relationships are involved. The relations can be, in fact, sensitive, physical marks of the bee and the python, or intelligible, manufacturing function, as a trait common to the bee and the carpenter. The same animal, the bee, functions, if you could say, in two cultures at different levels of abstraction. The relationship can also be close or distant, synchronic or diachronic, relation between squirrel and cedar on the one hand, and on the other hand, between potter and elephant's footprint, static, porridge and goat, or dynamic, iron kills animals, rain kills iron, flowering of a plant means it is time to return to the village, etc. It is probable that the number, the nature, and the quality of these logical axes are not the same according to the cultures, and that one could classify these into richer and poorer, according to the properties formal reference systems they use to build their classification structures. But even the less gifted in this respect operate with logics with several dimensions, the inventory, analysis, and interpretation of which would require a wealth of ethnographic and general information which is too often lacking. Asterisk. So far, we have mentioned two types of difficulties specific to totemic logics. First, we often don't know which plants or animals we are talking about. We have seen, in fact, that a vague identification is not enough, because the indigenous observations are so precise and so nuanced that the place attributed to each term in the system is often due to a morphological detail or to a behavior, definable only at the variety or subvariety level. The Eskimo of Dorset carved effigies of animals from bits of ivory the size of match heads, with such precision that by examining them under a microscope, zoologists can distinguish varieties of the same species, for example, the common loon and the red-throat loon. Carpenter. Secondly, each species, variety, or subvariety is apt to fulfill a considerable number of different functions in symbolic systems, where only certain functions are actually assigned to them. The range of these possibilities is unknown to us, and to determine the choices, it is necessary to refer, not only to the whole of the ethnographic data, but also to information coming from other sources, zoological, botanical, geographical, etc. When the information is sufficient, which is rarely the case, we find that cultures, even neighboring ones, build entirely different systems with elements that seem superficially identical or very close. If the populations of North America can consider the sun, depending on the case, as a father and a benefactor, or as a cannibalistic monster greedy for human flesh and blood, what a diversity of interpretations not expect, when it comes to beings as particular as a subvariety of plant or bird. As an example of the recurrence of a very simple structure of opposition, but with inversion of semantic charges, we will compare the symbolism of colors among the Lavali of Rhodesia, and in certain Australian tribes in the northeast of the southern province where the members of the matrilineal half of the deceased paint themselves with red ochre and approach the corpse, while those of the other half paint themselves with white clay and stand aside. The Lavali also use red and white earth, but among them, white clay and flour are used for offerings intended for ancestral spirits. They are substituted with red clay on the occasion of puberty rites, because it is the color of life and procreation. CMN White 1, pages 46 to 47, 18. If therefore, in both cases, white corresponds to the unmarked situation, red, the chromatic pole of opposition, is associated either with death or with life. Also in Australia, in the Forest River district, members of the generation of the deceased paint themselves white and black and keep away from the corpse, while those of other generations do not paint themselves, and approach the corpse. With equal semantic load, therefore, the opposition, white/red is replaced by an opposition, white plus black/0. Instead of, as in the previous case, the values of white and red being inverted, the value of white, here associated with black, a non-chromatic color, remains constant, and it is the content of the opposite pole which is inverse, passing from red, supercolor, to the total absence of color. Finally, another Australian tribe, the Bard, construct their symbolism by means of the opposition, black/red. Black is the color of mourning for generations of even rank, grandfather, ego, grandson, white, for generations of odd rank, father, son, Elkin 2, pages 298 to 299, that is, those to which the generation of the subject is not assimilated. An opposition between two unequally marked terms, death and life among the Lavali, his death and my death in Australia, is therefore expressed by pairs of elements extracted from the same symbolic chain, absence of color, black, white, black plus white, red, as supreme presence of color, etc. However, we find among the Fox Indians the same fundamental opposition, but transposed from the order of colors to that of sonorities. While the burial ceremony is taking place, those who bury the dead talk to each other, but the others don't say a word. Michelson 1, p. 411. The opposition between speech and silence, noise and silence, therefore corresponds to that between color and absence of color, or between two chromatisms of unequal degree. These observations seem to us to do justice to all the theories that invoke archetypes or a collective unconscious. Only the forms can be common, but not the contents. If there are common contents, the reason must be sought, either on the side of the objective properties of certain natural or artificial beings, or on the side of diffusion and borrowing, that is to say, in the two cases, out of mind. Another difficulty stems from the natural complication of concrete logics, for which the fact of the connection is more essential than the nature of the connections. On the formal level, they make, if one can say, arrow of any wood. It follows that, faced with two terms given in connection, we can never postulate the formal nature of the latter. Like the terms, the relations between the terms must be approached indirectly and, in a way, by tape. Structural linguistics finds this difficulty today, although on a different ground, because it too is based on a qualitative logic. It grasps pairs of oppositions made up of phonemes, but the spirit of each opposition remains largely hypothetical. At the preliminary stage, it is difficult, in defining them, to avoid a certain impressionism, and several solutions of the same problem remain possible for a long time. One of the major difficulties of structural linguistics, and which it has still only imperfectly overcome, is that the reduction it accomplishes thanks to the notion of binary opposition must be paid for by a diversity of nature, insidiously reconstituted for the benefit of each opposition. Diminished on one plane, the number of dimensions is restored on another. It could be, however, that instead of a difficulty of method, we have there a limit inherent in the nature of certain intellectual operations, the weakness of which, at the same time as the force, would be to be able to be logical while remaining rooted in quality. Asterisk. A final type of difficulty must be considered separately, which concerns more particularly so-called totemic classifications in the broad sense, that is to say those which are not only conceived, but experienced. Each time social groups are named, the conceptual system formed by these names is left to the whims of a demographic evolution which has its own laws, but which is contingent in relation to it. Indeed, the system is given in synchrony, while demographic evolution takes place in diachrony, that is to say two determinisms each of which operates on its own account and without worrying about the other. This conflict between synchrony and diachrony also exists on the linguistic level. It is probable that the structural characteristics of a language will change if the population which uses it, formerly very vast, becomes progressively smaller, and it is clear that a language disappears with the men who speak it. Nevertheless, the link between synchrony and diachrony is not rigid, firstly because, on the whole, all speaking subjects are equal, a formula which would quickly become false if one dared to specify specific cases, then and above all, because the structure of the language is relatively protected by its practical function, which is to ensure communication. The language is therefore sensitive to the influence of demographic changes only within certain limits, and for as much that its function is not compromised. But the conceptual systems we are studying here are not, or are only subsidiary, means of communicating, they are means of thinking, an activity whose conditions are much less strict. We make ourselves understood or not, but we think more or less well. The order of thought has degrees, and a way of thinking can degenerate imperceptibly into a way of remembering. This explains why the synchronic structures of so-called totemic systems are extremely vulnerable to the effects of diachrony. A mnemonic device operates at less cost than a speculative device, which is itself less demanding than a means of communication. Let us illustrate this point with a barely imaginary example. Consider a tribe formerly divided into 3 clans, each bearing the name of an animal, symbolic of a natural element. And suppose that demographic evolution has caused the extinction of the bear clan and the proliferation of that of the turtle, which consequently split into 2 sub-clans which later attained clan status. The old structure will completely disappear, and will be replaced by a structure of the type. In the absence of other information, it will be pointless to search for the initial plan behind this new structure, and it is even possible that any plan, consciously or unconsciously perceived, has completely disappeared from native thought, and that after this upheaval the 3 clan names survive only as traditionally accepted labels, cosmologically devoid of meaning. This issue is probably very common, and it explains why an underlying system can sometimes be postulated in law, although it is impossible to render it in fact. But often also, things will turn out differently. In a first hypothesis, the initial system will be able to survive, in the mutilated form of a binary opposition between sky and water. Another solution would result from the fact that there were 3 terms at the beginning, and that 3 terms remain at the end. However, the first 3 terms expressed an irreducible tripartition, while the other 3 result from 2 successive dichotomies, first between sky and water, then between yellow and gray. Let this opposition of colors receive a symbolic meaning, for example in relation to day and night, and we will no longer have 1, but 2 binary oppositions, sky/water, and day/night, i.e. say a 4-term system. We therefore see that demographic evolution can cause the structure to burst, but that, if the structural orientation resists the shock, it has, at each upheaval, several means of re-establishing a system, if not identical to the previous system, at least formally, of the same type. Now, that is not all, for we have so far considered only one dimension of the system, and it always has several, which are not equally vulnerable to demographic changes. Let's go back to the example at the beginning. When our theoretical society was at the stage of the 3 elements, this tripartition did not work only on the level of clan appellations, the system was based on myths of creation and origin, and it permeated all the ritual. Even if the demographic base collapses, this upheaval does not instantly reverberate at all levels. The myths and the rites will change, but with a certain delay, and as if they were endowed with the remnants which would preserve in them, for a time, all or part of the primitive orientation. This will therefore remain, through them, indirectly acting to maintain the new structural solutions in the approximate line of the previous structure. Assuming an initial moment, the notion of which is entirely theoretical, when the set of systems has been exactly adjusted, this set will react to any change first affecting one of its parts like a feedback machine, enslaved, in both senses of the term, by its previous harmony. It will orient the disordered organ in the direction of an equilibrium which will be, at the very least, a compromise between the old state and the disorder introduced from outside. Whether or not they correspond to historical reality, the legendary traditions of the Osage show that indigenous thought was itself able to envisage interpretations of this type, based on the hypothesis of a structural regulation of historical development. When the ancestors emerged from the depths of the earth, they were said to be divided into two groups, one peaceful, vegetarian, and associated with the left side, the other warlike, carnivorous, and associated with the right side. The two groups resolved to join forces and exchange their respective foods. During their migrations, these groups encountered another, ferocious and which fed exclusively on carrion, with which they managed to unite. Each of the three groups originally consisted of 7 clans, giving a total of 21. Despite this tripartite symmetry, the system was unbalanced, since the newcomers also belonged to the war side and there were 14 clans of one side, 7 on the other. To remedy this drawback and respect the balance between the side of war and the side of peace, the number of clans of one of the warrior groups was reduced to 5, and that of the other to 2. Since then, the camps Osage, circular in shape and with the entrance opening to the east, include 7 peace clans occupying the northern half, to the left of the entrance, and 7 war clans occupying the southern half, to the right from the entrance. Joe Dorsey 1, 2. The legend thus invokes a double future, one, purely structural, which passes from a dualistic system to a tripartite system, with a return to the former dualism, the other, both structural and historical, which consists in the cancellation of an upheaval of the primitive structure, resulting from historical events or conceived as such, migrations, war, alliance. However, the social organization of the Osage, as it could be observed in the 19th century, in fact integrated the two aspects, although comprising the same number of clans, the side of peace and that of war were in imbalance. Since one was purely sky while the other, also called of the earth, comprised 2 groups of clans respectively associated with dry land and water. The system was therefore simultaneously historical and structural, binary and ternary, symmetrical and asymmetrical, stable and cantilevered. Faced with a difficulty of the same type, our contemporaries react quite differently. As proof, this statement of disagreement with which a recent colloquium ends. Mr. Bertrand de Juvenal. Mr. Priorat, would you like to conclude in a few words? Mr. Roger Priorat. It seems to me that we found ourselves, in fact, faced with 2 completely opposite theses. Raymond Aron takes up André Siegfried's thesis. For André Siegfried, there were 2 fundamental political attitudes of France. Our country is sometimes Bonapartist and sometimes Orleanist. Bonapartist, that is, accepting personal power and even desiring it. Orleanist, that is to say, relying on the deputies to manage public affairs. Faced with each crisis, a defeat like that of 1871 or a protracted war like that of Algeria, France changes its attitude, that is to say passes from Bonapartism to Orleanism as in 1871, or from Orleanisme au Bonapartisme comme le 13 Mai 1958. Personally, on the contrary, I think that the current change, without being totally independent of these constants of the French political temperament, is linked to the upheavals that industrialization is bringing to society. This is another historical comparison that comes to mind. To the first industrial revolution corresponds the coup d'état of December 2, 1851, to the second the coup d'état of May 13, 1958. In other words, an upheaval in the conditions of production and consumption seems irreconcilable in the history with the parliamentary system and brings our country towards the form of authoritarian power which corresponds to its temperament, that is to say personal power. Setius, p. 20. It is probable that in the Osage, these two types of opposition, one synchronic, the other diachronic, would have served as a starting point. Instead of claiming to choose between them, they would have admitted them on the same footing, while seeking to elaborate a single scheme allowing them to integrate the point of view of the structure and that of the event. Considerations of the same kind could doubtless explain, in a rather satisfactory way for the mind, the curious mix of divergences and homologies which characterizes the social structure of the 5 Iroquois nations, and, on a larger historical and geographical scale, the resemblances and the differences witnessed by the Algonquin of the eastern United States. In societies with unilineal and exogamous clans, the system of clan appellations is almost always halfway between order and disorder, which alone could explain, it seems, the combined action of two tendencies, one, of demographic origin, which pushes towards disorganization, the other, of speculative inspiration, which pushes towards reorganization in a line as close as possible to the previous state. The phenomenon emerges well from the example of the Pueblo Indians, whose villages offer so many sociological variations around a theme which one suspects could be the same for everyone. By compiling information about the Hopi, Zuni, Kers, and Tanon Pueblos, Kroeber once believed he could demonstrate that a single, definite pattern rules the social organization of all the pueblos, although not every village offers one. Only a partial and distorted illustration. This scheme would consist of a structure with 12 pairs of clans: rattlesnake panther, deer antelope, crane gourd, cloud corn, lizard earth, rabbit tobacco, wild mustard, stanlea, bush rooster, katc hyena, raven parrot, pine poplar, firewood coyote, a group of 4 clans: arrow sun, eagle turkey, badger bear, turquoise shell or coral. Kroeber 1, pages 137-140. This ingenious attempt to reconstruct a master plan was criticized by Egan on the basis of more and less ambiguous information than was available to Kroeber in 1915-16, the date at which his observations go back. But one could oppose Kroeber with another argument, of a prejudicial nature: how could a master plan have survived the divergent demographic evolutions of each village? Sticking to the information published by Kroeber himself, let us compare the distribution of clans in Zuni, 1,650 inhabitants in 1915, and in 2 Hopi villages of the first Mesa, the author of which multiplied the population figure by 5, result, 1,610, in order to make the comparison easier. If we draw the distribution curve of the Zuni clans by placing them in decreasing demographic order, and that we superimpose the curve of the Hopi clans of the first Mesa, we note that the evolution's demographics are divergent and that the comparison should theoretically not make it possible to restore a common plan, figure 3. Under these conditions, and even admitting that Kroeber's reconstruction does violence to the experience on certain points, it is no less remarkable that so many common elements and systematic links subsist in the different local organizations, which supposes, on the speculative level, a rigor, a tenacity, a fidelity to distinctions and oppositions, of which, on the practical level, a botanist has collected such convincing proof. In Mexico, I worked above all with peasants from fully or partially European extraction. Even those who looked like natives preferred to speak Spanish, and they did not consider themselves Indians. I found the same kind of population in Guatemala, but there I also worked with Indians who had preserved their ancient language and their traditional culture, and to my great surprise, I found that their maize plantations were, as to type, selected much more strictly than was the case with their Spanish-speaking neighbors. Their plantations had remained as authentic as the plantations of corn in the United States had been in the heyday of the agricultural competitions, when the farmers applied themselves, with the most subtle refinements, to maintaining a uniformity which counted so much in the competition. The fact was remarkable, because of the extreme variability of Guatemalan maize in general, and the ease with which maize hybridizes, all it takes is for a little pollen to be carried by the wind from one plantation to another, and the whole harvest is mixed. Only a meticulous choice of seed ears and the uprooting of deviant plants can preserve a pure variety under such conditions. And yet, in Mexico, in Guatemala, and in our own Southwest, the situation is clear. It is where the old Indian cultures have resisted best that maize has remained most homogeneous within the limits of variety. Much later, I cultivated a collection of maize seeds, obtained from an even more primitive people, the Naga of Assam, whom some ethnologists describe as still in the Stone Age in all matters of life. Daily. Each tribe cultivates several varieties of maize which differ from each other in a marked way, and yet, within each variety, there are almost no differences from plant to plant. Moreover, certain varieties, among the most original, were cultivated, not only by different families, but by different tribes, and in equally different regions. It took a fanatical attachment to an ideal type to keep these varieties so pure, as they were passed down or acquired from family to family, from tribe to tribe. It therefore seems inaccurate to claim, as has so often been done, that the most unstable varieties are found among the most primitive peoples. It is exactly the opposite. For it is above all the frequently visited natives, those who live near major communication routes and towns and whose traditional culture has deteriorated most seriously, who are at the origin of the belief that primitive peoples are horticulturists. Careless. Anderson, pages 218-219. Anderson illustrates here in a striking way this concern for differential deviations, which permeates the empirical as well as the speculative activity of those whom we call primitives. By its formal character and by the grip that it exerts on all kinds of content, this concern explains why indigenous institutions can, although they too are carried away in a flux of temporality, keep themselves at a constant distance from historical contingency and the immutability of a plan, and navigate, so to speak, in a current of intelligibility. Always at a reasonable distance from Charybdis and Scylla, diachrony and synchrony, event and structure, aesthetics and logic, their nature could only escape those who claim to define it only by an aspect. Between the fundamental absurdity of primitive practices and beliefs, proclaimed by Fraser, and their specious validation by the evidence of a supposed common sense, invoked by Malinowski, there is room for a whole science and for a whole philosophy. Chapter 3. Systems of Transformation. As we have just seen, the practical theoretical logics that govern the life and thought of so-called primitive societies are driven by the demand for differential gaps. This requirement, already evident in the founding myths of totemic institutions, Levi Strauss 6, pages 27-28 and 36-37, also appears on the level of technical activity, eager for results marked with the seal of permanence and of discontinuity. However, what matters both on the speculative level and on the practical level is the evidence of the discrepancies, much more than their content. They form, as soon as they exist, a system usable in the manner of a grid that one applies, to decipher it, on a text to which its first intelligibility gives the appearance of an indistinct flow, and in which the grid makes it possible to introduce breaks and contrasts, that is to say the formal conditions of a meaningful message. The theoretical example that we discussed in the previous chapter shows how any system of differential deviations, as soon as it has the character of a system, makes it possible to organize a sociological material shaped by historical and demographic evolution, and which therefore consists of a theoretically unlimited series of different contents. The logical principle is to always be able to oppose terms, which a preliminary impoverishment of the empirical totality makes it possible to conceive as distinct. How to oppose is, in relation to this primary requirement, an important question, but one whose consideration comes later. In other words, the naming and classification systems, commonly called totemic, draw their operational value from their formal character. They are codes, capable of conveying messages that can be transposed into the terms of other codes, and of expressing in their own system the messages received by the channel of different codes. The error of the classical ethnologists was to want to refy this form, to link it to a determined content, whereas it presents itself to the observer as a method for assimilating any kind of content. Far from being an autonomous institution, definable by intrinsic characteristics, totemism or so-called such corresponds to certain arbitrarily isolated modalities of a formal system, the function of which is to guarantee the ideal convertibility of the different levels of social reality. As Durkheim sometimes seems to have glimpsed, it is in a sociologic that lies the foundation of sociology. Levi Strauss 4, p. 36, 6, p. 137. In the second volume of Totemism and Exogamy, Fraser is particularly interested in simple forms of totemic beliefs, observed in Melanesia by Codrington and by Rivers. He thought he recognized in them primitive forms, which would be at the origin of the Australian conceptional totemism from which, according to him, all the other types would flow. In the New Hebrides, Aurora, and the Banks Islands, Mota, some individuals believe that their existence is linked to that of a plant, animal, or object, called Atai or Tamaniu in the Banks Islands. And Nunu in Aurora, the meaning of Nunu, perhaps also of Atai, is approximately that of soul, figure 4. According to Codrington, a native of Mota discovers his Tamaniu by a vision, or by means of divinatory techniques. But, in Aurora, it is the future mother who imagines that a coconut, a breadfruit, or some other object, is mysteriously linked to the child who would be a kind of echo. Rivers found the same beliefs in Mota, where many people observe food prohibitions because everyone thinks it is an animal or a fruit, found or noticed by their mother while she was pregnant. In such a case, the woman brings the plant, fruit, or animal back to the village where she inquires about the meaning of the incident. It is explained to her that she will give birth to a child who will look like the thing, or will be this very thing. She then replaces it in the place where she found it, and, if it is an animal, builds a shelter for it with stones. She visits him every day and feeds him. When the animal disappears, it is because it has entered the woman's body, from which it will emerge in the form of a child. Under penalty of illness or death, he may not consume the plant or animal with which he has been identified. If it is an inedible fruit, the tree that bears it should not even be touched. Ingestion or contact is likened to a kind of auto-cannibalism. The relationship between man and object is so intimate that the first has the characteristics of the second. Depending on the case, the child will be weak and indolent like the eel and the water snake, angry like the Bernard L. hermit, soft and gentle like a lizard, dizzy, hasty and unreasonable like a rat, or he will have a big belly reminiscent of the shape of a wild apple, etc. These equivalences are also found at Motlov, name of part of Saddle Island, Rivers, p. 462. The connection between an individual on the one hand and a plant, animal, or object on the other is not general, it only affects certain people. Nor is it hereditary, and it does not lead to exogamous prohibitions between men and women that chance would have associated with beings of the same species. Fraser Volume 2, pages 81 to 83, pages 89 to 91, quoting Rivers, and Volume 4, pages 286-87. Fraser sees in these beliefs the origin and explanation of those which have been noted at Lifu, in the Loyalty Islands, and at Olawa and Malaita, in the Solomon Islands. It sometimes happens in Lifu that a man indicates before dying the animal, bird or butterfly, in the form of which he will reincarnate. The consumption of this animal, or its destruction, becomes prohibited to all its descendants. It is our ancestor, we say, and we make an offering to it. Likewise in the Solomons, Olawa, where Codrington noted that the inhabitants refused to plant banana trees and to eat bananas, because an important personage had once prohibited them before dying, in order to be able to reincarnate there. 19. In central Melanesia, therefore, the origin of food taboos should be sought in the fanciful imagination of certain ancestors, indirect result and remote repercussion, believes Fraser, of cravings or morbid imaginations frequent in pregnant women. With this psychological trait, promoted to the rank of a natural and universal phenomenon, we would hold the ultimate origin of all totemic beliefs and practices. Fraser, Volume 2, pages 106 to 107 et passim. That women of his time and milieu experienced envy when pregnant, and that this trait was common to them with savages of Australia and Melanesia, was good to convince Fraser of its universality and natural origin. Otherwise, we would have had to attribute to culture what we would have taken from nature, and therefore admit that, in certain respects, there could be alarming, because direct, similarities between European societies at the end of the 19th century and those of cannibals. But, in addition to the fact that the cravings of pregnant women are not attested among all peoples of the world, they have considerably diminished in Europe for half a century, and it could even be that, in certain circles, they have completely disappeared. They no doubt existed in Australia and Melanesia, but in what form? As an institutional means, serving to define in advance certain elements of the status of persons or groups. And, in Europe itself, it is likely that the cravings of pregnant women will not survive the disappearance of beliefs of the same type, which encouraged them, under the pretext of referring to it, in order to diagnose, instead of predict, certain particularities. Physical or psychological issues after, and not before, the birth of the children. Assuming that the desires of pregnant women have a natural basis, this cannot therefore account for beliefs and practices which are far from being general, and which can take different forms depending on the society. On the other hand, we do not see what could have prompted Fraser to give priority to the whims of pregnant women over those of dying old people, except that, in order to die, one must first be born, but on this account all social institutions should have appeared in the interval of a generation. Finally, if the system of Olowa, Malaita, and Lifa was derived from that of Motlav, Mota and Aurora, traces or vestiges of it should remain in that one. What is striking, on the contrary, is that the two systems are exactly parallel. Nothing suggests that one is chronologically prior to the other. Their relationship is not that of primitive form to derived form, but rather that observed between symmetrical and inverse forms of each other, as if each system represented a transformation of the same group. Instead of assigning priorities, let us therefore place ourselves at the level of the group and seek to define its properties. They can be summed up in a triple opposition, on the one hand between birth and death, on the other hand between the individual or collective character which affects either a diagnosis or a prohibition. Note also that the prohibition stems from a prognosis: whoever eats the forbidden fruit or animal will perish. In the Motlav Mota Aurora system the relevant term of the first opposition is birth, in the Lifa-Olowa Malaita system it is death, and, correlatively, all the terms of the other oppositions are also inverted. When birth is the relevant event, the diagnosis is collective, and the prohibition, or the prognosis, is individual. The woman who is pregnant or close to being pregnant, who finds an animal or a fruit, sometimes on the ground, sometimes lost in her loincloth, returns to the village where she questions relatives and friends, the social group diagnoses collectively, or through the mouth of its qualified representatives, the distinctive status of a person who will soon be born, and who will be subject to an individual prohibition. But in Lifu, Olowa, and Malaita, this whole system is rocking. Death becomes the relevant event, and at the same time, the diagnosis is made individual since it is pronounced by the dying person, and the prohibition is made collective, binding all the descendants of the same ancestor, and sometimes, as in Olowa, a whole population. The two systems are therefore, within a group, in a relationship of inverted symmetry, as can be seen from the following table where the signs plus and correspond respectively to the first and to the second term of each opposition. Finally, the facts that we have reported make it possible to identify a common characteristic at the level of the group, and which distinguishes it as a group from all those also forming part of the same whole, namely, the set of classification systems which posit a homology between the differences, natural and cultural differences, a formula preferable to that of totemic institutions. The common character of the two systems that we have just discussed is due to their statistical and not universal nature. Neither one nor the other applies indiscriminately to all members of society. Only certain children are conceived by the office of an animal or a plant, only certain dying ones are reincarnated in a natural species. The domain governed by each system therefore consists of a sample whose selection, at least theoretically, is left to chance. As such, these systems must be placed immediately next to the Australian Aranda-type systems, as Fraser had seen by mistaking the relationship, logical and not genetic, which unites them while respecting their specificity. Indeed, the Aranda systems also have a statistical character, but their rule of application is universal, since the domain they govern is coextensive with global society. Asterisk. During their crossing of Australia, Spencer and Gillen had already been struck by the character of a coherent system offered by the institutions of the populations distributed on a south-north axis, from the Great Australian Bight to the Gulf of Carpentaria. Among the Arunta and the Warramunga, the socio-religious conditions are exactly reversed, but as we have other examples, the Kaddish illustrate an intermediate state. Spencer and Gillen, p. 164. In the south, the Arab Ana recognize two exogamous moieties and exogamous totemic clans, also matrilineal. The marriage, given by Spencer and Gillen as preferential with the daughter of the mother's older brother or the father's older sister, was of the Aranda type according to Elkin, but complicated by totemic restrictions which, as we know, do not exist among the Arandas. In mythical times, Ulrika, totemic ancestors deposited child spirits, Maiorli, in totemic sites. This belief has its equivalent among the Aranda. But, instead of the spirits regularly returning to their site of origin awaiting a new incarnation, after each incarnation the Arab Ana spirits change sex, moiety, and totem, so that each spirit regularly goes through a full cycle of biological and socio-religious status. Spencer and Gillen, pages 146 square. If this description corresponded exactly to reality, it would offer the image of a system symmetrical and inverse to that of the Aranda. Among the latter, filiation is patrilineal, and not matrilineal. The totemic affiliations are not determined by a rule of filiation, but by the chance of the place where the woman passed when she became aware of her pregnancy. In other words, the distribution of the totems is done in accordance with the rule among the Arab Ana, statistically and by chance among the Aranda. Strictly exogamic in one case, the totemic groups are foreign to the regulation of marriages in the other. Indeed, among the Aranda, it is a system of 8 subsections, and no longer just 2 halves, unrelated to totemic affiliations, which governs matrimonial alliances, through the operation of a cycle that can be represented as follows: 20, figure 5. Simplifying a lot, and sticking to old information for the moment, one would therefore be tempted to say that, among the Aranda, things happen for humans as they happen for spirits among the Arab Ana. In each generation indeed, the spirits change gender and moiety. We leave out the change of totemic group, since totemic membership is irrelevant in the Aranda system, and replace it with a change of subsection, which is the relevant phenomenon. Translated into terms of the Aranda system, these two requirements would correspond to the cycle. Where the upper and lower case letters represent men and women respectively, a cycle which corresponds, not to the very structure of Aranda society, which distinguishes between exclusively male and exclusively feminine cycles, but to the process, implicit in the terms of the system, by which these pieces are, so to speak, sewn together. One should, however, take into account the criticisms formulated by Elkin against the description of his predecessors. Elkin suspects Spencer and Gillen of having seen only one form of totemism among the Aranda, Elkin 4, pages 138 to 139, whereas there would have existed 2 of them, as he himself verified. Among the Arab Ana, one patrilineal and religious, the other matrilineal and social, therefore exogamic. The members of a patrilineal totemic cult celebrate rites of growth with the help of their sisters' sons, and they ritually deliver to them this cult totem, then to others, through them, to eat it, but it does not follow that they themselves are subject to a food prohibition. On the other hand, they take strict care not to consume their madu, or social totem, which, moreover, they do not worship. Elkin 2, p. 180. To the description of Spencer and Gillen, Elkin therefore objects that the hypothesis of a complete cycle traversed by the totemic spirits is contradictory, because it implies a mixture of two forms of totemism, which he himself holds to be irreducible. One can only admit that the cultic, patrilineal totems alternate between the two halves within a determined male line. Without pretending to decide, we will confine ourselves to recalling the objections of principle that we have formulated elsewhere against the particularizing analyses of Elkin. On the other hand, it is fair to point out that Spencer and Gillen knew still intact the Arab culture which, according to his own testimony, Elkin found in an advanced state of decomposition. Even if we had to stick to Elkin's restrictive interpretation, it would still be true that, among the Aranda, it is the living who cycle, while among their southern neighbors, it are the dead. In other words, what, among the Aranda, appears as a system, is duplicated among the Arabana in the form, on the one hand of a recipe, on the other of a theory, for the regulation of marriages by listing the incompatibilities totemics, described by Elkin, is a purely empirical process, whereas the cycle of spirits rests, of course, on pure speculation. This difference between the two groups is accompanied by others, which correspond to true inversions, and which manifest themselves on all levels: matrilineal/patrilineal, 2 halves 8 subsections, mechanical totemism/statistical totemism. Finally, assuming that the analyses of Spencer and Gillen were exhaustive, exogamic totemism/non-exogamic totemism. It will also be noted that the Aranda subsections have a high functional yield, because they are transitive. The children resulting from the marriage X equals Y will be Z, that is to say from another, social, group than their parents. On the contrary, the Arabana, totemic, groups, which have the same sociological function of regulating marriages, have a low functional yield because they are intransitive. The children of the marriage X equals Y will be Y, reproducing only the group of their mother. Transitivity, total or partial, depending on whether one adopts the interpretation of Spencer and Gillen or that of Elkin, is found only in the Arabana beyond, which restores an image conforming to that of the society of the living Aranda. Finally, the same inversion characterizes the role devolved to the territorial framework by each tribe. The Aranda lend it a real and absolute value. It is, in their system, the only fully significant content, since each site has, since the beginning of time, been assigned exclusively and permanently to a totemic species. Among the Arabana, this value is relative and formal, because the local content loses, due to the ability of the spirits to go through a cycle, much of its signifying capacity. The totemic sites are home ports, rather than ancestral domains. Let us now compare the social structure of the Aranda with that of a population further north, the Warramunga, who are also patrilineal. Among the latter, the totems are linked to the moieties, that is to say, they have a function that is the opposite of that which they fulfill among the Aranda, and analogous, but in a different way, to that which they have among the Arabana, whose geographical location, in relation to the reference group, is symmetrical and inverse, respectively northern and southern neighbors of the Aranda. Like the Arabana, the Warramunga have paternal totems and maternal totems, but, unlike what happens among the former, it is the paternal totems which are absolutely prohibited, while the maternal totems are authorized by the office of the alternate moiety, whereas, among the Arabana, paternal totems are authorized to the alternate moiety, by the office of the worship groups that are members of the same moiety. The role assigned to the alternate half lends itself to an analysis by transformation. There is no reciprocity of half in the rites of multiplication of the Aranda. Each cult group celebrates its rites at its sole convenience, for the benefit of other groups who are themselves free to consume food, only made more abundant by the ministry of the officiating group. On the contrary, among the Warramunga, the consuming half actively intervenes to get the other half to celebrate the ceremonies from which it will itself reap the benefit. This difference entails others, which are correlative to it. In one case, the rites of growth are an individual affair, in the other, a group affair. Among the Aranda, the celebration of growth rites, being left to the initiative of the man who owns them, has a statistical character. Each officiates when he wants, and without coordinating his initiative with others. But, among the Warramunga, there is a ritual calendar, and the festivals follow one another in a prescribed order. We therefore find here, on the level of the ritual, an opposition already noted, but then for the Aranda and the Arabana, between a periodic structure and an aperiodic structure, which appeared to us to be characteristic of the community of the living and the community of the dead. The same formal opposition exists among the Aranda on the one hand, and among the Warramunga and the Arabana on the other, but this time it manifests itself on another level. Simplifying a lot, one could say that the situation among the Warramunga is, in these two respects, symmetrical to that which prevails among the Arabana, with this difference that the filiation, patrilineal in one case, is matrilineal in the other, while the Aranda, patrilineal like the Warramunga, are opposed to their neighbors to the north and south by rituals with statistical celebration contrasting with rituals with periodic celebration. 21. That's not all. Arabana and Warramunga conceive of totemic ancestors as unique characters, whose half-human, half-animal appearance immediately offers a finished character. To this conception, the Aranda prefer that of a multiplicity of ancestors, for each totemic group, but who are incomplete human beings. In this respect, and as Spencer and Gillen have shown, the groups located between the Aranda and the Warramunga, Kadesh, on Majera, illustrate an intermediate case, since their ancestors are represented in the myths in the form of a conglomeration of beings, incomplete humans and grown men. Generally speaking, the distribution of beliefs and customs on a north-south axis shows, sometimes a gradual change going from an extreme type to its inverted form, sometimes the recurrence of the same forms at the two poles, but then expressed in an inverted context, patrilineal or matrilineal, the structural reversal taking place in the middle, that is to say among the Aranda. South. North. Arabana. Aranda. Kadesh. On Majera. Warramunga. Ancestors. Totemic. Beings. Complete. Half humans. Half animals. Unique. Human. Beings. Incomplete. Multiple. Human beings plus full-grown men, multiple. Beings. Complete. Half humans. Half animals. Unique. Organization. Social. Totemism. Exogamic. Non-congruence between totems and moieties, non-exogamic totemism. Congruence between totems and moieties. Totemism. Exogamic. Ritual. Reciprocal exclusivism of the moieties. Initiative to the totemic group plus assistance of the moiety alternate. Reciprocity of moieties, initiative of the alternate. Ceremonies. Totemic. Property. Individual. Property. Collective. Celebration. Aperiodic. Periodic. So we see that in going, so to speak, from the Aranda to the Warramunga, we pass from a system of collectivist mythology, multiplicity of ancestors, but with an individualized ritual, towards an inverse system, with an individualized mythology, but where the ritual is collectivist. Similarly, among the Aranda, the soil is qualified religiously, by its totemic assignments. It is so socially among the Warramunga, the territories are divided between the moieties. Finally, we observe from south to north a gradual disappearance of the Chilunga, a phenomenon almost predictable from the previous observations, since the Chilunga functions, in the Aranda environment, as the unity of a multiplicity, representing the physical body of an ancestor and held by a series of successive individuals as proof of their genealogical filiation. The Chilunga attests in diachrony to individual continuity, the possibility of which the image that the Aranda have of mythical times could exclude 22. All these transformations should be systematically inventoried. The Karajuri, in whom the man dreams of the totemic affiliation of his future child, illustrate a symmetrical and inverse case of the Aranda, where it is the woman who experiences it. In northern Australia, the increasingly demanding character of totemic prohibitions offers a sort of culinary equivalent of the constraints specific to the 8 subsection systems in terms of exogamy. Thus, certain populations prohibit not only the consumption of their own totem, but also, completely or conditionally, that of the totems of the father, of the mother, of the father of the father, or of the father of the mother. Among the Korolig of the islands north of the Cape York Peninsula, an individual recognizes his own as his totem, and those of the father's mother, the mother's father, the mother's mother. Marriage is prohibited in the 4 corresponding clans. Sharp, p. 66. We have discussed above the food prohibitions resulting from the belief that an ancestor was reincarnated in an animal or vegetable species. A structure of the same type appears on Melville and Bathurst Islands, but this time on the linguistic level. All homophones of the name of the deceased are avoided by his descendants, even if they are terms in common use, and whose phonetic resemblance is remote. 23. We are not banning bananas, but words. Depending on the groups considered, the same formulas appear and disappear, identical or transposed from one level of consumption to another, sometimes targeting the use of women, sometimes that of food, sometimes that of words in speech. It is, perhaps, because the observations of Spencer and Gillen concern a rather restricted number of Australian tribes, while being, moreover, extraordinarily rich for each one, that they had, better than their followers, an acute awareness of the systematic relationships between the different types. Later, the specialists saw their horizon being restricted to the small area they were studying, and for those who did not renounce synthesis, the very mass of information, and also prudence, dissuaded them from setting out in search of laws. The more our knowledge accumulates, the more the overall scheme becomes obscured, because the dimensions multiply, and the increase in the axes of reference beyond a certain threshold paralyzes the intuitive methods. We no longer manage to imagine a system, as soon as its representation requires a continuum exceeding 3 or 4 dimensions. But it is not forbidden to dream that one day we can transfer all the available documentation on Australian companies to punch cards, and demonstrate with the help of a computer that all of their techno-economic structures, social, and religious, resembles a vast group of transformations. The idea is all the more attractive since we can at least imagine why Australia, better than any other continent, would offer such an experience a privileged ground. Despite the contacts and exchanges with the outside world that have taken place there too, Australian societies have probably evolved in a vacuum, to a greater degree than must have been the case elsewhere. On the other hand, this evolution was not passively undergone, it was desired and designed, because few civilizations, as much as the Australian one, seem to have had a taste for scholarship, speculation, and this which sometimes appears as an intellectual dandyism, strange as the expression may seem when applied to men whose material standard of living was so rudimentary. But make no mistake about it, these hairy, pot-bellied savages whose physical appearance evokes for us fat bureaucrats or imperial grognards, making their nudity even more incongruous, these meticulous followers of practices that seem to us arise from an infantile perversity, manipulations and genital touching, torture, industrious use of their own blood and their own excretions and secretions, as we do more discreetly and without thinking about it, by moistening, to glue them, the postage stamps of saliva, were in many respects true snobs. The term was applied to them by a specialist, born and brought up among them, speaking their language. Tgh Strello, p. 82. Considered in this light, it seems less surprising that, as soon as they had been taught the arts of pleasure, they began to paint watercolors as bland and applied as one would expect. Could have expected it from spinsters, pl. 8. If, for centuries or millennia, Australia lived withdrawn into itself 24, and if, in this closed world, speculations and discussions raged. Finally, if the influences of fashion have often been decisive there, one can understand that a sort of common sociological and philosophical style has been formed, not excluding methodically sought-after variations, and of which even the smallest were noted and commented on in a favorable or hostile intention. Each group was no doubt guided by motives, less contradictory than it seems, to do like the others, as well as the others, better than the others, and not like the others, that is to say, to refine constantly on themes of which only the general contours were fixed by tradition and usage. In short, in the field of social organization and religious thought, the Australian communities proceeded like the peasant societies of Europe in matters of costume at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century. That each community had to have its costume and that, for the men and for the women respectively, this one was roughly composed of the same elements, was not questioned. One applied oneself only to distinguish oneself from the neighboring village, and to surpass it in richness or ingenuity of detail. All the women wear a head-dress, but from one region to another, the head-dresses are different. Moreover, in terms of endogamy, the language of head-dresses was used in our country to formulate the rules of marriage. We only marry in the head-dress, in the manner of the Australians, but in terms of exogamy, in the language of sections or totems. The double action of general conformism, which is the fact of a closed universe, and parochial particularism tends, here as elsewhere, and among Australian savages as in our peasant societies, to treat culture according to the musical formula of the theme and changes. Asterisk. Under these favorable historical and geographical conditions, which we have briefly defined, it is therefore conceivable that, more completely and systematically perhaps than in other regions of the world, the Australian cultures appear one and the other in a relation of transformation. But this external relationship should not make us neglect the same relationship, this time internal, which exists, in a much more general way, between the different levels of a particular culture. As we have already suggested, notions and beliefs of the totemic type deserve attention above all because they constitute, for the societies which have elaborated or adopted them, codes allowing, in the form of conceptual systems, to ensure the convertibility of the messages relating to each level, even if they are as distant from each other as those which relate exclusively, it would seem, either to culture or to society, that is to say to the relations that men have with themselves, or manifestations of a technical and economic order, which one might think relate more to man's relationship with nature. This mediation between nature and culture, which is one of the distinctive functions of the totemic operator, makes it possible to understand what can be true, but also partial and mutilated, in the interpretations of Durkheim and Malinowski, who have each tried to confine totemism to just one of these two domains, whereas it is above all a means, or hope, of transcending their opposition. This is well highlighted by Lloyd Warner about the Mernjan of Arnhem Land. These northern Australians explain the origin of beings and things by a myth which also founds an important part of their ritual. At the origin of time, the two Vewilok sisters set off in the direction of the sea, naming sites, animals, and plants as they passed. One was pregnant, the other was carrying her child. Before leaving, they had in fact united incestuously with men of their half. After the youngest had given birth, they continued their journey and stopped one day near the basin where lived the great serpent Urlager, totem of the Dua moiety to which they belonged. But the eldest polluted the water with menstrual blood. The indignant python came out, caused a deluge of rain followed by a general flood, then it engulfed the women and their children. As long as the serpent stood erect, the waters covered the earth and the vegetation. They disappeared when he lay down again. However, as Warner explains, the Mernjan consciously associate the snake with the rainy season, which causes an annual flood. In this region of the world, the course of the seasons is so regular that one can, underlines a geographer, predict it to within one day. Rainfall often amounts to 150 centimeters in the space of 2 to 3 months. We go from 5 centimeters in October to 25 in December, 40 in January. The dry season also comes quickly. A chart of rainfall in Port Darwin over a period of 46 years might be the very image of the serpent Urlacher, rising above its well, its head touching the sky, and flooding the earth, figure 6. This division of the year into two contrasting seasons, one lasting 7 months, characterized by intense drought, the other lasting 5 months, accompanied by violent precipitation and high tides which flood the coastal plain to a depth of several dozen miles, imposes its mark on native activity and thought. The rainy season forces the Mernjan to disperse. In small groups, they take refuge in non-submerged areas where they lead a precarious existence, threatened by famine and flooding. But when the waters recede, a copious vegetation arises in a few days and the animals appear, collective life begins again, abundance reigns. However, none of this would have been possible if the waters had not invaded and fertilized the plain. Just as the seasons and the winds are divided between the two halves, the rainy season, the west and northwest winds, are Dua, the dry season, and the southeast winds, Eurygia, so the protagonists of the great mythical drama are respectively associated, the serpent with the rainy season, the Veywillock sisters with the dry season. One represents the male and initiated element, the others the female and uninitiated element. The two must work together for life to exist, as the myth explains. If the Veywillock sisters had not committed incest and polluted the Urlacher well, there would have been no life on earth. Nor dead, neither copulation nor reproduction, and the seasonal rhythm would not have existed. The mythical system and the representations it implements therefore serve to establish relations of homology between natural conditions and social conditions, or, more exactly, to define a law of equivalence between significant contrasts which are situated on several planes: geographical, meteorological, zoological, botanical, technical, economic, social, ritual, religious, and philosophical. The table of equivalences is roughly presented as follows: pure, sacred; male, superior; fertilizing, rains; bad season, impure, profane; female, inferior, fertilizing; earth, good season. It is obvious that this table, which formulates the canon of indigenous logic, harbors a contradiction. Indeed, men are superior to women, the initiated to the uninitiated, the sacred to the profane. Yet all higher terms are posited as homologous to the rainy season, which is the season of famine, isolation, and danger, while the lower terms are homologous with the dry season, during which abundance reigns and sacred rites are celebrated. The group, impure. By swallowing the impure group, the male serpent group swallows the neophytes and thus passes them into the ritually pure male age class, at the same time that the performance of the total ritual purifies the group or tribe as a whole. According to Mernjan symbolism, the serpent is the civilizing natural principle, and this explains why he is identified with the society of men rather than with that of women. Otherwise, it should be demanded that the male principle, to which the highest social values are linked, be associated by the Mernjan with the dry season, which is also the time of the year endowed with the highest social value. Warner, p. 387. We thus verify, in a sense, the primacy of infrastructure, geography, climate, their repercussions on the biological level, confront indigenous thought with a contradictory situation. There is indeed two seasons, as there are two sexes, two societies, two degrees of culture, one high, that of the initiates, the other low. For this distinction, cf. Stanner 1, p. 77, but, on the natural plane, the good season is subordinated to the bad, whereas on the social plane, the inverse relation prevails between the corresponding terms. Consequently, we must choose what meaning we will give to the contradiction. If the good season were decreed masculine, since it is superior to the bad, and since the men and the initiates are superior to the women and the non-initiates, a category of which the women also belong, we would have to attribute to the element profane and feminine, not only power and efficacy, but also sterility, which would be doubly contradictory, since social power belongs to men, and natural fertility to women. This leaves the other choice, whose contradiction, no less real, can at least be masked by the double dichotomy of global society into men and women, ritually, and no longer only naturally differentiated, and of the group of men in old and younger, initiated and uninitiated, according to the principle that, in the society of men, the uninitiated are to the initiated in the same relationship as women are to men on the level of general society. But as a result, men give up embodying the happy side of existence, because they cannot both govern it and personify it. Irrevocably doomed to the role of morose owners of a happiness accessible only by intermediary, they will fashion an image of themselves conforming to a model illustrated by their elders and their sages, and it is striking that two types of people, women on the one hand, old men on the other, form as either means or masters of happiness the two poles of Australian society, and that, for access to full masculinity, young men must temporarily renounce some and submit to others for a long time. Undoubtedly, the sexual privileges of the elders, the control they exercise over an esoteric culture and over sinister and mysterious initiation rites, are general features of Australian societies and of which, elsewhere in the world, one would find examples. We therefore do not claim that all these phenomena can be explained as a consequence of natural conditions which are clearly localized. To avoid misunderstandings, not the least of which would be the accusation of resuscitating an old geographical determinism, we must therefore clarify our thinking. First, the natural conditions are not suffered. What is more, they have no existence of their own, because they are a function of the techniques and the way of life of the population which defines them and which gives them a meaning, by exploiting them in a determined direction. Nature is not contradictory in itself. It can be so only in terms of the particular human activity that is inscribed in it, and the properties of the environment acquire different meanings, according to the historical and technical form that this or that kind of activity takes there. On the other hand, and even promoted to that human level which alone can give them intelligibility, man's relations with the natural environment play the role of objects of thought. Man does not perceive them passively, he grinds them after having reduced them to concepts, in order to extract from them a system which is never predetermined. Supposing that the situation is the same, it always lends itself to several possible systematizations. The error of Man-Hart and of the naturalist school was to believe that natural phenomena are what myths seek to explain, whereas they are rather that by means of which myths seek to explain realities which are not themselves of a natural order, but logical. This is what the primacy of infrastructure consists of. First of all, the man is like the player taking in hand, when he sits at the table, cards that he has not invented, since the card game is a given of history and civilization. Secondly, each distribution of the cards results from a contingent distribution between the players, and it is done without their knowledge. There are deals that are suffered, but that each society, like each player, interprets in terms of several systems, which can be common or particular, rules of a game, or rules of a tactic. And we know that with the same deal, different players will not play the same game, although they cannot, also constrained by the rules, with any deal, play any game. To explain the observed frequency of certain sociological solutions, which cannot depend on particular objective conditions, we will not invoke the content, but the form. The material of the contradictions counts less than the fact that the contradictions exist, and it would take very great chances for the social order and the natural order to lend themselves from the outset to a harmonious synthesis. However, the forms of contradictions are much less varied than their empirical contents. We can never emphasize enough the indigence of religious thought. She explains that men so often have recourse to the same means, to solve problems whose concrete elements can be very different, but which have in common that they all belong to structures of contradiction. To return to the Merngen, we can clearly see how the system of totemic representations makes it possible to unify heterogeneous semantic fields, at the cost of contradictions that the ritual will have the function of overcoming by playing them. The rainy season literally engulfs the dry season, as men possess women, as initiates swallow the uninitiated, as famine destroys abundance, etc. But the example of the Mernjan is not unique, and we have, for other regions of the world, significant indications of a coding, in totemic terms, of a natural situation. Questioning the representation, so frequent in North America, of thunder in the form of a bird, an Ojibwe scholar remarks. According to meteorological observations, the average number of days when thunder is heard begins by 1 in April, and increases to 5 in midsummer, July, then decreases to a single day in October. However, if we consult the calendar of the passage of birds, we see that the species which hibernate in the south begin to appear in April and disappear almost completely, at the latest, in October. Thus, the avian character of the birds, thunder can, up to a certain point, be explained rationally, according to natural phenomena and their observation. Hollowell, p. 32. If we want to interpret correctly the personifications of natural phenomena, frequent in the Hawaiian pantheon, we must, as Warner did for Australia, refer to meteorological indications. Impossible, indeed, to differentiate and locate with precision the gods Kainhekili, the male in the form of soft rain, Kapohakae, the male, equals sky, which moves the rocks, identical to Kauilanuimekha, the male, equals sky, of the violent lightning, etc., if one does not first collect certain relevant data. The rains, which occur at the end of January and continue in February and March, take on the following meteorological aspects. First, low and dark cumulus clouds, over the sea and the highlands, accompanied by an atmospheric immobility which seems oppressive and ominous, then dry claps of thunder, snapping and threatening when they are near, or perceived as a distant cannonade, very quickly followed by a soft and calm rain, which grows rapidly and turns into a downpour, a strong thunder accompanies it, sonorous and striking the highlands shrouded in clouds and curtains of rain, passing slowly along the ridges or skirting the mountains, often to disappear on the side of the sea where it resounds in dull thuds, before return by the opposite direction to that which he had taken along the ridges, a phenomenon caused by the miniature cyclonic action of the winds, and by convection, p. 118, and 17. Pukuian will perhaps ask why these representations are accompanied by rules of action. At first sight at least, totemism or pretended such goes beyond the framework of a simple language. It is not satisfied with laying down rules of compatibility and incompatibility between signs, it founds an ethic, by prescribing or prohibiting conduct. This is at least what seems to result from the frequent association of totemic representations, on the one hand with food prohibitions, on the other with rules of exogamy. We will answer first that this supposed association proceeds from a petition of principle. If we have agreed to define totemism by the simultaneous presence of animal or vegetable denominations, of prohibitions relating to the corresponding species, and of the prohibition of marriage between people sharing the same name and the same prohibition, then it is clear that the connection between these observances poses a problem. But, as has long been noticed, each can meet without the others, or any two of them without the third. This is particularly clear in the case of food prohibitions, which form a vast and complex whole, including the so-called totemic prohibitions, that is to say, resulting from a collective affinity with a natural species or a class of phenomena or objects, only illustrate a particular case. The Ndembu sorcerer, who is above all a seer, must not eat the meat of the diker, because the leather of this animal is irregularly spotted, otherwise, his prescience might stray right and left, instead of focusing on the important issues. The same reasoning also forbids him the zebra, animals with dark coats, which would obscure his clairvoyance, a species of sharp-edged fish, which would risk stinging his liver, the organ of divination, and several kinds of leaf spinach. Slippery, so that its power does not leak out. V.W. Turner 2, pages 47-48. During the initiation period, the Lavalley boy can only urinate against the trunk of the following trees: Pseudolachnostylus decantyi, Hymenocardia mollis, Afroormosia angolensis, Vangariopsis lanciflora, Swartzia madagascarensis, hardwood, which symbolizes the erect penis and whose fruits evoke fertility and life. He is also forbidden to eat the flesh of various animals, Tilapia melanopleura, fish with a red belly, the color of blood, Sarcadaceae sp and Hydrocyon sp with pointed teeth, symbolic of the pain following circumcision, Clarias sp, whose sticky skin evokes difficult healing, the broom with spotted hair, symbol of leprosy, the hare with sharp incisors, and the spicy peppers, evoking the sufferings of the circumcised, etc. Initiated girls are subject to parallel prohibitions. CM White, 1, 2. We have cited these prohibitions, because they are specialized, well-defined, and precisely rationalized. In the general category of food prohibitions, they can be placed as opposed to totemic prohibitions, from which they are easily distinguished. But, among the Fang of Gabon, Tessman has inventoried a large number of prohibitions which illustrate, not only the extreme types, but intermediate forms, which explains why, even among the supporters of totemic interpretations, the existence of totemism among the Fang could be hotly discussed. The prohibitions, which the Fang call by a general term Beki, affect women and men, initiates and non-initiates, adolescents and adults, couples expecting or not expecting a child. They are situated, moreover, in very varied semantic fields. The inside of elephant tusks should not be eaten because it is a soft and bitter substance, the trunk of the elephant, because it risks softening the limbs, sheep and goats, lest they release their panting breath. The squirrel is prohibited for pregnant women because it makes childbirth difficult, see above, p. 82, the mouse is especially so for young girls, because it is brazen, steals the cassava when it is washed, and young girls risk being similarly robbed, but the mouse is also prohibited on a more general level, because it lives near dwellings and is considered a member of the family. Certain birds are avoided because of their ugly cry or their appearance. Physical. Children should not eat dragonfly larvae as they may experience incontinence of urine. The hypothesis of a dietary experiment, envisaged by Tessman, was recently taken up by Fisher in connection with the natives of Ponape who believe that the violation of food taboos leads to physiological disorders, very similar in their description to the phenomena of allergy. But this author shows that, even among us, allergic disorders often have a psychosomatic origin. For many subjects, they result from the violation of a taboo of a psychological and moral nature. The symptom, seemingly natural, is therefore a cultural diagnosis. In the case of the Fang, of whom we have cited only a few prohibitions, taken at random from the imposing list drawn up by Tessman, it is rather a question of religious analogies, horned beasts associated with the moon, chimpanzee, pig, python snake, etc., because of their symbolic role in certain cults. That the prohibitions do not result from the intrinsic properties of the targeted species, but from the place assigned to them in one or more systems of meaning, clearly emerges from the fact that the guinea fowl is prohibited to initiates of the Ngang female cult, whereas, in male cults, the opposite rule prevails, the cult animal is allowed to initiates, but forbidden to novices. Tessman, pages 58-71. There are therefore food prohibitions organized into a system, while being extra or paratotemic. Conversely, many systems traditionally held to be totemic include prohibitions that are not food. The only food prohibition attested among the Borora of central Brazil concerns the meat of deer, that is to say of non-totemic species, but the animals or plants that serve as eponyms for clans and subclans do not seem to be subject to any particular prohibitions. The privileges and prohibitions linked to clan affiliations are manifested on another level, that of techniques, raw materials, and ornaments, since each clan is differentiated from the others, especially in festivals, by ornaments of feathers, mother of pearl, and ornaments. Other substances, of which not only the nature, but the form and the way of working them are strictly fixed for each clan. Levi Strauss 2, CHXXII. The northern Tlingit who live on the Alaskan coast also have jealously guarded clan coats of arms and emblems. but the animals represented or evoked are not the object of any prohibition, except in a derisory form. The people of the wolf cannot raise this animal, nor those of the crow, their eponymous bird, and it is said that the members of the frog clan are afraid of these batrachians. McClellan. Among the Central Algonquin, who are unaware of the food prohibitions affecting the eponymous animals of the clans, the latter are differentiated above all by body paint, particular clothing, and by the use of a special ceremonial food for each one. Among the Foxes, clan prohibitions are never food, or almost never, and they belong to the most diverse genres. The clan of Thunder has the right neither to make drawings on the west side of the trunks of trees, nor to wash naked. The Fish clan is forbidden to build fishing dams, and the Bear clan is forbidden to climb trees. The Buffalo clan cannot skin a hoofed animal or watch it when it dies. That of the wolf cannot proceed to the burial of its members, nor beat the dogs. The clan of the bird must not harm the birds. The wearing of a feather in the hair is forbidden to the clan of the eagle. Members of the chief clan are required never to speak ill of a human being. Those of the beaver clan cannot swim across a stream. Those of the white wolf have no right to yell. Michelson 2. Even where dietary prohibitions are best attested, it is striking that they rarely constitute a uniformly widespread feature. In a region as well circumscribed as the Cape York Peninsula in northern Australia, about 10 neighbouring cultures, comprising about 100 tribes, have been described and analysed. All have one or more forms of totemism, moiety, section, clan, or worship group, but only some include food prohibitions. Among the patrilineal Coraligue, clan totemism includes prohibitions. It is the opposite among the Athacano, also patrilineal, where only initiatory totems, transmitted in the maternal line, are prohibited. The Cocoyao have moiety totems transmitted in the maternal line and prohibited, clan totems transmitted in the paternal line and permitted, finally, initiatory totems transmitted in the maternal line and prohibited. The Tjungantji have only patrilineal clan totems, which are not subject to any prohibition. The Okerkila are distinguished into two groups, Eastern and Western, one of which has prohibitions, the other does not. The Maithakuti refrain from consuming clan totems which, among them, are matrilineal, although patrilineal. The Laadila obey the same rule. Sharp. Fig 7. As the author of these observations remarks, the prohibition against killing and eating edible totems is always linked to maternal cults and social totemism in the maternal line. The taboos are more variable with regard to the cult totems transmitted in the paternal line, and they are then found more often at the level of moiety totems than at that of clan totems. Sharp, p. 70. Thus is confirmed, for a particular region, a general relationship identified by Elkin on the scale of the continent, between food prohibitions and matrilineal institutions. Since social institutions are the work of men, as a rule and especially in Australia, this amounts to saying that there is a connection between male and consumer, female and product consumed, to which we will return. Finally, we know of cases where the notion of food prohibition turns around, so to speak, like a glove, from prohibition becoming obligation, and this striking, not me, but another, finally, bearing no longer on the totemic animal considered as food, but on the food of this food. This remarkable transformation has been observed in certain groups of Chippewa Indians, who permit killing and consuming the totem, but not insulting it. If a native taunts or insults the eponymous animal of another native, the latter informs his clan who prepares a feast, preferably composed of the food of the totemic animal, thus, wild berries and seeds, if the animal is the bear. The insulter, solemnly invited, is forced to stuff himself, to burst say the informants, until he recognizes the power of the totem. Ritz and Holler. From such facts, two conclusions can be drawn. In the first place, the difference between permitted species and prohibited species is explained, less by a supposed harmfulness which would be attributed to the second, therefore as an intrinsic property of a physical or mystical order, than by the concern to introduce a distinction between marked species, in the sense that linguists give to this term, and unmarked species. Prohibiting certain species is only one means among others of affirming them as significant, and the practical rule thus appears as an operator in the service of meaning, in a logic which, being qualitative, can work with the help of conduct as well. Although pictures. From this point of view, certain old observations may seem more worthy of attention than has generally been believed. The social organization of the Wackelbera of Queensland, in eastern Australia, has been described as consisting of 4 strictly exogamous classes, but, so to speak, endoculinary. This trait had already aroused Durkheim's doubts, and Elkin points out that it rests on a unique and unreliable testimony. Elkin notes, however, that the Aranda mythology evokes a comparable situation, since the totemic ancestors fed exclusively on their particular food, whereas today it is the reverse. Each totemic group feeds on the other totems, and it forbids his own. This remark by Elkin is important, because it clearly shows that the hypothetical organization of the Wackelbera can be transformed into Aranda institutions, on the sole condition of reversing all the terms. Among the Aranda, totems are not relevant in relation to at marriage, but they are so in relation to food. Totemic endogamy is possible, but not endocuisine. Among the Wackelbera, where endocuisine is imperative, totemic endogamy seems to have been the object of a particularly rigorous prohibition. No doubt it is a tribe long extinct, and on which the information is contradictory. We will compare, in this respect, the interpretation of Fraser, Volume I, p. 423, and that of Durkheim, p. 215 and 2. But, whatever the interpretation chosen, it is striking that the symmetry with the Aranda institutions remains. The supposed relationship between marriage rules and food rules only appears, either additional or complementary. Now, the example of fang cults, feminine or masculine, has shown us that we can say the same thing by means of formally identical rules, but whose content alone is reversed. In the case of Australian societies, when marked foods are few in number, and even when they are reduced to a single species, as often happens, prohibition offers the most profitable differential method, but that the number of marked foods increases, a frequent phenomenon, as we have seen on p. 116, in these northern tribes which respect, in addition to their own totem, those of the mother, the father, and the mother of the mother, and it is easy to see that, without the spirit of the institutions changing for all that, the distinctive marks are reversed, and that, as in photography, the positive can be better readable than the negative, while conveying the same information. Food prohibitions and prescriptions therefore appear as means, theoretically equivalent, to signify meaning, in a logical system of which consumable species constitute, in whole or in part, the elements. But these systems can themselves be of various types, which brings us to a second conclusion. Nothing evokes totemism among the Bushmen of South Africa, who nevertheless observe demanding and complicated food prohibitions. But the system works for them on another level. All game killed with a bow is prohibited, saksa, until the chief has consumed a piece of it. The prohibition does not apply to the liver, which the hunters eat on the spot, but which remains in all circumstances saksa for the women. In addition to these general rules, there are permanent saksa for certain functional or social categories. Thus, the hunter's wife can only eat the meat and superficial fat from the hindquarters, entrails, and legs. These pieces constitute the portion reserved for women and children. The adolescent males are entitled to the abdominal wall, the kidneys, the genitals, and the udders, the hunter, the shoulder and the ribs, taken from one half of the animal. The chef's portion consists of a thick slice of each quarter and tenderloin, and a cutlet cut from each side. Furi. At first glance, one cannot imagine a system that is further from a system of totemic prohibitions. And yet, a very simple transformation makes it possible to pass from one to the other. It suffices to replace an ethnozoology by an ethnoanatomy. Totemism posits a logical equivalence between a society of natural species and a universe of social groups. The Bushmen posit the same formal equivalence, but between the constituent parts of an individual organism and the functional classes of society, that is, of society itself considered as an organism. In each case, the natural division and the social division are homologous, and the choice of a cutout in one order implies the adoption of the corresponding cutout in the other, at least as the preferred form. 25. The next chapter will be entirely devoted to interpreting in the same way, that is to say as the result of a transformation within a group, the empirically observable relationships between endogamy and exogamy. We shall therefore content ourselves here with establishing the connection of this problem with that which has just been discussed. First of all, there is a de facto link between the rules of marriage and food prohibitions. Both among the Tacopia of Oceania and among the Nuer of Africa, the husband abstains from consuming the animals or plants prohibited to his wife, for the reason that the food ingested contributes to the formation of sperm. If the man acted otherwise, at the time of coitus, he would introduce the prohibited food into his wife's body. Firth 1, pages 319 to 320, Evans Pritchard 2, p. 86. Of the prohibition striking the inside of elephant tusks is that the penis could become as flaccid as the gums of the pachyderm, which, it seems, are particularly so. For the sake of her husband, a wife also observes this prohibition, otherwise she might weaken him during coitus. Tessman, pages 70-71. Now, these comparisons only illustrate, in particular cases, the very profound analogy that, everywhere in the world, human thought seems to conceive between the act of copulating and that of to eat, so much so that a very large number of languages refer to them by the same word. 26. In Yoruba, to eat and to marry are said by a single verb, which has the general meaning of to win, to acquire, symmetrical use in French which applies the verb to consume to marriage and to meals. In the language of the Cocoyao of the Cape York Peninsula, the word cuta has the double meaning of incest and cannibalism, which are the hyperbolic forms of sexual union and food consumption. For the same reason, the consumption of the totem and incest are expressed in the same way in Ponape, and, among the Mishana and Matabele of Africa, the word totem also has the meaning sister's vulva, which provides an indirect verification of the equivalence between copulating and eating. If the ingestion of the totem is a form of cannibalism, we understand that real or symbolic cannibalism can be the punishment reserved for those who violate, voluntarily or not, the prohibition, such as the symbolic cooking of the culprit in an oven in Samoa. But the equivalence is verified again in the parallel use of the Wutjobaluk of Australia, who effectively eat, within the totemic group, the man who committed the crime of kidnapping a woman prohibited by the law of exogamy. Without looking so far or invoking other exotic rites, we can quote Tertullian, "Gluttony is the doorway to impurity." De Jejune, 1, and St. John Chrysostom, "Fasting is the beginning of chastity." Homilia in Epistolam 2 ad Thessalonicenses. These comparisons could be multiplied ad infinitum. Those we have cited as examples show how vain it is to try to establish a relationship of priority between food prohibitions and the rules of exogamy. The link between the two is not causal, but metaphorical. Sexual relationship and food relationship are immediately thought of in similarity. Even today, to be convinced of this, it suffices to refer to slang creations such as to fry, to go to the saucepan, etc. But what is the reason for the fact, and for its universality? Here again, we reach the logical level by semantic impoverishment, the lowest common denominator of the union of the sexes and that of the eater and the eaten, is that one and the other operate a conjunction by complementarity. What is deprived of movement is the food of beings endowed with locomotion. The beasts without fangs serve as food for the beasts with fangs, those deprived of hands for those who have hands, and the timid are eaten by the proud. Laws of Manu, v. 30. If the equivalence, the most familiar to us and doubtless also the most widespread in the world, posits the male as eater, the female as eaten, we must not forget that the inverse formula is often given, on the mythical plane, in the theme of vagina dentata which, significantly, is coded in terms of nourishment, that is to say in direct style, thus verifying this law of the mythical thought that the transformation of a metaphor ends in a metonymy. It is possible, moreover, that the theme of vagina dentata corresponds to a perspective, no longer inverted but direct, in the sexual philosophy of the Far East where, as established by the works of Van Gulik, 1, 2, the art of the bed consists essentially, for the man, in preventing his vital force from being absorbed by the woman, and in turning this risk around to his advantage. This logical subordination of resemblance to contrast is well evidenced by the complex attitudes observed by certain so-called totemic peoples towards the body parts of eponymous animals. The Takuna of Upper Solomos, who have a hypertotemic exogamy, members of the Tuken clan cannot, neither marry each other, nor marry a member of a clan bearing the name of a bird, etc., freely consume the eponymous animal, but they respect and preserve a sacred part, and use others as distinctive adornments. Alviano. The totemic animal is therefore broken down into a consumable part, a respectable part, and an emblematic part. The Elama of southern New Guinea observe a very strict food prohibition towards their totems, but each clan has exclusive privilege over the ornamental use of the beak, tail feathers, etc. Fraser, Volume 2, p. 41. In both cases we therefore verify an opposition between consumable parts and non-consumable parts, homologous to that between the categories of food and emblem. For the Elama, this opposition is signaled by a double exclusivism, negative or positive, vis-a-vis the totemic species. Each clan abstains from meat but retains the parts denoting the specific characteristics. The Takuna are also exclusive with regard to distinctive parts, but they adopt towards meat, whereby specifically distinct but edible animals resemble each other as food, a common attitude. The group of attitudes can be represented in the following way. The fur, the feathers, the beak, the teeth, can be mine because they are what the eponymous animal and I differ from each other. This difference is assumed by man as an emblem, and to affirm his symbolic relationship with the animal, while the consumable parts, therefore assimilable, are the index of a real consubstantiality, but which, contrary to what one imagines, food prohibition has the real aim of denying. Ethnologists have made the mistake of retaining only the second aspect, which has led them to conceive of the relationship between man and animal as univocal, in the form of identity, affinity, or participation. In fact, things are infinitely more complex. It is, between culture and nature, a barter of similarities against differences, and which are sometimes between animals on the one hand, and between men on the other hand, sometimes between animals and men. The differences between animals, which man can extract from nature and pass on to culture, either by describing them in the form of oppositions and contrasts, therefore by conceptualizing them, or by taking concrete but non-perishable parts, feathers, beaks, teeth, which also constitutes an abstraction, are assumed as emblems by groups of men, in order to distort their own resemblances. And the same animals are refused as food by the same groups of men. In other words, the resemblance between man and animal, resulting from the possibility for the first to assimilate the flesh of the second, is denied, but only insofar as one perceives that the opposite party would imply a recognition, by men, of their common nature. It is therefore necessary that the flesh of any animal species is not assimilable by any group of men. Now, it is clear that the second approach derives from the first, as a possible but not necessary consequence. Food prohibitions do not always accompany totemic classifications, and they are logically subordinate to them. They therefore do not pose a separate problem. If, by means of food prohibitions, men deny a real animal nature to their humanity, it is because they have to assume the symbolic characteristics by means of which they distinguish animals from each other, and which provide a natural model of differentiation, to create differences between them. Chapter 4. Totem and Caste. The exchange of women and the exchange of food are means of assuring the reciprocal interlocking of social groups, or of making this interlocking manifest. It is therefore understandable that, in the case of processes of the same type, generally conceived, moreover, as the two aspects of the same process, they can be, depending on the case, either simultaneously present and cumulating their effects, both on the of the real, or one only on the level of the real and the other on a symbolic level, or alternately present, only one then having the total charge of the function, or that of representing it symbolically if it is otherwise ensured, as can also occur in the absence of the two processes. If one encounters exogamy concurrently with totemism in a people, it is because this people has seen fit to reinforce the social cohesion already established by totemism by adapting to it yet another system, which joins the first by the factor of physical and social kinship and is distinguished from it, without being opposed to it, by the elimination of cosmic kinship. Exogamy is apt to play this same role in general societies constituted on bases other than totemism, therefore the geographical distribution of the two institutions only coincides on a few points of the globe. Van Gennep, pages 351-352. However, we know that exogamy is never completely absent, because the perpetuation of the group being done ineluctably by the office of women, matrimonial exchanges are the only ones to which correspond always a real content, even if the particular way in which each society organizes them, or conceives their mechanism, makes it possible to introduce variable doses of a symbolic content. For food exchanges, it is something else. Aranda women really engender children, but Aranda men limit themselves to imagining that their rites cause the multiplication of totemic species. In one case, it is therefore first of all a way of doing things, even if it is described by means of a conventional language which imposes its constraints in return. In the other, it is only a way of speaking. Be that as it may, the examples of accumulation have particularly caught the attention, because the repetition of the same schema on two different planes gave them more consistency and made them seem simpler. These reasons especially led to define totemism by the parallelism between food prohibitions and the rules of exogamy, and to make this supplementarity of uses a privileged phenomenon. However, there are cases where the relationship is not supplementary, but complementary, with matrimonial customs and food customs being then in a dialectical relationship. Obviously, this form also belongs to the same group. Now, it is only at the level of the group, not at that of this or that arbitrarily isolated transformation, that the human sciences can meet their object. In a previous chapter, we quoted the testimony of a botanist, attesting to the extreme purity of the types of seeds in the agriculture of the so-called primitive peoples, notably among the Indians of Guatemala. However, we also know that there is a real fear of agricultural exchanges in this region. A transplanted seedling can carry with it the spirit of the plant, which will disappear from its place of origin. We can therefore exchange women while refusing to exchange seeds. The case is frequent in Melanesia. The islanders of Dobu, southeast of New Guinea, are divided into matrilineal lineages, Susu. Husband and wife, who necessarily come from different Susu, each bring their seed yams which they cultivate in separate gardens, and which are never mixed. No salvation for those who do not possess their seeds. A destitute woman would not find a way to marry, she would be reduced to the status of a fisherwoman, a thief, or a beggar. On the other hand, the seed that did not come from the Susu would not grow, because agriculture is possible only thanks to the magic inherited from the maternal uncle. It is the ritual that makes the yams grow. These precautions and these scruples are based on the belief that yams are people, they have children, like women. At night they walk, we wait for their return to harvest. Hence the rule that you should not uproot too early, the yams might not have been brought in yet. Hence also the conviction that the happy farmer is a magician, who knew how to encourage the yams of his neighbors to move and establish themselves in his garden. The man who harvests a good harvest is considered a lucky thief. Fortune too. Beliefs of the same type existed, even in France, until recent times. In the Middle Ages, people punished with death the witch who defiled and damaged the wheat, who, by reciting the psalm Super aspidem ambulabis, emptied the fields of their grain to instantly fill his granary with this good wheat. And it was not long ago that in Kubjak, in Perigord, a magic invocation assured whoever pronounced it a good supply of turnips, may those of our neighbors be as big as grains of millet, those of our relatives like grains of wheat, and ours like the head of the ox favel. Rickel, pages 164-165. However, subject to the minimum exogamy resulting from the prohibited degrees, European peasant societies observed a strict local endogamy. And it is significant that endobu, an exacerbated endo-agriculture, can appear as the symbolic compensation for an exogamy of lineage and village, practiced with reluctance, if not even with dread, in spite of an endogamy generally assured at the level of the locality, which includes 4 to 20 neighboring villages. Marriage, even in a nearby village, is supposed to put a man at the mercy of assassins and sorcerers, and he always considers his wife to be a potential magician, ready to cheat on him with childhood friends, and to destroy him and his people. Fortune 2. In such a case, endo-agriculture reinforces a latent tendency towards endogamy, unless it symbolically expresses hostility towards the rules of a precarious exogamy, observed reluctantly. The situation is symmetrical and inverse to that which prevails in Australia, where food prohibitions and exogamic rules are mutually reinforcing and, as we have seen, in a more symbolic and clearly conceptualized way in patrilineal societies, where food prohibitions are flexible, and formulated preferably in terms of halves, that is to say on an already abstract plane that lends itself to binary coding by pairs of oppositions, more literal and concrete in matrilineal societies, where prohibitions are strict, and stated in terms of clans which one can often doubt that they belong to systematic sets, taking into account the historical and demographic factors which must have played a determining role in their genesis. Apart from these cases of parallelism, positive or negative, there are others where the reciprocity of social groups is expressed only on one level. The marriage rules of the Omaha are formalized very differently from those of the Aranda. Instead, as with the latter, the class of the spouse is precisely determined. All clans that are not expressly prohibited are permitted. In terms of food, however, the Omaha have rights very similar to the Antiquioma 27. The sacred corn is entrusted to the custody of certain clans, who distribute it annually to others in order to invigorate their seeds. Fletcher and La Flecha. The Nandi totemic clans of Uganda are not exogamous, but this non-functionality at the level of matrimonial exchanges is compensated by an extraordinary development of clan prohibitions, not only on the food level, but also on those of technical and economic activities, costume, and impediments to marriage resulting from this or that detail of the personal history of the prohibited spouse. Hollis. It is impossible to work out a system of these differences. The differences recognized between the groups seem rather to result from a propensity to accommodate all statistical fluctuations, which, in another form and on another plane, is also the method implemented by the so-called Crow Omaha and by contemporary Western societies, to ensure the overall balance of matrimonial exchanges. 28. This emergence of more complex methods of articulation than those resulting solely from rules of exogamy or food prohibitions, or even both together, is particularly striking in the case of the Baganda, who are close to the Nandi, because they seem to have accumulated all forms. The Baganda were divided into approximately 40 clans, Kika, each having a common totem, Mitsuro, the consumption of which was prohibited by virtue of a rule of food rationing. By depriving itself of totemic food, each clan left it available in greater quantity. For the other clans, it is the modest counterpart of the Australian claim that on condition of also abstaining from it, each clan has the power to multiply it. As in Australia, each clan is qualified by its links with the territory which, among the Baganda, is generally a hill. Finally, to the main totem is added a secondary totem, Kabairo. Each Baganda clan is therefore defined by two totems, food prohibitions, and a territorial domain, to which are added prerogatives, such as the eligibility of its members for royalty or other dignities, the performance of royal wives, the making or keeping of royal emblems or utensils, ritual obligations consisting in the provision of certain foods to other clans, technical specializations. The mushroom clan makes beaten bark alone, the blacksmiths all come from the tailless cow clan, etc. Finally, certain prohibitions: the women of the clan cannot engender male children of royal blood, and the wearing of reserved proper names. Roscoe. Asterisk. In cases of this kind, we no longer really know what type of society we are dealing with. Unquestionably, the totemic clans of the Baganda are also functional castes. At first sight, however, nothing seems more opposed than these two institutional forms. We have become accustomed to associating totemic groups with the most primitive civilizations, while castes appear to us as the result of highly evolved societies, sometimes even knowing writing. Finally, a solid tradition links totemic institutions to the strictest forms of exogamy, but if an ethnologist were asked to define the concept of caste, it is almost certain that he would first refer to the rule of endogamy. One might therefore be surprised that the oldest observers of Australian societies, between about 1830 and 1850, often used the word caste to designate the matrimonial classes whose function they nevertheless vaguely suspected. Thomas, pages 34-35. We must not disdain these intuitions, which preserve the freshness and liveliness of a reality still intact and of a vision unaltered by theoretical speculations. Without going into the fundamental problem here, it is clear that, from a superficial point of view, there are certain analogies between Australian tribes and caste societies. Each group exercises a specialized function, indispensable to the community in its together, and complementary to the functions assigned to the other groups. This is particularly clear in the case of tribes whose clans or moieties are linked by a rule of reciprocity. Among the Kadish and the Unmajara, northern neighbors of the Aranda, an individual who collects wild seeds in the territory of the totemic group of which these seeds are the eponym, must seek permission from the chief to consume them. Each totemic group is bound to provide the other groups with the plant or animal for the production of which it is specially appointed. Thus, a solitary hunter of the emu clan cannot touch this animal. But, if he is in company, he has the right, if not even the duty, to kill him and offer him to hunters belonging to other clans. Conversely, a solitary hunter of the water clan is allowed to drink if he is thirsty, but, in company, he must receive water from a member of the alternate half of his own, preferably a handsome one. Brother. Spencer and Gillen, pages 159-160. Among the Warramunga, each totemic group is responsible for the multiplication of a given plant or animal species, and for its obtaining by the other groups. The members of a moiety take charge of the ceremonies of the other half, whose purpose is to increase their own supply. Among the Walpari as well as the Warramunga, the secondary totemic prohibitions, affecting the maternal totem, are lifted if the food in question is obtained through the intermediary of a man of the other moiety. More generally, and for any totem, we distinguish between groups that never consume it, because it is their own totem, groups that consume it if they have obtained it through another group. Thus for maternal totems, finally, groups that consume freely and in all circumstances. It is the same for sacred water points. Women never go there, uninitiated men go there without drinking, certain groups go there and drink on the condition that the water is available to them. Presented by members of other groups who drink freely. Spencer and Gillen, p. 164. This reciprocal dependence is already manifest in marriage, which, as Radcliffe Brown has shown for Australia, but the same could be said of many other clan societies, such as the Iroquois, was based on reciprocal provision of vegetable food, female, and animal food, male. In such cases, the conjugal family appears as a miniature two-caste society. The difference is therefore less great than it seems, between societies which, like certain Australian tribes, assign a distinctive magico-economic function to totemic groups, and, for example, the Borora of central Brazil, among whom the same function of liberation of consumer products, animals or plants, is reserved for specialists, who assume responsibility for the group as a whole. Kalbakini. We are thus led to suspect the radical character of the opposition between endogamous castes and exogamous totemic groups. Do not these two extreme types have relations between them? the nature of which would appear better if we could demonstrate the existence of intermediate forms. In another work, 6, we insisted on a character, in our eyes fundamental, of the so-called totemic institutions. They invoke a homology, not between social groups and natural species, but between the differences which manifest themselves, on the one hand at the level of the groups, on the other hand at the level of the species. These institutions are therefore based on the postulate of a homology between two systems of differences, one situated in nature, the other in culture. By denoting the relations of homology by vertical lines, a pure totemic structure could therefore be represented in the following way. This structure would be profoundly altered if, to the homologies between the relations, we added homologies between the terms, or if, taking a further step, one shifted, from relations to terms, the global system of homologies. In this case, the implicit content of the structure will no longer be that clan 1 differs from clan 2 like, for example, the eagle of the bear, but that clan 1 is like the bear, and clan 2 like the eagle. That is to say that the nature of clan 1 and the nature of clan 2 will be called into question in isolation, instead of the formal relationship between the two. Now, the transformation whose theoretical possibility we have just considered can sometimes be directly observed. The Torres Strait Islanders have totemic clans of which, at Mabiog, the number is of the order of 30. These exogamic and patrilineal clans were grouped into two halves, comprising the land animals and the sea animals respectively. In Tutu and Saibai, this distribution corresponded, it seems, to a territorial division within the village. At the time of A.C. Haddon's expedition, this structure was already in an advanced state of decay. Nevertheless, the natives had a very strong feeling of a physical and psychological affinity between men and their totems, and of the corresponding obligation for each group to perpetuate a type of behavior. The clans of the cassowary, the crocodile, the snake, of the shark, and of the hammerhead fish, had a warlike nature. Those of the ray, of the spatula ray, and of the remora fish, were said to be peaceful. From the clan of the dog nothing could be said, because dogs have an unstable character. Crocodile people were thought to be strong and ruthless. Cassowary people were said to have long legs and excel in running. Fraser, Volume 2, pages 3 to 9, citing Haddon and Rivers. It would be interesting to know whether these beliefs survived the ancient organization as remnants, or whether they developed hand in hand with the decay of the rules of exogamy. The fact is that we observe similar ones, although unequally developed, among the Menominee Indians of the region of the Great Lakes, and further north, among the Chippewa. In this last group, the people of the clan of the fish were supposed to live long, to have fine or thin hair. All bald people were presumed to be members of this clan. On the contrary, the people of the bear clan were distinguished by their long, black, and thick hair, which did not whiten with age, and by their angry and combative temperament. The crane clan was credited with a shrill voice, and it was the one from which the speakers of the tribe came. Kineets, pages 76-77. Let us pause for a moment to consider the theoretical implications of such speculation. When nature and culture are conceived as two systems of differences, between which there is a formal analogy, it is the systematic character specific to each domain that is brought to the fore. Social groups are distinguished from each other, but they remain united as parts of the same whole, and the law of exogamy offers the means of reconciling this balanced opposition between diversity and unity. But, if social groups are envisaged, less from the angle of their reciprocal relations in social life, than each for his own account, in relation to a reality of another order than the sociological order, then one can foresee that the point of view of diversity will prevail over that of unity. Each social group will tend to form a system, no longer with the other social groups, but with certain differential properties conceived as hereditary, and these exclusive characteristics of the groups will make their interdependent articulation within society more fragile. To the extent that each group will seek to define itself by the image it has of a natural model, it will become increasingly difficult for it, on the social level, to maintain its links with other groups, and, especially, to exchange his sisters and daughters with them, since he will tend to imagine them as being of a particular species. Two images, one social, the other natural, and each on its own account articulated with itself, will be replaced by a single but fragmented socio-natural image. 29. Nature. Species 1. Species 2. Species 3. Species N. Culture. 1. Group 2. Group 3. Group N. Group. This is a kind of priority. We do not mean to insinuate that ideological transformations generate social transformations. The reverse order is only true. The conception that men have of the relationship between nature and culture is a function of the way in which their own social relationships are modified. But our object being here to sketch a theory of superstructures, it is inevitable, for reasons of method, that we grant to them a privileged attention, and that we seem to put in parentheses, or to place in a subordinate rank, the major phenomena that are not on our program at the moment. Yet we only study the shadows looming deep in the cavern, remembering that only our attention to them gives them some semblance of reality. Asterisk. That said, we will be less likely to be misunderstood by summarizing what precedes as the exposition of the conceptual transformations which mark the passage from exogamy to endogamy, which passage is obviously possible in both directions. Some, at least, of the Algonquin tribes from which our last examples come had a hierarchical clan structure, which one can suspect would have brought some difficulty to the functioning of an exogamy formulated in egalitarian terms. But it is in the southeastern United States, in the tribes of the Muskogee linguistic group, that hybrid institutional forms are most clearly observed, halfway between totemic groups and castes, which explains, moreover, the uncertainty which reigns over their endogamous or exogamous character. The Chickasaw may have been exogamous at the clan level, and endogamous at the moiety level. In any case, these offered the character, remarkable for structures of this type, of an exclusivism bordering on reciprocal hostility. Illness and death were often attributed to the witchcraft of people from the opposite moiety. Each moiety celebrated its rites in jealous isolation. Members of the other moiety who witnessed it could be punished with death. The same attitude existed among the Creeks. At the level of the moieties, it is strikingly reminiscent of that which, among the Aranda, prevailed at the level of the totemic groups. Each practiced his rites among himself, although the benefit was only for the others, which clearly shows, incidentally, that endopraxis and exopraxis are never separately and absolutely definable, but only as complementary aspects of an ambiguous relationship to self and other, as Morgan has demonstrated. Against McLennan. The moieties, which probably served to form opposing sides in athletic competitions, were believed to differ in type of residence and in temperament. One, warlike, preferred open landscapes; the other, peaceful, lived deep in the woods. The moieties may also have been hierarchized, as the term sometimes applied to them. People with fine homes and people with hovels suggest. However, these hierarchical, psychic and functional differences were manifested above all at the level of clans or their subdivisions into hamlets. In the indigenous evocations of the past, these formulas constantly recur, like a leitmotif, applied to each clan or hamlet. They were very special people, they did not resemble the others, they had customs and customs of their own. These peculiarities were of the most diverse orders: place of residence, economic activity, costume, food, aptitudes, and tastes. It is said that the raccoon people ate fish and wild fruits, that those of the Puma lived in the mountains, avoided the water of which they were very afraid, and consumed especially game. The wildcat people slept during the day and hunted at night, for they were gifted with keen eyesight. They took little interest in women. Those of the bird awoke before daybreak. They were like birds in that they did not bother others. Each had a particular form of spirit, just as there are many species of birds. They were said to be polygamous, little inclined to work, living well, and endowed with numerous offspring. The Red Fox people were professional thieves, loving independence and living deep in the forests. Nomadic and short-sighted, the wandering Iska nevertheless enjoyed robust health because they did not like to get tired. They moved nonchalantly, convinced that they had life ahead of them. Men and women took little care of their hair and neglected their attire. They lived like beggars and lazy people. The inhabitants of the hamlet of Potota Chainpanchi, located in the forest, were of unstable temperament, not very vigorous, addicted to dancing, always anxious and worried. They were early risers and awkward. In the hamlet of Haute-Gris near Amaze, the people were esteemed despite their pride, good gardeners, very hard-working but mediocre hunters. They exchanged their corn for game. They were said to be frank, stubborn, experts in predicting the weather. As for the huts in the hamlet of La Malfettrouge, they were all underground. Swanton 2, pages 190-213. This information was collected at a time when traditional institutions no longer existed except in the memory of old informants. And it is clear that, in part, these are old wives' tales. No society could afford to play nature to such an extent, or else it would split into a multitude of independent and hostile bands, each of which would contest the human quality of the others. The testimonies collected by Swanton are sociological myths, as much and more than ethnographic information. However, their richness, the similarities between them, the unity of the scheme that inspires them, the existence of testimonies of the same type from neighboring groups, everything suggests that, even if the real institutions were very different, we have there, at least, a sort of conceptual model of Chickasaw society, which presents the enormous interest of evoking a caste society, although the attributes of the castes, and their relations, are coded there by reference to natural species. Therefore like totemic groups. Moreover, the supposed relations between the clans and their eponyms are in conformity with those encountered in totemic societies of the classic type, either that the clan descends from the animal, or that a human ancestor of the clan has, in mythical times, contracted an alliance with him. However, these societies which are at the very least thought of as if they were composed of natural castes, that is to say where culture is conceived as a projection or reflection of nature, form a hinge between societies that the author's classics have used to illustrate their conception of totemism, plains tribes and southwestern tribes, and societies such as the Natchez, which offer one of the few examples of true castes known in North America. François Clouet. Portrait of Elizabeth of Austria, p. 33 square. Tlingit Club, to Stunfish, p. 38 square. The Other Side of Totemism, Naturalized Man. Drawings by L. E. Brunn, p. 153-159. The Other Side of Totemism, Humanized Nature. Drawings by Granville. We have thus established that, in the two classic lands of so-called totemism, the institutions defined by reference to this misleading notion could either, as in Australia, also be characterized from a functional point of view, or, as in America, give way to forms still conceived on the model of totemic groups, although they function more like castes. Let us now travel to India, also a classical land, but of castes. We will observe that upon contact with them, the institutions reputed to be totemic undergo a transformation symmetrical and inverse to that which affects them in America. Instead of the castes being conceived on a natural model, it is here the totemic groups which are conceived on a model cultural. The totemic appellations encountered in certain tribes of Bengal are, for the most part, of animal or vegetable origin. Such is the case of some 67 totems listed among the Oraon of Chotan Nagpur, with the exception of iron, the consumption of which, for lack of being able to effectively proscribe, contact with the lips or tongue is prohibited. This prohibition is therefore still formulated in terms that bring it closer to a food prohibition. Among the Munda of the same region, 340 identified exogamous clans have, for the most part, animal and plant totems whose consumption is prohibited. However, we already know totems of a different nature: full moon, moonlight, rainbow, month of the year, day of the week, copper bracelet, veranda, umbrella, professions or castes such as those of basket maker and torch bearer. Risley, Volume 2 and Appendix. Further west, the 43 clan names of the Bhil are divided into 19 plants, 17 animals, and 7 relating to objects: dagger, broken pot, village, thorny stick, bracelet, anklet, piece of bread. Coppers, pages 143-144. It is towards the south that we especially observe the reversal of the relationship between natural species and manufactured objects or products. The Devanga clans, a caste of weavers from Madras, have names with few plants and almost no animals. On the other hand, we find the following nouns: curdled milk, stable, coin, dam, house, eye drops, knife, scissors, boat, lamp, clothes, women's clothing, rope to hang pots, old plough, monastery, funeral pyre, tile. The Kuruba of Mysore have 67 listed exogamous clans, with animal and vegetable names or designated as follows: chariot, drinking cup, silver, flint, ball of thread, bracelet, gold, gold ring, pickaxe, colored border of clothing, stick, blanket, measure, mustache, loom, bamboo tube, etc. Thurston, Volume 2, pages 160 square, Volume 4, p. 64. Manufactured objects: sword, knife, spear, needle, pillar, rope, etc. by certain tribes of Southeast Asia. Be that as it may, in India, the manufactured objects which serve as clan names receive special homage, like totemic plants and animals. Either they are worshipped on the occasion of marriages, or the respect shown to them takes on a bizarre and specific form. Thus, among the Bhil, for the clan of the broken pot, the obligation to collect the fragments of pottery of a certain type and to give them a burial. A certain freshness of invention sometimes seems perceptible. The Arisanagatram of the Caribou bears the name of the turmeric, but, as it would be inconvenient, it is said, to deprive oneself of such an essential condiment, it is the seed of Kora which takes the place of prohibited food. Asterisk. We know, elsewhere in the world, heterogeneous lists of clan names. There are particularly, and perhaps significantly, in northern Australia, the region of the continent most permeable to external influences. Individual totems such as a razor blade and a coin have been noted in Africa. When I asked the Dinka whom I should invoke as my clan deities, it was only half joking they suggested typewriter, paper, and truck, for weren't those the very things that had always helped my people, and which the Europeans received from their ancestors? Leanhart, p.110. But this heterogeneous character is nowhere more asserted than in India, where the totemic appellations include a high proportion of manufactured objects, that is to say products or symbols of functional activities which, because they are clearly differentiated in a caste system, can, within the tribe or the caste itself, serve to express differential gaps between social groupings. It is therefore as if, in America, the outlines of castes had been contaminated by totemic classifications, while in India, the vestiges of totemic groups would have let themselves be won over by a symbolism of technological and professional inspiration. These crossovers will be less surprising, if one takes into account that there is a way of translating Australian institutions into caste language, more elegant and direct than that used above. We had suggested, in fact, that since each totemic group arrogates to itself the control of an animal or plant species for the benefit of the other groups, these functional specializations resemble, from a certain point of view, those assumed by the professional castes who also carry out a distinctive activity which is essential to the life and well-being of the whole group. However, a caste of potters does actually make pots, a caste of laundresses actually wash clothes, a caste of barbers shaves for good, while the magical powers of Australian totemic groups are of the imaginary order. The distinction is necessary, even if the belief in the effectiveness of magical powers is shared by their supposed beneficiaries and by those who, in good faith, claim to hold them. On the other hand, the link between sorcerer and natural species cannot be conceived logically on the same model as that between the craftsman and his product. It is only in mythical times that totemic animals were directly generated from the body of the ancestor. Today, kangaroos produce kangaroos, the sorcerer is content to help them. But if we consider Australian institutions, and others as well, in a broader perspective, we see an area where the parallelism with the caste system is much clearer. It suffices to focus attention on the organization society, rather than on religious beliefs and practices. For the first observers of Australian societies were, in a sense, right to designate the matrimonial classes by the name of castes. An Australian section produces its women for the other sections, in the same way that a professional caste produces goods and services that the other castes obtain only by his office. It would therefore be a superficial view to oppose them simply in relation to exogamy and endogamy. In fact, professional castes and totemic groups are also exopractical, the former in terms of exchanges of goods and services, the latter in terms of matrimonial exchanges. But, in both cases, a coefficient of endopraxis is always detectable. The castes are ostensibly endogamous, subject to impediments to marriage which we have shown elsewhere. 1. CHXXV, that, by compensation, they tend to multiply. Australian groups are exogamous, but most often according to the formula of restricted exchange, which is an imitation of endogamy within exogamy itself, since restricted exchange is the result of groups which consider themselves closed and whose internal exchanges are folded in on themselves. It is thus opposed to generalized exchange, which is more open to the outside and allows the incorporation of new groups without altering the structure. These relationships can be illustrated by a diagram, where we see that restricted exchange, the closed form of exogamy, is logically closer to endogamy than generalized exchange, the open form. That's not all. Between the women we exchange, and the goods or services we also exchange, there is a fundamental difference. The first are biological individuals, that is to say natural products, naturally procreated by other individuals. Biological, the second are manufactured objects, or operations accomplished by means of techniques and manufactured objects, that is to say social products, culturally manufactured by technical agents. The symmetry between professional castes and totemic groups is an inverted symmetry. The principle of their differentiation is borrowed, from culture in one case, from nature in the other. However, this symmetry only exists on an ideological level, it has no concrete basis. With regard to culture, professional specialties are truly different and complementary. The same could not be said, with regard to nature, of the specialization of exogamous groups with a view to the production of women of different species. Because, if the occupations do indeed constitute distinct social species, the women from different sections or subsections nevertheless all belong to the same natural species. This is the trap, set by reality for the imagination of men, and which they have tried to escape by seeking in the order of nature a real diversity, the only objective model of which, in the absence of the division of labor and of professional specialization, if they are unaware of them, they can draw inspiration from each other to establish relations of complementarity and cooperation. In other words, they conceive these relations on the model according to which, and also according to their own social relations, they conceive the relations between natural species. There are, in fact, only two true models of concrete diversity, one on the level of nature, that of the diversity of species, the other, in terms of culture, is offered by the diversity of functions. Placed between these two true models, the one illustrated by matrimonial exchanges presents an ambiguous and equivocal character, for women are similar in nature, and it is only with regard to culture that they can be posited as different. But if the first perspective prevails, as is the case when the chosen model of diversity is the natural model, resemblance prevails over difference. No doubt, women must be exchanged, since they have been decreed different, but this exchange presupposes that they are basically considered to be similar. On the other hand, when we place ourselves in the other perspective and adopt a cultural model of diversity, difference, which corresponds to the cultural aspect, outweighs resemblance. Women are not recognized as alike that within the limits of their respective social groups, and therefore, from one caste to another, Women cannot be exchanged. Castes pose women as naturally heterogeneous, totemic groups pose them as culturally heterogeneous, and the ultimate reason for this difference between the two systems is that the castes really exploit cultural heterogeneity, while the totemic groups offer themselves only the illusion of exploiting natural heterogeneity. Everything that has just been said can be expressed in another way. The castes, which define themselves according to a cultural model, really exchange cultural objects, but for the price of the symmetry which they postulate between nature and culture, they must conceive on a natural model their natural production insofar as these castes are composed of biological beings, production which consists of women, which these biological beings produce and who produce them. It follows that women are diversified on the model of natural species, they can no more be exchanged than these species can interbreed. Totemic groupings pay a symmetrical and inverse price. They define themselves according to a natural model, and they exchange natural objects among themselves, the women they produce and who produce them naturally. The postulated symmetry between nature and culture then leads to the assimilation of natural species in terms of culture. Just as women, homogeneous in nature, are proclaimed heterogeneous in culture, so the natural species, heterogeneous in nature, are proclaimed homogeneous in culture. Indeed, culture affirms that they are all subject to the same type of beliefs and practices, since they offer, in the eyes of culture, this common characteristic that man has the power to control and multiply them. Therefore, men culturally exchange women, who perpetuate these same men naturally, and they claim to culturally perpetuate species, which they exchange sub specie naturae, in the form of food products substitutable for each other because they are foods and because, as is also true of women, a man can be satisfied with certain foods and renouncing others, insofar as any women or any foods are equally suitable for use in procreation or preservation. Asterisk. We thus reach the common properties of which professional castes and totemic groups offer inverted illustrations. Castes are heterogeneous in terms of function, they can therefore be homogeneous in terms of structure, the diversity of functions being real, complementarity is established at this level, and the functionality of matrimonial exchanges, but between the same social units, would offer this character of accumulation, of which we have seen previously why it had no practical value, CFP 144. Conversely, the totemic groups are homogeneous as regards the function, since the latter has no real return and is reduced, for all the groups, to rehashing the same illusion. They must therefore be heterogeneous in structure, each being statutorily assigned to the production of women of a different social species. In totemism, therefore, an alleged reciprocity is made up of conduct that is homogeneous with respect to one another and simply juxtaposed. Each group similarly imagines that it holds magical power over a species, but since this illusion is groundless, it exists only as an empty form, identical as such to the other forms. True reciprocity results from the articulation of two processes, that of nature, which develops through women, generators of men and women, and that of culture, which men develop by socially qualifying these women as they are naturally begotten. In the caste system, reciprocity is manifested by functional specialization, it is therefore experienced on the level of culture. As a result, the valences of homogeneity are released, from formal, the analogy postulated between human groups and natural species becomes substantial, as shown by the example of the Chickasaw and the formula, quoted above, of the laws of Manu, CFP 140, endogamy is made available, since true reciprocity is assured otherwise. But this symmetry has its limits. No doubt the totemic groups mimic functional performances, apart from the fact that these remain imaginary, they are not cultural either, since they are not situated at the level of the arts of civilization, but at that of a usurpation. Deceit of natural abilities that man lacks as a biological species. No doubt also we find, in caste systems, the equivalent of food prohibitions, but, significantly, these are first expressed in the inverted form of an endo-cuisine, and, on the other hand, they manifest themselves at the level of the preparation of food rather than at that of its production. that is to say on the cultural level, precise and detailed, but above all with regard to the culinary operations and utensils. Finally, women are naturally interchangeable, from the point of view of their anatomical structure and their physiological functions, and culture finds, as far as they are concerned, the free field to play the great game of differentiation, whether this is conceived in a positive or negative way, and therefore exploited to establish either exogamy or endogamy, but the foods themselves are not fully substitutable. In this second area, the game reaches its limits more quickly. We are all the less eager to classify all foods as totemic because, as we saw above, it is more difficult to do without turmeric than kora. However, this is even more true with regard to professional functions, because they are really different and complementary. They make it possible to found reciprocity in its most truthful form. On the other hand, they exclude negative reciprocity, and thus set limits to the logical harmony of the caste system. Every caste remains partially endo-functional, since it cannot prevent itself from rendering to itself, simply because they are decreed irreplaceable, the differential services that it has as its primary mission to render to others. Castes. Otherwise, who would shave the barber? It is therefore not the same thing to introduce a, socially, constituting diversity within a single natural species, the human species, or to project onto the social level the, naturally, constituted diversity of plant and animal. Societies with totemic groups and exogamous sections believe in vain that they manage to play the same game, with species that are different and with women who are identical. They do not take care that, women being identical, it really depends on the social will to make them different, while the species being different, no one can make them identical, that is to say, all subject to the same will. Men produce other men, they do not produce ostriches. The fact remains that on a very general level, one perceives an equivalence between the two great systems of differences to which men have had recourse, to conceptualize their social relations. Simplifying a lot, one could say that castes project themselves as natural species, while totemic groups project natural species as castes. Yet this formula must be nuanced. Castes falsely naturalize a true culture, totemic groups really culturalize a false nature. From both perspectives, it must be admitted that the system of social functions corresponds to the system of natural species, the world of beings to the world of objects. Therefore recognize, in the system of natural species and in that of manufactured objects, two mediating ensembles which man uses to overcome the opposition between nature and culture and to think of them as a totality. But there is still another way. Several hunting tribes in North America say that at the beginning of time, bison were ferocious and all-bone beasts, not only inedible to man, but cannibalistic. Men thus formerly served as food for the animal which, later, was to constitute their food par excellence, but which was then food in reverse, since animal food in its inedible form, the bone. How can such a complete upheaval be explained? It happened, says the myth, that a bison fell in love with a young girl and wanted to marry her. This young girl was alone of her sex in a community of men, for a man had conceived it after a thorny bush stung him. Woman thus appears as the product of a negative conjunction, between a nature hostile to man, the thorn bush, and a human anti-nature, the pregnant man. Despite the affection they felt for their daughter and the fear the buffalo inspired in them, the men thought it wise to consent to the marriage, and they collected presents, each of which was to replace a part of the buffalo's body. A feathers would become the backbone, an otter quiver the skin of the chest, a woven blanket would be the belly, a pointed quiver the stomach, moccasins the loins, a bow the ribs, etc. Nearly 40 correspondences are thus enumerated. For a version of this myth, cf. Dorsey and Kroeber, N. Degree 81. First as disjoint. By substituting a cultural architectonics for the supernatural and primitive architectonics, the alliance creates a second nature over which man has control, that is to say a mediated nature. As a result of these events, in effect, from all bones the bison became all flesh, and cannibals, edible. The same sequence is sometimes reversed. thus in the Navajo myth, which ends with the transformation of a woman into a cannibal bear, symmetrical and inverse to the transformation of a cannibal bison into a husband. The metamorphosis continues in a scattering described on the model of the differences between wild species. The vagina of the ogress becomes a hedgehog, her breasts, gables, and acorns, her belly, other seeds, alkali, Sporobolus cryptandrus, aeroides, tor, its trachea, a medicinal plant, its kidneys mushrooms, etc. Haile Wheelwright, p. 83. These myths admirably express how, in populations where totemic classifications and functional specializations have a very reduced yield, even when they are not completely absent, matrimonial exchanges can provide a model directly applicable to the mediation of nature and culture, thus confirming, as we have suggested in the preceding pages, on the one hand that the system of women is a middle term between the system of natural beings and the system of manufactured objects, on the other hand, that each system is grasped by thought in the form of transformation within a group. Of the three systems, only that of beings has an objective reality outside of man, and only that of functions has full social existence, therefore within man. But the plenitude that each thus possesses on one plane explains why neither is easily manageable on the other plane. Food for general use cannot be completely totemized, at least without cheating 30, and, for a symmetrical reason, castes cannot avoid being endo-functional at the same time as they serve to construct a grandiose scheme of reciprocity. In both cases, therefore, the reciprocity is not absolute, it remains blurred and distorted at the edges. Logically speaking, the reciprocity of matrimonial exchanges represents an equally impure form, since it is situated halfway between a natural model and a cultural model. But it is this hybrid character that allows it to work perfectly. Associated with one or the other form, with both, or exclusively present, it alone can claim universality. Asterisk. A first conclusion emerges from our analysis: totemism, which has been excessively formalized in the language of primitiveness, could be formalized just as well, at the cost of a very simple transformation, in the language of the caste regime, which is the exact opposite of primitiveness. This already shows that we are not dealing with an autonomous institution, definable by distinctive properties, and typical of certain regions of the world and certain forms of civilization, but with a modus operandi detectable even behind social structures traditionally defined in opposition diametral with totemism. Secondly, we are better able to resolve the difficulty resulting from the presence, in so-called totemic institutions, of rules of action alongside the conceptual systems to which we have chosen to refer. For we have shown that alimentary prohibitions are not a distinctive feature of totemism, they are found associated with other systems which they similarly serve to mark, and conversely, the naming systems inspired by the natural kingdoms do not always accompanied by food prohibitions, they can be marked in various ways. On the other hand, exogamy and food prohibitions are not distinct objects of social nature, which must be studied separately or between which a causal relationship can be discovered. As language testifies almost everywhere, these are two aspects or two modes serving to concretely qualify a praxis which can be, as a social activity, turned towards the outside or towards the inside, and which always possesses these two orientations although they manifest themselves on different planes and by means of different codes. If the relationship between totemic institutions and castes can be superficially perceived as identical to a relationship between exogamy and endogamy, because in fact, as we have seen, things are more complex, between species and function, and, ultimately, between natural model and cultural model, is that, of all the empirically observable and apparently heterogeneous cases, the same schema emerges, which assigns its true object to scientific investigation. All societies conceive an analogy between sexual intercourse and food, but, depending on the case and the levels of thought, sometimes the man, sometimes the woman, occupies the position of eater or eaten. What does this mean if not that the common requirement is that of a differential gap between the terms, and of an unequivocal identification of each? Here again, we do not mean that social life, the relationship between man and nature, is a projection or even a result of a conceptual game that takes place in the mind. Ideas, wrote Balzac, are in us a complete system, similar to one of the kingdoms of nature, a kind of flowering whose iconography will be traced by a man of genius who will perhaps pass for mad 31. But whoever would attempt the enterprise would probably require more madness than genius. If we affirm that the conceptual scheme orders and defines the practices, it is because these, object of study of the ethnologist in the form of discrete realities, localized in time and space and distinctive of kinds of life and forms of civilization, are not to be confused with praxis which, on this point at least we agree with Sartre, p. 181, constitutes for the sciences of man the fundamental totality. Marxism, if not Marx himself, has too often reasoned as if practices flowed immediately from praxis. Without calling into question the indisputable primacy of infrastructures, we believe that between praxis and practices there is always a mediator, which is the conceptual scheme through the operation of which a matter and a form, both devoid of independent existence, are accomplished as structures, that is to say as beings at once empirical and intelligible. It is to this theory of superstructures, barely sketched by Marx, that we wish to contribute, reserving to history, assisted by demography, technology, historical geography, and ethnography, the care of developing the study of infrastructures proper, which cannot be primarily ours, because ethnology is first and foremost a psychology. Consequently, all that we claim to have demonstrated up to now is that the dialectic of superstructures consists, like that of language, in positing constitutive units, which can play this role only on condition of being defined in an unequivocal, that is to say by contrasting them in pairs, in order then, by means of these constitutive units, to elaborate a system, which will finally play the role of synthetic operator between the idea and the fact, transforming the latter in sign. The spirit thus goes from empirical diversity to conceptual simplicity, then from conceptual simplicity to meaningful synthesis. To conclude this chapter, nothing can be more appropriate than the illustration of this conception by an indigenous theory. True totem and taboo before the letter, the Yoruba myth dismantles piece by piece the complex edifice of denominations and prohibitions. This is to explain the following rules. 3 days after the birth of the child, the priest is called to give him his orisha and his wa. The first term designates the being or object to which the child will worship, and which entails a prohibition of marriage with any person having the same orisha. As such, this being or object becomes the main wa of the individual in question, who transmits it to his descendants up to the 4th generation. The son of this individual receives, as a second wa, the animal wa of his father's wife, and the son of the son in turn adopts the vegetable and third-rank wa of his father's wife. Finally, the son of the son of the son adopts the 4th wa of this relative, namely a rat, bird, or snake. These complicated rules are based, in native thought, on an original distribution of the population into 6 groups, that of the fisherman, that of omens, fish, snake, and bird, that of the hunter, that of quadrupeds, that of the farmer, that of plants. Each group includes men and women, making a total of 12 categories. At first, the unions were incestuous in each group, where the brother married the sister. The same Yoruba term designates both marriage, meal, possession, merit, gain, acquisition. Marrying and eating are one. If we represent the brother and sister of the first group by the letters A and B, those of the second group by the letters C and D, and so on, the initial incestuous situation can be summarized by the table. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Ob C D F G H I J K L. But humans quickly got tired of this monotonous food, also the son of couple Ob took the female product of couple CD, and so on for F and GH, etc. A B D C D B E F H G H F I J L K L J. It was not enough, the fisherman made war on the hunter on the farmer on the fisherman, and each appropriated the product of the other. It followed that henceforth the fisherman ate meat, the hunter the produce of the earth, and the cultivator fish. ABDFCDBHEFHJGHFLIJLBKLJD. In retaliation, the fisherman demanded produce of the earth, the meat, and the fish hunter. ABFJCDBHLFJBGHFLDHLBKLJDH. As things could not go on like this, a great palaver was organized and the families agreed to exchange their daughters and to instruct the priests to avoid confusions and disorders, thanks to the rule that after marriage, the woman will continue to worship her Orisha but that she will not pass it on to her children. As a result, the Orishas symbolized by the letters BDFHJL in second position are eliminated in the next generation, and the WA system becomes ADFJCBHLEHJBGFLDILBFKJDH. From now on, the WA of each individual will consist of an Orisha, an omen, an animal, a plant. Each WA will remain in the lineage for 4 generations, after which the priest will assign a new one. As a result of which Asijik are now eliminated, and a male Orisha is needed to reconstitute each batch of WA, the individual whose index is ADJF, group and degree 1, can marry a child of group and degree 2 whose WA are all different. Under this rule, A and C are interchangeable, as well as E and G, I and K. DFJCBHLAHJBGFLDELBFKJDHI. In the next generation, the letters DBHFLJ drop. Group 1 needs fish and takes B, Group 2 also, which takes D, Group 3 needs meat and takes F, Group 4 also, which takes H, Group 5 needs vegetable food and takes J, Group 6 also, which takes I. FJCBHLATJBGFLDEHBFKJDHIL. It is now the turn of the letters FHJLBD to fall. Out of meat, Groups 1 and 2 ally with H and F respectively, short of plant food, Groups 3 and 4 ally with L and J, short of fish, Groups 5 and 6 ally with D and B. JLBDFH fall, and the male Orisha come back on top. CBHLADFJGFLDEHJBKJDHILBF. As there are, it is said, 201 Orisha of which we can admit that half are male, and a considerable number of omens, animals, and plants serving to denote impediments to marriage, the number of possible combinations is very high. Dennett, pages 176-180. Admittedly, we have here only a theory in the form of an apology. The author who collected it quotes various facts which seem, if not to contradict it, at least to suggest that things did not function in his time with this beautiful regularity. But, theory for theory, it seems to us that the Yoruba, better than the ethnologists, were able to bring to light the spirit of institutions and rules which, in their society as in many others, offer an intellectual and premeditated character. 32. Sensory images no doubt intervene here, but as symbols, they are the tokens of a combinatorial game which consists in permitting them according to rules, without ever losing sight of the empirical signifiers of which they temporarily take the place. Chapter V. Categories, Elements, Species, Numbers. Questioning the nature of mythical thought, Boas concluded in 1914 that the essential problem was to know why stories concerning men showed such a great and constant predilection for animals, celestial bodies, and other personified natural phenomena. Boas 5, p. 490. This problem remains, in fact, as the last residue of speculations on totemism, but it seems possible to give the solution. We have already established that heterogeneous beliefs and customs, arbitrarily grouped together under the label of totemism, are not based on the idea of a substantial relationship between one or more social groups and one or more natural domains. They are similar to other beliefs and practices, directly or indirectly linked to classificatory schemes that make it possible to grasp the natural and social universe in the form of an organized totality. The only distinctions that can be introduced between all these schemes come down to preferences, which are never exclusive for such and such a level of classification. Indeed, all the levels of classification have a common characteristic: whatever the one that the society under consideration puts forward, it must authorize, and even imply, the possible recourse to other levels, analogous to a formal point of view at the privileged level, and which differ only by their relative position within a global system of reference operating by means of a pair of contrasts, between general and special on the one hand, between nature and culture on the other hand. The error of the proponents of totemism was to arbitrarily cut out a level of classification, that formed by reference to natural species, and to give it the value of an institution. But, like all levels, this is only one of many, and there is no reason to declare it more important, say, than the level of classification operating with the help of abstract categories, or that using nominal classes. The significant fact is less the presence, or absence, of such and such a level, than the existence of a variable pitch classification, giving the group that adopts it, without changing intellectual instruments, the means to focus on all levels, from the most abstract to the most concrete, and from the most cultural to the most natural. In his study already quoted, Boas doubted that the predilection so frequent for classifications inspired by a natural model could be explained by the distinct and individualized character of animal species, which, more easily than the undifferentiated members of the species human, would make it possible to assign them roles in a story, lc. It seems to us, however, that Boas touched upon an important truth here. To recognize it, it would have sufficed that, contrary to an often affirmed position, Boas did not reduce the tale or the myth to a simple story, and that he accepted to seek, behind the mythical discourse, the schema made up of discontinuous oppositions. Who presides over its organization? On the other hand, the natural distinctiveness of biological species does not provide thought with a definitive and immediate model, but rather a means of access to other distinctive systems, which in turn come to affect the first. In the end, if the zoological and botanical typologies are used more often and more willingly than the others, it can only be because of their intermediate position, at equal logical distance between the extreme forms of classification, categorical and singular. In the notion of species, in fact, the point of view of extension and that of comprehension are balanced. Considered in isolation, the species is a collection of individuals, but, in relation to another species, it is a system of definitions. This is not all. Each of these individuals, whose theoretically unlimited collection forms the species, is indefinable in extension, since it constitutes an organism, which is a system of functions. The notion of species therefore has an internal dynamic, a collection suspended between two systems. The species is the operator which makes it possible to pass, and even obliges to do so, from the unity of a multiplicity to the diversity of a unit. As we have shown elsewhere, 6, p. 133 ff, Bergson foresaw the importance of the role that, because of its logical structure, the notion of species could play in the critique of totemism. But there is every reason to fear that, had he had to specify his interpretation, he would have limited it to the subjective and practical aspect of the relationship between man and the natural world, as illustrated by the case the table diner asking what's for lunch today, and whose curiosity is fully satisfied by the answer, veal. In truth, the importance of the notion of species can be explained less by a propensity of the practical agent to dissolve it into a genus, for biological and utilitarian reasons, which would amount to extending to man the famous formula "it is grass in general that attracts the herbivore." 33, only by its presumptive objectivity, the diversity of species provides man with the most intuitive image at his disposal, and it constitutes the most direct manifestation that he knows how to perceive, of the ultimate discontinuity of reality. It is the sensitive expression of an objective coding. It is indeed striking that, to explain the diversity of species, modern biology is oriented towards schemas which resemble those of the theory of communication. We cannot venture into a field where the problems escape the competence of the ethnologist. But if it were true that, as biologists admit, the approximately 2 million living species had to be interpreted, in their anatomical, physiological, and ethological diversity, according to chromosomal formulas, each of which would be reduced to a distinctive periodicity in the distribution of 4 terms on the molecular chain, then we would perhaps hold the deep reason for the privileged significance, recognized by the man with the concept of species. We would understand how this notion can provide a sensitive mode of apprehension of a combination objectively given in nature, and that the activity of the mind, and social life itself, only borrow from it in order to apply it to the creation of new taxonomies. Of this fascination exerted always and everywhere on men by the notion of species and whose mystery would thus be unveiled, the obscure fascination exercised by totemism on the thought of ethnologists would no longer constitute anything more than a particular case. The natural sciences have long considered dealing with kingdoms, that is to say independent and sovereign domains, each of which was definable by its own characteristics, populated by beings or objects maintaining privileged relationships. This conception, now outdated, but which is still that of common sense, could only obliterate the logical power and the dynamism of the notion of species, since the species appear, in this light, as inert and separate classes, enclosed within the limits of their respective kingdoms. The societies we call primitive do not conceive that there can be a gap between the various levels of classification, they represent them as stages, or moments, of a continuous transition. The Hananu of the southern Philippines divide the universe into beings that may or may not be named. Named beings are distinguished into things, or else into persons and animals. When a Hananu pronounces the word plant, he therefore excludes that the thing he is talking about is a stone or a manufactured object. The class herbaceous plant in turn excludes other classes of plants, such as that of woody plant, etc. Among the herbaceous plants, the expression chili plant is differential with respect to rice plant, etc. Domestic pepper excludes wild pepper, and domestic chili pepper excludes domestic green pepper. Finally, penis of cat specifies that it is an individual not belonging to the 5 other varieties or taxa, distinguished by the indigenous culture within the group of domestic peppers. Conklin 4. Operandi, which can be represented by a series of dichotomies, has been characterized as follows. Modoses not at the same level from the point of view of the categories, but which nevertheless offer with it a common feature, the types are mutually exclusive. The names of each of the 1,625 listed types 34 consist of lexical elements whose number varies from 1 to 5. Each type is distinguished from all the others by at least one element. The binomial form is the most frequent. The similarities between the Hananu classifications and those of botanical science diminish rapidly when one approaches the highest and most inclusive categories. Conklin 1, pages 116 to 117 and p. 162. Indeed, the classes covering Linnean categories, peppers plant, capsicum sp, domestic peppers, capsicum annuum L, wild peppers, capsicum frutescens L, are neither at the same level nor on the same side of the dichotomous system. Above all, the field of scientific botany is not isolated from that of popular botany, as practiced by the gardener and the housewife, nor is he isolated from the categories of the philosopher and the logician. Located halfway between the other two, it allows you to move from one to the other, and to conceptualize each level using code borrowed from another level. Cf. diagram, p. 184. The Subanon, another tribe of the Philippines, classify diseases according to the same principle. They begin by distinguishing wounds from skin diseases, which they subdivide into inflammation, ulcer, and tinea, each of these 3 forms being further specified using several binary oppositions, simple/multiple, open/hidden, low/light, superficial/deep, distal/proximal. Frick. Asterisk. All the documents collected in chapters 1 and n combine with these examples to establish the frequency of zoological and botanical taxonomies which do not constitute separate domains, but which form an integral part of a global and dynamic taxonomy whose the perfectly homogeneous structure, since it consists of successive dichotomies, guarantees unity. It follows from this character, first, that the passage is always possible from species to category, then that no contradiction appears, between the system, which imposes itself at the top, and the lexicon whose role becomes preponderant as one descends the scale of dichotomies. The problem of the relationship between continuous and discontinuous thus receives an original solution, since the universe is represented in the form of a continuum made up of successive oppositions. This continuity is already apparent in the scheme which, among the Pawnee Indians, presides over the liturgy of seasonal rites. The posts of the cabin where the celebration takes place are chosen, according to their orientation, from among 4 species of trees painted in different colors, themselves corresponding to the directions which symbolize the seasons, whose union forms the year. The same explicit passage, from the species, or the group of species, to a system of properties or categories, can be illustrated by Melanesian examples. We have already noted that at Mawata, an island in the Torres Strait, the clans with animal names are grouped, according to species, into terrestrial or marine, warlike, or peaceful. Among the Kauai, an opposition between the Sago people and the Yam people is expressed by means of 2 emblems, that of the naked woman, and that of the rhombus, but which is called Mother of the Yams, and it also corresponds to the alternation of the seasons and the wind regime. In the Trobriand Islands there was a correspondence, specific to each clan, between a bird, a mammal, a fish, a plant. The binary systems of the Solomons use either 2 birds, wild cock and hornbill, or 2 insects, stick insect and mantis, or to 2 deities, but who embody antithetical behaviors, Sir Sage and Sir Maladroit. Fraser, Volume 2, Passim. It is therefore conceivable that depending on the code chosen, the logical rigor of the oppositions may be unevenly manifest, without implying differences in kind. The classificatory schemes of the Sioux offer a good example, because they constitute so many variations around a common theme, only changes the semantic level adopted to signify the system. All tribes have circular encampments which an ideal diameter divides into 2 halves. But, for several of them, this apparent dualism conceals a principle of tripartition whose symbolic material varies from tribe to tribe. The clans of the Winnebago are twice as numerous in one moiety as in the other, 8 and 4 respectively. The 10 Omaha clans are exactly divided between moieties, but one has 2 chiefs, the other only one. Among the Osage, there are 7 clans per half, but one half splits into subhalves while the other is homogeneous. In all 3 cases, and regardless of how the opposition is realized, it is the top or sky half that illustrates the simple form, the bottom or earth half the complex form. On the other hand, and to stick to the system of halves, the opposition top/bottom, if it is implicit in all the groups, is not always the one explicitly formulated. We find it, in fact, denoted in various ways, which can be exclusively present or juxtaposed: sky/earth, thunder/earth, day/night, summer/winter, right/left, west/east, male/female, peace/war, peace/war/police hunting, religious activities/political activities, creation/conservation, stability/movement, sacred/profane. Finally, depending on the groups, or, in the same group, depending on the circumstances, it is sometimes the binary aspect, sometimes the ternary aspect which is put in the foreground. Some, like the Winnebago, compose them into a quinary system, while the Ponca decompose the dualistic structure into a square system, earth and water, fire and wind. Similarly, among the Algonquin, we can go back from the apparently insignificant multiplicity of the 40 or 50 Ojibwe clans, but already grouped into clans with mammals, clans with fish, clans with birds, to the more explicit scheme of the Mohican, where the clans were divided into 3 moieties, formed respectively of the clans of the wolf, the bear, the dog, the opossum, for one, the small turtle, the large turtle, the mud turtle, the eel, for the other, and turkey, crane, hen, for the third. To the Delaware scheme, simplified to the extreme and whose logic is immediately apparent, since there are only 3 groups, respectively wolf, turtle, and turkey, and whose correspondence is clear to earth, water, and air. The vast corpus of Osage rites collected and published by La Flecha and to which we have already referred, pages 79 to 80, offers an abundance of illustrations, which are sometimes demonstrations, of the reciprocal convertibility of concrete classifiers, animals and plants, and abstract classifiers, such as numbers, directions, and orients. Thus, the bow and arrows appear in the list of clan names, but they are not only manufactured objects. The text of the prayers and invocations reveals that one arrow is painted black, the other red, and that this opposition of colors corresponds to that of day and night. The same symbolism is found in the colors of the bow, red on its internal face, black on its external face. To shoot a red and black bow, using alternately a red arrow and a black arrow, is to express the being of time, itself measured by the alternation of day and night. Cf. La Flèche 2, p. 99, and 3, notably pages 207, 233, 364-365. Not only do concrete classifiers serve to convey notions, but they can also, in their sensible form, attest that a logical problem has been solved, or a contradiction overcome. A complex Osage rite accompanies the making of a pair of moccasins for the celebrant. This particular attention reserved for an element of the costume could surprise, if the analysis of the texts did not detect in the moccasin something other than its utilitarian function. The moccasin, cultural object, is opposed to the bad grass that the walker crowd and crush. He thus corresponds to the warrior, who crushes his enemies. Now it so happens that, in the socio-cosmological scheme of the Osage, the warlike function connotes the earth half, to which the grass is also attached. The particular symbolism of the moccasin is therefore in contradiction with the general symbolism, since, for the first, the moccasin is anti-earth, whereas it is congruent to the earth for the second. The meticulousness of the ritual is clarified by highlighting what we would like to call the logical instability of a manufactured object, an instability that a highly ritualized manufacturing technique serves precisely to overcome. CFLC 3, pages 61-67. In Osage thought, the major and simplest opposition, that also endowed with the greatest logical power, is that of the two halves, Tsizu, sky, and Hanjie, subdivided into Hanjie proper, dry land, and Wajaja, water. From there, a complex grammar is elaborated, by means of a system of correspondences with more concrete or more abstract domains, but within which the initial scheme, acting as a catalyst, triggers the crystallization of other schemes, binary, ternary, quaternary, or higher numerical order. First the orients, since, in the initiatory hut, sky and earth are opposed as north and south, and dry land and water as east and west, respectively. Secondly, a mystical numerology stems from the opposition of even and odd. As we have indicated in another chapter, the number 6 belongs to half heaven, the number 7 to half earth, and their total 13 corresponds, on the cosmological level, to the number of the rays of the rising sun, which is a half sun, and on the social level, to that of the brilliant actions that an accomplished warrior must have to his credit, who is a half man, since the warrior function is the prerogative of one of the two halves whose the assembly forms the tribe. 35. Thus the quality and unity of the two great divisions of the tribe may be symbolized in the form of a man or an animal, but the Hanjie division must always represent the right side of the man or the animal, and the Tsizu division the left side. This notion of a duality and a unity of nature was not only reflected in social organization. In ancient times, it was engraved in the minds of individuals in the form of personal behavior. Thus, when putting on shoes, members of the Hanjie division put on the right moccasin first, and those of the Tsizu division put on the left moccasin first. La Flèche 3, p. 115. Let us open a parenthesis here to emphasize that this meticulous rigor, in the practical application of a logical scheme, is not an exceptional phenomenon. In Hawaii, the death of a chief was marked by violent demonstrations of mourning. The participants wore the loincloth tied around the neck, and not as usual around the kidneys. This inversion of top and bottom dress was accompanied by sexual license, and no doubt it meant it too. The importance of the opposition between high and low was expressed in a large number of prohibitions, to cover a container containing food with any object, on which someone would have stepped or would have sat, sitting or resting your feet on a pillow, resting your head on a cushion, sitting on a container of food, and, for women, using other cloths than those from falling skirts as tampons below the waistband, etc. When I was little, the traditionalists often evoked this horrible custom of the whites of sometimes inverting the bottom sheet and the top sheet, as if they did not know that what belonged to the top, my lima, must remain on the top, and that what belongs below, malalo, must stay below. One day, in a hula school run by my cousin Tlalaolokaiahumanu, a dazed student draped her shoulder with her dress. The hula master scolded her harshly, saying, "What belongs above must stay above, and what belongs below must stay below. Ko lima, no luna no ia, ko lalo no ia." Handy and Pukui, p. 182, and pages 11, 12, 157. Recent studies, Needham 3, Beidelman, show the refinement with which African tribes of Kenya and Tanganyika exploit the opposition, for them fundamental, between right and left, rather, it seems, at the level of the hand than at that of the foot, but we have reported on special attention given by the Osage to the lower extremities. For the gestures of love, the Kaguru man uses the left hand, the Kaguru woman the right hand, i.e. the hands which are respectively impure for each sex. The first payment to the healer, before the treatment begins, is made with the right hand, the last with the left hand, etc. The Borora of Africa, who are nomadic Fulani of the Sahelian zone of Niger, seem to associate, like the Kaguru, the right side with the man and, in temporal order, with the front, the left side with the woman. And afterwards 36, symmetrically, the masculine hierarchy goes from south to north, the feminine hierarchy from north to south. It follows that at the camp, the woman arranges her gourds in order of decreasing size, placing the largest in the south, while the man ties his calabashes in the reverse order. Dupire. Let us now return to the Osage. We have seen that with them, the number 13 first sums up the two social groups, right and left, south and north, summer and winter, as a result of which it is concretely specified and logically developed. In the image of the rising sun, where the man who gazes upon it worships the source of all life, thus looking eastward, which effectively puts south to his right and north to his left 37, the number 13 can symbolize the union of two terms, 6 and 7, heaven and earth, etc. But, insofar as it relates to a star, the solar symbolism is particularly assigned to the half sky. Hence the emergence of other concrete specifications of the number 13, those reserved for the subgroups of the other half. 13 bear footprints to represent the brilliant actions of the clans of the mainland, 13 willows for those of the water clans. La Flèche 3, p. 147. 13 is therefore the expression of a double human totality, collective, since the tribe is formed of two asymmetrical halves, quantitatively, one simple, the other split, and qualitatively, one officer for peace, the other for war, and individual, but also asymmetrical, right and left. As a totality, this union of the even and the odd, of the collective and the individual, of the social and the organic, will be multiplied under the effect of the ternary cosmological scheme. There will be a 13 of sky, 1/13 of land, 1/13 of water. To this coding by elements will finally be added a coding by species where two groups, respectively composed of 7 and 6 animals, are duplicated by the appearance of antagonists, thus bringing to 26, as could be expected, the number units of the system taken at the most concrete level. The 7 animals and their antagonists form the following table. Animals. Antagonistic. Lynx. Deer with curved antlers, male, young. Gray wolf. Deer with gray antlers, male, young. Male puma. Deer with black antlers, male, adult. Male black bear. Mound full of larvae, Insects. Male bison. Wall. Moose. Plant whose flowers turn towards the sun, Silphium laciniatum. Deer 38. No antagonist, his strength is in flight. The system of the 6 animals is less clear. It includes 2 varieties of owls, one opposed to the male raccoon, young and adult respectively, the golden eagle opposed to the turkey, finally, it seems, the river mussel, whose shell serves to make the mother of pearl pendants which symbolize the sun, the bison hare, and the little pipe. A logical structure, initially a simple opposition, thus blossoms out in a sheaf, in 2 directions, one abstract, in the form of numerology, the other concrete, first elementary, then specific. At each level, semantic short circuits make it possible to reach the furthest levels directly. But the level of species, which is also the most particularized of those we have considered, does not constitute a kind of limit, or stopping point, of the system. Without falling into inertia, it continues to progress. By means of new detotalizations and retotalizations, which can be carried out on several planes. Each clan has a symbol of life, totem or deity, whose name it adopts, puma, black bear, golden eagle, young deer, etc. The clans are thus defined, in relation to each other, by means of a differential gap. However, the ritual texts base each distinctive choice on a system of invariant characters, supposedly common to all species. Each affirms for itself what the puma declares for itself. For example, contemplate the underside of my paws, it is black in color. I made my charcoal from the underside of my paws. When the little ones men also make their charcoal from the skin of my paws. They will always have charcoal which will easily penetrate their epidermis while they will follow the road of life. Contemplate the tip of my nose which is black, etc. Contemplate the tips of my ears which are black, etc. Contemplate the end of my tail which is black, etc. Each. La Flèche 2, pages 106-107. Animal is thus broken down into parts, according to a law of correspondence. Snout equals beak, etc., and the equivalent parts are grouped together, then all together, according to the same relevant character, the presence of charcoal parts, because of the protective role attributed by the Osage to fire and its product, coal, finally and consequently, to the color black. The black thing, coal, is the subject of a special rite to which the warriors are compelled before going into battle. If they neglect to blacken their faces, they will lose the right to recapitulate their brilliant deeds and claim military honors. La Flèche 3, p. 327 square. We therefore already have a system with 2 axes, one reserved for diversities, the other for similarities. The analytical approach, which makes it possible to pass from categories to elements and from elements to species, is therefore prolonged by a sort of ideal dismemberment of each species, which gradually re-establishes the totality on another plane. This double movement of detotalization and retotalization also takes place on a diachronic level, as shown, in the rite of the vigil, by the admirable songs of Tours and of the beaver, representing earth and water respectively, which meditate on the approaching winter, and prepare for it in accordance with their particular mores, here endowed with a symbolic meaning, so that the arrival of spring and their restored strength may appear as the pledges of the long life promised to men. After that 6 moons had passed, the bear proceeded to a detailed examination of his body. He lists the marks of his emaciation, that is to say of a diminished body, but which, because he remained alive, attests even more to the power of life: reduced body surface, curled up toes, wrinkled ankles, slack muscles, flabby belly, protruding ribs, limp arms, hanging chin, wrinkled corners of eyes, receding forehead, sparse hair. He then leaves his footprints, symbols of warlike actions, 6 on one side, 7 on the other. Then he leaves at a rapid pace to reach a country whose air was made vibrant by the heat of the sun. La Flèche 5, pages 148-164. The synchronic structure of the tribe, as expressed in the division into 3 elementary groups, themselves divided into clans bearing totemic names, is not furthermore, as we have seen 39, a projection, in the order of simultaneity, of a temporal becoming that the myths describe in terms of succession, when the first men appeared on earth, after this version, coming from the sky, another version, Dorsey, 1, has them come from the underworld, they set off in their order of arrival, first the people of the water, then those of the earth, finally those of the sky, La Flèche 2, pages 59 to 60, but, as they found the earth covered with water, they appealed, to guide them towards habitable places, first to the water spider, then to the beetle, then to the white leech, finally to the black leech. ID, pages 162 to 165. We can therefore see that in no case can the animal, the totem, or its species be grasped as a biological entity, by its double character of organism, that is to say of system, and of emanation of a species, which is a term in a system. The animal appears as a conceptual tool with multiple possibilities, to detotalize and to retotalize any domain, located in synchrony or diachrony, concrete or abstract, nature or culture. Strictly speaking, it is therefore never the eagle that the Osage invoke. Because, according to the circumstances and according to the times, it is about eagles of different species, golden eagle, Aquila crisitos, L, spotted eagle, Aquila clangea, L, bald eagle, Heliaetus leucocephalus, etc. Of different colors, red, white, spotted, etc. Finally, considered at different times of their existence, young, adult, old, etc. This three-dimensional matrix, a veritable system by means of a beast, and not the beast itself, constitutes the object of thought and provides the conceptual tool for it. If the image were not so trivial, one would be tempted to compare this tool to utensils made up of a cross of metal blades, which are used to cut potatoes into strips or quarters. A pre-designed grid is applied to all the empirical situations, with which it has enough affinities for the elements obtained in all circumstances to preserve certain general properties. The number of pieces is not always the same, nor the shape of each absolutely identical, but those which come from the center remain in the center, those which come from the circumference, on the circumference. Asterisk. Average classifier, and, therefore, the most profitable and most frequently employed, the species level can widen its network upwards, i.e., in the direction of elements, categories, and numbers, or narrow it downwards, in the direction of nouns clean. This last aspect will be considered in detail in the next chapter. The network engendered by this double movement is itself intersected at all levels, since there are a large number of different ways of signifying these levels and their ramifications, names, differences in dress, body drawings, or tattoos, ways of being or to do, privileges and prohibitions. Each system is thus defined by reference to two axes, one horizontal, the other vertical, which correspond, up to a certain point, to the Saussurean distinction between syntagmatic relations and associative relations. But, unlike discourse, totemic thought has this in common with mythical thought and poetic thought that, as Jacobson established for the latter, the principle of equivalence operates on both planes. Without the content of the message being modified, the social group can encode it in the form of a categorical opposition, high/low, or elementary, sky/earth, or even specific, eagle/bear, that is to say using different lexical elements. And to ensure the transmission of the message, the social group also has the choice between several syntactic processes, appellations, emblems, behaviors, prohibitions, etc. employed alone or in partnership. 41. If the task were not enormous, one could undertake a classification of these classifications. The systems would then be distinguished according to the number of categories they use, from 2 to several dozen, and according to the number and choice of elements and dimensions. They would then be distinguished into macro and micro classifications, the first type being characterized by the admission to the rank of totems of a large number of animal and plant species, the Aranda recognize more than 400, the second, by totems all inscribed, so to speak, within the limits of the same species, as do in Africa the Banyero and the Bahima, whose clans are named after particular types or parts of cow, striped cow, cow brown, full cow, etc. Tongue, guts, heart, cow kidneys, etc. The systems can also be identified according to the number of their dimensions, some being purely animal, others purely vegetable, others calling upon manufactured objects, others finally juxtaposing a variable number of dimensions. They can be simple, one name or one totem per clan, or multiple, as in those Melanesian tribes which define each clan by a plurality of totems, a bird, a tree, a mammal, a fish. Finally, the systems can be homogeneous, thus, for example, in Kavirondo, where the totemic lists are formed of elements of the same type, crocodile, hyena, leopard, baboon, vulture, crow, python, mongoose, frog, etc. And they can also be heterogeneous, as illustrated by the totemic lists of the Baitso, sheep, sugar cane, boiled meat bones, mushroom, antelope, common to several clans, view of the forbidden antelope, shaved head, etc. Or again, of certain tribes of northeastern Australia, sexual passion, adolescence, various illnesses, known places, swimming, copulation, making a spear, vomiting, various colors, various psychic states, heat, cold, corpse, ghost, various ritual accessories, various manufactured objects, sleep, diarrhea, dysentery, etc. 42. Such a classification of classifications is perfectly conceivable, but it would only be possible on the condition of combing through so many documents and taking into account such varied dimensions that, even limiting ourselves to the companies for which the information is sufficiently rich, precise, and comparable between them, one could not dispense with the help of machines. Let us therefore content ourselves with evoking this program, reserved for the ethnology of the next century, and let us return to the simplest properties of what, for convenience, we will call the totemic operator. To appreciate its complexity, it will suffice to describe it with the help of a diagram, and by considering only a small portion of the cell, since we will start it at the level of the species, and we will arbitrarily restrict to 3 the number of species, and to 3 also that of the parts of the body, figure 8. We see that the species first admits empirical realizations, seal species, bear species, eagle species, each includes a series of individuals, also reduced to 3 in the diagram: seals, bears, eagles. Each animal can be analyzed into parts, head, neck, legs, etc., which can be grouped first within each species: seal heads, seal necks, seal legs, then together, by type of part, all heads, all the necks. A final grouping restores the model of the individual, in its rediscovered integrity. The whole therefore constitutes a kind of conceptual apparatus, which filters unity through multiplicity, multiplicity through unity, diversity through identity, and identity through diversity. Endowed with a theoretically unlimited extension in its median level, it contracts, or expands, in pure comprehension at its 2 vertices, but in form symmetrical and inverse to each other, and not without undergoing a sort of twist. The model which serves us here as an illustration obviously represents only a very small fraction of the ideal model, since the number of natural species is of the order of 2 million, that of virtually imaginable individuals is limitless, and since the parts of the body or organs, distinguished and named, amount in certain indigenous lexicons to nearly 400. Marsh and Laughlin. Finally, there are probably no human societies that have not made a very thorough inventory of their zoological and botanical environment, and who have not described it in specific terms. Is it possible to assess an order of magnitude, or limits? When we examine the ethnozoological and ethnobotanical works, we note that, with rare exceptions, the species and varieties listed seem to be of the order of a few hundred, approximately 300 to 600. but no work of this kind is exhaustive, since it is limited by the time available to collect the materials, the number of informants and their competence, and finally, the investigator's own competence, the extent of his knowledge and the variety of his concerns. There is therefore little risk of being mistaken in postulating that the real figure must be significantly higher, which is confirmed by the best works. The Hanano classify their local botanical universe, at the lowest level of contrast, terminal level, in addition to 1,800 mutually exclusive taxa in the eyes of popular knowledge, while botanists divide the same flora, in terms of species, into less than 1,888 scientifically defined taxa. Conklin 4. This text by an ethnographer specializing in the problems of taxonomy curiously echoes a remark by Tyler on rabbinic philosophy, which assigns, to each of the 2,100 species of plants, for example, an angel who presides over his destiny from heaven, and which founds on this idea the prohibition of Leviticus against mixtures between animals and between plants. Tyler, Volume 2, p. 246. In the current state of knowledge, the figure of 2000 seems to correspond, as an order of magnitude, to a kind of threshold in the vicinity of which the memory capacity is located. And the defining power of ethnozoologies or ethnobotany based on oral tradition. It would be interesting to know if this threshold has significant properties from the point of view of information theory. Asterisk. Recently studying the initiation rites among the Sinyafo, an observer highlighted the role of 58 figurines shown to the novices in a determined order, and which form, so to speak, the canvas of the teaching which is assigned to them. These figurines represent animals, characters, or they symbolize types of activity. Each therefore corresponds to a species or a class. The ancients present a certain number of objects to neophytes. This inventory, sometimes very long, constitutes a kind of lexicon of symbols whose different possible modes of arrangement are indicated. In the most evolved Poro, men thus learn to handle the ideographic supports of a thought which manages to take a truly philosophical turn. Bach-Eighth, p. 76. It could not be better said that, in systems of this type, there is a constant passage, and which takes place in both directions, from ideas to images, and from grammar to lexicon. This phenomenon, which we have emphasized on several occasions, raises a difficulty. Is it legitimate to postulate, as we could be accused of having implicitly done, that such systems are motivated at all levels? More exactly, are we in the presence of real systems, where images are united to ideas, and lexicon to grammar, by constantly rigorous relations, or should we not recognize at the most concrete level, that of images and vocabulary, a certain amount of contingency and arbitrariness, which would lead one to question the systematic character of the whole? The problem has arisen each time we have claimed to discover a logic of clan names. However, we have shown, in a previous chapter, that we almost always come up against a difficulty which, at first glance, may seem insurmountable. Societies which claim to form a coherent and articulated system, that the mark of the system be in names, behaviors, or prohibitions, are also collectivities of living beings. Even if, consciously or unconsciously, they apply marriage rules whose effect is to maintain constant the social structure and the rate of reproduction, these mechanisms never work perfectly. They are moreover threatened by wars, epidemics, and famines. It is therefore clear that history and demographic evolution will always upset the plans drawn up by the wise. In such societies, synchrony and diachrony are engaged in a constantly renewed conflict, from which it seems that each time diachrony must emerge victorious. Referred to the problem we have just posed, these considerations mean that the further down we descend towards concrete groups, the more we must also expect to find distinctions and arbitrary denominations, explicable above all in terms of incidents and events, and which will rebel against any logical arrangement. Everything is a potential totem, we remark about tribes in northwestern Australia who already have, among their totems, beings such as the white man and the sailor. Although the first contacts with civilization date back to recent times. Hernandez. Some tribes of Gruti land, east of Arnhem land, are divided into 2 moieties each comprising 6 clans. Each clan has one or more motley totems, winds, boats, water, animal and plant species, stones. The wind totems are probably linked to the annual visits of the islanders of Macassar, and the same is true of the boat totem, as is proven by a myth referring to the manufacture of boats by the people of Macassar, in the island Bickerton. Other totems were borrowed from the natives of the interior. Some, finally, are in the process of being abandoned, while others have recently been introduced. Consequently, concludes the author of these observations, it would be imprudent to see, in the choice and the distribution of the totems, an effort to conceptually organize the natural environment according to the dualistic scheme. The list results from a historical process of accretion, rather than a systematic enterprise. There are totemic chants inspired by well-known ships, the Cora, the Wanderer, and even by the large transport planes of the Catalina type, an air base having been set up during the war in the territory of a clan. Such facts encourage all the more to admit that historical events can be at the origin of certain totems, that, in the language of the tribes in question, the same word indicates the totems, the myths, and any kind of object beautiful, rare, or curious, thus a particularly attractive mole, or a pretty little vial of pharmaceutical product. In addition to events, aesthetic inspiration and individual invention would weigh in favor of contingency. Worsley. In the first chapter of this book, we repeatedly referred to the role of the aesthetic imagination in the development of classificatory systems, a role already recognized by theorists of taxonomy, which, says Simpson, is also an art, p. 227. This aspect of the problem therefore has nothing to worry us about, quite the contrary. But what about historical factors? Linguists have known the problem for a long time, and Saussure solved it very clearly. Even Saussure, in fact, who laid down the principle, the evidence of which seems less certain to us today, of the arbitrary nature of linguistic signs, admits that this arbitrariness has degrees, and that the sign can be relatively motivated. This is so true that we can classify languages according to the relative motivation of their signs. Latin inimicus is more strongly motivated than enemy French, in which the opposite of friend is not so easily recognized, and, for each language, the signs are also unequally motivated. French 19 is motivated, French 20 is not. For the word 19 evokes the terms of which it is composed and others associated with it. If the irrational principle of the arbitrariness of the sign were applied without restriction, one would end up with the supreme complication, but the mind succeeds in introducing a principle of order and regularity into certain parts of the mass of signs, and this is the role of the relatively motivated. In this sense, we can say that some languages are more lexicological and others more grammatical. Not that lexicon and arbitrary on the one hand, grammar and relative motivation on the other, are always synonymous, but there is something common in the principle. They are like two poles between which the whole system moves, two opposite currents which share the movement of the language, the tendency to use the lexical instrument, the unmotivated sign, and the preference given to the grammatical instrument, i.e. to the rule of construction. Saussure, p. 183. For Saussure, therefore, language goes from arbitrariness to motivation. On the other hand, the systems we have examined so far range from the motivational to the arbitrary. The conceptual schemes, at the limit, simple binary opposition, are constantly forced to introduce elements taken from elsewhere, and, no doubt, these additions often lead to a modification of the system. Sometimes, too, they fail to fit into the scheme, and the systematic pace finds itself out of order, or temporarily suspended. This constant struggle between history and the system is tragically illustrated by the example of some 900 survivors of some 30 Australian tribes, grouped pell-mell in a government camp which included, in 1934, some 40 dwellings, supervised and separated dormitories for boys and girls, a school, a hospital, a prison, shops, and where the missionaries, unlike the natives, could have a field day, in a lapse of 4 months, we saw nonconformists, Presbyterians, the Salvation Army, Anglicans and Roman Catholics pass by. We do not cite these facts with a polemical intention, but because they make it highly improbable traditional. However, the first response of the natives to the grouping was the adoption of a common terminology and rules of correspondence, to harmonize the tribal structures which, throughout the region concerned, were based on moieties and sections. Asked about his section, an individual could answer, I am this or that in my dialect, so here I am Vungo.way. Which should not come as a surprise. But one is more struck by the regularities, and by the systematic spirit in which the informants solve each problem. Except in one region, the opossum belongs to the Wiyuturu moiety. On the coast the fresh water is half Yanguru, but in the interior it is half Wiyuturu. The natives say, almost always, cold skin goes with Wiyuturu, and feathers with Yanguru. Hence it follows that the Wiyuturu half possesses the water, the lizard, the frog, etc., and the Yanguru half the emu, the duck, and other birds. But where the frog is placed in the alternate half of that of the opossum, another principle of opposition to the rescue is called, the two animals move by leaps, and this resemblance comes from the fact that the frog is the father of the opossum. However, in a matrilineal society, the father and the son belong to opposite moieties. When the informants reconstitute the list of totems of each moiety, they invariably reason as follows: the trees, and the birds which make their nest there, are of the same half, the trees which grow at the edge of the streams, or in the ponds and marshes, are of the same moiety as the water, the fish, the birds, and aquatic plants, sparrowhawk, turkey, everything that flies works together. The serpent python variegatus, carpet snake, and the monitor lizard Varanus Gould, ground gona, work together. They traveled together in ancient times. Kelly, p. 465. He happens sometimes the same species appears in both halves. This is the case of Python variegatus, carpet snake, but the natives distinguish 4 varieties, from the patterns of the scales, and these varieties divide in pairs between the halves. It is the same for the varieties of turtle. The gray kangaroo is Wiyuturu, the red Yanguru, but in fights they avoid each other. Another indigenous group distributes water and fire among natural species, opossum, bee, and the monitor lizard, Varanus arameus. Sand gona, possess the fire, Python variegatus, carpet snake, Lipo-ocellata, scrub turkey, lizard, and porcupine, own the water. Formerly, indeed, the ancestors of the group in question had the fire, and the people of the bush had the water. The former joined the latter, and they shared water and fire. Finally, each totem has a particular affinity with a species of tree, a branch of which is placed in the tombs, according to the clan of the deceased. Emu has Burrs aurea sp. Box tree, the porcupine and the eagle certain varieties of acacia, brigalow, the opossum another acacia, kiji, Python variegatus, carpet snake, sandalwood, and the monitor lizard, sand gona, various sterculia. Bottle tree. In the western groups, the dead were buried facing east or facing west, depending on the half, lc, pages 461 to 466. Consequently, and although the social organization is reduced to chaos because of the new conditions of existence imposed on the natives and the secular and religious pressures which they undergo, the speculative attitude remains. When it is no longer possible to maintain traditional interpretations, others are developed which, like the first, are inspired by motivations, in the Saussurean sense, and by schemes. Social structures, once simply juxtaposed in space, are matched, along with the animal and plant classifications specific to each tribe. According to their tribal origin, the informants conceive of the dualist schema on the model of opposition or resemblance, and they formalize it in terms either of kinship, father and son, or of orients, east and west, or elements, earth and sea, water and fire, air and earth, or finally, differences or similarities between natural species. They also become aware of these various processes, and seek to formulate rules of equivalence. There is no doubt that, if the process of deterioration were to be interrupted, this syncretism could serve as a starting point for a new society, to work out a global system whose all aspects would be adjusted. We see by this example how logical dynamism, which is a property of the system, manages to overcome what, even for Saussure, does not constitute an antinomy. Apart from the fact that, like languages, classification systems can be unequally situated in relation to arbitrariness and motivation without the latter ceasing to be operative there. 43. The dichotomous character that we have recognized in them explains how arbitrary aspects, or which appear to us as such, for can one ever affirm that a choice, arbitrary for the observer, is not justified from the point of view of native thought, come to be grafted, without distorting them, on the rational aspects? We have represented the classification systems as trees, and the growth of a tree is a good illustration of the transformation just mentioned. In its lower parts, a tree is, so to speak, powerfully motivated. It must have a trunk, and this must tend vertically. The lower branches already contain more arbitrariness. Their number, although it can be expected to be limited, is not fixed in advance, any more than the orientation of each one and its angle of divergence with respect to the trunk, but these aspects remain all the same linked by reciprocal relations, since the large branches, taking into account their own weight and the other branches loaded with foliage which they support, must balance the forces which they apply on a common point of support. But, as attention moves to higher levels, the part of motivation weakens, and that of arbitrariness increases. It is no longer in the power of the terminal branches to compromise stability of the tree, nor to change its characteristic shape. Their multiplicity and their insignificance freed them from the initial constraints, and their general distribution can be explained indiscriminately by a series of repetitions, on an increasingly reduced scale, of a plan which is also inscribed in the genes of their cells, or as the result of statistical fluctuations. Intelligible at the outset, the structure attains, by branching out, a sort of inertia or logical indifference. Without contradicting its primary nature, it can now suffer the effect of multiple and varied incidents, which occur too late to prevent an attentive observer from identifying it and classifying it in a genre. Chapter 6. Universalization and Particularization. The antinomy, which some believe to detect between history and system 44, would appear, in the cases which have been reviewed, only if we ignore the dynamic relation which manifests itself there. Between these two aspects, forming a transition from one to the other, there is room between them for a diachronic and non-arbitrary construction. Starting from the binary opposition, which offers the simplest example one can conceive of a system, this construction is done by aggregating, at each of the two poles, new terms chosen because they maintain with that here relations of opposition, correlation, or analogy, but it does not follow that these relations must be homogeneous. Each local logic exists for its own account, it resides in the intelligibility of the relation between two immediately associated terms, and this is not necessarily of the same type. For each link in the semantic chain, the situation is somewhat comparable to that where inexperienced players would find themselves, who would join the pieces of a game of dominoes by considering only the values of the adjacent halves, and who, without prior knowledge of the composition of the game, would not succeed. No less to prolong the game. It is not necessary, therefore, for the logic of the system to coincide at all points with the set of local logics that are inserted into it. This general logic may be of another order, it will then be defined by the number and the nature of the axes used, by the rules of transformation making it possible to pass from one to the other, finally, by the specific inertia of the system, that is to say its receptivity, greater or lesser depending on the case, with respect to unmotivated factors. The so-called totemic classifications, the beliefs and practices connected with them, are only one aspect or mode of this general systematic activity. From this point of view, we have so far done little more than develop and deepen certain remarks of Van Gennep. Each ordered society classifies, of all necessity, not only its human members, but also the objects and beings of nature, sometimes according to their external forms, sometimes according to their psychic dominance, sometimes according to their food, agrarian, industrial, productive, or example the zoological system of totemism or the cosmographic system, or the professional system, castes, is prior to the others. Van Gennep, pages 345-346. That the author of these lines was fully aware of their innovative audacity is evident from the note added by him at the bottom of the page. It is clear that I do not admit Durkheim's point of view, Forms, p. 310, who thinks that the cosmic classification of beings, including men, and things is a consequence of totemism. I maintain, on the contrary, that the special form of cosmic classification which is observed in totemism is, not even a nuance of it, but one of its constitutive, primitive, and essential parts, because peoples who do not have totemism also have a system of classification, which is also one of the primordial elements of their system of general social organization, and reacts in this capacity on magico-religious and secular institutions, such as the system of Orient's, Chinese and Persian dualism, Assyro-Babylonian cosmographism, the so-called magical system of sympathetic correspondences, etc. Yet, despite such correct views, Van Gennep's demonstration falls short, for he persists in believing in totemism as an institutional reality. If he renounces to make it a classificatory system from which all the others would come, he wants to preserve its originality, like an objectively identifiable species within a genus. Thus, the notion of totemic kinship is formed of three elements: physiological kinship, social kinship, and cosmic and classifying kinship, which links all the men of a group to the beings or objects theoretically situated in this group. What characterizes totemism is the particular combination of these three elements, just as a certain combination of copper, sulfur, and oxygen forms copper sulfate, Lc. Arrived so close to the goal, Van Gennep remains a prisoner of the traditional cutting in the frameworks of which he accepted to register his demonstration. However, neither with him nor with his predecessors, one would find the means to found the imprudent comparison which he invokes in support of his thesis. If copper sulfate is a chemical body, although none of its constituent elements belongs to it exclusively, it is because a set of differential properties results from their combination: shape, color, flavor, action on other bodies and on biological beings, all properties which are found assembled only in him. Nothing comparable can be affirmed of totemism. However one defines it, it does not constitute a body of the ethnological realm, but is rather reduced to an imprecise dosage of variable elements, whose thresholds each theoretician chooses arbitrarily, and whose presence, absence, or degree, do not involve any effects specific. At most, one can, in the cases traditionally diagnosed as totemic, discern a relative swelling of the classification scheme at the level of the species, without the nature and the structure of the scheme being really changed. Yet we are never sure that this swelling is an objective property of the scheme, and not the result of the particular conditions in which its observation took place. The works of the late Marcel Griel, of G. Dieterlen, of G. Calamy Griel, and of Dizahan among the Dogon and among the Bambara, show during their development over a period of 20 years, how totemic categories first isolated to obey the instructions of traditional ethnology, observers had to gradually connect them to facts of another order, and now only appear as one of the perspectives under which we apprehend a system in several dimensions. All that can therefore be conceded to the supporters of totemism is the privileged role devolved to the notion of species considered as a logical operator. But this discovery is much earlier than the first speculations on totemism, since it was formulated, first by Rousseau, Levi Strauss 6, pages 142 to 146, then, in connection with the very questions treated in the present work, by Count. If Comte sometimes uses the notion of taboo, that of totem seems to have remained foreign to him, although he could have known Long's book. It is all the more significant that, discussing the transition from fetishism to polytheism, in which he would probably have placed totemism, Comte makes it a consequence of the emergence of the notion of species. When, for example, similar vegetation of the different trees of a forest of oaks, must have led finally to representing, in theological conceptions, what their phenomena offered in common, this abstract being was no longer the fetish proper to any tree, it is become the god of the forest. Here, then, is the intellectual passage from fetishism to polytheism essentially reduced to the inevitable preponderance of specific ideas over general ideas. 52nd Lesson, Volume V, p. 54. Tyler, founder of modern ethnology, well understood the use to be made of Comte's idea, which, he remarks, is even better applicable to that special category of divinities which are the deified species. The uniformity of each species does not only suggest a common origin, but also the idea that creatures so deficient in individual originality, endowed with qualities so strictly measured, one might say, ruler and compass, might not be independent agents and arbitrary conduct, but rather copies from a common pattern, or instruments in the service of the deities who control them. Tyler, Volume 2, p. 243. Asterisk. The logical power of the specific operator can also be illustrated in other ways. It is this which makes it possible to integrate domains that are very different from each other into the classification scheme, thus offering classifications a means of going beyond their limits, either by extending to domains outside the initial set, by universalization, or, by particularization, by extending the classifying process beyond its natural limits, that is to say up to individuation. We will quickly pass over the first point, of which it will suffice to give a few examples. The specific grid is so little linked to sociological categories that it is sometimes used, notably in America, to organize a domain as limited as that of illnesses and remedies. The Indians of the southeastern United States make pathological phenomena the consequence of a conflict between men, animals, and plants. Irritated against men, the animals sent them diseases, plants, allies of men, respond by providing remedies. The important point is that each species has a specific disease or cure. Thus, according to the Chickasaw, stomach aches and leg pains come from the snake, vomiting from the dog, jaw pain from the deer, bellyache from the bear, dysentery from the skunk, bleeding from squirrel's nose, otter's jaundice, mole's lower abdomen and bladder trouble, eagle's cramps, owl's eye disease and drowsiness, rattlesnake's joint pains, etc. Swanton 2. The same beliefs exist among the Pima of Arizona, who attribute sore throats to badgers, swellings, headaches, and fever to bears, throat and lung diseases to deer, dog, and coyote, childhood illnesses, stomachache in the ground squirrel or prairie rat, ulcers in a variety of hare, jackrabbit, constipation in the mouse, bleeding from ground squirrel noses, sparrowhawk and eagle hemorrhages, vulture syphilitic ulcerations, infantile fevers caused by the heloderm, Gila monster. Rheumatism caused by the phrynosome toad, horned toad, 45, white fever caused by the lizard, diseases of the liver and stomach to the rattlesnake, ulcers and paralysis to the turtle, internal pains to the butterfly, etc. Russell. 46 Among the Hopi, a day's walk from the Pima, a similar classification is based on the organization into religious brotherhoods, each of which can inflict a punishment in the form of a particular disease, abdominal swelling, ears, sharp swelling on top of the skull, deafness, eczema of the upper parts of the body, twisting and convulsions of the face and neck, bronchitis, knee pain. Voth 2, p. 109, n. There is no doubt that the problem of classifications could be approached in this way, and that one would thus find, between distant groups, curious resemblances. The association of the squirrel and the bleeding of nose seems recurrent in a large number of North American populations, clues to logical connections whose scope could be very great. The specific categories and the myths attached to them can also be used to organize space, and we therefore observe a territorial and geographical extension of the classification system. The totemic geography of the Aranda provides a classic example, but in this respect other peoples have shown themselves no less exacting and refined. We recently identified and described, in Al-Urija territory, a rocky site 8 kilometers in circumference, where each irregularity of the relief corresponds to a phase of the ritual, so that this natural massif illustrates, for the natives, the structure of their myths and the program of their ceremonies. Its northern slope is half sun and the Kirunjura ritual cycle, the southern slope is half shade and the Arungulta ritual. On all the perimeter of the massif, 38 points are named and commented. Harni. North America also offers examples of mythical geography and totemic topography, from Alaska to California, and in the southwest and northwest of the continent. The Penobscots of Maine illustrate, in this respect, a general disposition of the northern Algonquin to interpret all the physiographic aspects of the tribal territory according to the peregrinations of the civilizing hero Gluskabe, and other incidents or mythical characters. An elongated rock is the hero's canoe, a vein of white stone represents the entrails of the moose he killed, Mount Kineo is the upturned pot where he cooked the meat, etc. Spec 2, p. 7. In the Sudan also, a mythico-geographical system has been brought to light covering the entire valley of the Niger, larger, therefore, than the territory of a single group and reflecting, down to its smallest articulations, a conception that is both diachronic and synchronic of the relations between different cultural and linguistic groups. Diaturlin 4, 5. This last example shows that the classificatory system not only makes it possible to furnish, so to speak, social time, by means of myths, and tribal space, at the using a conceptualized topography. The filling of the territorial framework is accompanied by an enlargement. Just as, on the logical level, the specific operator affects the passage, on the one hand towards the concrete and the individual, on the other hand towards the abstract and the systems of categories, so, on the sociological level, totemic classifications make it possible both to define the status of people within the group, and to expand the group beyond its traditional framework. It has often been said, not without reason, that primitive societies fix the frontiers of humanity at the limits of the tribal group, outside of which they no longer perceive anything but foreigners, that is to say, dirty subhumans. Coarse, if not even non-men, dangerous beasts or phantoms. This is often true, but overlooks the fact that totemic classifications have, for one of their essential functions, that of breaking up this closure of the group on itself, and of promoting the approximate notion of a humanity without borders. The phenomenon is attested in all the classical lands of the so-called totemic organization. In one area of Western Australia, there is an international system of classifying clans and their totems into totemic divisions. This is also true of other regions of the same continent. 214. The Western Aranda and the Lauritgia used the same or similar terms, and the comparison between the names of totemic plants used by the Western Aranda and the Lauritgia shows that the same words are found in both languages, to designate 147 of the 220 species of plants that I have listed, 67%. See Strello, pages 66-67. Similar observations have been made in America, among the Sioux and the Algonquin. Of these, the Menominee hold the general belief that there is a common relationship, not only between individuals under the same totem within the tribe, but also between all persons named after the same totem, even whether they are members of different tribes, whether or not they belong to the same linguistic family. Hoffman, p. 43. Similarly, among the Chippewa, all those who had the same totem considered themselves related, even if they came from different tribes or villages. When two strangers met and discovered that they had the same totem, they immediately undertook to do their genealogy, and one became the cousin, uncle, or grandfather of the other, although the grandfather was sometimes the younger of the two. The totemic ties were held to be so strong that in the event of a dispute between an individual having the same totem as a spectator, and some cousin or close relative of the said spectator, but from a different totemic group, the latter took the person's side. Of his totem, which perhaps he had never seen before. Kineets, pages 69-70. This totemic universalization not only overturns tribal boundaries, shaping the outline of an international society, it also sometimes goes beyond the limits of humanity, no longer in a sociological but in a biological sense, when the totemic names are applicable to domestic animals. This is what happens with the dogs 47, moreover called brothers or sons, according to the groups, in the Australian tribes of the Cape York Peninsula, Sharp, p. 70, Thompson, and for dogs and horses, among the Iowa and Winnebago Indians. Skinner 3, p. 198. Asterisk. We have thus summarily indicated how the meshes of the network could expand indefinitely according to the dimensions and the generality of the field. It remains for us to show how they can also shrink to filter and imprison the real, but this time at the lower limit of the system, by extending its action beyond the threshold that one would be tempted to assign to any classification, that after which it is no longer possible to classify, but only to name. In truth, these extreme operations are less distant than it seems, and they are even superimposable when we place ourselves from the point of view of the systems we are studying. Space is a society of so-called places, just as people are points of reference within the group. Places and individuals are also designated by proper names, which, in frequent circumstances common to many societies, can be substituted for each other. The Yurok of California offer one example among many of this personified geography, where tracks are conceived as living beings, each house is named, and place names replace personal names in common usage. Waterman. An Aranda myth aptly conveys the sense of a correspondence between geographical individuation and biological individuation. Primitive divine beings were formless, limbless, and fused together, until the god Mangarkanjurkanjia, the flycatcher lizard, who proceeded to separate them from each other and shape them individually. At the same time, and is it not in fact the same thing, he taught them the arts of civilization and the system of sections and subsections. Originally, the 8 subsections were divided into 2 large groups, 4 of the earth, and 4 of the water. It is the god who territorialized them, by attributing each side to a couple of subsections. Now, this individuation of the territory also corresponds in another way to biological individuation, the totemic mode of fertilization of the mother explaining the anatomical differences which are observed between the children. Those with fine features were conceived by the operation of a ratapa, embryo spirit, those with broad features, by magic projection of a ram in the body of a woman. Light-haired children are direct reincarnations of totemic ancestors. See Strello. The Australian tribes of the Drysdale River, north of the Kimberley, divide kinship relations, which together form the social body, into 5 categories named after a part of the body or a muscle. As it is forbidden to interrogate a stranger, the latter announces his kinship by moving the corresponding muscle. Hernandez, p. 229. In this case too, consequently, the total system of social relations, itself linked to a system of the universe, is projectable onto the anatomical plane. There are about 15 terms in Taurologia to name the cardinal points, which correspond to the parts of the body of a cosmic divinity. Wohnstrugt. Other examples could be cited, borrowed as much from the old terminology of Germanic kinship as from the cosmological and anatomical correspondences of the Pueblo and Navajo Indians, and of the Sudanese blacks. It would certainly be instructive to study in detail, and on a sufficient number of examples, the mechanism of this homological particularization, the general relationship of which to the forms of classification that we have encountered up to now clearly emerges from the derivation. If Group A, Group B, species bear, species eagle, then member X of A, member Y of B, member L of bear, member MD eagle. These formulas have the advantage of bringing out a problem traditionally debated by Western philosophy, but about which very little has been asked, whether or not it arises in exotic societies and in what form. We mean the problem of organicism. The preceding equations would be inconceivable if a fairly general correspondence were not postulated between the members of society and, if not only the members, the predicates of a natural species, parts of the body, characteristic details, ways of being or to do. The indications that we have on this subject suggest that many languages conceive of an equivalence between the parts of the body, without regard to the diversity of orders and families, sometimes even of kingdoms, and that this system of equivalences is susceptible of very vast expansions. Harrington 48. In addition to and alongside the specific classifier, there therefore function morphological classifiers whose theory remains to be done, but which we have seen that they operate on two planes, that of anatomical detotalization, and that of organic retotalization. As verified for the other levels, these are also interdependent. We recalled a moment ago that the Aranda go back, from empirically observed morphological differences, to supposed differences in the mode of totemic conception. But the example of the Omaha and the Osage attests to a correlative tendency, which consists in introducing, into the individual and empirical morphology, specific differences symbolically expressed. The children of each clan wore their hair cut in a characteristic way, which evoked a distinctive aspect or trait of the animal or natural phenomenon serving as their eponym. La Flèche 4, pages 87-89. This molding of the person according to specific, elementary, or categorical schemas has not only physical consequences, but also psychological ones. A society that defines its segments according to high and low, sky and earth, day and night, can include in the same structure of opposition social or moral ways of being, conciliation and aggression, peace and war, justice and police, good and evil, order and disorder, etc. As a result, it is not limited to contemplating a system of correspondences in the abstract. It provides a pretext for the individual members of these segments to distinguish themselves through conduct, and sometimes they encourage them to do so. Quite rightly, Radin, 1, p. 187, insists, with regard to the Winnebago, on the reciprocal influence of mythical and religious notions relating to animals, on the one hand, and of the political functions assigned to social units, on the other. The Sauk Indians offer a particularly instructive example, because of the individualizing rule which determined among them membership of one moiety or the other. These were not exogamous, and their role, purely ceremonial, was manifested above all on the occasion of food festivals, which it is important to note, from the point of view that interests us here, that they were linked to naming rights. Membership of each moiety obeyed a rule of alternation. The firstborn was affiliated to the alternate moiety of his father, the next to that moiety, and so on. Now, these affiliations determined, at least theoretically, behaviors that could be called character-based. The members of the Oskush moiety, the blacks, had to carry out all their undertakings to completion. Those of the Kishko moiety, the whites, had the option of renouncing. In law if not in fact, an opposition by categories therefore directly influenced the temperament and vocation of each, and the institutional scheme, which made this action possible, attested to the link between the psychological aspect of personal destiny, and its social aspect which results the imposition of a name on each individual. We thus reach the last classificatory level, that of individuation, since, in the systems we are considering here, individuals are not only arranged in classes, their common belonging to the class does not exclude, but implies, that each occupies a distinct position, and that a homology exists between the system of individuals within the class, and the system of classes within the categories of rank higher. The same type of logical operations consequently links not only all the domains internal to the classificatory system, but peripheral domains which one might have thought that, by nature, they escape it, at one end of the horizon, because of their practically unlimited extension and their principial indifference, the physico-geographical substratum of social life and this social life itself, but extravasated out of the mold that it had dug for itself. And, at the other end, because of its concreteness which is also given, the ultimate diversity of individual and collective beings, of which it has been claimed that they were only named for lack of being able to be signified. Gardner. Proper names do not therefore form a simple practical modality of classificatory systems that it would suffice to cite after the other modalities. Even more than linguists, they pose a problem for ethnologists. For linguists, this problem is that of the nature of proper names and their place in the language system. For us, it is about that but also about something else, because we find ourselves confronted with a double paradox. We must establish that proper names are an integral part of systems treated by us as codes, means of fixing meanings by transposing them into terms of other meanings. Could we, if we had to follow the teaching of logicians and certain linguists, and admit that proper names are, according to Mill's formula, meaningless, devoid of meaning? On the other hand, and above all, the forms of thought with which we have had to deal appeared to us under the aspect of totalizing thoughts, exhausting the real by means of classes given in a finite number, and whose fundamental property is to be transformable into each other. How could this quantified thought, to the virtues of which we have attributed, on a practical level, the great discoveries of the Neolithic Revolution, could it have satisfied itself, from the theoretical point of view, and effectively tackled the concrete, if this concrete concealed a residue of unintelligibility to which, in the end, would concreteness itself be reduced, and which would in essence rebel against meaning? For a thought based on the dichotomous operation, the principle of all or nothing has not only a heuristic value, it expresses a property of being. Everything offers a meaning, otherwise nothing has meaning. 49. Let us resume the ethnographic facts at the point where we left them. Almost all the societies we have mentioned form their proper names from clan names. Of the Sauk, who provided us with our last example, it is said that their proper names always relate to the clan animal, either because they mention it expressly, or because they evoke a habit, an attribute, a quality characteristic, true or mythical, of the eponym, or finally because they refer to an animal or object associated with it. There were 66 names from the Bear clan, 11 from the Bison clan, 33 from the Wolf clan, 23 from the Turkey clan, 42 from the Fish clan, 37 from the Ocean clan, 48 from the Thunder clan, 14 from the Fox clan, 34 from the Deer clan. Skinner 2. The list of proper names of the Osage, property of clans and subclans, is so long although fragmentary that it occupies 42 pages in 40 in La Flèche 4, pages 122 to 164. The training rule is the same as with the Sauk. Thus, for the Black Bear clan, sparkling eyes, of the bear, tracks in the meadow, trampled ground, black dipper, grease of the back of the bear, etc. The Alaskan Tlingit had surnames which all belonged to a particular clan, and some surnames were even claimed to be the property of a particular house or lineage. Laguna, p. 185. These examples could be multiplied, for one would find similar ones for almost all the Algonquin and Sioux tribes, and for those of the Northwest Coast, that is to say of the three classic domains of totemism in South America. North. South America offers illustrations of the same phenomenon, notably among the Tupi-Kawahib whose clans have proper names derived from the eponym. Levi Strauss 3. Among the Bororo too, proper names seem to be the property of certain clans, or even of powerful lineages. Are considered poor those who, to have a name, depend on the goodwill of other clans. Cruz. The link between proper names and totemic appellations exists in Melanesia. The totemic system of the Ayatmal is prodigiously rich in personal names belonging to distinct series, so that each individual bears the names of totemic ancestors, spirits, birds, stars, mammals, utensils such as pots, tools, etc. Of his clan, a single individual may have 30 or more names. Each clan holds several hundred such ancestral, polysyllabic names, whose etymology refers to secret myths. Battison, p. 127. Finally, the same situation seems to have prevailed throughout Australia. If one knew the Aranda language well enough, it would suffice to know the name of each native to deduce his totem. Pink, p. 176. This observation is echoed by another, referring to the Mernjan of Arnhem Land, directly or indirectly. Warner, p. 390. The proper names of the Wik-Munken are also derived from the respective totems. Or, for men whose totem is the barramundi fish, Osteoglossum, sin with a spear, the barramundi swims in the water and sees a man, the barramundi wags the tail while swimming around its eggs, leb. Breathe, leb. Eyes open, leb. Breaks a spear, leb. Eat a fish, etc. And, for women whose totem is the crab has eggs, the tide carries the crab is hiding in a hole, etc. McConnell. The tribes of the Drysdale River have proper names derived from totem appellations, as an expression already quoted underlines, everything has to do with the totem. Hernandez. It is clear that these individual appellations belong to the same system as the collective appellations which we have previously studied, and that, through these, one can pass, with the help of transformations, from the horizon of individuation to that of the most general categories. Indeed, each clan or sub-clan has a set of names whose port is reserved for its members, and just as the individual is part of the group, the individual name is a part of the collective name, or that it covers the whole animal, and that the individual names correspond to members or parts of the animal, or that the collective name proceeds from an idea of the animal conceived at the highest level of generality, and that the individual names correspond to one of its predications in time or in space, chi and barking, bison and anger, or finally to a combination of the two processes, eyes sparkling of the bear. In the relation thus stated, the animal can be subject or predicate, the fish wags the tail, the tide leads the crabs, etc. Whatever process is used, and they are most often found juxtaposed, the proper name evokes a partial aspect of the animal or vegetable entity, just as it corresponds to a partial aspect of the individual being, absolutely, and, in particular, in those societies where the individual receives a new name at each important moment of his life. Moreover, in neighboring societies, the same constructions are used to form either personal names, carried by individual members of a clan group, or collective names, carried by bands, lineages, or groups of lineages, i.e. subgroups of the same clan. We are therefore witnessing two parallel detotalizations, of the species into body parts and attitudes, and of the social segment into individuals and roles. But, just as we have been able to illustrate, with the aid of a figurative model, how the detotalization of the concept of species into particular species, of each species into its individual members, and of each of these individuals into parts of the body and into organs, could lead to a retotalization of the concrete parts into abstract parts, and of the abstract parts into a conceptualized individual. Likewise here, the detotalization continues in the form of retotalization. About the proper names of the Miwok of California, Kroeber makes observations which complete our examples and open up a new perspective. There are no subdivisions within the moieties. However, we find associated with each of these a long list of animals, plants, and objects. In truth, the native theory is that everything in existence belongs to one side or the other. Each individual, member of a moiety, maintains a particular relationship with one of the characteristic things of his moiety, a relationship that can be considered as totemic, but in one way and only one, by his name. This name, given from childhood by a grandfather or some other relative and carried throughout life, evokes one of the animals or totemic objects characteristic of a moiety. That's not all. In the vast majority of cases, the noun does not mention the totem, because it is formed by means of verb stems or adjectives, to describe an action or a condition also applicable to other totems. Thus, on the verb house are formed the nouns hausu and hashu, which relate respectively to the yawning of a bear which wakes up, and to the gaping mouth of the salmon taken out of the water. The names contain nothing that could suggest the animals in question, which even belong to opposite moieties. As they assigned names, the elders would certainly explain what animals they had in mind, and the bearers of those names, their near and distant relatives, spouses, and companions, were all aware. But a Miwok from another district might wonder if it was a bear, a salmon, or a dozen other beasts. Kroeber 2, pages 453-454. The trait does not seem unique to the Miwok. When one inspects the clan name lists of the Sioux tribes, one encounters many analogous examples, and Kroeber's observation also coincides with a feature of the Hopi Indian naming system. Thus, the name Kakwayamtiwa, whose literal meaning is blue, or green, being appeared can, according to the clan of the giver of the name, refer to the open flower of tobacco, or to that of Delphinium scapicum, or still at the germination of plants in general. The name Lomahanjiama, arise or arise gracefully, is likely to evoke, for the same reason, the stem of the reed or the straightened wings of the butterfly, etc. Voth 3, pages 68-69. By its generality, the phenomenon poses a psychological problem which concerns the theory of proper names and which will be evoked later. We will content ourselves with emphasizing here that this relative indeterminacy of the system corresponds, at least in a virtual way, to the phase of retotalization. The proper name is formed by detotalizing the species, and by removing a partial aspect. But, by emphasizing exclusively the fact of taking and leaving indeterminate the species which is the object of it, we suggest that all taking, and therefore all acts of naming, offer something in common. We claim in anticipation a unity that we guess at the heart of diversity. From this point of view too, the dynamics of individual appellations stem from the classificatory schemes that we have analyzed. It consists of steps of the same type, and similarly oriented. It is, moreover, striking that the systems of prohibitions end up with the same characteristics, as much on the level of individual designations as on that of collective designations. The dietary use of the plant or animal serving as the eponym of a social group is sometimes prohibited, and sometimes also, it is the linguistic use of the plant or animal serving as the eponym of an individual to whom the ban applies. Now, to a certain extent, the passage is possible from one level to another. The proper names of the type that we have only considered up to now are generally formed by ideal cutting of the body of the animal, in inspiring gestures of the hunter or the cook, but they can also be so by linguistic division. In the tribes of the valley of the Drysdale River, in northern Australia, the female name Punben is formed from the English spoon, utensil associated, as one might expect, with the totem man white. Hernandez. In Australia as well as in America, we know of prohibitions on the use of the names of the dead, which contaminate all the words of the language offering with these names a phonetic resemblance. Along with the proper name Mulankina, the Tiwi of Melville and Bathurst Islands taboo the word Mulakina, which means, full, filled, enough, hard. The usage parallels that of the Yurok of Northern California. When Tejas died, the common name Tsis, woodpecker's strip, the bird, ceased to be pronounced by its parents or in their presence. Kroeber 2, p. 48. 50. The islanders of Dobue prohibit the use of proper names between individuals who find themselves temporarily or permanently united by a species link, whether they are traveling companions, or that they share the favors of the same woman. Battison. Such facts interest us for two reasons. First, they offer an undeniable analogy with food prohibitions, improperly linked to totemism alone. Just as in Mota a woman is contaminated by a plant or an animal, as a result of which she gives birth to a child subject to the corresponding food prohibition, and in Ulawa it is the dying who contaminates by embodying an animal or plant species whose consumption will be prohibited to its descendants. Likewise, by homophony, a name contaminates other words, the use of which thus becomes prohibited. On the other hand, this homophony defines a class of words, prohibited because they belong to the same species, which thereby acquires an ad hoc reality comparable to that of the animal or plant species. Now these species of words marked by the same prohibition bring together proper nouns and common nouns, which gives an additional reason to suspect that the difference between the two types is not as great as we were close to admitting at the beginning. Asterisk. Admittedly, the customs and procedures we have just mentioned are not found in all exotic societies, nor even in all those which designate their segments by animal and vegetable names. It seems that the Iroquois, who are in the latter case, have a system of proper names entirely distinct from the system of clan appellations. Their names are usually made up of a verb and an incorporated noun, or a noun followed by an adjective, au centre du ciel, il raise le ciel, beyond sky, etc. Flower hanging, beautiful flower, beyond flowers, he brings news, he announces defeat or victory, etc. She works at home, she has two husbands, etc. Where the two rivers unite, the crossroads, etc. No reference to the eponymous animal, therefore, but only, and whatever the clan, to technical and economic activities, to peace and war, to the phenomena of nature and to celestial bodies. The example of the Mohawks of the Grand River, where clan organization broke down faster than in other groups, suggests how all these names could originally have been arbitrarily created. Thus ice flows carried by the waters, for a child born at the time of the thaw, or she is in need, for the son of a poor woman. Golden Weiser, pages 366-368. 51. However, the situation does not fundamentally differ from that which we have described with regard to the Miwok and the Hopi, whose names, theoretically evocative of the clan plant or animal, do not refer to it explicitly and call for a hidden interpretation. Even if this interpretation is not essential, the fact remains that, among the Iroquois too, the proper names, numbering several hundreds or thousands, are jealously guarded clan properties. This is, moreover, what allowed Golden Weiser to demonstrate that the clans of the small and the large turtle, the small and the large snipe, etc., were formed by duplication, they hold in common the same names. The names cited by this author doubtless do not result from a detotalization of the clan animal. But they suggest a detotalization of those aspects of social life and the physical world that the system of clan appellations has not already imprisoned in the meshes of its net. It could therefore be that the main difference between the system of proper names of the Iroquois, and the systems of the Miwok, the Hopi, the Omaha, and the Osage, to limit ourselves to a few examples, consists in the fact that these tribes extend, up to the plan of proper names, an analysis already begun at the level of clan appellations, while the Iroquois use proper names to undertake an analysis dedicated to new objects, but which remains of the same formal type as the other. More troubling is the case of various African tribes. The Baganda have names, of which more than 2,000 have been collected, which are all clan properties. As among the Borora of Brazil, some of their clans are rich in names, others poor. These names are not reserved for human beings, for they are also given to hills, rivers, rocks, forests, waterholes, wharfs, bushes, and isolated trees. But, unlike the cases previously examined, these names constitute only one category among others, ensemble, and a very different process of name formation appears even better in other tribes of the same region. The more often, neuropersonal names seem to express what might be described as the state of mind of the parent, who give it to the child. Beatty, pages 99-100. The phenomenon has been closely studied in another Ugandan tribe, the Lugbara, where the child receives its name from its mother, sometimes assisted by the stepmother, mother of the husband. Of 850 names collected within the same subclan, 3/4 refer to the conduct or character of one or the other parent, in laziness, because the parents are lazy, in the bribe, because the father is drunk, don't give, because the mother feeds her husband badly, etc. The other first names evoke death, recent or imminent, other children of the same parents, the parents themselves, or other members of the group, or even attributes of the child. It has been noted that most of the names are derogatory for the father of the child or even for his mother, who is however the inventor of the name. These names allude to the carelessness, immorality, social or material destitution of one or the other parent, or of both. How can a woman, in choosing the name of her child, describe herself as an evil witch, an unfaithful wife, a homeless, a destitute and a starving person? The Lugbaras say that names of this type are usually not given by the mother, but by the grandmother, mother of the father. The latent antagonism between allied lines, which explains why the mother takes revenge for the hostility of which she is the victim on the part of her in-laws, by giving her son a name humiliating for his father, also explains that the grandmother, united to her grandchildren by a very strong sentimental bond, symmetrically expresses her antagonism towards her son's wife. Middleton. However, this interpretation is unsatisfactory since, as the author who reports it observes, the grandmother also comes from a foreign line, and the situation in which her daughter-in-law finds herself was also his in the past. It therefore seems to us that the interpretation put forward by Beattie concerning a similar use of Banyero is deeper and more coherent. In this tribe too, personal names evoke death, grief, poverty, wickedness between neighbors. But it is that the person who gives the name conceives himself as acted, not as an agent, victim of the envy and hatred of others. This moral passivity, which reflects on the child a self-image forged by others, finds its expression on the linguistic level. The two verbs lose and forget are used in Lunero with the forgotten thing, and the forgetful as an object. The loser or the forgetter does not act on things, things act on him, Beattie, p. 104 and n5. However different this mode of formation of personal names is from the one we have previously envisaged, the two coexist among the Banyero and the Lugbara. Special names are reserved for children whose birth was marked by notable circumstances. Thus, among the Lugbara, Ejua for a twin, Ejurua for a twin, Ondia for the son, Ondinua for the daughter of a supposedly sterile woman, Bilni, for the grave, name of the first survivor after a series of stillbirths. These names therefore pre-exist the individuals who bear them, and they are attributed to them because of a condition which is objectively theirs, but in which other individuals can also be found, and which the group holds to be charged with meaning. They therefore differ in every respect from the names freely invented, by a determined individual, for an equally determined individual, and which reflect a temporary state of mind. Shall we say that some denote classes, others individuals? However, they are also proper names, and the cultures in question know this so well that they consider them substitutable for each other. If need be, a Lugbara mother chooses between the two methods of naming. There are also intermediate types. In placing the Hopi names in the first category, we have temporarily left aside an aspect by which they approach the second. If they necessarily belong to an objective order, in this case, that of clan appellations, the relationship is not with the clan of the bearer of the name, as for example among the Yuma, but with that of the donor 52. The name I bear thus evokes an aspect, not of the plant or the animal which serve as my clan eponym, but of the plant or the animal which serves as the clan eponym of my godfather. This objectivity subjectified by the other, of which I am the vehicle, is no doubt veiled by the indeterminacy of the names which, as we have seen, do not refer explicitly to the eponym, but it is also doubly reinforced, by the obligation in which one finds oneself, in order to understand the name, to go back to the concrete social circumstances in which the name was conceived and attributed, and by the relative freedom enjoyed by the giver of the name, to forge it according to his inspiration. Provided that he respects the initial constraint that the name be interpretable in terms of his own clan appellation. Mutatis muta and dis, such was also the situation among the Miwok where the name, equivocal and invented, had to be referable to the beings or things which belong to half of the named person. We are therefore in the presence of two extreme types of proper names, between which exist a whole series of intermediaries. In one case, the name is an identification mark, which confirms, by application of a rule, the membership of the named individual in a preordained class, a social group in a system of groups, a status natal in a status system. In the other case, the name is a free creation of the individual who names and who expresses, by means of the one he names, a transitory state of his own subjectivity. But can we say that, in either case, we are truly naming? The choice, it seems, is only between identifying the other by assigning it to a class, or, under cover of giving it a name, identifying oneself through it. We therefore never name, we classify the other, if the name we give him is a function of the characteristics he has, or we classify ourselves if, believing ourselves exempted from following a rule, we name the other freely, that is to say according to the characteristics that one has. And, more often than not, we do both things at the same time. I buy a pedigree dog. If I want to preserve its value and its prestige, and to transmit them to its descendants, I will have to scrupulously observe certain rules in choosing a name for it, since these rules are imperative in the society of owners of purebred dogs of which I aspire to be part. Most often, moreover, the name will have been attributed to the dog on the initiative and under the responsibility of the kennel where it was born, and it will already be registered, at the time of acquisition, in the books of the Canine Society. Qualified. The name will begin with a conventional initial corresponding to the year of birth of the animal. Sometimes, it will be completed by a prefix or an affix connoting the breeding in the manner of a patronymic name. I will no doubt remain free to apostrophize my dog otherwise. It is no less true that such an English dwarf poodle, to which its owner gives, to call it, the name of Bawa, bears in the registers of the British Kennel Club the name of Top Hill Silver Spray, formed of two phrases of which the first connotes a determined kennel, while the second represents an available name. Only therefore, the choice of the term of address can be left to the initiative of the owner. The term of reference is stereotyped, and since it connotes both the date of birth and membership of a group, it is very exactly, as we will see later, the product of the combination of what ethnologists call a clan name and an ordinal name. Either I believe myself free to name my dog as I please, but if I choose Meter, I will classify myself as commonplace. If I choose Monsieur, or Lucien, I will classify myself as original and provocative, and if I choose Pelias, as an aesthete. It is also necessary that the name chosen be, for the civilization to which I belong, a conceivable member of the class of dog names, and that it be an available name, if not absolutely, at least relatively, that is to say that my neighbor has not already adopted it. The name of my dog will therefore be the product of the intersection of three domains, as a member of a class, as a member of the subclass of names available within the class, finally as a member of the class formed by my intentions and by my tastes. We see that the problem of the relationship between proper nouns and common nouns is not that of the relationship between nomination and signification. One always signifies, whether it is the other or oneself. There alone is the choice, a little like that offered to the painter between figurative art and non-figurative art, but which is only the choice of assigning a class to an identifiable object, or, by putting the object out of class, of making it a means of classifying oneself by expressing oneself through it. From this point of view, naming systems also include their abstracts. Thus the Seminole Indians who, to form the names of adults, use several series of few elements, and combine them without regard for their meaning. Consider a moral series: wise, mad, prudent, clever, etc. A morphological series: square, round, spherical, elongated, etc. A zoological series: wolf, eagle, beaver, puma, and with the help of which, by taking a term from each series and juxtaposing them, we will form the name, puma fuspheric. Sturt Avant, p. 508. Asterisk. The ethnographic study of personal names has constantly come up against obstacles which have been well analysed by Thomson on an Australian example, that of the Wik-Munkin, who live in the western part of the peninsula of Cape York. On the one hand, proper names are derived from totems and are part of sacred and esoteric knowledge. On the other hand, they are linked to the social personality and call into question all customs, rights, and prohibitions. As such, they are inseparable from a more complex system of appellations, which includes the terms of kinship normally employed as terms of address and therefore of secular use, and the sacred terms which include proper names and appellations totemic. But, once this distinction between sacred and profane is recognized, the fact remains that the proper names, sacred, and the terms of kinship, profane, used as terms of address, are individual terms, while the totemic, sacred, appellations and kinship, profane, terms, used as terms of reference, are group terms. Therefore, the sacred aspect and the profane aspect are linked. Another difficulty results from the multiple prohibitions which affect the use of proper names. The Wicmunken prohibit any mention of the name, s, for 3 consecutive years from the death of the bearer, until his mummified corpse is cremated. The mention of certain names is always prohibited, thus those of the woman's sister and brother. The interviewer who would have the awkwardness to find out about it would receive as an answer, instead of the names requested, words whose real meaning is no name, or the second born. A final difficulty arises from the large number of nominal categories. Among the Wicmunken, we must distinguish the terms of kinship, namkampen, condition or status names, nicknames, nampyan, literally, name nothing, such as crippled or left-handed, finally the real proper names, namp. Only kinship terms are normally used as terms of address, except during periods of mourning when names corresponding to the nature of the mourning are used, and the meaning of which is, widower, or, affected by the loss of a relative, specifying whether it is a brother or a sister, older or younger, a child, a nephew or a niece, parallel or cross, a grandparent. We will meet later a parallel use of the tribes of the interior of Borneo. The process of formation of proper names is of particular interest. Each individual has 3 personal names. An umbilical name Nampkort N, a great Nampian name, a small name Nampmeni. All the big and small names derive from the totem or from the attributes of the totem, and they therefore constitute clan properties. Big names refer to the head or upper half of the totem animal's body, smaller names to the leg, tail, or lower half of the body. Thus, a man of the fish clan will have as a big name, Pampiken the man strikes, the head, and as a small name, yank leg, equals strangled part of the tail, and a woman of the same clan, Pamkojata and Tipunt, fat, from the belly. The umbilical names are the only ones that can come from another clan, and even from another sex, than those of the bearer. As soon as the child is born, but before the delivery of the placenta, a qualified person exerts traction on the umbilical cord, while enumerating first the male names of the paternal line, then the female names, finally the only male names of the maternal line. The name that happens to be pronounced at the moment the placenta falls will be that carried by the child. No doubt the cord is often manipulated in such a way as to guarantee the desired name. Thomson. As in the cases cited above, we therefore have here a process of formation of the name which reconciles the requirements of an objective order and the play, in part free within the limits of this order, of interpersonal relations. With regard to birth, this ostensibly, but falsely, probabilistic technique corresponds to those observed in other Australian tribes, on the occasion of death and to determine, either the name of the newborn born, but that of the alleged murderer. The Bard, Ungarinyan, and Warramunga install the corpse between the branches of a tree or on a high platform. Just below, they lay out on the ground a circle of pebbles or a row of sticks, where each unit represents a member of the group. The culprit will be denounced by the pebble or the stick in the direction of which the exudations of the corpse will flow. In northwestern Australia, the body is buried and as many stones are placed on the grave as the group has members or suspects. The pebble found stained with blood indicates the murderer. Or, again, the hair of the deceased is pulled one by one, reciting the list of suspects. The first loose hair denounces the assassin. Elkin 4, pages 305-306. It is clear that all these processes are formally of the same type, and that they offer a remarkable character which is common to them with the other systems of proper names of societies with finite classes. We have shown above that, in such systems, which no doubt illustrate a general situation, the names were always significant of membership in a class, actual or virtual, which can be only that of the one who is named or that of the one who names, and that this nuance amounted to all the difference between names attributed by application of a rule and invented names. Note also that this distinction does not correspond, except in a superficial way, to that made by Gardner between disembodied names and incarnate names, the first being those chosen from an obligatory and restricted list, such as that of the saints of the calendar, therefore carried simultaneously and successively by a large number of individuals, the latter adhering to a single individual, such as Vercingetorix and Jugurtha. It seems to us, in fact, that the first are of a nature too complex for us to be able to define them thanks to the single character retained by Gardner. They classify the parents, who have chosen the name of their children, in an environment, in an era, and in a style, and they classify their wearers in several ways, first because a John is a member of the class of genes, then because each first name has, consciously or unconsciously, a cultural connotation which permeates the image that others have of the bearer, and which, through subtle pathways, can contribute to molding their personality in a positive or negative way. 53. However, all of this would also be verified in the case of incarnate names. If we had the ethnographic context that we lack, the name Vercingetorix seems to us to adhere only to the winner of Gergovie, only because of our ignorance of Gallic realities. Gardner's distinction therefore does not concern two types of names, but two situations in which the observer finds himself, vis-a-vis the system of names of his own society, and that of a society which is foreign to him. Having said that, it is easier to extract the principle of the noun system of the Wick-Munkin. They form the names of persons in a manner analogous to that which we ourselves adopt when we form the names of species. Indeed, to identify an individual, they begin by combining two class codes, one major, the big name, the other minor, the small name. This set has by itself a double effect, to attest to the wearers belonging to a totemic group, evoked by signifiers notoriously known as its exclusive property, and circumscribe the position of the individual within the group. The combination of the big name and the little name is not in itself individuating, it delimits a subset to which the bearer of the name belongs at the same time as others, provisionally defined thanks to the same combination. It is therefore the umbilical name which completes individuation, but its principle is quite different. On the one hand, it can be either a big or a small name, of the same clan or of another clan, either a male name or a female name, regardless of the bearer's gender. On the other hand, its attribution is not a function of a system, but of an event, the coincidence of a physiological effect, theoretically independent of human will, and the moment of an enumeration. Let us now compare this trinomial with those of scientific botany and zoology. Either, in botany, Psilocybe mexicana Heim, or in zoology, Lutrogel perspicillata maxwelli. The first two terms of each trinomial assign the being considered to a class and to a subclass which belong to a pre-ordered set. But the third term, which is the name of the inventor, completes the system by recalling an event. It is a series term, not a group term. There is undoubtedly a difference. In the scientific trinomials, the name of the inventor adds nothing to the identification, complete from the first two terms, it pays homage to its author. But this is not absolutely correct. The term statistics has a logical function, not just a moral one. It refers to the division system adopted by the author in question or by a colleague, and therefore allows the specialist to operate the transformations essential to solve the problems of synonymy, to know, for example, that Juniperus occidentalis Hook is the same being than Juniperus judahensis in Gelm, whereas, without the name of the inventors or sponsors, one could conclude that they are two different beings. In scientific taxonomies, therefore, the function of the statistical term is symmetrical and inverse to that which this term fulfills among the Wick-Munkin. It makes it possible to assimilate, not to dissimilar. Instead of attesting to the perfection of a single cutting mode, it refers to a plurality of possible cuttings. However,
The case of the Wick-Munkin is only particularly demonstrative because of the oddity of the technique devised by the natives, which casts a harsh light on the structure of the system. But this structure could easily be found in the societies which have provided us with all our examples, thus among the Algonquin, where the entire personal name is composed of 3 terms 54, a name derived from the clan appellation, an ordinal name, expressing the order of birth in the family, and a military title, that is, this time, a mechanical term and 2 statistical terms of unequal power. There are more military titles than ordinal names, and the probability of the same combination reoccurring for 2 distinct people is all the lower since, if the first term falls under a group obligatory as a group, the choice exercised among all possible by the giver of the name will be made, among other concerns, in that of avoiding duplications. This is an opportunity to emphasize that the mechanical or statistical character is not intrinsic, it is defined in relation to the person of the donor and that of the bearer. The name derived from the clan appellation unequivocally identifies the bearer as a member of a clan, but the manner of choosing it from a list depends on complex historical conditions, currently vacant names, personality, and intentions of the giver. Conversely, the term statistics unequivocally define an individual's position in the system of natal statuses or in the military hierarchy, but the fact of occupying these positions results from demographic, psychological, and historical circumstances, that is to say from an objective indetermination of the future bearer. This impossibility of defining the proper name other than as a means of assigning a position, in a system which comprises several dimensions, also emerges from another example, borrowed from our contemporary societies. For the social group taken as a whole, names such as Jean Dupont, Jean Durand, denote, for the second term, the class, and, for the first, the individual. Jean Dupont belongs first to the Dupont class, and, in this class, he occupies an unequivocal position like Jean. Inside the Dupont class, he is Dupont Jean, distinct from Dupont Pierre, Dupont André, etc. But it is so little of a proper noun that within a smaller group, the logical relationship between the terms is reversed. Let's imagine a family in which, as usual, all the members address each other by their first name, and where chance has caused the same first name, Jean, to be borne by the brother and the brother-in-law. The ambiguity will be dissipated thanks to the discriminating affixing of the surname to the first name. Thus, when a member of the family says to another, Jean Dupont Fond, it will no longer refer, in fact, to the same pair, the surname has become a nickname. For the members of the family in question, there is first of all a class of Jean, within which Dupont and Durand operate the individuation. Depending on whether one places oneself in the perspective of civil status or that of a particular society, the terms of the binomial reverse their functions. But, if the same term can thus play, simply because of its position, the role of class indicator or of individual determinant, it is useless to wonder, as many ethnographers have done, if the designations in use in such and such a society really constitute proper nouns. Skinner admits it for the Sauk, but he doubts it about their neighbors Menominee, whose names would rather be honorary titles, limited in number, and to which an individual has access during his life without being able to transmit them to his descendants. Skinner 2, p. 17. Similarly, among the Iroquois, it is clear that the individual name is hardly comparable to our personal name. It should rather be seen as a kind of ceremonial designation, and also a more intimate expression of clan membership than that implied by the wearing of the clan name. Goldenweiser, p. 367. As for the proper names of the Wick-Munkin, although I have called them personal names, they are in reality group names which denote the bonds of belonging and solidarity vis-a-vis lives of a totemic group. Thompson, p. 159. These scruples are explained, because the list of names which are the property and privilege of each clan is often limited, and 2 persons cannot simultaneously bear the same name. The Iroquois had guardians to whose memory they entrusted the repertoire of clan names, and who knew at any time the status of available names. When a child is born,
the guardian is summoned to say which are the free names. Among the Yurok of California, a child may remain without a name for 6 or 7 years, until a parent's name becomes vacant by the death of the bearer. On the other hand, the taboo on the name of the dead disappears after a year, if a young member of the line puts the name back into circulation. Even more embarrassing seem those names which, like those of twins or the first survivor of a series of stillbirths in Africa, assign certain individuals a place in a rigid and restricted taxonomic system. The newer reserve the names of heavy flying birds for twins, guinea fowl, francolin, etc. They hold twins for beings of supernatural origin, like birds. Evans Pritchard 2, discussion in Levi Strauss 6, and the Quakiutl of British Columbia express a similar belief by associating twins with fish. Thus the names salmon head and salmon tail are reserved for children whose birth immediately precedes or follows that of twins. These are believed to be descended from either canned leafish, if they have small hands, Oncorhynchus such, silver salmon, or Oncorhynchus nerca, sockeye salmon. The diagnosis is made by an old man, himself born a twin. In the first case, he names the twin man who satisfies and the twin woman who satisfies. In the second case, the respective names are unique, feednaker, and head worker, head dancer. In the third, Boas 4 Part I, pages 684-693. The Dogon of Sudan follow a very strict method for assigning proper names, since it consists in identifying the position of each individual according to a genealogical and mythical model where each name is linked to a sex, to a lineage, to a birth order, and to the qualitative structure of the group of siblings in which the individual is included: twin himself, first or second born before or after twins, boy born after one or two girls, or vice versa, boy born between two girls, or vice versa, etc. Dieterlen 3. Finally, one often hesitates to consider as proper names the ordinal names encountered among most of the Algonquin and the Sioux, among the Miz, Radantu, the Maya, Tazar, and in southern Asia, Benedict, etc. Let us limit ourselves to a single example, that of the Dakotas, where the system is particularly developed, with the following names corresponding to the order of birth of the first 7 girls and the first 6 boys. We can place in the same category the terms which replace proper names during the different stages of initiation. The Australian tribes of northern Dampier Land have a series of 9 names given to novices before tooth extraction, then before circumcision, before ritual bleeding, etc. The Tiwi of Melville and Bathurst Islands off northern Australia give novices special names according to their rank. There are 7 male names, covering the period from 15th to 26th year, and 7 female names, ranging from 10th to 21st year. Hart, pages 286-287. However, the problems that arise in such cases are no different from those raised by the practice, known in our contemporary societies, of giving the firstborn son the first name of his paternal grandfather. The name of the grandfather can also be considered as a title, the use of which is both compulsory and reserved. From name to title, we thus pass through an imperceptible transition, which is not linked to any intrinsic property of the terms considered, but to the structural role they play in a classificatory system from which it would be pointless to claim to isolate them. Chapter 7. The individual as a species. The nominal system of the Penan, who live as nomads in the interior of Borneo, makes it possible to specify the relationship between terms to which we would be inclined to reserve the quality of proper name, and others of which, at first glance, nature might look different. Depending on his age and his family situation, a Penan can be designated by 3 kinds of terms, either a personal name, or a technonym, father of so-and-so, mother of so-and-so, or finally by what one would be tempted to call a necronym, expressing the family relationship of a deceased relative with the subject, dead father, dead niece, etc. The Western Penan have no less than 26 distinct necronyms corresponding to the degree of relationship, the relative age of the deceased, the sex, and the birth order of children up to the 9th. The rules for using these names are surprisingly complex. Simplifying a lot, we can say that a child is known by his proper name until one of his ascendants dies. If it is a grandfather, then the child is called Tukpo. If his father's brother dies, he becomes Ilun, and will remain so until another relative dies. At that time, he will receive a new name. Before getting married and having children, a Penan can go through a series of 6 or 7 necronyms, or more. When the first child is born, the father and mother adopt a teknonym expressing their relationship to this named child. Thus Tama Aing, Tainan Aing, father or mother, of Aing. Let the child die, and the teknonym will be replaced by a necronym, dead firstborn child. At the next birth, a new teknonym will supplant the necronym, and so on. The situation is further complicated by the special rules that prevail between siblings. A child is called by name if all of its siblings are alive. When one of them dies, he adopts a necronym, dead elder, or younger, sibling, but, as soon as a new brother or sister is born, the necronym is abandoned, and the subject resumes the use of his name. Needham 1, 4. Many obscurities remain in this description. It is difficult to understand how the different rules react on each other, although they seem functionally linked. Basically, the system is definable by 3 types of periodicity, vis-a-vis his ancestors. An individual goes from necronym to necronym, vis-a-vis its siblings, from autonym, term by which, in such a system, it is convenient to designate proper names, to necronym, vis-a-vis his children finally, from teknonym to necronym. But what is the logical relationship between the 3 types of terms? And what is the logical relationship between the 3 types of periodicity? Teknonym and necronym refer to a family relationship, so they are relational terms. The autonym does not have this character, and from this point of view, it is opposed to the preceding forms. It only determines a self by contrast with other selves. This opposition, implicit in the autonym, between self and other, in turn, makes it possible to distinguish the teknonym from the necronym. The first, which includes a proper name, which is not that of the subject, can be defined as expressing a relation to an other self. The necronym, from which any proper name is absent, consists in the statement of a relationship of kinship, which is that of another, unnamed, with a self, also unnamed. It can therefore be defined as an other relation. Finally, this relationship is negative, since the necronym only mentions it to proclaim it abolished. At the same time, a first conclusion emerges: the autonym, which we do not hesitate to consider as a proper name, and the necronym, which has the characteristics of a simple class indicator, in fact belong to the same group. We pass from one to the other by means of a transformation. We now come to the teknonym. What is its relationship with the other 2 types, and first with the necronym? One would be tempted to say that the teknonym connotes the coming of another self to life, the necronym the passing of another self to death, but things are not so simple, because this interpretation would not explain that the teknonym mentions the self of another, an autonym being incorporated into it, while the necronym is reduced to a negation of the relation other, without referring to a self. There is therefore no formal symmetry between the 2 types. The starting point for our analysis, Needham makes an interesting remark. As contemporary, in France and Belgium, of the word widow, and in other similar usages in several parts of Europe. But all this is, in almost every respect, too different from the names of death to suggest an interpretation. Needham 1, p. 426. This is too quickly discouraged. All that Needham lacked, in order to see the scope of his remark, was to note, in the examples he cites, the link which they attest between the right to a necronym and the prior use of an appellation entirely comparable to a teknonym. The traditional French usage is to incorporate veuve into the proper noun, but we do not incorporate the masculine widower, nor orphan. Why this exclusivity? The surname belongs to the children by right. We can say that, in our societies, it is a lineage classifier. The relationship of the children to the surname therefore does not change, due to the death of the parents. This is even truer of the man, whose relationship to his surname remains immutable, whether he is single, married, or widowed. It is not the same for women. If, losing her husband, she becomes widow so and so, it is because, during her husband's lifetime, she was wife so and so, in other words, she had already abandoned her autonym for a term expressing her relation to an other self, which is the definition that we have accepted of the technonym. No doubt this word would be improper in the circumstances. To maintain the parallelism, one could forge that of andronym, Greek andros, husband, but that does not seem useful, the identity of structure being immediately perceptible without resorting to verbal creation. In French usage, therefore, the right to a necronym is a function of the previous port of a term analogous to a technonym. It is because myself is defined by my relationship to a self other than my identity is not preservable. At the death of this other, only by this relationship unchanged in form, but henceforth affected by the negative sign. The widow Dumont is the wife of a Dumont, not abolished, but who no longer exists except in her relation to this other who is defined by him. It will be objected that, in this example, the two terms are constructed in the same way by joining a kinship relationship to a patronymic determiner, whereas, among the Penan, and as we have underlined, the proper name is absent from the necronym. Before resolving this difficulty, let us turn to the series of siblings, where the alternation plays between the autonym and the necronym. Why the autonym, and not a term analogous to the technonym, let's say a furthronym of the type brother, or sister, of so and so? The answer is easy: the personal name of the child who has just been born, thus putting an end to the wearing of the necronym by his brothers and sisters, is mobilized elsewhere. It is used to form the technonym of the parents, who have it in some way captured to incorporate it into the particular system through which they define themselves. The name of the last born is therefore disjoint from the series of siblings, and the other siblings, not being able to be defined by him, nor by that of their deceased brother or sister, since we find ourselves, so to speak, in key of life and no longer in key of death, fall to the only party that remains to them, the wearing of their own name, which is also their own name, but failing that, let us underline it, of other relations, rendered, some unavailable because assigned to a different job, others irrelevant, because the sign of the system has changed. This point clarified, only two problems remain to be solved: the use of technonym by the parents, and the absence of proper name in the necronyms, problem on which we had come up against earlier. Although in appearance the first raises a question of substance, the second a question of form, it is in truth a single problem, amenable to the same solution. We do not pronounce the name of the dead, and this is enough to explain the structure of the necronym. As for the technonym, the inference is clear: if, when a child is born, it becomes forbidden to call the parents by their name, it means that they are dead, and that procreation is not conceived as addition, but as the substitution of a new being for the old. It is in this way, moreover, that one must understand the custom of the Tiwi, who prohibit the use of proper names during initiation, and on the occasion of a woman's childbirth. The birth of a child is, for the native, a very mysterious matter, because he believes that the pregnant woman maintains intimate relations with the world of the spirits. For this reason, the name, an integral part of itself, is invested with a ghostly character, which the tribe expresses by treating her husband as if she did not exist, as if, in fact, she was dead, and was no longer his wife for the time being. She is in contact with the spirits, and it will result in a child for her husband. Hart, pages 288-289. For the Penan, an observation by Needham suggests a similar interpretation: the technonym, he says, is not honorific, and no one is ashamed of remaining childless. If you don't have children, informants comment, it's not your fault. You will regret it, because there is no one to replace you, no one to remember your name. But you have no shame. Why would you?
LC, p. 417. The same explanation applies to the kavod, for it would be wrong to say that the man takes the place of the woman in labor there. Sometimes husband and wife are compelled to take the same precautions, because they merge with their child who, in the weeks or months following the birth, is exposed to serious dangers. Sometimes, as often in South America, the husband is required to take even greater precautions than his wife, because of native theories on conception and gestation, it is more particularly his person who merges with that of the child. Neither in one nor in the other hypothesis does the father play the role of the mother, he plays the role of the child. It is rare for ethnologists to be mistaken on the first point, but it is rarer still that they have understood the second. 3 conclusions emerge from our analysis. In the first place, proper names, far from constituting a separate category, form a group with other terms which differ from proper names, although they are united to them by structural relations. Now, the P-nan themselves conceive of these terms as class indicatives. One says that one enters into a necronym, not that one takes it or receives it. Secondly, in this complex system, proper names occupy a subordinate place. Basically, there are only children who openly bear their name, because they are too young to be structurally qualified by the family and social system, or because the means of this qualification is temporarily suspended for the benefit of their parents. The proper name thus suffers from a veritable logical devaluation. It is the mark of the or class or of the temporary obligation, where candidates for the class are, to define themselves as or class. This is the case of siblings resuming the use of their autonym, or again, by their relation to an out of class, as parents do when assuming the technonym. But, as soon as death digs a gap in the social texture, the individual finds himself in a way sucked into it. Thanks to the use of the necronym, whose logical priority over the other forms is absolute, it replaces its proper name, a simple waiting number, by a position in the system, which can therefore be considered at the most general level as made up of classes discrete and quantified. The proper name is the reverse of the necronym, whose technonym in turn offers an inverted image. In appearance, the case of the P-nan is the opposite of that of the Algonquin, the Iroquois, and the Yurok. With some, you have to wait for a relative to die to free yourself from the name you bear. Among the others, it is often necessary to wait until a parent dies to gain access to the name it bears. But in fact, the logical devaluation of the name is no less great in the second case than in the first. The individual name is never used as a reference or as an address when it is a question of relatives, it is the term of kinship which is used in any case. And, even when speaking to a non-relative, the individual name is rarely used, as a kinship term chosen on the basis of the relative age of the speaker and the addressee is preferred. Only when referring to non-relatives in conversation is it customary to use the personal name, which even then will be avoided if the context is sufficient to show whom one is talking about. Goldenweiser, p. 367. Among the Iroquois also consequently, and in spite of the difference pointed out above, the individual is put out of class only if it is impossible to do otherwise. 55. All sorts of beliefs have been invoked to explain the frequent prohibition of the names of the dead. These beliefs are real and well attested, but should we see there the origin of the custom, or one of the factors which contributed to reinforce it, if not even one of its consequences? If our interpretations are correct, the prohibition of the name of the dead appears as a structural property of certain naming systems. Either the proper names are already class operators, or they offer a provisional solution until the hour of classification is reached. They therefore always represent the class at the lowest level. At the limit, and as with the P-nan, they are no more than means, temporarily outside the class, of forming classes, or even drafts, drawn on the logical solvency of the system, that is to say on its expected ability to provide a class to the creditor in a timely manner. Only the newcomers, that is to say the children who are born, pose a problem. They are there. However, any system that treats individuation as a classification, and we have seen that this is always the case, runs the risk of seeing its structure challenged each time it admits a new member.
This problem has two types of solution, between which exist intermediate forms. If the system envisaged consists of classes of positions, it will suffice that it enjoys a reserve of free positions, sufficient to place the children who are born there. The available positions always exceeding the number of the population, synchrony is sheltered from the vagaries of diachrony, at least theoretically. This is the Iroquois solution. The Yurok have seen less. At home, the children have to wait in the antechamber. But, as we are all the same guaranteed to classify them after a few years, they can remain temporarily indistinct, while waiting to receive a position in a class which is guaranteed to them by the structure of the system. When the system consists of classes of relations, everything changes. Instead of an individual disappearing and another replacing him in a position labeled by means of a proper name which survives each one, for the relation itself to become a class term, the names must be effaced. Which posited the terms in relation as so many distinct beings. The final units of the system are no longer classes of a single person, in which living occupants file past one after another, but relations classified between real or even virtual dead, parents who define themselves as dead in contrast to the life they created, and real, or even virtual living, newborn children who have a proper name to allow parents to define themselves in relation to them, and until the real death of an ascendant allows them, in turn, to define themselves in relation to it. In these systems, the classes are therefore formed from different types of dynamic relations uniting entries and exits, whereas, among the Iroquois and in other societies of the same type, they are based on an inventory of static positions, which can be vacant or occupied. 56. The prohibition of the name of the dead therefore does not pose a separate problem for ethnology. The dead lose their name, for the same reason that, among the Penan, the living lose theirs when entering the system, and assume a necronym, that is to say, becomes the term of a relation whose other term, since it is dead, no longer exists except in the relation which defines a living being in relation to it. For the same reason, finally, that the father and the mother also lose their name by assuming a technonym, thus resolving, until the death of one of their children, the difficulty which results, for the system, from the procreation of a supernumerary member. The latter will have to wait at the door as a named person, until an exit allows him to enter, and until two beings, one of whom was previously outside the system, and the other of whom becomes so, merge into one of the classes of relations of which the system is formed. Some companies jealously guard the names and make them practically indestructible. Others waste them and destroy them at the end of each individual existence. They then get rid of them by prohibiting them, and fabricate other names instead. But these seemingly contradictory attitudes only express two aspects of a constant property of classificatory systems: they are finite and undeformable. Through its rules and customs, each society only applies a rigid and discontinuous grid to the continuous flow of generations, on which it thus imposes a structure. For one or the other attitude to prevail, all that is needed is a logical nudge, either that the system of proper names forms the finest cheesecloth of the filter, with which it is consequently integral, or that we leave it outside, but all the same with the function of individuating the continuous, and thus of arranging in a formal way a discontinuity where we then see a preliminary condition to the classification. In both cases too, the dead, from whom the grid constantly moves away, lose their names, either the living take them from them, as symbols of positions which must always be occupied. 57, or the names of the dead become abolished under the effect of the same movement which, at the other end of the grid, obliterates the names of the living. Between the two forms, the nominal system of the Tiwi, to which we have alluded several times, occupies an intermediate place. First, proper names are meticulously reserved for each bearer. It is impossible for two people to have the same name. Although the Tiwi currently number 1,100 or so, and each individual has an average of 3 names, a careful study of these 3,300 names reveals no two that are identical. Hart, p. 281. Now, this proliferation of names is further increased by the number and diversity of the prohibitions relating to them. These prohibitions apply in two directions, as we have indicated by citing an example 58, they first apply to all words in common use which phonetically resemble the names of the deceased, and also, in addition to these, all the names which the deceased had himself given to other persons, whether their own children or those of others. A young child who had only one name, received from his father, would become nameless if he died, and he would remain in this state until another name came to him from elsewhere, LC, p.282. Indeed, each time a woman remarries, her husband gives new names, not only to the children of his predecessor, but to all those whom his wife has begotten during her life, regardless of the father. As the Tiwi practice polygyny for the main benefit of the elderly, a man can hardly hope to marry before the age of 35, and women pass from husband to husband, because of the age difference between the spouses, which makes it very likely that husbands will die before their wives. No one can therefore boast of a definitive name before the death of his mother, id. p. 283. Such a strange system would remain incomprehensible if a hypothesis did not suggest its explanation. Relations and positions are put on the same footing. Also, any abolition of the relationship entails that of the proper names which were its function, whether socially, names conferred by the deceased, or linguistically, words which resemble the names of the deceased. And any creation of a new relationship triggers a process of renomination within the domain of the relationship. Asterisk. Some ethnographers have approached the problem of proper names from the angle of kinship terms. From a logical point of view, kinship terms can be situated between proper names and pronouns. Their place is intermediate, and they deserve to be called individualized pronouns or generalized personal names. Thirnwald, p. 357. But if this transition is also possible, it is because, from the perspective of ethnology, proper names always appear as generalized terms or terms with a generalizing vocation. In this respect, they are not fundamentally different from the names of species, as evidenced by the tendency of popular language to attribute, according to their respective species, human names to birds. In French, the sparrow is Pierrot, the parrot Jacques, the magpie Margot, the finch Guillaume, the troglodyte Bertrand or Robert, the water rail Gerardine, the owl Claude, the Grand Duke Hubert, the crow Colas, the swan Goddard. This last name also related to a socially significant condition, since, in the 17th century, it was given to husbands whose wives were in childbirth. Witkowski, pages 501-502. 59. Don't the names of species have, on their side, certain characteristics of proper names? Following Brondel 60, Gardner admits this for the expressions of scientific zoology and botany. The name Brassicarapa easily evokes the image of the botanist, classifying specimens which are very similar to the eyes of the layman, and one of which he names Brassicarapa, just as parents name their babies. Nothing like it comes to mind about the word roe, and yet Brassicarapa is nothing more than the scientific name for the common kohlrabi. A further reason to consider Brassicarapa as a proper noun, or at least to make it more of a proper noun than rave, can be found in the fact that one does not say this is a Brassicarapa, or these are Brassicas rapas, although one could say, these are fine specimens of Brassicarapa. In speaking thus we refer to the name of any individual exemplar of the type, whereas when we speak of a certain plant as a roe we refer to its resemblance to other plant beings of the same species. The difference in linguistic attitude is reduced to a simple nuance, but it is real. In one case, the sound of the word, which we usually describe as the word itself, stands out more than in the other case. Gardner, p. 52. This interpretation illustrates the central thesis of the author, for whom proper names are marks of identification recognizable, not by the intellect, but by the sensibility, LC, p. 41. Now, we have ourselves founded the assimilation of botanical and zoological terms to proper names, by showing that, in a very large number of societies, proper names are formed in the same way as the natural sciences form the names of species. This results in a conclusion diametrically opposed to that of Gardner, Proper names appeared to us to be close to the names of species, especially in cases where they clearly play the role of class indicators, that is when they belong to a signifying system. On the contrary, Gardner claims to explain the same analogy by the non-significant character of scientific terms, which he reduces, like proper names, to simple distinctive sonorities. If he were right, we would end up with a strange paradox. For the layman, ignorant of Latin and botany, brassicarapa is indeed reduced to a distinctive sound, but he does not know what, in the absence of any external information, he could therefore not perceive this locution as a proper name, but only as a word of unknown meaning, if not even flatus vocis. This is, moreover, what happens in certain Australian tribes, where the totemic species receive names taken from sacred language which do not evoke, in the minds of the uninitiated, any association of an animal or vegetable order. If, then, brassicarapa offers the character of a proper name, it can only be for the botanist, who is also the only one to say, "Here are fine specimens of brassicarapa." Now, for the botanist, it is a question of something quite different from a distinctive sonority, since he knows both the meaning of Latin words and the rules of taxonomy. Gardner's interpretation would thus be limited to the case of the semi-layman who recognizes in brassicarapa the name of a botanical species, without knowing what plant it is. This is to join, despite the author's denials, p. 51, the bizarre idea of Vendrais, p. 222, for whom a bird's name becomes a proper name when one is unable to discern the species to which the bird belongs. But everything we have said so far suggests that the connection between proper name and species name is not contingent. It is due to the fact that a phrase of the brassicarapa type is doubly outside discourse, because it comes from scientific language, and because it is made up of Latin words. It therefore enters with difficulty into the syntagmatic chain, its paradigmatic nature thus comes to the fore. Similarly, it is because of the paradigmatic role played by proper names in a system of signs external to the language system that their insertion into the syntagmatic chain perceptibly breaks the continuity of the latter, in French, by the absence of an article preceding them, and by the use of a capital letter to transcribe them. The Navajo Indians seem to have formed a fairly clear idea of the problems we have just discussed. One of their myths dismisses Gardner's interpretation in advance. One day Mouse met Bear and asked him if his name was not Cack. Bear got angry and wanted to hit Mouse, who hid behind his back and took the opportunity to ignite his fleece. Unable to put out the fire, Bear promised Mouse to deliver 4 magical incantations if she came to his rescue. Since then, all you need is a few mouse hairs to have nothing to fear from the bear. Highly Wheelwright, p. 46. The myth pleasantly emphasizes the difference between species name and distinctive sound. For the Navajo, one of the reasons for this difference is that the specific name is, at least in part, a proper name. In the story we have just read, Mouse offends Bear because she addresses him incorrectly and by using a burlesque word. Now, the botanical terms of the Navajo, we have studied their zoological vocabulary less well, generally consist of a trinomial, of which the first element is the true name, the second describes the use and the third, the appearance. Most people, it seems, are only familiar with the descriptive term. As for the true name, it is a term of address that the priests use to speak to the plant, a proper name, therefore, and which it is essential to know well and to pronounce correctly. Wyman and Harris, Leighton. We don't use scientific nomenclature to engage with plants and animals. However, we gladly give to animals, and we borrow from plants, some of the names that serve as terms of address between humans. Our daughters are sometimes named Rose or Violet, and vice versa. Several animal species are allowed to share, with men or women, the first names they usually bear. But why, as we have already noted, does this liberalism mainly benefit the birds? By the anatomical structure, physiology, and way of life, they are located further from men than dogs, to which one does not give a human name without causing a feeling of uneasiness, if not even a slight scandal. It seems to us that the explanation is already contained in this remark. Bird alphabet. Society of Australian Chewinga. Watercolors. If, more easily than other zoological classes, birds are given human names according to the species to which they belong, it is because they can afford to resemble the men, precisely insofar as they differ from them. Birds are covered with feathers, winged, oviparous, and physically also, they are disjoined from human society by the element in which they have the privilege of moving. They form, therefore, a community independent of ours, but which, because of this very independence, appears to us as a different society, and homologous to the one in which we live. The bird loves freedom, he builds himself a house where he lives with his family and feeds his young, he often maintains social relations with other members of his species, and he communicates with them by acoustic means which evoke articulate language. Consequently, all the conditions are objectively met for us to conceive of the world of birds as a metaphorical human society, is it not, moreover, literally parallel to it on another level? Mythology and folklore attest, by innumerable examples, to the frequency of this mode of representation, such as the comparison, already quoted, made by the Chickasaw Indians between the society of birds and a human community 61. However, this metaphorical relationship, imagined between the society of birds and the society of men, is accompanied by a process of naming which, itself, is of a metonymical order. We do not believe ourselves to be bound, in this work, by the subtleties of grammarians, and the synecdoche, kind of metonymy says litera, will not be treated by us as a distinct trope when we baptize species of birds Pierrot, Margot, or Jacquot. We take these first names from a lot which is the prerogative of human beings, and the relationship of bird first names to human first names is therefore that of the part to the whole. The situation is symmetrical and inverse for dogs. Not only do these not form an independent society, but, as domestic animals, they form part of human society, while occupying such a humble place in it that we would not think, following the example of certain Australians and Native Americans, to call them as humans, whether in proper names or kinship terms. On the contrary, we assign them a special series, Azor, Meteor, Sultan, Fido, Diana, the latter, a human first name no doubt, but first perceived as mythological, etc., which are almost all theatrical names forming a series parallel to those we wear in everyday life, in other words, metaphorical names. Consequently, when the relationship between species, human and animal, is socially conceived as metaphorical, the relationship between the respective naming systems takes on a metonymical character, and when the relation between species is conceived as metonymical, the naming systems assume a metaphorical character. Now here is another case, that of cattle, whose social position is metonymic. It is part of our techno-economic system, but different from that of dogs in that cattle are more openly treated as objects, dogs as subjects. Which is suggested, on the one hand by the collective name by which we designate the first, on the other hand by the food taboo which affects the consumption of dogs in our culture. The situation is different among African pastoralists who treat cattle like us treat dogs. Now, the names we give to cattle belong to a different series than those of birds or dogs. These are generally descriptive terms, which evoke the color of the coat, the port, the temperament, rustot, russet, blanchet, dowse, etc. Cf. Levi Strauss 2, p. 280. These names often have a metaphorical character, but they differ from the names given to dogs in that they are epithets coming from the syntagmatic chain, while the latter come from a paradigmatic series. Some therefore relate more to speech, others more to language. Finally, consider the names given to horses. Not the ordinary horses which, according to the class and the profession of the owner, can be located at a more or less close distance from cattle or dogs, and whose place is made even more uncertain by the rapid technical transformations which have marked our time. But race horses, whose sociological position is clearly defined in relation to the cases already examined. First, how to qualify this position. Race horses cannot be said to form an independent society after the fashion of birds. since they are a product of human industry, and they are born and live juxtaposed in stud farms designed for them, like individuals. Isolated. Nor are they part of human society, whether as subjects or objects, rather, they are the desocialized condition of the existence of a particular society, that which lives off race tracks or frequents them. To these differences corresponds another in the naming system, although the comparison here calls for two reservations. The names given to race horses are chosen in application of special rules, different for thoroughbreds and half-breds, and they bear witness to an eclecticism that is more a matter of scholarly literature than of oral tradition. That said, there is no doubt that the names of race horses contrast significantly with those of birds, dogs, or cattle. They are strictly individualized, since it is excluded, as among the Tiwi, that two individuals bear the same name, and although they share with the names given to cattle a formation by taking away from the syntagmatic chain, ocean, azimuth, opera, beldenude, telegraphy, lochiole, orvitan, weekend, lapis lazuli, etc., they are distinguished by the absence of descriptive connotation. Their creation is absolutely free insofar as it respects the requirement of unambiguous individuation, and the particular rules to which we have alluded. Therefore, while cattle are given descriptive names formed from words of speech, race horses are given names of words of speech which do not describe them, or which rarely describe them. If the names of the first type look like nicknames, the others deserve to be called subnames, because it is in this second domain that reigns the greatest arbitrariness. To sum up, birds and dogs are relevant in relation to human society. Either they evoke it through their own social life, which men conceive of as an imitation of their own, or that, without their own social life, they are part of ours. Like dogs, cattle are part of human society, but it is part of it, so to speak, asocially, since it is situated at the limit of the object. Finally, race horses form, like birds, a series disjointed from the human community, but, like cattle, devoid of intrinsic sociability. If then the birds are metaphorical humans and the dogs, metonymical humans, the cattle are a metonymic in human and the race horses are metaphorical in humans. The cattle are only contiguous in the absence of resemblance, the horses resembling races only in the absence of contiguity. Each of these two categories offers the hollow image of one of the other two categories, which are themselves in a relationship of inverted symmetry. In terms of appellations, we find the linguistic equivalent of this system of psychosociological differences. The names of birds and dogs come under the language system. But, while offering the same paradigmatic character, they differ, since the first are real first names, the second conventional first names. The names of birds are extracted from the batch of ordinary human first names, of which they constitute a part, while dog names reproduce virtually in their entirety a set of names which formally resemble human first names, though they are rarely borne by ordinary humans. The names of cattle and horses are more a matter of speech, since both are drawn from the syntagmatic chain. But the names of cattle remain the closest to it, for, as descriptive terms, they are hardly proper names. We call sweet the cow of which we usually say that she is sweet. The names given to cattle therefore float as witnesses to a past discourse, and they can at any time resume, in the discourse, their epithet function. Even when one speaks to cattle, its character as an object never allows it to be what we are talking about. Racehorse names are in speech in another way, not in speech yet, but made with speech. In order to find names for horses, it is necessary to disintegrate the syntagmatic chain, and to transform its discrete units into proper names which cannot appear under another title in the discourse, unless the context removes the ambiguity. The difference comes from the fact that cattle are placed in the inhuman part of human society, while race horses, which objectively belong to the same category, initially offer the image of an anti-society, to a restricted society which only exists through them. Of all the naming systems, the one applied to them is the most frankly inhuman, as is also the most barbaric, the technique of linguistic demolition implemented to build it. In the end, we end up with a three-dimensional system. On the horizontal plane, the upper line corresponds to the metaphorical relationship, positive or negative, between human and animal societies, birds, or between human society and anti-horse society, the lower line, to the metonymical relation between the society of men on the one hand, dogs and cattle on the other, who are members of the first as either subjects or objects. On the vertical plane, the left column associates birds and dogs, which have a relationship to social life, either metaphorical or metonymical. The right column associates horses and cattle, which are unrelated to social life, although cattle are part of it, metonymy, and race horses bear a negative resemblance to it, metaphor. Finally, two oblique axes must be added, since the names given to birds and cattle are formed by metonymic sampling, either from a paradigmatic set or from a syntagmatic chain, while the names given to dogs and horses are formed by metaphorical reproduction, either of a paradigmatic whole, or of a syntagmatic chain. We are therefore dealing with a coherent system. Asterisk. The interest offered to us by these uses is not only due to the systematic relationships that unite them. 63. Although borrowed from our civilization where they occupy a modest place, they put us on the same footing with different uses, to which the societies which observe them attach extreme importance. The attention that we have paid to certain aspects of our mores that some will consider futile, is therefore justified on two counts. First, we hope to form by this means a more general and clearer idea of the nature of nouns. Clean, then and above all, we are led to question ourselves about the secret motives of ethnographic curiosity, the fascination exerted on us by customs, apparently very far from ours, the contradictory feeling of presence and strangeness with which they affect us. Don't they insist that these customs are much closer than it seems to our own uses, of which they present an enigmatic image to us and which needs to be deciphered? In any case, this is confirmed by a comparison of the facts which have just been analyzed, with certain aspects of the nominal system of the Tiwi, which we had temporarily left aside. We remember that the Tiwi make a frenzied consumption of proper names, firstly because each individual has several names, then because all these names must be distinct, thirdly because each remarriage, and we have seen that they are frequent, implies that all the children already begotten by a woman receive new names, and finally, because the death of an individual prohibits not only the names he bears, but also all those that during his life he may have been led to confer. 64. Under such conditions, how do the Tiwi manage to constantly produce new names? Several cases must be distinguished. A proper name can be put back into circulation by the son of the deceased, if he decides to assume it after the period during which its use was prohibited. Many names are thus placed in reserve, constituting a kind of onomastic savings from which it is possible to draw. Nevertheless, and if we assume that the birth and death rates are constant, we can predict that because of the prolonged duration of the taboo, the pot will decrease regularly, unless a sudden demographic imbalance exerts a compensating action. The system must therefore have other processes. There are indeed several of them, the main one resulting from the extension to common nouns of the prohibition on proper nouns, when a phonetic resemblance is observed between them. However, these common nouns demonetized for everyday use are not totally destroyed, they pass into the sacred language, reserved for ritual, where they gradually lose their meaning, the sacred language being, by definition, unintelligible to the uninitiated, and, for the initiates themselves, partially freed from meaningful function. Now, sacred words whose meaning is lost can be used to forge proper names, by adding a suffix. This is how the word Matiran Jingli of the sacred language, whose meaning is obscure, becomes the proper name Mataran Jinga merely. The process is systematically used, and it has been written that the sacred language is above all made up of words which have become taboo, pukamani, because of the contamination of ordinary language by the prohibition striking the names of the dead. Sacred language is itself exempt from this contamination. Hard. These facts are important from 2 points of view. First, it is clear that this complicated system is perfectly coherent. Proper names contaminate common names, these, expelled from ordinary language, pass into the sacred language, which allows the formation of proper names in return. This cyclical movement is maintained, so to speak, by a double pulsation. Proper nouns, originally devoid of meaning, gain meaning by adhering to common nouns, and these lose their meaning by passing into the sacred language, which allows them to become proper nouns again. The system therefore works by alternating pumping of the semantic load, from common nouns to proper nouns, and from profane language to sacred language. Ultimately, the energy consumed comes from ordinary language, which manufactures new words for the purposes of communication, as old words are taken from it. The example admirably demonstrates the secondary character of the interpretations put forward to explain the prohibition of the names of the dead, whether by ethnologists or by natives. Because it is not the fear of ghosts that can have given rise to such a well-adjusted system. Rather, it came to be grafted onto it. This will seem even more certain if we notice that the THIRD system presents striking analogies, on the human level, with that which we have highlighted, in our own society, by analyzing the various ways of naming animals, and in which, needless to say, the fear of the dead does not intervene in any way. Among the THIRD too, the system is based on a sort of arbitration, exercised by means of proper names, between a syntagmatic chain, that of ordinary language, and a paradigmatic whole, the sacred language of which this is the essential character, since the words become there, by losing their meaning, gradually unfit to form a syntagmatic chain. Moreover, proper names are metaphorically linked to common names by the effect of positive phonetic resemblance, while sacred words are metonymically linked to proper names, as means or ends, by the effect of a negative resemblance, based on the absence or poverty of semantic content. Even if it is defined, at the most general level, as consisting of an exchange of words between profane and sacred language through the intermediary of proper names, the THIRD system illuminates phenomena that only minor aspects of our culture have allowed us to approach. We understand better that terms of a doubly sacred language, because Latin and scientific, such as brassicarapa, can have the character of proper names, not, as Gardner wanted and as Hart seemed ready to admit, because they are meaningless, but because, despite appearances, they are part of an overall system where meaning is never completely lost. Otherwise, the sacred language of the THIRD would not be a language, but a conglomeration of oral gestures. However, it cannot be doubted that a sacred language, even obscure, retains a significant vocation. We will come back to this aspect of the problem. For the moment, we need to point out another type of sacred language that we use, like the THIRD, to introduce proper names into ordinary language, even if it means transforming into proper names the common names belonging to the appropriate domain. As we have already noted, we borrow their names from the flowers, of which we make proper names for our daughters, but we do not stop there, since the imagination of the horticulturists endows the newly created flowers with proper names, which are borrowed from human beings. However, this crossover offers remarkable particularities. The names that we borrow from flowers and that we give, mainly to people of the female sex, are common names belonging to ordinary language. At a pinch, a woman can be named Rosa, but certainly not Rosa centifolia, but those that we return to them come from a sacred language, since the surname or first name is accompanied by a title, which gives it a mysterious dignity. A new flower is not usually called Elizabeth, Daumer, or Bridget, but Queen Elizabeth, President Paul Daumer, Madame Brigitte Bardot 65. In addition, we do not take into account the sex of the bearer, in this case, the grammatical gender of the name of the flower. To name it, a rose, a gladiolus, can receive either a woman's name or a man's name, which evokes one of the rules for assigning the name umbilical among the Wickmunkin 66. Now, these usages clearly belong to the same group as all those we have considered. Whether they also come from our culture or that of Australian islanders, we note there, in fact, the same equivalence between metonymical relation and metaphorical relation, which, from the beginning, seemed to us to play the role of common denominator between them. The names that we borrow from flowers to make proper names of them have the value of metaphor, beautiful like the rose, modest like the violet, etc. But the names taken from sacred languages, which we return to them in exchange, have the value of metonymy, and this in two ways. Brassicarapa deprives kohlrabi of its sufficiency to make it a species of a genus, the part of a whole. The name Empress Eugenie, given to a new variety of flower, operates a symmetrical and inverse transformation, since it is felt at the level of the signifier instead of that of the signified. This time, the flower is qualified by means of part of a whole, not just any Eugenie, but a particular Eugenie, not Eugenie de Montijo before her marriage, but afterwards, not a biological individual, but a person in a determined social role, etc. 67. One type of sacred name is therefore metonymizing, the other metonymized, and this opposition applies to the cases already examined. We remember that while humans take names from flowers, they give some of their names to birds. These names are also metonymizing, since they usually consist of diminutives taken from popular language and treat the community of birds, unlike that of flowers, as equivalent, in its totality, to a humble and good-natured subgroup of human society. In the same way, one would easily say that the metaphorical names, given to dogs and cattle, situate the role of the trope at the level of the signifier and that of the signified, respectively. As systematic as the set of naming processes that we have reviewed appear, they pose a problem. These equivalent processes, linked to each other by relations of transformation, operate at different levels of generality. The human names given to birds apply to any individual member of a given species. Any magpie is called Margot. But the names given to the flowers, Queen Elizabeth, Empress Eugenie, etc., cover only the variety or the subvariety. Still more restricted is the scope of the names given to dogs and cattle. In the intention of the owner of the animal they denote a single individual, although in fact each name may be borne by several. It does not tease not just one dog is called meter. Only the names of racehorses and other purebred animals are absolutely individualized. During the 26 years of the alphabetical cycle, no other trotting horse than the one thus baptized was, is, or will be named Orvitan 3. But it is, in our opinion, the clearest proof that one could wish that, the proper names and the names of species belonging to the same group, there is no fundamental difference between the two types. More precisely, the reason for the difference is not in their linguistic nature, but in the way in which each culture carves up reality, and in the variable limits it assigns, depending on the problems it poses, and which can differ for each particular company within the social group, to the business classification. It is therefore by virtue of an extrinsic determination that a certain level of classification requires designations which may be, depending on the case, common nouns or proper nouns. But we do not agree for all that with Durkheim's thesis of the social origin of logical thought. Although there is undoubtedly a dialectical relationship between the social structure and the system of categories, the second is not an effect, or a result of the first. They translate one and the other, at the cost of laborious reciprocal adjustments. Certain historical and local modalities of the relationship between man and the world, which form their common substrate. These precisions were essential to enable us to underline, without risk of misunderstanding, the character at the same time sociological and relative which attaches to the concept of species as with that of individual. Considered from the biological point of view, men belonging to the same race, assuming that this term has a precise meaning, are comparable to the individual flowers which bud, bloom, and wither on the same tree. They are so many specimens of a variety or subvariety. Similarly, all members of the species Homo sapiens are logically comparable to members of any animal or plant species. However, social life operates in this system a strange transformation, because it encourages each biological individual to develop a personality, a notion which no longer evokes the specimen within the variety, but rather a type of variety or species which probably does not exist in nature, although the tropical environment sometimes tends to outline it, and which could be called mono-individual. What disappears when a personality dies consists of a synthesis of ideas and behaviors, as exclusive and irreplaceable as that affected by a floral species, starting from simple chemical bodies used by all species. The loss of a loved one or that of a public figure, politician, writer, or artist, when it affects us, therefore affects us in the same way that we would feel the irreparable deprivation of a perfume, if Rosa centifolia extinguished. From this point of view, it is not wrong to say that certain modes of classification, arbitrarily isolated under the label of totemism, know a universal use. With us, this totemism has only been humanized. It is as if, in our civilization, each individual had his own personality as a totem. It is the signifier of his signified being. Insofar as they belong to a paradigmatic whole 68, proper names therefore form the fringe of a general system of classification. They are both its extension and its limit. When they enter the stage, the curtain rises on the last act of the logical performance. But the length of the play and the number of acts are facts of civilization, not of language. The more or less proper character of nouns cannot be determined intrinsically, nor by their comparison alone with the other words of the language. It depends on the moment at which each society declares its work of classification completed. To say that a word is perceived as a proper name is to say that it is situated at a level beyond which no classification is required, not absolutely, but within a determined cultural system. The proper name always remains on the classification side. In each system, therefore, proper names represent quanta of meaning, below which nothing is done but shown. We thus reach at the root the parallel error committed by Peirce and by Russell, the first by defining the proper name as an index, the second by believing that we have discovered the logical model of the proper name in the demonstrative pronoun. This is to admit, in fact, that the act of naming is situated in a continuum where the passage from the act of signifying to that of showing would imperceptibly be accomplished. On the contrary, we hope to have established that this passage is discontinuous, although each culture sets its thresholds differently. The natural sciences situate their threshold at the level of the species, the variety, or the subvariety, as the case may be. It will therefore be terms of different generality that they will perceive each time as proper nouns. But the sage, and sometimes the scholar, native, who also practices these modes of classification, extends them by the same mental operation to the individual members of the social group, or, more exactly, to the singular positions that individuals, whose each forms a subclass, may occupy, simultaneously or in succession. From a formal point of view, there is therefore no fundamental difference between the zoologist or the botanist attributing to a recently discovered plant the position Elephantopus spicatus oblua, which was granted to it by the system, even though it was not registered there in advance, and the Omaha priest defining the social paradigms of a new member of the group by conferring on him the available name, hoof-used of old buffalo. They know what they are doing either way. Chapter 8. Recovered time. When we take an overall view of the approaches and processes that we have above all sought to list up to now, we are first struck by the systematic nature of the relationships that unite them. Moreover, this system immediately presents itself under a double aspect, that of its internal coherence, and that of its capacity for extension, which is practically unlimited. As our examples have shown, in all cases an axis, which it is convenient to imagine vertical, supports the structure. It unites the general with the special, the abstract with the concrete, but, whether in one direction or the other, the classifying intention can always go to its end. This is defined according to an implicit axiomatic for which all classification proceeds by pairs of contrasts. One only stops classifying when the moment comes when it is no longer possible to oppose. Strictly speaking, therefore, the system ignores failures. Its internal dynamism dampens as the classification progresses along its axis, either in one direction or the other. And when the system comes to a standstill, it is neither because of an unforeseen obstacle resulting from the empirical properties of beings or things, nor because its mechanism has seized up, it is because it has completed its course, and fully fulfilled its function. When the classifying intention rises, so to speak, upwards, in the sense of the greatest generality and the most advanced abstraction, no diversity will prevent it from applying a scheme under the action which the real will undergo a series of progressive purifications, the end of which will be provided, in accordance with the intention of the approach, under the aspect of a simple binary opposition, up and down, right and left, peace and war, etc., and beyond which it is, for intrinsic reasons, both useless and impossible to go. The same operation could be repeated on other levels, whether it be that of the internal organization of the social group, which the so-called totemic classifications allow to be extended to the dimensions of an international society, by applying the same organizational scheme to ever-growing groups, or the spatio-temporal plane, thanks to a mythical geography which, as shown by an Aranda myth already quoted 69, makes it possible to organize the inexhaustible variety of a landscape by successive reductions resulting again in a binary opposition, here, between directions and elements, since the contrast is placed between land and water. Downward, the system also knows no external limit, since it manages to treat the qualitative diversity of natural species as the symbolic matter of an order, and its march towards the concrete, the special, and the individual, is not even stopped by the obstacle of personal names. Even proper names cannot serve as terms for a classification. It is therefore a question of a total system, which ethnologists have vainly endeavored to tear to shreds in order to fashion distinct institutions, of which totemism remains the most famous. But, by this means, one only ends up with paradoxes which border on absurdity. This is how Elkin, for pages 153 to 154, in an otherwise admirable work of synthesis, taking totemism as a starting point of his analysis of the religious thought and organization of the Australian natives, but quickly confronted with its speculative richness, avoids the difficulty by opening a special heading for classificatory totemism. He thus makes classification a special form of totemism, whereas, as we believe we have established, it is totemism or pretended such that constitutes, not even a mode, but an aspect or a moment of classification. Ignoring everything about totemism, and no doubt thanks to this ignorance which saved him from being duped by a ghost, Comte understood, better than contemporary ethnologists, the economy and scope of a classificatory system whose, failing confirmed his thesis, he had generally appreciated the importance in the history of thought. Have unity of method and homogeneity of doctrine which constitutes the fully normal state of our intelligence, and which it had then spontaneously acquired. Comte, 53rd lesson, p. 58. No doubt Comte assigns to a period of history, ages of fetishism and polytheism, this savage thought which is not, for us, the thought of savages, nor that of a primitive or archaic humanity, but the thought of wild state, distinct from pansy cultivated or domesticated with a view to obtaining a yield. This appeared in certain points of the globe and at certain moments in history, and it is natural that Comte, deprived of ethnographic information, and of the ethnographic meaning that only the collection and handling of information of this type allows to acquire, grasp the first in its retrospective form, as a mode of mental activity prior to the other. We understand better today that the two can coexist and interpenetrate, as natural species can, at least in right, coexist and interbreed, some in the wild state, others such as agriculture or domestication, have transformed, although, by the very fact of their development and the general conditions that it requires, the existence of these threatens the extinction of those. But, whether we deplore it or whether we rejoice in it, we still know of areas where wild thought, like wild species, is relatively protected. This is the case with art, to which our civilization grants national park status, with all the pros and cons that go with such an artificial formula, and this is especially the case with so many sectors of social life which have not yet been cleared and where, out of indifference or impotence, and without our knowing why most often, savage thinking continues to prosper. The exceptional characteristics of this thought which we call savage and which Comte qualifies as spontaneous, are above all due to the breadth of the ends which it assigns itself. It claims to be simultaneously analytical and synthetic, going to its extreme limit in both directions, while remaining capable of mediating between these two poles. Comte noted the analytical orientation very well. The very superstitions which today seem to us the most absurd, had originally, a truly progressive philosophical character, as if habitually maintaining an energetic stimulation to observe with constancy phenomena whose exploration could not, at that time, directly inspire any sustained interest. Ibid. p. 70. The error of judgment that appears in the last proposition explains why Comte completely misunderstood the synthetic aspect, slaves of the infinite variety of phenomena, and as confirmed, he believes, by their judicious exploration, contemporary savages would be unaware of any nebulous symbolization, p. 63. Now, the judicious exploration of contemporary savages, precisely as ethnography practices it, invalidates the positivist prejudice on these 2 points. If savage thought is defined both by a devouring symbolic ambition, such as humanity has never experienced the like, and by a scrupulous attention entirely turned towards the concrete, finally by the implicit conviction that these 2 attitudes are only one, isn't it precisely that it rests, as much from the theoretical point of view as from the practical point of view, on this sustained interest of which Comte denies it the capacity? But when man observes, experiments, classifies, and speculates, he is no more driven by arbitrary superstitions than by the whims of chance, which we have seen, at the beginning of this work, that it was naive to attribute to them. A role in the discovery of the arts of civilization 70. If we had to choose between the 2 explanations, we would still prefer Comte's, but on condition of first ridding it of the paralogism on which it is based. For Comte, in fact, all intellectual evolution proceeds from the inevitable primitive ascendancy of theological philosophy, that is to say from the impossibility in which man found himself, at the start, of interpreting natural phenomena without assimilating them to his own acts, the only ones whose essential mode of production he can ever believe he understands. Id. 51st Lesson, 4, p. 347. But how could he do so if, by a simultaneous and inverse approach, he did not attribute to his own acts a power and efficacy comparable to those of natural phenomena? This man, whom man exteriorizes, can serve to model a god only if the forces of nature are already interiorized in him. The error of Comte, and of most of his successors, was to believe that man was able, with some probability, to people nature with wills comparable to his own, without lending to his desires certain attributes of this nature in which he recognized himself, for if he had begun with the sole feeling of his impotence, this would never have furnished him with a principle of explanation. In truth, the difference between practical action, endowed with yield, and magical or ritual action, devoid of efficacy, is not that which one believes one perceives when one defines them respectively by their objective or subjective orientation. This may seem true if we consider things from the outside, but, from the point of view of the agent, the relation is reversed. He conceives practical action as subjective in its principle and centrifugal in its orientation, since it results from its interference in the physical world. Whereas the magical operation seems to him to be an addition to the objective order of the universe, for him who accomplishes it, it presents the same necessity as the sequence of natural causes where, in the form of rites, the agent only believes in inserting additional links. He therefore imagines that he is observing it from the outside, and as if it did not emanate from him. This rectification of traditional perspectives eliminates the false problem raised by some of the normal recourse to fraud and deceit in magical operations. For, if the system of magic rests entirely on the belief that man can intervene in natural determinism by supplementing it or modifying its course, it matters little whether he does it a little more or a little less. Fraud is consubstantial with magic and, strictly speaking, the sorcerer never cheats. Between his theory and his practice, the difference is not of kind, but of degree. Secondly, the controversial question of the relationship between magic and religion becomes clearer. For if, in a sense, religion can be said to consist in a humanization of natural laws and magic, in a naturalization of human actions, treatment of certain human actions as if they were an integral part of physical determinism, it does not. These are not the terms of an alternative or the stages of an evolution. The anthropomorphism of nature, in which religion consists, and the physiomorphism of man, by which we define magic, form two components that are always given, and whose dosage only varies. As noted above, each implies the other. There is no more religion without magic, than magic that does not contain at least a grain of religion. The notion of a supernature exists only for a humanity which attributes to itself supernatural powers, and which lends in return, to nature, the powers of its superhumanity. To understand the penetration shown by the so-called primitives when they observe and interpret natural phenomena, there is therefore no need to invoke the exercise of faculties that have disappeared or the use of a supernumerary sensibility. The American Indian who deciphers a track by means of imperceptible clues, the Australian who unhesitatingly identifies the footprints left by any member of his group, Magid, do not proceed otherwise than we do ourselves, when we drive an automobile and judge at a glance, on a slight orientation of the wheels, a fluctuation in engine speed, or even on the supposed intention of a look, when to pass or avoid a car. However incongruous it may seem, this comparison is instructive, for what sharpens our faculties, stimulates our perception, gives assurance to our judgments, is, on the one hand, that the means at our disposal and the risks that we run are incomparably increased by the mechanical power of the motor, on the other hand, that the tension resulting from the feeling of this embodied force is exercised in a series of dialogues with other conductors whose intentions, similar to ours, are translated into signs that we persist in deciphering because that, precisely, they are signs, which appeal to the intellection. Transposed to the plane of mechanical civilization, we therefore find this reciprocity of perspectives where man and the world mirror each other, and which seem to us to be the only way to account for the properties and capacities of wild thought. An exotic observer would doubtless judge that automobile traffic in the center of a big city or on a highway surpasses human faculties, and it indeed surpasses them, insofar as it does not bring exactly face to face, neither men nor natural laws, but systems of natural forces humanized by the intention of the conductors, and men transformed into natural forces by the physical energy of which they become the mediators. It is no longer a question of the operation of an agent on an inert object, nor of the action in return of an object, promoted to the role of agent, on a subject who would have dispossessed himself in his favor without anything to ask him in return, that is to say situations involving, on one side or the other, a certain amount of passivity. The beings present confront each other both as subjects and as objects, and, in the code they use, a simple variation of the distance which separates them has the force of a mute adjuration. Asterisk. Therefore, we understand that an attentive and meticulous observation, entirely turned towards the concrete, finds, in symbolism, both its principle and its outcome. Wild thought does not distinguish between the moment of observation and that of interpretation, any more than one first records, by observing them, the signs emitted by an interlocutor in order then to seek to understand them. He speaks, and the sensitive issue brings with it its meaning. This is because articulated language breaks down into elements each of which is not a sign, but the means of a sign, a distinctive unity which cannot be replaced by another without changing the meaning, and which can itself be even devoid of the attributes of this meaning, which it expresses by joining or opposing other units. This conception of classificatory systems as systems of signification will come out even better if we are allowed to briefly evoke two traditional problems, that of the relationship between alleged totemism and sacrifice, and that posed by the resemblances offered, throughout the world, by the myths which serve to explain the origin of clan names. That the history of religions could see in totemism the origin of sacrifice remains, after so many years, a subject of astonishment. Even if it were agreed, for the needs of the case, to lend totemism a semblance of reality, the two institutions would only appear more contrasted and incompatible, as Moss, not without hesitation or repentance, was often led to affirm. We are not claiming that segmental societies, whose clans bear animal or vegetable names, could not practice certain forms of sacrifice. It is enough to evoke the sacrifice of the dog among the Iroquois to be convinced of the contrary.
But, among the Iroquois, the dog does not serve as the eponym of any clan, and the sacrificial system is therefore independent of that of clan affinities. Above all, there is another reason which makes the two systems mutually exclusive, if we admit that, in both cases, an affinity is implicitly or explicitly recognized between a man or a group of men on the one hand, an animal or a vegetable on the other hand, either as the eponym of a group of men, or as a thing sacrificed in the place of a man, or serving as a medium for the human sacrificer. It is clear that, in the case of totemism, no other species or natural phenomenon can be substituted. For the eponym, one can never take one animal for another. If I am a member of the clan of the bear, I cannot belong to that of the eagle, since, as we have seen, the only reality of the system consists in a network of differential gaps between terms posed as discontinuous. In the case of sacrifice, it is the opposite, although distinct things are often intended, in a preferential way, for certain divinities or certain types of sacrifice. The fundamental principle is that of substitution. In the absence of the thing prescribed, any other can replace it, provided that the intention which alone matters persists, and although the zeal itself may vary. The sacrifice is therefore situated in the realm of continuity. When a cucumber takes the place of a sacrificed victim, the newer speak of it as if it were an ox, and, in expressing themselves in this way, they go a little beyond from the simple assertion that cucumber replaces beef. Of course, they are not claiming that cucumbers are oxen, and when they refer as an ox to a particular cucumber in a situation of being sacrificed, they are only saying that it is like an ox in that particular context, and they act accordingly, performing every rite of the sacrifice, as far as possible, just as they do when the victim is an ox. The resemblance is conceptual, not perceptual. The is based on a qualitative analogy which does not imply the expression of a symmetry. A cucumber is an ox, but an ox is not a cucumber. Evans Pritchard 2, p. 128. Between the system of totemism and that of sacrifice, there are therefore two fundamental differences. The first is a quantified system, while the second admits a continuous passage between its terms. In as a sacrificial victim, a cucumber is worth an egg a chick a hen a goat an ox. On the other hand, this gradation is oriented. For lack of beef, a cucumber is sacrificed, but the reverse would be an absurdity. On the contrary, for totemism or pretended such, the relations are always reversible. In a system of clan names where they would both appear, the ox would really be equivalent to the cucumber, in the sense that it is impossible to confuse them and that they are equally suitable for manifesting the differential gap between the two groups that they respectively connote. But they can fulfill this role only insofar as, contrary to sacrifice, totemism proclaims them distinct, and therefore not substitutable. If we now want to go deeper into the reason for these differences, we will find it in the roles respectively devolved by each system to natural species. Totemism is based on a postulated homology between two parallel series, that of natural species and that of social groups, whose respective terms, let us not forget, do not look alike in pairs. Only the global relationship between the series is zoomorphic, a formal correlation between two systems of differences, each of which constitutes a pole of opposition. In sacrifice, the series, continuous and no longer discontinuous, oriented and no longer reversible, of natural species plays the role of intermediary between two polar terms, one of which is the sacrificer and the other the divinity, and between which, at the start, there is no homology, nor even a relationship of any kind, the purpose of the sacrifice being precisely to establish a relationship, which is not of resemblance, but of contiguity, by means of a series of successive identifications which can be made in both directions, depending on whether the sacrifice is piacular or whether it represents a rite of communion, either therefore, from the sacrificer to the sacrificer, from the sacrificer to the victim, from the sacralized victim to the divinity, or in reverse order. That's not all. Once the relationship between man and divinity has been ensured by the sanctification of the victim, the sacrifice breaks it by the destruction of this same victim.
A solution of continuity thus appears due to man, and as the latter had previously established communication between the human reservoir and the divine reservoir, the latter will automatically have to fill the void, releasing the expected benefit. The pattern of sacrifice consists of an irreversible operation, the destruction of the victim, in order to trigger, on another plane, an equally irreversible operation, the granting of divine grace, the necessity of which results from the prior communication of two receptacles which are not at the same level. We see that sacrifice is an absolute or extreme operation, which bears on an intermediate object. From this point of view, it resembles, while opposing it, so-called sacrilegious rites such as incest, bestiality, etc., which are intermediate operations on extreme objects. We demonstrated this in a previous chapter with regard to a minor sacrilege, the appearance of an indisposed woman during the rites of the hunt for eagles, among the Hidatsa Indians 71. Sacrifice seeks to establish a desired connection between two initially separate realms, as language aptly puts it. Its purpose is to get a distant deity to fulfill human wishes. He believes he can achieve this by first linking the two domains by means of a sacralized victim, an ambiguous object which in fact derives from one and the other, then by abolishing this connecting term, the sacrifice thus creates a deficit of contiguity, and he induces, or believes he induces, through the intentionality of the prayer, the emergence of a compensatory continuity on the plane where the initial deficiency, felt by the sacrificer, traced in anticipation, and as if in dotted line. The way forward to divinity. It is therefore not enough that, in the Australian rites of multiplication known under the name of Intikiuma, one sometimes observes a consumption of the totemic species, for one to be able to make of it a primitive form of sacrifice or even an aberrant form. The resemblance is as superficial as that which would lead to the identification of a whale and a fish. Moreover, these multiplication rites are not regularly linked to so-called totemic classifications. Even in Australia they do not always accompany them, and throughout the world there are many examples of multiplication rites without totemism, and of totemism without multiplication rites. Above all, the structure of rites of the Intikiuma type, and the implicit notions on which they are based, are very far from those that we have detected in sacrifice. In Intikiuma societies, the magical production and real consumption of natural species are normally disjointed, through the effect of a postulated identity between each group of men and a totemic species, and of a promulgated distinction or observed, on the one hand between social groups, on the other hand between natural species. The role of the Intikiuma is therefore, periodically and for a brief moment, to re-establish the contiguity between production and consumption, as if it were necessary that, from time to time, human groups and natural species be counted two by two and in pairs of allies, before each goes to take his rightful place in the game. Species, to feed those men who do not produce them, men to produce those species that they forbid themselves to consume. In the Intikiuma, therefore, men momentarily prove their substantial identity with their respective totemic species, by the double rule that each group produces what it consumes and consumes what it produces, and that these things are the same for each and every one. Different for everyone, thanks to which the normal game of reciprocity will no longer risk creating confusion between the fundamental definitions which must be periodically repeated. If we designate the natural series by capital letters and the social series by lowercase letters, the Intikiuma recalls the affinity between A and A, B and B, G and C, N and N, attesting that if, in the course normal existence, Group B incorporates by food consumption species A, G, D, E, N, Group A species B, G, D, E, N, and so on, it is acts of an exchange between social groups and of an arbitration between resemblance and contiguity, not of the replacement of a resemblance by another resemblance, or of a contiguity by another contiguity. 72. Sacrifice resorts to comparison as a means of erasing differences, and in order to establish contiguity, the so-called totemic meals establish contiguity, but only in order to allow a comparison, the expected result of which is to confirm the differences.
The two systems are therefore opposed by their orientation, metonymic in one case, metaphorical in the other. But this antisymmetry still leaves them on the same plane, when in fact they are situated, from an epistemological point of view, on different levels. Totemic classifications have a double objective basis: natural species really exist, and they do exist in the form of a discontinuous series. For their part, social segments also exist. Totemism or so-called totemism is limited to conceiving a homology of structure between the two series, a perfectly legitimate hypothesis since the social segments are instituted, and it is within the power of each society to make the hypothesis plausible by conforming its rules and its representations. On the contrary, the system of sacrifice brings in a non-existent term, divinity, and he adopts an objectively false conception of the natural series, since we have seen that he represents it to himself as continuous. To express the discrepancy between totemism and sacrifice, it is therefore not enough to say that the first is a system of references, the second a system of operations, that one develops a scheme of interpretation while the other proposes, or believes to propose, a technique to obtain certain results. One is true, the other false. More exactly, the classificatory systems are situated at the level of the language. They are more or less well-made codes, but always with a view to expressing meanings, while the system of sacrifice represents a particular discourse, devoid of common sense, though it is frequently uttered. Asterisk. In another work, we briefly evoked the myths of origin of the so-called totemic institutions, and we showed that, even in distant regions and in spite of different fabrications, these myths bring the same teaching, namely, 1. That these institutions are based on a global correspondence between two series, not on particular correspondences between their terms; 2. That this correspondence is metaphorical, not metonymical; 3. Finally, that it only becomes manifest after each series has been impoverished beforehand by suppressing elements, so that their internal discontinuity stands out clearly. Lévi Strauss 6, pages 27-28 and 36-37. By its precision and its richness, all the more striking since the myths analyzed are known to us only in abridged or mutilated version 73, this lesson contrasts sharply with the insignificance of the myths that account for the names specific to each clan. They all look alike throughout the world, but above all in their poverty. Australia certainly has complex myths that lend themselves to a semantic analysis inspired by that which we have applied to myths from other regions. Stanner 2. However, the specialists of this continent are accustomed to collecting myths where the attribution to a totemic group of a half-human, half-animal ancestor results from a simple observation. The myth acknowledges that the ancestor appeared at such a place, that he traveled such a route, accomplished here and there certain actions which designate him as the author of accidents of the ground which can still be observed, finally that he stopped or has disappeared in a specific place. Strictly speaking, therefore, the myth is reduced to the description of an itinerary, and it adds nothing or almost nothing to the remarkable facts that it claims to found, that a journey, that the water points, the groves, or the rocks that line it, offer a human group a sacred value, and that this group proclaims its affinity with such or such natural species, caterpillar, ostrich, or kangaroo. No doubt, and as T.G.H. Strello has pointed out, the exclusive use of pigeon has long forced investigators to content themselves with versions that are as summary as they are ridiculous. But, in addition to the fact that we now have many texts with adjacent translation, and adaptations that are the work of competent specialists, other regions of the world, where linguistic obstacles were more quickly overcome, provide myths which are exactly the same type. Let us limit ourselves here to 3 examples, all American, of which the first 2 come respectively from the north and south of the United States, and the third from central Brazil. To explain their clan names, the Menominee say that the bear, when he was endowed with human form, settled with his wife not far from the mouth of the Menominee River, where they fished for the sturgeons which constituted their only food. The bear and sturgeon clans belong to the same phratry. One day, 3 thunderbirds landed on a rocky bank that can be seen in Lake Winnebago,
at a place called Fond du Lac. After having changed into men, they visited the bears, and came to an agreement with them to summon several animals whose myth specifies the place of birth or residence. They all set off. Arrived at Green Bay, on Lake Michigan, the wolf, who could not swim, had to a complacent wave to be transported to the other shore. In gratitude, he adopted the wave as one of his clan's totems. A similar incident near Mackinac, also on Lake Michigan, resulted in the association of the black bear and the bald eagle. It is also because of fortuitous encounters and services rendered that relations were established between the other clans, moose, crane, dog, deer, beaver, etc. Hoffman, Skinner 1. If the Hopi clan of the wild mustard bears this name at the same time as those of the oak, the wild rooster and the warrior, it is because during a legendary migration, an attempt was made to stop a child's crying by offering mustard leaves and an oak branch, picked and cut on the way, after which we met the rooster, then the warrior. The badger and butterfly clan is so named because its ancestors took with them a man badger whom they had met shortly before capturing a butterfly to entertain a child, but the child was ill, and it was Badger who cured him with herbs. The ancestors of the rabbit and tobacco clan found the plant and encountered the animal. Those of the Putki clan took, inspired by road incidents, the names of the lake, the cloud, the rain, the snow, and the fog. Somewhere between the current site of Phoenix, Arizona, and Little Colorado, the ancestors of the bear clan discovered a bear carcass, hence their name, but another band found the leather, the hair of which small rodents had pulled out to line their burrow. From this leather were made belts, and since then the clan of the belt and the clan of the bear are associated. A third band took the name of the rodents, and allied itself with the preceding clans. Voth 4, Parsons. Let us now turn to South America. The borrowers say that if the sun and the moon belong to the Baydejba clan of the Saramoyedi, it is because of a dispute between a father and a son who wanted to appropriate the names of these celestial bodies. A transaction took place, reserving the names of Solile and Chemindu Solile for the father. Tobacco belongs to the Pewi clan, because an Indian of this clan accidentally discovered the leaves in the belly of a fish which he gutted before cooking it. The chief of the Black Baydejba clan once owned some black, Phimosis infuscatus, and red, Ibis rubra, birds, but his colleague Red Baydejba stole them from him and it was necessary to agree to a division according to color. Kalbakini. All these origin myths of clan names are so similar that it is useless to cite examples from other regions of the world, such as Africa, where they also abound. What are their common characteristics? First, a conciseness that leaves no room for apparent digressions, often rich in hidden meaning. A narrative reduced to essential outlines holds no surprises in store for the analyst. Second, these myths are falsely etiological, assuming that a myth really can be, insofar as the kind of explanation they provide amounts to a barely modified account of the initial situation. From this point of view, they offer a redundant character. Rather than etiological, their role seems to be demarcative. They do not really explain an origin, and they do not designate a cause, but they invoke an origin or a cause, in themselves insignificant, to highlight some detail or to mark a species. This detail, this species, acquires a differential value, not according to the particular origin attributed to them, but from the simple fact that they are endowed with an origin, while other details or species do not. Have not. History introduces itself surreptitiously into the structure, in a modest and almost negative form. It does not give reason for the present, but it sorts out the elements of the present, granting, to some of them only, the privilege to have a past. Consequently, the poverty of totemic myths comes from the fact that each has the exclusive function of founding a difference as difference. They are the constituent units of a system. The question of meaning does not arise at the level of each myth taken in isolation, but at the level of the system of which they form the elements. However, here we find a paradox already discussed in another chapter 74, the systems which concern us are, as systems, difficult to mythologize, because their virtual synchronic being is engaged in an incessant conflict with diachrony. By hypothesis, the elements of the system are on this side of the myth, but, by destination, the whole is always beyond. It seems that the myth is running after to join him. It succeeds only exceptionally, because the system is constantly sucked into history, and when one believes that he has succeeded, a new doubt arises: do the mythical representations correspond to an actual structure which models social and religious practice, or do they merely translate the fixed image by means of which philosophers natives give themselves the illusion of staring at a reality that escapes them? As important as Marcel Griel's discoveries in Africa are, one often wonders if they belong to one or the other interpretation. The oldest theories on totemism are as if infected by this paradox, which they did not know how to formulate clearly. If MacLennan, and after him Robertson Smith and Fraser, for pages 73 to 76, 264 to 265, maintained with such conviction that totemism was prior to exogamy, a proposition devoid of meaning in our eyes, it is because the latter appeared to them simply denotative, whereas they suspected the systematic character of the second. Now, the system can only be established between elements already denoted. But, to also see totemism as a system, it would have been necessary to situate it in the linguistic, taxonomic, mythical, and ritual context, from which these authors had begun by isolating it, busy as they were in tracing the contours of an institution. Arbitrary. In fact, and as we have shown, things are not so simple. The ambiguity of totemism is real, if the institution imagined in the hope of removing it is not. Indeed, depending on the point of view one adopts, the so-called totemism offers or excludes the characteristics of a system. It is a grammar doomed to deteriorate into a lexicon. Unlike other systems of classification which are mainly conceived, such as myths, or acted, such as rites, totemism is almost always lived, that is to say, it adheres to concrete groups and to concrete individuals, because it is a hereditary system of classification. 75. Therefore, we understand that a permanent conflict appears, between the structural character of the classification and the statistical character of its demographic support. Like a palace carried along by a river, the classification tends to dismantle, and its parts fit together differently than the architect would have liked, under the effect of currents and dead water, obstacles and straits. In totemism, therefore, function inevitably trumps structure. The problem he never ceased to pose to theoreticians is that of the relationship between structure and event. And the great lesson of totemism is that the form of the structure can sometimes survive, when the structure itself succumbs to the event. There is therefore a kind of fundamental antipathy between history and systems of classification. This perhaps explains what one would be tempted to call the totemic void, since, even in the state of vestiges, everything that could evoke totemism seems remarkably absent from the area of the great civilizations of Europe and from Asia. Isn't the reason that these have chosen to explain themselves to themselves through history, and that this enterprise is incompatible with that which classifies things and beings, natural and social, by means of finite groups? The totemic classifications undoubtedly distribute their groups between an original series and an after series. The first includes zoological and botanical species under their supernatural aspect, the second human groups under their cultural aspect, and it is affirmed that the first existed before the second, having in some way engendered it. Nevertheless, the original series continues to live in diachrony through animal and plant species, parallel to the human series. The two series exist in time, but they enjoy their an atemporal regime, since, both real, they sail there together, remaining such as they were at the moment of their separation. The original series is still there, ready to serve as a reference system for interpreting or rectifying changes that occur in the resulting series. Theoretically, if not practically, history is subordinated to the system. But, when a society takes the side of history, classification into finite groups becomes impossible, because the resulting series, instead of reproducing an original series, merges with it to form a unique series from which each term is issued by in relation to that which precedes it, and original in relation to that which follows it. Instead of a homology given once and for all between two series, each for its own account finite and discontinuous, one postulates a continuous evolution within a single series, which accommodates terms in an unlimited number. Certain Polynesian mythologies are at this critical point where diachrony irrevocably prevails over synchrony, making it impossible to interpret the human order as a fixed projection of the natural order, since the latter engenders the other, which prolongs it instead of reflecting it. Fire and water united, and from their marriage were born the earth, the rocks, the trees, and all the rest. The cuttlefish struggled with the fire and was beaten. The fire struggled with the rocks, which won? The big stones fought the small ones, these were victorious. The little stones struggled with the grass, and the grass won the victory. The grass struggled with the trees, it was beaten and the trees won. The trees struggled with the vines, they were defeated and the vines were victorious. The lianas rotted, the worms multiplied there, and from worms, they were transformed into men. G. Turner, pages 6-7. This evolutionism excludes any synthesis of the totemic type, because things and natural beings do not offer the static model of an equally static diversity between human groups, they are ordered as the genesis of a humanity whose advent they are preparing. But this incompatibility in turn poses a problem. If it exists, how do classification systems manage either to eliminate history or, when that is impossible, to integrate it? We have suggested elsewhere that the awkward distinction between peoples without history and others could be advantageously replaced by a distinction between what we called, for the sake of argument, cold societies and hot societies, some seeking, thanks to the institutions they give themselves, to almost automatically cancel out the effect that historical factors could have on their balance and continuity, the others resolutely interiorizing historical development to make it the engine of their development. Charbonnier, pages 35-47, Levi Strauss 4, pages 41-43. It is still necessary to distinguish between several types of historical sequences. While being long-term, some offer a recurring character, thus the annual cycle of the seasons, that of individual life or that of exchanges of goods and services within the social group. These sequences do not pose a problem, because they are repeated periodically over time without their structure necessarily being altered. The aim of cold societies is to ensure that the order of temporal succession influences the content of each as little as possible. No doubt they succeed only imperfectly, but that's the standard they set for themselves. Apart from the fact that the processes they implement are more effective than some contemporary ethnologists would like to admit, Voigt, the real question is not to know what real results they obtain, but what lasting intention guides them, because the he-image they have of themselves is an essential part of their reality. In this respect, it is as tedious as it is useless to pile up arguments to prove that every society is in history and that it changes. It is obvious. But, by insisting on a superfluous demonstration, we run the risk of failing to recognize that human societies react in very different ways to this common condition, some accept it willingly or unwillingly and, by the awareness that they become aware of it, magnify its consequences, for themselves and for other societies, to enormous proportions. Others, which for this reason we call primitive, want to ignore it and try, with a skill that we underestimate, to make as permanent as possible the states, which they consider primary, of their development. For them to succeed, it is not enough for their institutions to exert a regulatory action on the recurring sequences, by limiting the impact of demographic factors, by damping the antagonisms which manifest themselves within the group or between groups, finally, by perpetuating the framework in which individual and collective activities take place. 76. It is also necessary that these chains of non-recurring events, and whose effects accumulate to produce economic and social upheavals, be broken as soon as they are formed, or that society has an effective process to prevent their formation. We know this process, which consists, not in denying historical becoming, but in admitting it as a form without content, there is indeed a before and an after, but their only meaning is to reflect one another. Other. Thus all the activities of the northern Aranda reproduce those which their totemic ancestors are always supposed to practice. The Gura ancestor hunts, kills, and eats paramels, bandicoot, and his sons continue to indulge in the same quest. Lucaras which eddy larval men spend every day of their lives extracting larvae from the roots of acacia trees, wood. The crayfish ancestor still continues to raise dam after dam across the waves whose course it follows, and he will never stop spearing the fish. But, conversely, if one treats the myths of the northern Aranda as a whole, one will find there the detailed account of all the forms of activity still indulged in by the natives of the Central Australia. Through his myths, we see the native harnessed to his daily tasks, hunting, fishing, harvesting wild plants, cooking, and shaping various instruments. All these works started with the totemic ancestors, and in this area too, the native blindly respects tradition, he remains faithful to the primitive weapons used by his distant ancestors, and the idea of improving them never occurs to him. T.G.H. Strello, pages 34 to 35. We prefer this testimony to all those, coming from other regions of the world, which could have been quoted in the same sense, because it emanates from a born and brought up ethnologist among the natives, speaking their language fluently, and who has remained deeply attached to them. We can therefore not suspect on his part, either incomprehension or malice. It is no doubt difficult for us, like him, if we are to believe the rest of his text, not to judge unfavorably an attitude which blatantly contradicts this avid need for change which is specific to our civilization. However, stubborn fidelity to a past conceived as a timeless model, rather than as a stage of becoming, does not betray any moral or intellectual deficiency, it expresses a party adopted consciously or unconsciously, and whose systematic character is attested, throughout the world. By this tirelessly repeated justification of each technique, each rule, and each custom, by means of a single argument, the ancestors taught it to us. As with us in other fields until recently, seniority and continuity are the foundations of legitimacy. But this antiquity is posited in the absolute, since it goes back to the origin of the world, and this continuity admits neither orientation nor degrees. Mythical history therefore offers the paradox of being simultaneously disjointed and joined in relation to the present. Disjoined, since the first ancestors were of a different nature from contemporary men, the former were creators, the latter are copyists, and joined since the appearance of the ancestors, nothing has happened except events whose recurrence periodically erases the particularity. It remains to show how savage thought manages, not only to overcome this double contradiction, but to draw from it the matter of a coherent system where a diachrony, in some way tamed, collaborates with synchrony without risk that between them arise new conflicts. Thanks to the ritual, the disjoint past of the myth is articulated, on the one hand with the biological and seasonal periodicity, on the other hand with the joint past which unites, throughout the generations, the dead and the living. This synchrodiachronic system has been well analyzed by Sharp, p. 71, who classifies the rites of the Australian tribes of the Cape York Peninsula into three categories. The control rites are positive or negative, they aim to increase or restrict the totemic species or phenomena, sometimes to the benefit, sometimes to the detriment of the community, by fixing the quantity of spirits or spiritual substance which will be allowed to be released, in the totemic centers established by the ancestors in various points of the tribal territory. The historical or commemorative rites recreate the sacred and beneficial atmosphere of mythical times, the era of the dream as the Australians say, of which they reflect, as in a mirror, the protagonists and their deeds. Mourning rites correspond to the opposite approach. Instead of entrusting living men with the task of personifying distant ancestors, these rites ensure the reconversion, into ancestors, of men who have ceased to be living beings. We can therefore see that the function of the ritual system is to overcome and integrate three oppositions, that of diachrony and synchrony, that of the periodic or aperiodic characters which they can both present, finally, within diachrony, that of reversible time and irreversible time, since, although the present and the past are theoretically distinct, historical rites transport the past into the present, and rites of mourning the present into the past, and that the two approaches are not equivalent. Mythical heroes, we can really say that they return, because all their reality is in their personification, but humans die for good. Consider the diagram. In Central Australia, this system is completed or reinforced by the use of Ch'inga or Tjurunga, which has given rise to much ancient and recent speculation, but which the preceding considerations help to explain. Commemorative and funerary rites postulate that between the past and the present, passage is possible in both directions. They don't provide proof. They decide on diachrony, but they still do so in terms of synchrony, since the mere fact of celebrating them amounts to changing the past into the present. It is therefore conceivable that certain groups sought to reveal, in a tangible form, the diachronic being of diachrony within synchrony itself. It is significant, from this point of view, that the importance of the Ch'inga is especially great among the western and northern Aranda, and that it goes on decreasing until being completely erased as one advance north. Indeed, in these Aranda groups, the problem of the relationship between diachrony and synchrony is made even more thorny, by the fact that they represent totemic ancestors, not as individualized heroes of whom all the members of the totemic group would be the descendants. Direct, in the manner of the Arabana and the Warramunga, Spencer and Gillen, pages 161 to 162, but in the form of an indistinct multitude, which should in principle exclude even the notion of genealogical continuity. In fact, and as we saw in another chapter 77, everything happens from a certain point of view among these Aranda as if, before being born, each individual drew lots for the anonymous ancestor of whom he will be the reincarnation. Due, no doubt, to the refinement of their social organization, which lavishes on synchrony the benefit of clear distinctions and precise definitions, even the relationship between the past and the present appears to them in terms of synchrony. The role of the Ch'inga would thus be to compensate for the correlative impoverishment of the diachronic dimension. They are the materially present past, and they offer the means of reconciling empirical individuation and mythical confusion. We know that Ch'inga are stone or wooden objects, approximately oval in shape with pointed or rounded ends, often engraved with symbolic signs, sometimes also simple pieces of wood or unworked pebbles. Whatever its appearance, each Ch'inga represents the physical body of a particular ancestor, and it is solemnly attributed, generation after generation, to the living being believed to be that reincarnated ancestor. The Ch'inga are piled up and hidden in natural shelters, far from the busy tracks. They are taken out periodically to inspect and handle them, and on each of these occasions they are polished, greased, and colored, not without addressing prayers and incantations to them. By their role and by the treatment reserved for them, they thus offer striking analogies with the archival documents that we bury in safes or entrust to the secret custody of notaries, and which, from time to time, we inspect. With the consideration due to sacred things, to repair them if necessary, or to entrust them to more elegant files. And, on such occasions, we too gladly recite the great myths whose contemplation of the torn and yellowed pages revives the memory, deeds and gestures of our ancestors, history of our homes since their construction or their first transfer. Fig. 11. Ch'inga of an Aranda man of the frog totem. The large concentric circles, A, represent three famous trees that mark the totem site, near the Hugh River. The straight lines that unite them, B, represent the large roots, and the curved lines, C, the small ones. The small concentric circles, D, represent lesser trees with their roots, and the dotted lines, E, are the traces left by the frogs while hopping on the sand at the edge of the water. The frogs themselves are depicted on one side of the Ch'inga, left, by the intricate network of lines, their limbs, connecting small concentric circles, the bodies. According to Spencer, B, and Gillen, F.J., The Native Tribes of Central Australia, New ed., London 1938,
pages 145 to 147. It is therefore not useful to seek, as far as Durkheim does, the reason for the sacred character of the Chlinga, when an exotic custom captivates us in spite of, or because of, its apparent singularity. It is generally because it presents, like a distorting mirror, a familiar image that we confusedly recognize as such, without yet succeeding in identifying it. Durkheim, pages 167 to 174, wanted the Chlinga to be sacred, because they bear the totemic mark, engraved or drawn. But first of all, we now know that this is not always true. T.G.H. Strello reports among the northern Aranda stone Chlinga, more precious than the others, and which he describes as rough and insignificant objects, rudely polite for having rubbed against each other during ceremonies, p. 54, and among the southern Aranda he saw Chlinga which are simple pieces of wood, bearing no sign, and coated with a thick layer of mixed red ochre and grease, p. 73. The Chlinga can even be a polished pebble, a natural rock, or a tree, p. 95. On the other hand, and according to Durkheim's very intention, his interpretation of the Chlinga was to confirm one of his fundamental theses, that of the emblematic character of totemism. The Chlinga being the most sacred things that the Aranda knew, it was necessary to explain this character by an emblematic figuration of the totem, to demonstrate that the totem represented is more sacred than the real totem. But, as we have already said, there is no real totem. 78, the individual animal plays the role of signifier, and the sacred character attaches, not to it or to its icon, but to the signified of which they stand indifferently. Finally, a document does not become sacred simply because it bears a prestigious stamp, for example that of the National Archives. It bears the stamp, because it was first recognized as sacred, and without him, he would remain so. Nor can we say, according to another interpretation that Durkheim brings back to the previous one, that the Chlinga is the body of the ancestor. This Aranda formula, collected by C. Strello, must be taken in its metaphorical sense. Indeed, the ancestor does not lose his body because at the moment of conception, he abandons his Chlinga, or one of them, for the benefit of his next incarnation. Rather the Chlinga provides tangible proof that the ancestor and his living descendant are one flesh. Otherwise, how could it be that, failing to discover the original Chlinga on the site where the woman was mystically impregnated, another is made to take its place? By this probative character, the Chlinga also resemble archival documents, especially the title deeds which pass through the hands of all successive purchasers, and which can be reconstituted in the event of loss or destruction, except that they are is a question here, not of the holding of real estate by an owner, but of a legal and physical personality by a usufructuary. Moreover, and although, for us too, the archives constitute the most precious and the most sacred of all possessions, it happens to us, in the manner of the Aranda, to entrust these treasures to foreign groups. And if we send Louis XIV's will to the United States, or if they lend us the Declaration of Independence or the Liberty Bell, it is proof that, in the words of the informant Aranda, we are at peace with our neighbors, for we cannot quarrel or enter into conflict with people who have custody of our Tjarunga and who have entrusted their Tjarunga to our care. T.G.H. Strello, p. 161. But why are we so attached to our archives? The events to which they refer are attested independently, and in 1,000 ways, they live in our present and in our books. By themselves they are devoid of a meaning which comes to them entirely from their historical repercussions, and from the commentaries which explain them by linking them to other events. Archives, one could say, paraphrasing an argument of Durkheim, after all, they are pieces of paper. As long as all of them were published, nothing would be changed in our knowledge and in our condition if a cataclysm annihilated the authentic pieces. Yet we would feel this loss as irreparable damage, reaching deep within our flesh. And it would not be without reason, if our interpretation of the Chlinga is correct. Their sacred character is due to the function of diachronic significance that they are the only ones to ensure, in a system which, because classificatory,
is completely spread out in a synchrony which even manages to assimilate duration. The Cheringa are the tangible witnesses of the mythical period, this Al-Cheringa which, without them, we could still conceive of, but which would no longer be physically attested. Similarly, if we lost our archives, our past would not be abolished, it would be deprived of what one would be tempted to call its diachronic flavor. It would still exist as past, but preserved only in reproductions, books, institutions, even situation, all contemporary or recent. Therefore, he too would be spread out in synchrony. The virtue of archives is to put us in contact with pure historicity. As we have already said of the origin myths of totemic appellations, their value does not depend on the intrinsic significance of the events evoked, these may be insignificant or even completely absent, if it is an autograph, a few lines or a signature without context. How valuable, however, would be the signature of Johann Sebastian Bach, for those who cannot hear 3 bars of him without having a beating heart. As for the events themselves, we have said that they are attested otherwise than by authentic acts, and they are generally better so. Archives therefore contribute something else. On the one hand, they constitute the event in its radical contingency, since only interpretation, which is not part of it, can ground it in reason. On the other hand, they give a physical existence to history, because in them only is overcome the contradiction of a bygone past and a present in which it survives. Archives are the embodiment of events. We therefore find in this way, within the wild thought, this pure history with which the totemic myths had already confronted us. It is not inconceivable that some of the events they relate are real, even if the picture they paint is symbolic and distorted. Elkin 4, p. 210. However, the question is not there, since any historical event results, to a large extent, from the cutting of the historian. Even if mythical history is false, it nevertheless exhibits, in a pure state and in the most marked form, all the more, one could say, that it is false, the characteristics proper to the historical event, which are due, on the one hand, to its contingency, the ancestor appeared in such a place, he went here, then there, he made such and such a gesture, on the other hand, to its power to arouse intense and varied emotions. The northern Aranda is attached to its native soil by all the fibers of its being. He always speaks of his birthplace with love and respect. And today, tears come to his eyes when he evokes an ancestral site that the white man has, sometimes involuntarily, desecrated. The love of the country, the nostalgia for the country, also appear constantly in the myths which relate to the totemic ancestors. T.G.H. Strello, pages 30-31. However, this passionate attachment to the land can be explained above all in a historical perspective. The mountains, the streams, the springs, and ponds are not only for him the native aspects of the landscape that are beautiful or worthy of attention. Each one was the work of one of the ancestors from whom it descends. In the landscape that surrounds him, he reads the story of the deeds and gestures of the immortal beings he venerates, beings who, for a brief moment, can still assume human form, beings many of whom are known to him by direct experience, as fathers, grandfathers, brothers, mothers, and sisters. The whole country is for him like an ancient genealogical tree, and still alive. Each native conceives the story of his totemic ancestor as a record of his own actions at the beginning of time and at the very dawn of life, when the world as we know it today was still left to almighty hands that molded and formed it. Ibid pages 30-31. If we take care that these events and these sites are the same ones that provide the material for the symbolic systems to which the preceding chapters have been devoted, we must recognize that the so-called primitive peoples knew how to work out reasonable methods for inserting, under its double aspect of logical contingency and effective turbulence, irrationality within rationality. Classification systems therefore make it possible to integrate history, even and above all, the one that one might think rebels against the system. Because we must not be mistaken, the totemic myths, which recount feudal incidents with compunction and which soften on said places, recall, in fact, only the smallest history, that of the palest chroniclers. The same societies whose social organization and marriage rules require the effort of mathematicians for their interpretation, and whose cosmology astonishes philosophers, see no break in the continuity between the high speculations to which they indulge in these fields, and a story that is not that of Burckhardt or Spengler, but that of Lemaître and Laforce. Considered in this light, the style of the Aranda watercolorists will perhaps appear less unusual. And nothing in our civilization resembles more closely the pilgrimages that Australian initiates periodically make to sacred places under the guidance of their sages, than our visit conferences to the houses of Goethe or Victor Hugo, whose furniture inspires emotions in us as vivid than arbitrary. As for the chewing-gum, moreover, the main thing is not that Van Gogh's bed is the very one where it turns out that he slept, all that the visitor expects is that it can be shown to him. Chapter 9. History and Dialectic. In the course of this work, we have taken the liberty, not without ulterior motive, of borrowing a few words from the vocabulary of Jean-Paul Sartre. We thus wanted to lead the reader to pose a problem, the discussion of which will serve as an introduction to our conclusion: to what extent can a thought, which knows and wants to be both anecdotal and geometric, still be called dialectic? While thought is totalizing, in fact, it claims to go much further in this direction than Sartre grants it to dialectical reason, since, at one end, the latter allows pure seriality to escape, of which we have just seen how classificatory systems succeed in to integrate, and that, at the other end, it excludes schematism, where these same systems find their crowning glory. We think that, in this intransigent refusal of savage thought that nothing human, and even living, can remain foreign to it, dialectical reason discovers its true principle. But we have a very different idea of her than Sartre. When one reads the critique, one finds it difficult to defend oneself from the feeling that the author hesitates between two conceptions of dialectical reason. Sometimes he opposes analytical reason and dialectical reason like error and truth, if not even like the devil and the good Lord. Sometimes the two reasons appear complementary, different paths leading to the same truths. Apart from the fact that the first conception discredits scientific knowledge and even leads to suggesting the impossibility of a biological science, it also harbors a curious paradox, for the work entitled Critique of Dialectical Reason is the result of the exercise, by the author, of his own analytical reason. He defines, distinguishes, classifies, and opposes. This philosophical treatise is not of another nature than the works it discusses and with which it engages in dialogue, even if it is to condemn them. How could analytical reason be applied to dialectical reason and claim to found it, if they were defined by mutually exclusive characteristics? The second party lends itself to another criticism: if dialectical reason and analytical reason finally arrive at the same results, and if their respective truths merge into a single truth, by virtue of what would we oppose them, and above all, would we proclaim the superiority of the first over the second? In one case, Sartre's enterprise seems contradictory, it seems superfluous in the other. How is the paradox explained and why can we escape it? In the two hypotheses between which he hesitates, Sartre attributes to dialectical reason a reality sui generis. It exists independently of analytic reason, either as its antagonist or as its complement. Although our reflection on both has its starting point in Marx, it seems to me that the Marxist orientation leads to a different view. The opposition between the two reasons is relative, not absolute. It corresponds to a tension, within human thought, which will perhaps persist indefinitely in fact, but which is not founded in law. For us, dialectical reason is always constitutive. It is the constantly extended and improved footbridge that analytical reason launches over an abyss of which it does not see the other side, even though it knows that it exists, and even though he constantly had to move away. The term dialectical reason thus covers the perpetual efforts that analytical reason must make to reform itself, if it claims to account for language, society, and thought. And the distinction between the two reasons is based, in our eyes, only on the temporary gap which separates the analytical reason from the intelligence of life. Sartre calls analytical reason lazy reason, we call dialectic the same reason, but courageous, arched by the effort it exerts to surpass itself. In Sartre's vocabulary, we therefore define ourselves as a transcendental materialist and as an aesthete. Transcendental materialist, p. 124, since dialectical reason is not, for us, anything other than analytical reason, and what would be based on the absolute originality of a human order, but something more in the analytical reason, its requisite condition, so that it dares to undertake the resolution of the human into the non-human. Aesthete, since Sartre applies this term to anyone who claims to study men as if they were ants, p. 183. But apart from the fact that this attitude seems to us to be that of any man of science as long as he is agnostic, it is hardly compromising, because the ants, with their artificial mushroom houses, their social life, and their chemical messages, already offer a sufficiently tough resistance to the undertakings of analytical reason. We therefore accept the qualifier of aesthete, insofar as we believe that the ultimate goal of the human sciences is not to constitute man, but to dissolve him. The eminent value of ethnology is to correspond to the first stage of an approach which includes others, beyond the empirical diversity of human societies. Ethnographic analysis seeks to reach invariants, of which the present work shows that they are sometimes located at the most unexpected points. Rousseau, too, ch. 8, had foreseen it with his usual clairvoyance. When one wants to study men, one must look close to oneself, but to study man, one must learn to see far away, one must first observe the differences to discover the properties. However, it would not be enough to have reabsorbed particular humanities into a general humanity. This first enterprise initiates others, which Rousseau would not have readily accepted and which fall to the exact and natural sciences, to reintegrate culture into nature, and finally, life in all of its physico-chemical conditions. 80. But, despite the deliberately brutal turn given to our thesis, we do not lose sight of the fact that the verb dissolve in no way implies, and even excludes, the destruction of the constituent parts of the body subjected to the action of another body. The solution of a solid in a liquid modifies the arrangement of the molecules of the first. It also often offers an effective means of putting them in reserve, to recover them if necessary and to better study their properties. The reductions that we are considering will therefore only be legitimate, and even possible, on two conditions, the first of which is not to impoverish the phenomena submitted to reduction, and to have the certainty that we have previously collected around each all that which contributes to its distinctive richness and originality, because there would be no point in grabbing a hammer, if it were to hit beside the nail. Secondly, we must be prepared to see each reduction completely upset the preconceived idea that we could have of the level, whatever it is, that we are trying to reach. The idea of a general humanity, to which the ethnographic reduction leads, will no longer have any relationship with the one we had before. And the day when we manage to understand life as a function of inert matter, it will be to discover that the latter has very different properties from those previously attributed to it. We cannot therefore classify the levels of reduction into higher and lower, since we must on the contrary expect that, through the effect of the reduction, the level considered higher will retroactively communicate something of its richness to the lower level, to which it will be returned. The scientific explanation does not consist in the passage from complexity to simplicity, but in the substitution of a more intelligible complexity for another which was less so. From our perspective, therefore, the self is no more opposed to the other than man is opposed to the world. The truths learned through man are of the world, and they are important as such. Done 81. It is therefore understandable that we find in ethnology the principle of all research, whereas for Sartre it raises a problem, in the form of an embarrassment to be overcome or a resistance to be reduced. And indeed, what can we do with peoples without history, when we have defined man by dialectics, and dialectics by history? Sometimes Sartre seems tempted to distinguish two dialectics, the true one, which would be that of historical societies, and a repetitive and short-term dialectic, which he concedes to so-called primitive societies while placing it very close to biology. He thus exposes his whole system, since, by means of ethnography which is incontestably a human science and which is devoted to the study of these societies, the bridge demolished with so much relentlessness between man and nature, would be surreptitiously restored. Or else Sartre resigns himself to placing on the side of man a stunted and deformed humanity, p. 203, but not without insinuating that its being in humanity does not belong to it as such, and that it is a function of its assumption of responsibility by historical humanity, either that, in the colonial situation, the former began to internalize the history of the second, or that, thanks to ethnology itself, the second dispenses the blessing of meaning to a first humanity, which lacked it. In both cases, the prodigious richness and diversity of manners, beliefs, and customs are overlooked. We forget that, in its own eyes, each of the tens or hundreds of thousands of societies which have coexisted on earth or which have followed one another since man made his appearance on it, has taken advantage of a moral certainty, similar to that which we ourselves can invoke, to proclaim that in it, whether it was reduced to a small nomadic band or to a hamlet lost in the heart of the forests, all the meaning and dignity of which the human life. But whether it is with them or with us, it takes a great deal of egocentrism and naivete to believe that man is entirely taken refuge in a single historical or geographical mode of his being, whereas the truth of man resides in the system of their differences and their common properties. Who begins by settling into the so-called self-evidences of the self does not come out of it. Getting to know men sometimes seems easier to those who fall into the trap of personal identity. But they thus close the door to knowledge of man. All ethnographic research has its principle in written or unacknowledged confessions. In fact, Sartre becomes captive of his cogito, that of Descartes allowed access to the universal, but on the condition of remaining psychological and individual. By sociologizing the cogito, Sartre only changes prison. From now on, the group and the time of each subject will take the place of a timeless consciousness. Also, the aim that Sartre takes on the world and on man offers this narrowness by which we traditionally like to recognize closed societies. His insistence on drawing a distinction between the primitive and the civilized with a great deal of gratuitous contrasts reflects, in a slightly more nuanced form, the fundamental opposition he postulates between the self and the other. And yet, in Sartre's work, this opposition is not formulated very differently than a Melanesian savage would have done, while the analysis of the practico-inert quite simply restores the language of animism. Descartes, who wanted to found a physics, cut man off from society. Sartre, who claims to found an anthropology, cuts his society off from other societies. Entrenched in individualism and empiricism, a cogito, which wants to be naive and raw, gets lost in the impasses of social psychology. For it is striking that the situations from which Sartre seeks to extract the formal conditions of social reality, strike, boxing match, football match, queuing at a bus stop, are all secondary incidences of life in society. They cannot therefore serve to bring out its foundations. For the ethnologist, this axiomatic so far removed from his own is all the more disappointing in that he feels very close to Sartre, each time the latter applies himself, with incomparable art, to grasping in his dialectical movement a current or ancient social experience, but internal to our culture. He then does what every ethnologist tries to do for different cultures, put himself in the place of the people who live there, understand their intention in principle and in its rhythm, perceive an era or a culture as a significant whole. In this respect we can often take lessons from him, but these have a practical, not a theoretical character. It may be that, for some historians, sociologists, and psychologists, the requirement of totalization is a great novelty. For ethnologists, it goes without saying, since Malinowski who taught it to them. But Malinowski's inadequacies also taught us that this was not the end of the explanation, this begins only when we have succeeded in constituting our object. The role of dialectical reason is to put the human sciences in possession of a reality which it alone is capable of providing them, but which the properly scientific effort consists of breaking down, then recomposing according to another plan. While paying homage to Sartre's phenomenology, we only hope to find there a starting point, not a point of arrival. That's not all. Dialectical reason must not allow itself to be carried away by its impetus, and the process which leads us to the understanding of another reality should not attribute to this reality, in addition to its own dialectical characteristics, those which are part of the process rather than of the object. From the fact that all knowledge of the other is dialectical, it does not follow that the whole of the other is integrally dialectical. By dint of making analytical reason an anti-comprehension, Sartre often comes to the point of denying it any reality as an integral part of the object of comprehension. This paralogism is already apparent in his way of invoking a story from which it is difficult to discover whether it is the story that men make without knowing it, or the history of men as historians make it, knowing it, or finally the interpretation, by the philosopher, of the history of men, or of the history of historians. But the difficulty becomes even greater when Sartre tries to explain how live and think, not the current or former members of his own society, but those of exotic societies. He believes, with reason, that his effort to understand has no chance of succeeding unless it is dialectical, and he wrongly concludes that the relationship, to native thought, of the knowledge he has of it, is that of a constituted dialectic to a constituting dialectic, thus taking up on his own account, by an unforeseen detour, all the illusions of the primitive mentality theorists. That the savage possesses complex knowledge and is capable of analysis and demonstration seems to him even less bearable than to a Lévi Bruhl. Of the native of Ambrim, made famous by the work of Deacon, who knew how to demonstrate to the inquirer the operation of his marriage rules and kinship system by tracing a diagram in the sand, not an exceptional ability, since ethnographic literature contains many similar observations, Sartre affirms, it goes without saying that this construction is not a thought, it is a manual work controlled by a synthetic knowledge that it does not express, p. 505. Granted, but then, the same must be said of the professor at the École Polytechnique giving a demonstration on the blackboard, because every ethnographer capable of dialectical understanding is intimately convinced that the situation is exactly the same in both cases. It will therefore be agreed that all reason is dialectical, which we are for our part ready to admit, since dialectical reason appears to us as analytical reason in motion, but the distinction between the two forms, which is the basis of Sartre's enterprise, will have become devoid of purpose. We have to confess it today, without wanting it and without foreseeing it, we have extended a pole to these faulty interpretations by too often appearing, in the elementary structures of kinship, to be in search of an unconscious genesis of the marital exchange. A greater distinction should have been made between exchange, as it expresses itself spontaneously and imperiously in the praxis of groups, and the conscious and premeditated rules by means of which these same groups, or their philosophers, strive to codify it and control it. If there is a lesson to be learned from the ethnographic surveys of the last 20 years, it is that this second aspect is much more important than observers, victims of the same illusion as Sartre, had generally suspected. We must therefore, as Sartre advocates, apply dialectical reason to the knowledge of our societies and others. But without losing sight of the fact that analytical reason holds a considerable place in all of them, and that, since it is there, the approach we follow must also make it possible to find it there. But even if it were not there, we do not see that Sartre's position would be improved, because in this hypothesis, exotic societies would only confront us, more generally than others, with an unconscious teleology which, although historical, completely escapes human history, that of which linguistics and psychoanalysis reveal certain aspects, and which is based on the combined play of biological, brain structure, lesions, internal secretions, and psychological mechanisms. There, it seems to us, is the bone, to use Sartre's expression, that his criticism fails to break. Besides, she doesn't care, and that's the most serious criticism that can be leveled at her. For language resides neither in the analytical reason of the ancient grammarians, nor in the constituted dialectic of structural linguistics, nor in the constituent dialectic of individual praxis faced with the practico-inert, since all three presuppose it. Linguistics puts us in the presence of a dialectical and totalizing being, but exterior, or inferior, to consciousness and to the will. A non-reflective totalization, language is a human reason which has its reasons, and which man does not know. And if it is objected to us that it is only such for the subject who interiorizes it starting from the linguistic theory, we will answer that for the subject, who is a speaking subject, this red herring must be refused, because the same evidence, which reveals to him the nature of language, also reveals to him that it was such when he did not know it, since he was already making himself understood, and that it will remain such tomorrow without his knowing it, since his discourse has never resulted and will never result from a conscious totalization of linguistic laws. But if, as a speaking subject, man can find his apodictic experience in another totalization, we no longer see why, as a living subject, the same experience would be inaccessible to him in other beings, not necessarily human, but living. This method could also claim the name of progressive-regressive. In fact, what Sartre describes by this term is nothing other than the ethnological method, as ethnologists have been practicing it for many years. But Sartre restricts it to its preliminary approach. For our method is not simply progressive-regressive, it is twice so. In a first stage, we observe the lived given, we analyze it in the present, seek to grasp its historical antecedents as far as we can dive into the past, then bring all these facts to the surface to integrate them into a meaningful whole. Then begins the second stage, which renews the first on another plane and on another level, this internalized human thing, which we have endeavored to provide with all its richness and all its originality, only fixes to analytical reason the distance to overcome, the impetus to take, to overcome the gap between the always unforeseen complexity of this new object and the intellectual means at its disposal. It must therefore, as dialectical reason, be transformed, with the hope that once softened, enlarged, and strengthened, through it this unforeseen object will be brought back to others, this original totality melted into other totalities, and that thus raised little by little on the heap of its conquests, dialectical reason will perceive other horizons and other objects. No doubt the process would go astray if, at each stage, and especially when it believes it has reached its end, it were not able to retrace its steps and withdraw into itself to keep in touch with the lived totality which serves it both as an end and as a means. In this return to oneself where Sartre finds a demonstration, we see rather a verification, since in our eyes, the being conscious of being poses a problem for which it does not possess the solution. The discovery of dialectics submits analytical reason to an imperative requirement, that of also accounting for dialectical reason. This permanent requirement relentlessly forces analytical reason to extend its program and transform its axiomatics. But dialectical reason cannot account for itself, nor for analytical reason. It will be objected that this enlargement is illusory, because it is always accompanied by a passage to the lesser sense. We would thus release the prey for the shadow, the clear for the obscure, the obvious for the conjectural, the truth for science fiction. Sartre, p. 129. It would still be necessary for Sartre to be able to demonstrate that he himself escapes this dilemma, inherent in any effort at explanation. The real question is not whether, in seeking to understand, we gain meaning or lose it, but whether the meaning we preserve is better than the one we are wise enough to renounce. In this respect, it seems to us that, of the combined lesson of Marx and Freud, Sartre retained only one half. They taught us that man has meaning only on the condition of placing himself at the point of view of meaning, so far we agree with Sartre. But it must be added that this meaning is never the right one, superstructures are failed acts that have socially succeeded. It is therefore useless to inquire about the truest meaning from the historical conscience. What Sartre calls dialectical reason is only the reconstruction, by what he calls analytical reason, of hypothetical steps of which it is impossible to know, except for the one who accomplishes them without thinking them, if they have any relation to this what he tells us about it, and which, if so, would be definable in terms of analytical reason only. Thus we end up with the paradox of a system, which invokes the criterion of historical consciousness to distinguish the primitives from the civilized, but which, contrary to what it claims, is itself ahistorical, it does not offer us a concrete image of history, but an abstract diagram of men making a history such that it can manifest itself in their becoming in the form of a synchronic totality. He therefore situates himself vis-a-vis history as the primitives vis-a-vis the eternal past. In Sartre's system, history very precisely plays the role of a myth. Indeed, the problem posed by the critique of dialectical reason can be reduced to this: under what conditions is the myth of the French Revolution possible? And we are ready to admit that, for contemporary man to be able to fully play the role of historical agent, he must believe in this myth, and that Sartre's analysis admirably brings out all the formal conditions essential for this result is assured. But it does not follow that this meaning, as long as it is the richest, and therefore the best suited to inspire practical action, is the truest. Here, the dialectic turns against itself. This truth is situational, and if we distance ourselves from this situation, as it is the role of the scientist to do, what appeared as lived truth will begin first by blurring, and will eventually disappear. The so-called left-wing man still clings to a period of contemporary history which granted him the privilege of congruence between practical imperatives and interpretive schemes. Perhaps this golden age of historical consciousness is already over, and that we can at least conceive of this eventuality proves that it is only a question of a contingent situation, as could be the fortuitous focusing of an optical instrument whose objective and focus would be in relative motion with respect to each other. We are still up to date on the French Revolution, but we would have been on the Fronde if we had lived earlier. And, as is already the case for the second, the first will quickly cease to offer us a coherent image on which our action can be modeled. What the reading of Retz teaches, in fact, is the powerlessness of thought to extract a scheme of interpretation from distanced events. At first sight, it seems, there is no hesitation: on the one hand the privileged, on the other the humble and the exploited. How could we swing? We are rebellious. However, the Parisian people are manipulated by noble houses whose sole purpose is to do their business with power, and by one half of the royal family, who would like to oust the other. And here we are already half-slingers. As for the court, taking refuge in Saint-Germain, it first appears as a faction of useless people, vegetating on its privileges and feeding on exactions and usury at the expense of the community. That no, it still has a function, since it holds the military force, it leads the fight against foreigners, those Spaniards whom the rebels are not afraid to invite to invade the country to impose their will on this same court, which defends the fatherland. But the balance once again tipped the other way. Together, rebels and Spaniards formed the party of peace. The Prince of Conde and the court seek only warlike adventures. We are pacifists, and are becoming rebellious again. And yet, did not the military enterprises of the court and of Mazarin enlarge France to its present borders, founding the state and the nation? Without them, we wouldn't be who we are. Here we are again on the other side. It is therefore enough for history to move away from us in duration, or for us to move away from it in thought, for it to cease to be interiorizable and lose its intelligibility, an illusion which is attached to an interiority. Provisional. But don't make us say that man can or must free himself from this interiority. It is not in his power to do so, and wisdom consists for him in watching himself live it, while knowing, but in another register, that what he lives so completely and intensely is a myth, which will appear such to the men of a next century, which will appear to him such to himself, perhaps, in a few years from now, and which, to the men of a next millennium, will no longer appear at all. Every sense is subject to a lesser sense, which gives it its highest sense, and if this regression finally leads to recognizing a contingent law of which one can only say, it is so, and not otherwise, Sartre, p. 128, this perspective is in no way alarming for a thought that does not anguish no transcendence, even in latent form. For man would have obtained everything he could reasonably wish for if, on the sole condition of bowing before this contingent law, he succeeded in determining its practical form, and in situating all the rest in a medium of intelligibility. *. Among contemporary philosophers, Sartre is certainly not the only one to value history at the expense of the other human sciences, and to have an almost mystical conception of it. The ethnologist respects history, but he does not grant it a privileged value. He conceives it as a complementary research to his own. One deploys the range of human societies in time, the other in space. And the difference is even less great than it seems, since the historian strives to restore the image of vanished societies such as they were in moments which, for them, corresponded to the present, while the ethnographer does his best to reconstruct the historical stages which preceded in time the current forms. This relationship of symmetry between history and ethnology seems to be rejected by philosophers who dispute, implicitly or explicitly, that the spread in space and the succession in time offer equivalent perspectives. It seems that in their eyes the temporal dimension enjoys a special prestige, as if diachrony founded a type of intelligibility, not only superior to that brought by synchrony, but above all of a more specifically human order. It is easy to explain if not to justify this option, the diversity of social forms, which ethnology captures spread out in space, offers the appearance of a discontinuous system. Now we imagine that, thanks to the temporal dimension, history restores to us, not separate states, but the passage from one state to another in a continuous form. And as we believe ourselves to apprehend our personal future as a continuous change, it seems to us that historical knowledge meets the evidence of intimate meaning. History would not be satisfied with describing to us beings in exteriority, or at best, with making us penetrate by intermittent fulgurations interiorities which would be such each for its own account, while remaining external to each other. It would make us rejoin, outside of us, the very being of change. There would be much to say about this so-called totalizing continuity of the self, where we see an illusion maintained by the demands of social life, a reflection, therefore, of exteriority over interiority, rather than the object of apodictic experience. But it is not necessary to settle the philosophical problem to realize that the conception of history offered to us does not correspond to any reality. As soon as we claim to privilege historical knowledge, we feel the right, which we would not dream of claiming otherwise, to emphasize that the very notion of historical fact covers a double antinomy. Because, by hypothesis, the historical fact is what really happened, but where did something happen? Each episode of a revolution or a war resolves itself into a multitude of psychic and individual movements. Each of these movements translates unconscious evolutions, and these are resolved into cerebral, hormonal, or nervous phenomena, the references of which are themselves of a physical or chemical order. Consequently, the historical fact is no longer given than the others. It is the historian, or the agent of historical becoming, who constitutes it by abstraction, and as if under the threat of an infinite regress. Now, what is true of the constitution of the historical fact is no less true of its selection. From this point of view also, the historian and the historical agent choose, slice and cut, because a really total history would confront them with chaos. Each corner of space conceals a multitude of individuals, each of which totalizes the historical development in a manner incomparable to the others. For a single one of these individuals, each moment of time is inexhaustibly rich in physical and psychic incidents which all play their part in its totalization. Even a story that calls itself universal is still only a juxtaposition of a few local stories, within, and between which, there are many more holes than full ones. And it would be vain to believe that by multiplying collaborators and intensifying research, we would obtain a better result. Insofar as history aspires to meaning, it condemns itself to choosing regions, periods, groups of men and individuals in these groups, and to bring them out, like discontinuous figures, on a continuum just good enough to serve as a backdrop. A truly total story would neutralize itself, its product would be zero. What makes history possible is that a subset of events happens, for a given period, to have approximately the same meaning for a contingent of individuals who have not necessarily experienced these events, and who can even consider them several centuries apart. History is therefore never history, but history for partial. Even if it denies being so, it inevitably remains partial, which is still a mode of partiality. As soon as one sets out to write the history of the French Revolution, one knows, or one should know, that it cannot be, simultaneously and in the same way, that of the Jacobin and that of the aristocrat. By hypothesis, their respective totalizations, each of which is antisymmetric with the other, are also true. It is therefore necessary to choose between two parties, either to retain mainly one of them or a third, because there are an infinity of them, and to give up seeking in history a totalization of a set of partial totalizations, or to recognize in all an equal reality, but only to discover that the French Revolution such as one speaks of it did not exist. History therefore does not escape this obligation, common to all knowledge, to use a code to analyze its object, even, and above all, if one attributes to this object a continuous reality. 84. The distinctive characteristics of historical knowledge are not due to the absence of a code, which is illusory, but to its particular nature. This code consists of a chronology. There is no history without dates. To be convinced of this, it suffices to consider how a pupil manages to learn history. He reduces it to an emaciated body whose dates form the skeleton. Not without reason, we reacted against this desiccating method, but often falling into the opposite excess. If the dates are not the whole story, nor the most interesting thing in the story, they are what without which the story itself would vanish, since all its originality and its specificity lie in the apprehension of the relationship of before and after, which would be doomed to dissolve if, at least virtually, its terms could not be dated. However, the chronological coding conceals a nature much more complex than one imagines, when one conceives the dates of history under the faith of a simple linear series. First, a date denotes a moment in a sequence. D2 is after D1, before D3. From this point of view, the date functions only as an ordinal number. But each date is also a cardinal number, and as such it expresses a distance from the nearest dates. To code certain periods of history, we use a lot of dates, and less for others. This variable quantity of dates, applied over periods of equal duration, measures what could be called the pressure of history. There are hot chronologies, which are those of periods when numerous events offer, to eyes of the historian, the character of differential elements. Others, on the contrary, where for him, if not, of course, for the men who lived through them, very little happened, and sometimes nothing. Third and most importantly, a date is a member of a class. These classes of dates are defined by the signifying character that each date possesses, within the class, in relation to the other dates which are also part of it, and by the absence of this signifying character with regard to the dates which come under a different class. Thus, the date 1685 belongs to a class of which the dates 1610, 1648, 1715 are also members, but it means nothing in relation to the class formed of dates, first, second, third, fourth millennium, and nothing either in relation to the class of dates, January 23, August 17, September 30, etc. That said, what does the historian's code consist of? Certainly not in dates, since these are not recurrent. Temperature changes can be coded with numbers, because reading a number on the thermometric scale evokes the return of a previous situation. Each time I read 0 degree, I know that it is freezing, and I put on my warmest overcoat. But taken by itself, a historical date would have no meaning since it wouldn't refer to anything other than itself. If I don't know anything about modern times, the date 1643 tells me nothing. The code can therefore only consist of classes of dates, where each date signifies insofar as it maintains with the other dates complex relations of correlation and opposition. Each class is defined by a frequency, and comes under what could be called a body, or a domain of history. Historical knowledge therefore proceeds in the same way as a frequency-modulated device, like the nerve. It encodes a continuous quantity, and asymbolic as such, by pulse frequencies, which are proportional to its variations. As for history itself, it cannot be represented in the form of an aperiodic series of which we only know a fragment. History is a discontinuous whole made up of domains of history, each of which is defined by its own frequency, and by a differential coding of before and after. Between the dates which compose them one and the other, the passage is no more possible than it is between real numbers and irrational numbers. More exactly, the dates specific to each class are irrational compared to all those of the other classes. It is therefore not only illusory, but contradictory, to conceive of historical development as a continuous unfolding, beginning with a prehistory coded in tens or hundreds of millennia, continuing on the scale of millennia from the fourth or third, and then continuing in the form of a streaky secular history, according to each author, of annual slices of history within the century, or daily within the year, if not even hourly within a day. All these dates do not form a series, they belong to different species. To limit ourselves to a single example, the coding we use in prehistory is not preliminary to that which serves us for modern and contemporary history. Each code refers to a system of meanings which is, at least theoretically, applicable to the virtual totality of human history. Events that are significant for one code are not so for another. Coded into the system of prehistory, the most famous episodes of modern and contemporary history cease to be relevant, except perhaps, and again, we know nothing about it, certain massive aspects of the demographic evolution envisaged on the scale of the globe, the invention of the steam engine, that of electricity and that of the nuclear energy. If the general code does not consist of dates that can be ordered in a linear series, but of classes of dates each providing an autonomous system of reference, the discontinuous and classificatory character of historical knowledge appears clearly. It operates by means of a rectangular matrix, where each line represents classes of dates which, to schematize, we can call hourly, daily, annual, secular, millennium, etc., and which together form a discontinuous set. In a system of this type, the supposed historical continuity is ensured only by means of fraudulent tracings. That's not all. If the internal gaps of each class cannot be filled by recourse to other classes, the fact remains that each class, taken as a whole, always refers to another class, which contains the reason for an intelligibility to which the first cannot claim. The history of the 17th century is annual, but the 17th century, as a domain of history, belongs to another class, which codes it by reference to past and future centuries. This domain of modern times becomes, in turn, an element of a class where it appears in correlation and opposition with other times, the Middle Ages, antiquity, contemporary times, etc. However, these various domains correspond to stories of unequal powers. The biographical and anecdotal story, which is at the bottom of the scale, is a weak story, which does not contain in itself its own intelligibility, which comes to it only when it is transported as a whole within a story stronger than her, and the latter maintains the same relationship with a class of higher rank. However, it would be wrong to believe that these interlockings gradually reconstitute a total history, for, what we gain on one side, we lose on the other. Biographical and anecdotal history is the least explanatory, but it is the richest from the point of view of information, since it considers the individuals in their particularity, and that it details, for each of them, the nuances of the character, the details of their motives, the phases of their deliberations. This information is schematized, then erased, then abolished, when we move on to more and more strong stories. 85. Consequently, and depending on the level at which the historian places himself, he loses in information what he gains in understanding, or vice versa, as if the logic of the concrete wanted to recall its logical nature by modeling, in the clay of becoming, a confused draft of Gödel's theorem. With respect to each domain of history he renounces, the relative choice of the historian is always only between a history which teaches more and explains less, and a history which explains more and teaches less. And if he wants to escape the dilemma, his only recourse will be to get out of history, either from below, if the search for information leads him from the consideration of groups to that of individuals, then to their motivations, which relate to their personal history and their temperament, that is to say to an infrahistorical domain where psychology and physiology reign, or from above, if the need to understand prompts him to replace history in prehistory, and the latter in the general evolution of organized beings which can only be explained in terms of biology, geology, and finally cosmology. But there is another way to sidestep the dilemma, without destroying the story. It suffices to recognize that history is a method to which a distinct object does not correspond, and, consequently, to challenge the equivalence between the notion of history and that of humanity, which they claim to impose on us in the unacknowledged goal of making historicity the ultimate refuge of a transcendental humanism, as if, on the sole condition of renouncing egos too lacking in consistency, men could rediscover, on the level of the we, the illusion of freedom. In fact, the story is not linked to man, nor to any particular object. It consists entirely in his method, which experience proves to be indispensable for inventorying all the elements of any structure, human or non-human. So far from the search for intelligibility leading to history as its point of arrival, it is history that serves as the starting point for any quest for intelligibility. As is said of certain careers, history leads to everything, but only if you get out of it. Asterisk. This other thing, to which history in search of references refers, demonstrates that historical knowledge, whatever its value, which one does not dream of contesting, does not deserve to be opposed to other forms of knowledge as an absolutely privileged form. We noted above 86 that it is found to be already rooted in savage thought, and we now understand why it does not flourish there. The characteristic of wild thought is to be timeless. She wants to grasp the world, at the same time, as a synchronic and diachronic totality, and the knowledge she acquires of it resembles that offered, in a bedroom, by mirrors fixed to opposite walls and which reflect one another. Other, as well as the objects placed in the space which separates them, but without being strictly parallel. A multitude of images are formed simultaneously, none of which is exactly the same as the others, each of which, therefore, brings only a partial knowledge of decoration and furniture, but whose group is characterized by invariant properties expressing a truth. The wild thought deepens its knowledge with the help of imagine mundi. She builds mental buildings that make it easier for her to understand the world insofar as they resemble her. In this sense, it has been defined as analogical thought. But in this sense too, it differs from domesticated thought, of which historical knowledge constitutes one aspect. The concern for continuity which inspires the latter appears indeed as a manifestation, in the temporal order, of a knowledge, no longer discontinuous and analogical, but interstitial and unifying, instead of redoubling objects by schemes promoted to the role of added objects. She tries to overcome an original discontinuity by linking the objects together. But it is this reason, entirely occupied with reducing gaps and dissolving differences, which can rightly be called analytical. By a paradox on which we have recently insisted, for modern thought, continuity, variability, relativity, determinism go together. Auger, p. 475. This analytical and abstract continuum will no doubt be contrasted with that of praxis as experienced by concrete individuals. But this second continuum appears derived like the other, since it is only the mode of conscious apprehension of psychological and physiological processes which are themselves discontinuous. We do not dispute that reason develops and changes in the practical field, the way in which man thinks translates his relationships to the world and to men. But, for praxis to be able to live as thought, it is first necessary, in a logical and non-historical sense, for thought to exist, that is, for its initial conditions to be given, in the form of an objective structure of the psyche and of the brain without which there would be neither praxis nor thought. When we therefore describe savage thought as a system of concepts stuck in images, we are in no way approaching the Robinsonades, Sartre, pages 642 to 643, of constituent dialectics. Every constituent reason supposes a constituted reason. But, even if we concede to Sartre the circularity that he invokes to dissipate the suspicious character that attaches to the first stages of his synthesis, it is indeed Robinsonades that he proposes, and this time in as a description of the phenomena, when he claims to restore the meaning of the matrimonial exchange, of the potlatch, or of the demonstration of the marriage rules of his tribe by a Melanesian savage. Sartre then refers to an understanding experienced in the praxis of the organizers, a bizarre formula to which nothing real corresponds, except perhaps the opacity that any foreign society opposes to the one who considers it from the outside, and who incites it to project onto it, in the form of positive attributes, the shortcomings of his own observation. Two examples will help us clarify our thinking. Any ethnologist cannot fail to be struck by the common way in which, throughout the world, the most different societies conceptualize initiation rites. Whether in Africa, America, Australia, or Melanesia, these rites reproduce the same scheme. They begin by symbolically killing the novices taken from their families, and they are kept hidden in the forest or in the bush where they undergo the trials of the hereafter, after which they are reborn as members of society. When they are returned to their natural parents, the latter therefore simulate all the phases of a new childbirth, and they carry out a re-education which covers even the elementary gestures of food or clothing. It would be tempting to interpret this set of phenomena as proof that at this stage thought is entirely mired in praxis. But that would be seeing things upside down, since it is, on the contrary, scientific praxis which, for us, has emptied the notions of death and birth of all that, in them, did not correspond to simple physiological processes, making them unfit to convey other meanings. In societies with initiation rites, birth and death offer the material for a rich and varied conceptualization, insofar as a scientific knowledge oriented towards practical performance, which they lack, has not stripped these notions, and so many others, of the major part of a meaning that transcends the distinction between the real and the imaginary, a full meaning of which we hardly know any more but to evoke the phantom on the reduced stage of figurative language. What therefore appears to us as a stickiness is the mark of a thought that quite simply takes the words it uses seriously, whereas, in comparable circumstances, for us it is only a question of playing on words. In law taboos offers material for an apology leading to the same conclusion by a different route. The frequent ban on all physical or verbal contact between close allies seemed so strange to ethnologists that they took great pains to multiply explanatory hypotheses, without always checking whether they were not mutually superfluous. Thus, Elkin explains the rarity of marriage with the patrilateral cousin in Australia by the rule that a man, having to avoid all contact with his stepmother, will be well advised to choose this one among the women who are completely foreign to his own local group, to which her father's sisters belong. The rule itself would be intended to prevent a mother and daughter from competing for the affection of the same man. Finally, the taboo would have spread by contamination to the maternal grandmother of the woman and to her husband. There are therefore four competing interpretations of a single phenomenon, as a function of a type of marriage, as the result of a psychological calculation, as a protection against instinctive tendencies, and as a product of an association by contiguity. However, the author is not yet satisfied, since in his eyes the taboo of the stepfather comes under a fifth interpretation. The stepfather is a creditor to the man to whom he has given his daughter, and the son-in-law feels in a position of inferiority towards him. Elkin 4, pages 66 to 67, 117-120. We will content ourselves with the last interpretation, which perfectly covers all the cases considered, and which renders the other interpretations useless by emphasizing their naivete. But why is it so difficult to put these uses in their proper place? The reason seems to us to be that the customs of our own society, which we could compare to them and which would provide a point of reference for identifying them, exist with us in a dissociated state, whereas, in these exotic societies, they present themselves in an associated form that makes them unrecognizable to us. We know the in-law taboo, or at least its rough equivalent. It is the one that forbids us to apostrophize the greats of this world, and that requires us to move aside in their path. All protocol affirms this. The first word is not addressed to the President of the Republic or to the Queen of England, and we adopt the same reserve when unforeseen circumstances create, between a superior and us,
the conditions of a closer neighborhood than would be authorized by the social distance which separates us. However, in most societies, the position of wife-giver is accompanied by social, sometimes also economic, superiority, that of lessee, of inferiority and dependence. This inequality of allies can be expressed objectively in institutions, in the form of a fluid or stable hierarchy, or else it expresses itself subjectively in the system of interpersonal relations, by means of privileges and prohibitions. No mystery therefore attaches to the uses that lived experience reveals to us in their interiority. We are only puzzled by their constituent conditions, which are different in each case. With us, they are clearly detached from other uses, and linked to an unequivocal context. On the other hand, in exotic societies, the same uses and the same context seem to be stuck in other uses and in another context, that of family ties, with which they seem to us to be incompatible. We find it hard to imagine that, in private, the son-in-law of the President of the Republic sees him as the head of state in preference to the father-in-law, and if the husband of the Queen of England conducts himself publicly as the first of his subjects, there is good reason to suppose that alone he is simply a husband. It's one or the other. The superficial strangeness of the taboo of in-laws comes from being both at the same time. Consequently, and as we have already verified for the operations of the understanding, the system of ideas and attitudes appears here only incarnated. Taken by itself, this system offers nothing that could confuse the ethnologist. My relationship to the President of the Republic consists exclusively of negative observances, since in the absence of other links, our possible relationships are entirely defined by the rule that I will not speak to him unless he invites me to, and that I will keep a respectful distance from him. But it would be enough for this abstract relationship to be enveloped in a concrete relationship, and for the attitudes proper to each to accumulate, for me to find myself as entangled in my family as an Australian native. What appears to us as greater social ease and greater intellectual mobility is therefore due to the fact that we prefer to operate with spare parts, if not even with coin money, whereas the native is a logical hoarder. Tirelessly, he ties up the threads, tirelessly folds in on themselves all aspects of reality, whether physical, social, or mental. We traffic in our ideas, he makes a treasure out of it. Wild thought puts into practice a philosophy of finitude. From this also comes the renewal of interest which it inspires. This language with a restricted vocabulary, which knows how to express any message by combinations of oppositions between constituent units, this logic of understanding for which the contents are inseparable from the form, this systematics of finite classes, this universe made of meanings, no longer appear to us as retrospective witnesses of a time when heaven on earth walked and breathed in a people of gods, which the poet evokes only to ask whether or not he should be regretted. This time has returned to us today, thanks to the discovery of a universe of information where the laws of savage thought reign again, Sky 2, walking on earth in a people of transmitters and receivers whose messages, as long as they circulate, constitute objects of the physical world, and can be grasped both from without and from within. The idea that the universe of primitives, or so-called primitives, consists mainly of messages is not new. But, until recently, we attributed a negative value to what we were wrong to take for a distinctive character, as if this difference between the universe of the primitives and ours contained the explanation of their mental inferiority and technological, whereas it rather puts them on a level with modern theoreticians of documentation 87. It was necessary for physical science to discover that a semantic universe possesses all the characteristics of an absolute object, so that we recognize that the way in which primitive peoples conceptualize their world is not only coherent, but the very one that imposes itself. In the presence of an object whose elementary structure offers the image of a discontinuous complexity. At the same time, the false antinomy between logical mentality and prelogical mentality was overcome. Wild thought is logical, in the same sense and in the same way as ours, but as ours is only when it is applied to the knowledge of a universe in which it simultaneously recognizes physical properties and semantic properties. This misunderstanding once dissipated, it remains no less true that, contrary to the opinion of Lévi, this thought proceeds by way of understanding, not of affectivity, with the help of distinctions and oppositions, not by confusion and participation. Although the term had not yet come into use, numerous texts by Durkheim and Moss show that they understood that so-called primitive thought was quantified thought. It will be objected that a capital difference subsists between the thought of primitives and ours. The theory of information is interested in messages which are authentically such, whereas primitives mistakenly take for messages simple messages. Manifestations of physical determinism. But there are two reasons that detract from this argument. In the first place, the theory of information has been generalized, and it extends to phenomena which do not intrinsically possess the character of messages, notably those of biology. The illusions of totemism have at least had the advantage of throwing light on the fundamental place which belongs to phenomena of this order in the economy of systems of classification. By treating the sensitive properties of the animal kingdom and the vegetable kingdom as if they were the elements of a message, and by discovering their signatures, therefore signs men have made errors of location. The element signifier was not always the one they thought. But, in the absence of sophisticated instruments which would have allowed them to locate it where it is most often, that is to say at the microscopic level, they were already discerning as if through a cloud the principles of interpretation of which it took very recent discoveries, telecommunications, calculators, and electronic microscopes, to reveal to us the heuristic value and congruence with reality. Above all, from the fact that the messages, during their period of transmission, when they objectively exist outside the consciousness of the senders and receivers, manifest common properties between them and the physical world, it follows that by mistaking the phenomena physical, not absolutely, but relative to the level at which they apprehended them, and by interpreting them as if they were messages, men could still access some of their properties. In order for an information theory to be developed, it was arguably essential that the information universe be discovered to be a part, or aspect, of the natural world. But the validity of the passage from the laws of nature to those of information once demonstrated, it implies the validity of the opposite passage, the one which, for millennia, has allowed men to approach the laws of nature by the some information. Certainly, the properties accessible to wild thought are not the same as those which hold the attention of scientists. According to each case, the physical world is approached from opposite ends, one supremely concrete, the other supremely abstract, and either from the angle of sensible qualities, or from that of formal properties. But that, theoretically at least, and if abrupt changes of perspective had not occurred, these two paths were destined to join together, explains why they have one and the other, and independently of one another. Other in time and space, leads to two distinct though equally positive knowledges, that for which a theory of the sensible provided the basis, and which continues to provide for our essential needs by means of these arts of civilization, agriculture, animal husbandry, pottery, weaving, preservation and preparation of food, etc., whose development is marked by the Neolithic period, and that which is immediately situated on the level of the intelligible, and of which contemporary science is from. It will have been necessary to wait until the middle of this century for long separated paths to cross, the one who accesses the physical world by the detour of communication, and the one who we have recently known that, by the detour of physics, he enters the world of communication. The entire process of human knowledge thus assumes the character of a closed system. It is therefore to remain faithful to the inspiration of savage thought to recognize that the scientific spirit, in its most modern form, will have contributed, through an encounter which it alone could have foreseen, to legitimize its principles and to restore her to her rights. June 12 to October 16, 1961.